there are still some problems, such as whether the two palace maids who were gossiping were just overheard or arranged by someone. Everyone in the palace seems to have the possibility of doing this. But judging from the results, the only one who undoubtedly benefited was Lu Hanwan. After all, Lu Hanwan couldn't have children, and this matter seemed to be related to concubine E, so the ninth prince could return to Lu Hanwan's side. But the emperor looked at the haggard and pale woman lying on the bed, and he really couldn't doubt her. He asked the imperial physician again, "Will concubine one's body be able to recover in the future?" The imperial physician carefully chose his words. Concubine one's body is too seriously damaged, and it is almost impossible for her to have children in the future. Everyone knows the routine of the imperial physician. He will exaggerate the minor cases, and of course exaggerate the major cases. Now that he has said this, it is basically a death sentence for Lu Hanwan's body. Even so, let alone the emperor who does not doubt Lu Hanwan. Even the queen has never spared her suspicion. No one in the harem dared to believe that someone would give up the opportunity to have another child in the future for the sake of their first child. This is simply too extreme. Even if you don't want to have a child now, you should leave yourself a way out in case you want to have a child in the future. Lu Hanwan lay there, and many concubines looked at her with lingering fears. Of course, more of them were glad that Lu Hanwan had been favored for so long. But she couldn't have children in the future. Her threat was reduced a lot. Even the emperor might not favor her so much in the future because Lu Hanwan couldn't have children. Thinking of this, many people almost laughed out loud, but they all lowered their heads to hide it, and did not dare to show it. After asking all sides, the emperor made the final decision. Shenpin was demoted to the lowest rank of changing clothes and moved to Qingxin Palace. Although it is called Qingxin Palace, it is actually almost the same as the Cold Palace. What's more, Shenpin's position is not even as good as that of a palace maid. In the harem, if you are not favored, you may be bullied. Let alone Shenpin. When Shenpin heard the result, she was full of disbelief. "No, Your Majesty. This is impossible. Your Majesty, please forgive me for the loyalty of my family. Your Majesty, my father." The emperor's eyes were calm. "I made you a concubine because your father had been with me for so many years. But I didn't expect that I still overestimated you." She couldn't even protect herself. There was one queen for concubines, and 7 concubines in the harem. These positions had not been filled yet, and the concubine position was already considered a high position. Shenpin was the head of a palace and had an adopted child. Even if she was not favored, no servant dared to make things difficult for her. She had no biological children, so she didn't need to make too many plans for an adopted son. It can be said that as long as Shenpin didn't mess around, she would be rich and prosperous in this life. The emperor never liked to make things difficult for women, or he didn't take these things in the harem seriously. But even so, it was actually quite easy to get along in his harem, especially those women who entered the palace in the early stage. He didn't have many women in the palace. After he ascended the throne, he gave these women good positions because they had been with him for a long time, and their families didn't cause trouble. He thought it might be because of his tolerance that people mistakenly thought he was easy to talk to. He was tolerant of concubine E because concubine E had Feng Ji, and tolerant of the queen because there was no evidence. As an emperor, he couldn't do things just based on his own preferences. If this continued for a long time, the country would sooner or later perish. And the queen had the Duke of Ying's mansion behind her. The Duke of Ying and those old forces were grouped together, which was not easy to deal with at this time. After all, his brothers were still there, and there were other countries outside who were eyeing them covetously. He didn't want to break the balance. Of course, there is another reason, that it is not worth it to make a big fuss for the 4th prince. Zhou Changzai was born in a humble family, and she climbed to the position of concubine because she gave birth to a child. He had never seen the 4th prince, let alone have any feelings for him. In this harem, not everyone can become Ifeyan queen. For example, Shenpin, who really doesn't know how to live or die. Stupid. It's okay. But she is so stupid that she jumped in front of him. In addition, since Wanping can't give birth in the future, then bring the 9th prince back to Wanping. What? Epine was shocked instantly. How is this possible? Epine was complacent before that this matter did not involve her, and the bad things were all done by Shenpin. But she didn't expect that the next moment, the emperor would directly take the 9th prince away. She said in a panic, "Shuzhou is the child I raised. I have a deep affection for him, and have already regarded him as my own son. You are taking Xiaojiu away from me like this, which is simply tearing out my heart. What did I do wrong? You want to take Xiaojiu away from me. He is the child I raised. You can't take my son away just because Wanping can't get pregnant again. The emperor said, EP, although Jinping took all the responsibility. Do you really think anyone will believe that this matter has nothing to do with you? None of the concubines standing on the ground thought that this matter was really done by Jinping herself. It was most likely a hint from EP. I just took the 9th prince away, and I have done my best for you. No. EP's eyes turned red when the emperor questioned her. She thought she had succeeded, but it turned out that no one believed her at all. Especially the emperor's mind had already made up its mind. She looked at the emperor with red eyes. Your Majesty, everything was done by Jinping herself. I didn't want to harm Wanping. How can you not believe me? She felt very wronged. Yes, she was behind all this, but she hid it very well. She just arranged 2 palace maids to repeat the words in front of Jinping. What if she didn't make this arrangement? And Jinping, and she happened to hear it together for the first time? She has always been sincere to the emperor. Why does the emperor think so of her? The emperor said nothing, completely unmoved. Su Quan, go and bring the 9th prince over. No, Your Majesty. No, you are not allowed to take Xiaojiu away. Xiaojiu is my child. Concubine stopped Su Quan. Su Quan looked at the emperor in embarrassment. Seeing that the emperor did not signal, he had to signal his apprentice to go and take the 9th prince. He could not leave, so he could only temporarily entangle with concubine E. The emperor did not care whether he personally took the 9th prince, and the other eunuchs in front of the emperor also took the same. Seeing that everyone went to Yishou Palace to take the child, concubine E also knew that this was a real deal. In an instant, the whole person was in a panic. She had never thought that the emperor would really take Xiaojiu away from her one day. She had always just talked about it, but with her uncle around, she felt it was unlikely. She didn't know that the emperor had already known that she had deliberately made the 9th prince sick. She only thought that everything was caused by Lu Hanwan's extinction. She didn't expect that the emperor would be so good to Lu Hanwan. Once Lu Hanwan was injured, she would lose her child and the emperor. She looked at Lu Hanwan with hatred in her eyes. She rushed over to hit Lu Hanwan, but was stopped by the emperor. Yiping, this is not a place for you to laugh and play. If you dare to be presumptuous again, go directly to Qingxin Palace to accompany your good sisters. Yiping's tears fell down. Your Majesty, Xiaojiu is my child. Please don't take him away. Okay? Wanping can't give birth. But aren't there still pregnant people in the harem? When the time comes, let them give the baby to Wanping to raise. Let Wanping hold 3 or 4. And leave Xiaojiu to me. Okay. She held the emperor's sleeve tightly, thinking of what to say. Your Majesty, Xiaojiu likes my uncle so much. He was born to be my child. My uncle likes him very much. If my uncle knew that he and the 9th prince didn't have such a deep relationship, he would definitely be sad. Although this was a bit outrageous. Concubine knew that the emperor had watched over her uncle since he was a teenager. The relationship between the two was extraordinary. It would definitely be more effective to directly use the uncle than other reasons. At this time, the person who went to Yishou Palace to hold the 9th prince also came back soon. As soon as Zhao Yuan entered the door, he saw many people looking at him. He looked helpless and frightened. His eyes fell on the emperor, full of dependence, and stretched out his hands for the emperor to hold him. Although the emperor didn't care much about the princes in the harem, and was obsessed with raising poisonous insects, he would not kill his own children. At most, he didn't care much. But his son liked to be close to him, so of course he liked it. Among so many princes, the emperor used to favor the 3rd prince the most. And the biggest feature of the 3rd prince was that he was not afraid of the emperor and liked to act coquettishly and get close to the emperor. And the 9th prince was actually the same way. As for the other princes, even the crown prince and the 2nd prince, they didn't dare to get close to the emperor. Even if the emperor smiled, he had a sense of majesty, which made people unconsciously nervous and afraid in front of him. Zhao Yuan nestled in the emperor's arms. Yiping grabbed Zhao Yuan's hand and pressed harder. Your Majesty, since today we are deciding Xiaojiu's fate, why not let Xiaojiu choose for himself? The child knows who is good to him and who is not. Before the emperor answered, Yiping had already pulled Zhao Yuan and asked urgently, Xiaojiu, tell me, Is your mother good to you? Do you want to live with your mother? Zhao Yuan thought about it, and knew what was going on. For some reason, the emperor had decided to return him to his mother. But Yiping was unwilling. Zhao Yuan's feelings for Yiping had always been quite pure. He didn't like Yiping, but he didn't hate her either. Overall, it was average. Yiping's personality is very fickle. Even if she occasionally shows some softness towards him, it does not prevent her from taking action against him. And Yiping has only been so good to him in the past month or so. Before that, Yiping was not like this to him. Of course, he can also see that Yiping may have a little sincerity towards him. But for Zhao Yuan, did his parents not have sincerity towards him in his previous life? Yes, but not so much. He has been suffering for too long. He does not need such impure sincerity. He has a high demand for feelings, and Yiping cannot satisfy him. He knows clearly what his ending in the play will be. At most, because of this sincerity, he would not take revenge on Yiping for deliberately making him sick to win favor after he has the ability. After all, death will happen in the future. A lot has changed in this life, and that future is no longer predictable. Zhao Yuan does not want to dwell too much on the future and the present. But even if he wants to, he certainly cannot show in front of everyone that he wants to go back to his mother. Yiping secretly attacked him, and the others did not know. If he really gets close to Lu Hanwan, he will inevitably be considered untouchable, ungrateful, etc., and then extended to unfilial and other aspects. In this era, the crime of unfilial is quite serious, so he could only pretend to be frightened by the crazy Yiping, and shrank in the emperor's arms, and dared not speak. Yiping was even more excited when she saw this. All her hopes were now on Zhao Yuan. As long as Zhao Yuan didn't want to go back, she would have the possibility of keeping Zhao Yuan. She had thought about it these days. Although Lu Hanwan had hurt her, Xiuzhou had been with her for so long, and the child had done nothing wrong. She would treat Xiuzhou as her own son in the future, and not care so much. But after she completely accepted it, Xiuzhou was going to leave her. How could she accept this? Speak up. You are usually so smart. You know that your mother is very good to you, right? Tell your father that you like your mother, and want to be with her, and you don't want to be separated from her. She was holding Zhao Yuan's hand when someone grabbed it fiercely. Lu Hanwan endured the pain in her stomach, sat up and grabbed Concubine Yi away. Concubine Yi, can't you see that Xiuzhou has been scared by you? Look at how Xiuzhou's arm has been grabbed by you. Is this what you call being good to him? People's subconscious reactions cannot deceive people. I don't know how you treat Xiuzhou in private. In fact, at this time, it is the best way to prove it to bring out Nanili, who was instructed by Concubine Yi to make Xiuzhou sick. However, Lu Hanwan was afraid that if Concubine Yi was not controlled, Xiuzhou would continue to be sick. So she told Feng Ji about the nanny. Feng Ji would most likely tell the emperor. Since this matter has been made public in front of the emperor, she can still pull Li Nani over and tell the truth to let everyone know what kind of person Yiping is. But the emperor will know how deep her mind is, knowing that she had arrested Li Nani a long time ago. Then he will wonder why she was not there at the beginning and expose the matter when she just got the news. Then he will think that her love for her son is nothing more than that, and that she usually misses her child just pretending, thinking that he was deceived and forced by her. This series of chain reactions is not something that she, a concubine without a backstage, can bear casually. But it doesn't matter if she doesn't use it now. She will see if she can transfer Li Nani in the future. If she can't come forward, naturally someone else can come forward. It's just a matter of choosing a suitable opportunity to distance myself from the matter. Yiping looked at Zhao Yuan's arm amid Lu Hanwan's accusations. The child's skin was tender, and it was slightly swollen in just a moment. She felt guilty, and thought of the fact that she had scratched Xiuzhou's arm. But she quickly covered it up and retorted, "It was just a moment of carelessness on my part. Womp in. You don't need to make a big deal out of it. My son is about to be taken away by you. Are you not allowed to be emotionally unstable? Besides, I accompanied Xiuzhou despite the risk of smallpox. Isn't this enough to show my true feelings for Xiuzhou?" Lu Hanwan sneered. "That was in your own Yishuo palace. Concubine Yi, it's really strange that you would deliberately do this for an adopted son. I've never seen you treat Xiuzhou so well before. Who knows if you knew there was no smallpox? So you just went with the flow to accompany Xiuzhou. Besides, you can take the risk of smallpox to accompany Xiuzhou. But you are not willing to take the same risk to accompany the emperor?" Concubine Yi, who was about to quarrel with Lu Hanwan, was stunned when she heard the latter sentence. Yes, the ninth prince may have smallpox. And the emperor also has smallpox. Why is concubine E willing to sacrifice her life for the ninth prince, but not for the emperor? Everyone in the palace knows that concubine E has always claimed that she is the only one who is sincere to the emperor, and the others are all bitches who seduce the emperor. The other concubines also suddenly realized when they heard this. Concubine E subconsciously looked at the emperor. Although the emperor did not have any expression, concubine E still felt very flustered and could not think of any words to respond for a while. The other concubines looked at concubine E and whispered, I was wondering, how could concubine E be so good to the ninth prince? It turns out that she already knew that the ninth prince was not infected with smallpox. She was the one who brought the bean scab into the palace. She must have known where it went. I thought she was used by someone before. Now it seems that concubine E must have known that Zhou Chong wanted to attack the ninth prince. She just took advantage of the situation to show how good she was to the ninth prince. Yes. Yes. The concubines were whispering. And concubine E was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't know that the bean scab in Xiao Chui's hand was fake. She just saw that Lu Hanwan dared to accompany the ninth prince, and guessed that Lu Hanwan must know some inside information. So she followed along. Well, it sounds similar in reality. Before concubine E could think of a good reason to explain, Lu Hanwan saluted the emperor and said, Your Majesty. Although Xiao Jiu is young, if he really has to make a choice today, no matter what he chooses, there will definitely be rumors that are not good for him in the future. Please have mercy on him, and don't let Xiao Jiu fall into an embarrassing situation. The emperor reached out to help Lu Hanwan up, frowned and looked at the palace servants. Why don't you help concubine Wan to the bed quickly? Then he spoke to Lu Hanwan in a gentler tone. You are not in good health, so don't get out of bed for the time being. Since I have said that Shuji will come back, I will not joke. So this matter is settled. The emperor made a final decision directly. He said to Wei Nani and others who followed him, all of you who serve the little prince, come to Chaoxiao Palace to serve. Wei Nani happily agreed. Finally, there is no need to worry about any problems with the little prince in the future. By the way, the emperor stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly spoke again. During this period, the queen should have been taking care of Xiaoshi, and her energy was not enough, which made the harem unstable. In this case, concubine Ning and concubine Zhuang, you should also help the queen to manage the affairs of the harem. After saying that, the emperor left first. Only the queen was left sitting on the chair, stunned for a moment. Concubine Ning and concubine Zhuang were very surprised. The emperor meant to give them some of the palace power in the hands of the queen. Concubine Ning laughed out loud immediately. I wonder if the queen will be free tomorrow. How to distribute the palace affairs? Concubine Zhuang and I have to discuss it with the queen. Is that right? Sister Zhuanfei. Concubine Zhuang lowered her eyebrows and looked docile, without much emotion. It seemed that the power of the palace did not shake her much. Everything is subject to the queen's orders, she said to listen to the queen. But concubine Zhuang was not a party of the queen. She was the one who gave birth to the only healthy prince for the emperor when she was in the palace. She was also the mother of the second prince. Concubine Ning did not take concubine Zhuang seriously, and neither did the queen, because everyone knew that she was not easy to deal with. The queen's eyes were cold, but her face was dignified. Then come tomorrow morning. I have something else to do, so I will go back to the palace first. As soon as the queen left, the remaining concubines also dispersed one after another. In the whole hall, Yiping was still kneeling on the ground without moving. Lu Hanwan did not keep her and asked directly, Why? Madame Yiping is not going back? Nanny Wei was holding Zhao Yuan and standing by Lu Hanwan's bed. After a while, Yiping stood up. Her hair was a little messy in the previous dispute. After she stood up, she did not leave directly, but walked towards Zhao Yuan. Nanny Wei could not help but take 2 steps back. Yiping stretched out her hand and coaxed softly, Shujio, go back with your mother. Okay? Zhao Yuan looked at her with a pair of clear eyes, without any emotion. Xiao Yun stood up and warned, Madame Yiping, the emperor has returned the 9th prince to our master, and the master is the 9th prince's biological mother. Yiping still only looked at Zhao Yuan. Shujio, be good. Go back with your mother. As long as you go back with your mother will find a way to deal with your father. You like your mother the most, right? This palace knows that your mother harmed my child. But for you, This palace does not care about those. As long as you go back with me, I will still be your mother. Okay? Zhao Yuan pretended to shrink back, as if he was frightened, and hugged Wei Nani's neck tightly with his little hands, and turned his head away. Wei Nani patted his back with concern. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Yiping was irritated by this behavior. She shouted loudly. Speak. You must understand. Right? Go back with Mother. Mother will definitely treat you well. Don't you like your uncle the most? Mother asked Uncle to ask the Emperor. The Emperor will definitely let you stay with Mother. You speak? Yiping's mask was unveiled today. Everyone knew that her true feelings were fake. She didn't dare to accompany the Emperor who had smallpox. Everyone else blamed her. In her breakdown, she needed an affirmation. She remembered that when she cried before, Xiuzhou wiped her tears and gave her beautiful flowers. But now, she didn't have Xiuzhou. She couldn't have her own child. And she didn't have Xiuzhou. She knew that she couldn't change the Emperor's order. But for Xiuzhou, she was willing to take a gamble and ask her uncle, who would definitely make the Emperor change his mind. But she needed Xiuzhou's affirmation. She didn't understand. Usually Xiuzhou was so smart and could understand what she said most of the time. Why didn't she speak today? Why didn't she say anything? As long as Xiuzhou said she wanted to follow her, the Emperor might change his mind. Wasn't she good to him? Yiping was stubborn and wanted an answer. But Lu Hanwan didn't want to put her son in an awkward situation. What could such a young child understand? The child was scared. She directly ordered, Aunt Wei, take Xiuzhou to the next room. Lu Hanwan used to live in the side hall of Chaoxia Palace. But after being promoted to the position of concubine, she naturally moved to the main hall. Compared with the side hall, the main hall is much better, and there are more rooms than the side hall. As for Zhao Yuan's residence, Lu Hanwan had someone clean it up early. Now it's just right for Zhao Yuan to move in. When Wei Nani heard Lu Hanwan's words, she was immediately pardoned. She quickly carried the little prince and walked out the door. When he was at the door, Zhao Yuan finally looked back and saw Yiping still looking at him. The two looked at each other. The next moment, Wei Nani carried him out, and the wall separated the two people's eyes. Inside the house, Lu Hanwan chuckled. It's a bit ridiculous that Concubine E behaves like this. I don't know. I'm afraid you really think Concubine E has deep feelings for the ninth prince. Concubine E turned around and looked at her with hatred. What do you know? Lu Hanwan said. What do I know? The little prince is kind. But he is not stupid. He can feel whether you are good to him or not. Concubine E said without thinking. Of course, I am very good to him. Lu Hanwan sneered. Concubine E has told too many lies. And you have deceived yourself? When the little prince was still young, you basically didn't hold him. When you were anxious just now, you didn't care that the little prince was only 2 years old. You grabbed the little prince's arm tightly and scratched it directly. With your style. I don't believe you don't have similar actions at ordinary times. Yiping immediately thought of the time when she didn't pay attention. Her nails scratched the little prince's arm and drew blood. It was said that the flesh on that piece was all black and blue. But she was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. How old was the little prince at that time? He certainly wouldn't remember that she had been very good to Xiuzhou during this period. You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Lu Hanwan continued to guess. I remember that during the days when I drank the pregnancy medicine, Concubine E seemed very happy, and happily carried the ninth prince back to Yishou Palace. Do you think that after I gave birth, no one would compete with you for Xiuzhou? But I remember that you got pregnant soon. The imperial physician said that you took strong medicine. Calculating the time when you drank the medicine, it should be during that period. Your attitude toward Xiuzhou didn't change a lot, did it? Concubine E raised her head and said with a guilty conscience, no. Before she got pregnant, she and Xiuzhou had a good relationship. For some reason, Concubine E suddenly remembered a scene. She was holding Xiuzhou and said that she would love Xiuzhou the most in the future, and that Xiuzhou would have to love her mother the most in the future. Then it seemed that Kailan came in and said that the very useful new secret recipe for pregnancy that she wanted had arrived. She was very excited at the time because it was said that this secret recipe was really effective and many people who used it got pregnant. It seemed that she stood up suddenly at that time and almost dropped Xiuzhou. Then, she remembered that she seemed to pull Xiuzhou. But it seemed that she didn't. She didn't remember how Xiuzhou disappeared. At that time, she was full of her own abortion prescription and didn't care about these details at all. So, did Xiujio walk out by herself? She never let those who served the little prince stay in her room all the time. They all waited outside. So Xiujio had to leave by herself. After you drank the medicine, Xiujio seemed to be sick during that period, and she fell ill 3 times in a month. At that time, I was so anxious that I asked the emperor to take care of Xiujio myself. Wait. At this time, Lu Hanwan looked like she had suddenly thought of something, and said doubtfully, "You shouldn't have deliberately let Xiujio fall ill 3 times in a row because you drank the abortion medicine and needed the emperor's favor during that period?" Of course, she knew that Xiujio's illness was basically caused by concubine E behind the scenes. But Lu Hanwan couldn't say it directly. Otherwise it would be easy for people to think that she controlled Li Nani's family. If the emperor knew this, it would ruin her pure and innocent image in the emperor's heart. So even though she was itching with hatred when she mentioned these things, she still held back and only looked at Concubine E with a suspicious look. Concubine E was immediately frightened because she knew that Lu Hanwan was right. It was indeed her who did it. At this moment, she just felt extremely embarrassed. She tried her best to hide her emotions and sneered. It's a pity not to talk about the drama with Concubine Wan's ability to imagine. Lu Hanwan looked at her half-believingly, and seemed to have not seen any flaws in Ipin's expression. So she gave up her idea. Then, she said, in short, "I have nothing to do with your miscarriage. And you can't take revenge on me. You didn't put much effort into raising the 9th prince. But you only treated him well for a month after you lost your child recently. Don't make it seem like you have gone through fire and water for the child. It's disgusting to watch." Lu Hanwan's words were, to a certain extent, an explanation for Zhao Yuan's behavior of not leaning towards Ipin, so that Ipin would not hate Xiujio and bring the hatred to herself. She didn't expect that Ipin actually had a little bit of sincerity towards Xiujio. Of course, she didn't want this sincerity. It was ridiculous for someone who made her child sick to win favor all day to say how good she was to her child. But she had to explain. After all, Ipin was reckless. If she really hated Xiujio and attacked Xiujio behind her back, she was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, she would get unbearable consequences. She didn't want to take risks with her child's life. Ipin looked at Lu Hanwan steadily, and Lu Hanwan stared at her without showing any weakness. She could see that Lu Hanwan wanted her to clear her relationship with Xiujio. She sneered, "Who do you think you are? If you can't get pregnant and have children anymore, can you pay so much attention to Xiujio?" The words between the lines were telling her to stay away from Xiujio in the future. What's the difference between Lu Hanwan and her? Didn't they both choose Xiujio because they had no other choice? Without waiting for Lu Hanwan to refute, she said sarcastically, "Don't worry. I don't care about the child born by a lowly palace maid. If you really want to do good for him, you should know that being my child is the best choice for him. When you lose the emperor's favor, I want to see what kind of life you and the 9th prince can live." Ipin walked out of the door with her sleeves turned away. All kinds of thoughts kept popping up in her mind, including the bad things she did to Xiujio and the accusations made by Lu Hanwan. She tried hard to refute that it was not like that. She did those things behind Xiujio's back. Xiujio didn't even know it was her. So how could she be blamed for all these? The only time she was not very nice to Xiujio was because she got a new pregnancy medicine. But it was just a small matter. How could Xiujio turn a blind eye to her kindness to him? At least compared with Lu Hanwan. She obviously spent more time with him. For him, she has decided to give up the hatred of Lu Hanwan for causing her to have a miscarriage, and decided to treat Xiujio as her own son. Isn't this sincere? They say that children can best feel the good and bad of people. But where can they feel it? She has clearly shown her sincerity. How can Xiujio not be on her side? How can he be afraid of her? Ipin felt very uncomfortable. Kailan and Aunt Fong followed Ipin, and slowly walked towards the gate of Chaoxia Palace. Suddenly, Ipin felt something pulling her. She didn't notice that Kailan called out softly from behind, "My queen." Ipin looked down and bumped into the colorful flowers. She moved her eyes again, and saw the child's innocent and worried black eyes. The black and white were clear, as if they had bumped into her heart. Zhao Yuan handed him the flowers, holding a handkerchief in his hand, and stretched it upwards. He said in a serious voice, "Don't cry." Ipin touched her eyes, and realized that she had cried again without knowing when. Ipin bent down, and the child stretched out his little hand to gently wipe her tears, patted her arm gently, and said, "Don't cry. Don't cry." Ipin suddenly remembered that although Shujo didn't like her as much as he did the emperor and his uncle, he seemed to like her slowly, as they got along. When she was sad, the child would accompany her, give her flowers, give her his treasure candies, and comfort her not to cry. When she was sick, she was also very attached to her, and would call her when she felt uncomfortable taking medicine. When did she change? When she had 3 consecutive illnesses in that month. Shujo would cry and make a fuss at the beginning. But because she took the pregnancy medicine, her health was not good, and her temper also improved. She was angry with him twice, and he didn't call her much. Later, when she was sick for the 2nd and 3rd time, Shujo no longer called her. During the time when she had a miscarriage, she stopped meeting Shujo. When Lu Hanwan left the palace to accompany the emperor, she became aware of the crisis again and spent most of the day with Shujo. But when she thought about it carefully, although Shujo still responded and smiled at her occasionally, she ignored her most of the time and preferred to play alone. She looked at the child's slightly frightened eyes and suddenly thought of something. At this moment, Naniwei came out of the room, looked around, and saw Zhao Yuan standing in front of Ipin. Her heart was instantly lifted, and she ran over and whispered, "Your Highness." Ipin turned her head abruptly and asked, "Did Shujo come to my room during the period when she was sick 3 times in a row?" Naniwei stopped, not knowing what had happened. But she still said, "The little prince has indeed been there several times." Because the little prince had been to concubine Yi's room twice before. The maids outside the door did not stop him in time. And later, as concubine Yi and the little prince had a good relationship, Zhao Yuan could go in whenever he wanted. He loved to crawl around every day, and it was normal for him to crawl around concubine Yi's room sometimes. He had basically been to all places in Isho Palace. After hearing this, concubine Yi felt a sudden pain in her heart, and tears flowed out again in an instant. She squatted down and hugged Zhao Yuan, crying loudly. Kailan vaguely realized something. They seemed to have discussed the matter of making the little prince sick in the room during the period. Could it be that the little prince heard something? In Kailan's opinion, the little prince's complete disregard for Ipin just now was obviously wrong, and it was inconsistent with the usual time. You must know that Wanpin had never been alone with the little prince since she came back from the palace to accompany the emperor for more than a month. And they didn't interact much when they met. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely unreasonable for the little prince to like Wanpin more. Thinking about the little prince's clingy attitude towards the queen in the past, and the heart-wrenching pain when he took the medicine, Kailan felt that she had seen the truth. Ipin was the same. So she hugged Zhao Yuan and cried loudly, "Shujo, it's the mother's fault. The mother's fault." Zhao Yuan didn't expect Ipin's reaction to be so fast. He didn't even say anything, but she automatically followed his direction. After coming out of the door earlier, he realized the problem. If Zhao Yuan was afraid, he was not afraid of offending Ipin. There were always a lot of people following him when he went out. Ipin couldn't push him off the rockery or stuff him into the pond in public. Even if she wanted to harm him, she would at most drug him. But he had learned medical skills and had space, so he was not afraid of these. But there is a saying that you don't fear thieves stealing, but you fear thieves thinking about it. There is no need to make a big fuss about washing your hands. What's more, he was raised in Isho Palace. If he turned against Ipin, it would not be good for his reputation. So he thought about it and came over. But before he pretended to be innocent and said that Isho Palace needed to take medicine for illness, Ipin automatically made up the story in her mind, which was really good. After crying bitterly while holding Zhao Yuan, Ipin wiped her tears and said, "Shujo, wait. Mother will ask your uncle to talk to the emperor. In the future, we will live a good life together. Mother will never let you get sick again." She felt that Lu Hanwan was right to scold her. She just relied on her kindness as a child and thought that she and Shujo were fine. But in fact, people might really see her badness. Zhao Yuan didn't say a word. After Ipin let him go, he took 2 steps back and ran to Wei Nani. Wei Nani quickly picked up Zhao Yuan, saluted Ipin, and quickly carried the little prince back. After returning, she thought about it and decided to go to the next door to talk to Lu Hanwan about what happened just now. After all, the little prince finally returned to his biological mother. If Ipin really wanted him back, wouldn't it be all in vain? Nani Wei thought that between her biological mother and her adoptive mother, both of them would not be able to have children in the future. So it would be more reliable to choose her biological mother. After all, The ninth prince was an adopted son to Yipin. What if the ninth prince did not meet Yipin's wishes that day, and she found a new adopted son? But it would be different if he was with Wapin. As the only heir, Wapin would definitely treat the little prince well. Hearing Nani Wei say that she was going over, Zhao Yuan quickly stretched out his hand to indicate that he wanted to go with her. He didn't know what happened to his mother that made the emperor choose to send him back. Previously, he only saw his mother lying on the bed, looking pale. He couldn't feel at ease until he figured out what was going on. Nani Wei also took him with her. When they reached the door, the palace maid smiled and let them in directly. Nani Wei carried him all the way in. Lu Hanwan, who was lying on the bed, saw him coming and couldn't help but show joy on her face. Xiujiu, come to mother. It has been so long since she came back from the palace. In order to prevent concubine Yi from involving Xiujiu, she has not been able to get along well with the child for a long time. Now the child can finally be returned to her name. Although the price paid is not small, Lu Hanwan is very satisfied. She motioned to Nani Wei to put Zhao Yuan on her bed. Nani Wei put Zhao Yuan on the bed, and Zhao Yuan happily called out, "Mother!" Her voice was extremely sweet. Seeing her son like this, Lu Hanwan was relieved. Just now, the palace maid was still telling her that concubine Yi was crying in the yard outside with the little prince in her arms. She was really afraid that Xiujiu would follow concubine Yi back to Yishou Palace on a whim. After all, in comparison, concubine Yi did spend more time with Xiujiu. She had previously been reluctant to let Xiujiu take the initiative to choose who to follow, and she had this consideration. She was afraid that her weight in her son's heart was not as important as concubine Yi. She reached out and held her son's hand, softening her voice. "Xiujiu is so happy to see mother." "Yeah." Zhao Yuan nodded his little head and looked at her worriedly. "Are you sick?" The implication was to ask if Lu Hanwan was sick. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Yuan would not say some complex words or understand complex sentences. He did not want to be a genius, so he directly transformed the current situation into something that he would understand at his age. And the meaning expressed in this way was actually similar. Lu Hanwan smiled slightly. "Yes, mother is sick and is now recuperating. It was a mistake. If you put it this way, it seems that you can't ask." However, Wei Nani knew the news in advance, but she didn't have time to tell the little prince at that time. Now she still remembered the purpose of her coming here, and hurriedly said what Yipin had just said. Madame Yipin said she wanted to find General Feng Ji. What if General Feng Ji really went to ask the emperor? Everyone knows that the emperor likes Feng Ji. Lu Hanwan also frowned when she heard this. Zhao Yuan looked at them and said, "Uncle asked if you miss your mother?" Everyone's attention fell on Zhao Yuan. Lu Hanwan asked, "Xiujiu, did General Feng Ji ask you if you miss your mother?" Zhao Yuan responded in 2 seconds and nodded. "When did you ask?" "A long time ago." After asking all these questions, it can only be confirmed that Feng Ji seems to be a good person in front of the little prince. But no one can say whether he will help Yipin. After all, everyone knows that Feng Ji had a hard life when he was young. And thanks to Yipin's mother's help, Feng Ji also has a deep affection for his sister. This is also the reason why Yipin can be so arrogant in the palace. Zhao Yuan wanted to directly say that Feng Ji would not do this, but such complicated words were really not suitable for his age. He was still too young. If he was older, he could express his opinions casually. On the other hand, Feng Ji also knew the news that the ninth prince was taken back to his biological mother, and that Yipin had caused Lu Hanwan to be unable to have children. He went to the palace to apologize to the emperor. He knew that the emperor was so tolerant of Yipin because she was his family. He was ashamed in his heart, but he couldn't really let his sister's daughter pay for her blood debt with blood. The emperor helped him up and said with a smile, "Well, it's not you who did it. Why are you looking like this?" Feng Ji said, "I am really uneasy that she did such a thing." After a conversation with the emperor, Feng Ji said, "Ir is so willful now, and she is easily misled. If she is left alone like this, I am afraid it will cause a disaster. I have a request. Please agree to it." "What is it?" the emperor asked. Feng Ji weighed the words carefully. "Please send 2 good-behaved maids to Ir to take care of her." This was a solution Feng Ji had thought of before entering the palace. He felt that his niece was becoming more and more lawless. Now the emperor could still forgive her for his sake, but it was impossible for the emperor to tolerate her every time. If we wait until then to restrain her, it will be too late. The emperor was surprised and said, "Isn't this to let people monitor Epine?" Even the queen would not be willing to place people around the concubines. Especially according to Feng Ji's meaning. The gift was simply a big Buddha. Feng Ji said, "It is monitoring. But also protection for her. The pregnancy medicine she drank before, after 2 months, made her body so weak. After the miscarriage, she could not get pregnant again." He always felt something was wrong. This time, the plan to deal with Wanpin sounded like being used as a gun. Because Lu Hanwan was indeed in bad health. Feng Ji did not doubt her, but instinctively felt that this matter was wrong. There is nothing that cannot be said to others, as long as she does not do bad things. The Nani is there to take care of and protect her. Isn't it better? With the emperor's people around. If anything happens, they can directly prove their innocence. Even Feng Ji himself has people who use the emperor around him. He is loyal to the emperor, and has nothing to hide from the emperor. This is why the emperor really likes him. A person who is superb in martial arts, good at fighting, and respects you wholeheartedly, lives according to your wishes, regards your goals as goals, and can really complete your requirements and even give you his life. It is really hard for people not to like him. Feng Ji never lied in front of the emperor. In the end, at Feng Ji's request, the emperor finally agreed to Feng Ji's request. Seeing this, Feng Ji felt relieved. In this way, his niece couldn't continue to commit suicide. A eunuch came in and whispered something in the emperor's ear. After listening, the emperor waved to Feng Ji. "Go. Epine is outside. I guess she came to see you." Feng Ji was slightly startled, got up and left. Not far after going out, he saw Epine standing under a tree. Seeing Feng Ji, he waved at him. Uncle, here." Feng Ji frowned and walked over, looking helpless. "How did you know I was here?" "Oh, now is not the time to talk about this." Epine waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Feng Ji said, "You are spying on the emperor. If the emperor really cares about it, he can punish you." He didn't want to talk to his niece about this. And there were probably many people in the harem who would ask about it. But seeing that she didn't care at all and was careless, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Epine didn't respond directly, but changed the subject and said, "Uncle, I came here today to ask you something. Can you help me ask the emperor to return Xiaojiu to me?" Feng Ji looked at his niece with disbelief in his eyes. "You are not kidding. The emperor has already made the decision. What's the point of me saying it?" He never made unreasonable demands on the emperor in such serious matters. For Feng Ji, his biological sister is important, and his sister's daughter is important. But the emperor is also an indispensable person in his life. In fact, when necessary, the emperor is more important than all his family members. He will not take advantage of the other party's kindness to him, and unreasonably demand that everything be in accordance with his wishes. On the contrary, if the emperor has any request for him, he will be happy to do it, and will try his best to satisfy it. Moreover, he did not think that it was a good thing for Xiujiu to be in the hands of his niece. He had not forgotten that his niece had deliberately made Xiujiu sick to win favor. Epine said, "The emperor is so good to you. Uncle, you can definitely do it if you go and ask him. Don't even think about it." Feng Ji said directly, "I can't help you with this kind of thing. Since you can't take good care of Xiujiu, it's better to let him go back to his mother." In Feng Ji's mind, his niece has always been arrogant and ignorant. Especially the fact that she once made the little prince sick, which made Epine sentenced to death in his mind. In comparison, although he didn't know much about Wanpin, the biological mother of the little prince, he heard that she had a good temperament. The last time they met, the other party looked at the ninth prince with a gentle look, and it seemed that she always cared about her own child. In addition, Lu Hanwan is now unable to have children, and she is of a low birth, compared with the emperor's illusory and uncertain lasting favor. All of Wanpin's future honor and disgrace will basically be placed on the ninth prince. So whether it is out of emotion or interest, the other party will treat the ninth prince well. At least, she will definitely not joke about the ninth prince's life. Epine of course still remembers what her uncle knows about her. But when it comes to saying that she can't raise Xiujiu well, she directly sneered and replied, "Do you think it's good for Xiujiu to return to his biological mother?" Lu Hanwan is extremely hypocritical. She used to pretend to miss Xiujiu all the time, just to get the emperor's pity. The reason why she drank the sterilization drug this time was because she had been drinking the pregnancy drug in private, which gave someone the opportunity to put the drug in it. She didn't hide her true feelings in front of me. She had already given up Shujio and wanted to have another child. Hearing his niece's words, Fengji was a little worried. But soon, he reacted. Anyway, it's useless for you to come to me. I can't help you anymore. In addition, I have asked the Emperor to arrange 2 maids to take care of you in the future. You'd better be obedient and don't do anything bad. Otherwise I can't save you in the end. What? After hearing the bad news, Yiping froze. The Emperor personally sent people to her side. Isn't this to monitor her? How can she do things in the future? How can you do this? Little uncle. Yiping was furious. Fengji said expressionlessly, as long as you don't do bad things, there will be no problem even if you are surrounded by the Emperor's people. On the contrary, if the niece is really harmless, the existence of these people is a good thing. I have something else to do, so I won't tell you for now. Fengji was about to leave. Yiping didn't have time to recover from the fact that someone was coming to monitor her. And she subconsciously grabbed the person and said without thinking, since there are people watching me around, doesn't this mean that Xiaojio is better with me? With them around? I will never hurt Xiaojio again. Uncle, please help me. I really like Shijio. He is different in my heart. After I knew that Shijio's mother was the culprit who caused me to be unable to have children, I thought about it. I will not blame Shijio for Lu Hanwan's sins. Shujio will only be my child in the future. I am sincere to him. I will not change it to any other child. Fengji lowered his head. His niece looked weak. The expression in her eyes did not seem to be fake. Does she really like Shujio? That's right. Shujio is always clingy and cute. It is normal for people to like her. In the future, there will be people arranged by the Emperor to take care of my niece. In theory, Xiaojio will not be hurt again. After Yiping noticed the change in her uncle's expression, she immediately continued to say, Xiaojio grew up by my side. We have been together for a long time. Shujio actually likes me more than a strange mother. Wouldn't it be better to let Shujio come back? As for Lu Hanwan, at most I will take care of her more in the future, so that she will not be bullied in the harem, which is also a good thing for her. It is impossible to take care of her. But this does not prevent Yiping from talking big in front of her uncle. As long as Shujio is brought back first, the rest will be discussed later. You are indeed very good. Fengji nodded. Before Yiping's surprise really spread, he heard him point to the palace where the Emperor was behind him, and then said, in this case, you go in and tell the Emperor these words. As long as the Emperor is willing to agree, I have no objection. His understanding of the palace is definitely not as good as that of the Emperor, and may not even be as good as that of Yiping. But there is one thing. The Emperor's arrangement is the best. He only cares about Yiping whether she is still alive, and not physically tortured, such as being tortured. Otherwise, his sister will definitely be sad. But other things, such as whether Yiping is a concubine, or some other insignificant position, whether she is favored by the Emperor, whether she is under house arrest, etc., these are not a big deal in his eyes. If she lives well, of course it's good. If not, there is nothing to do. After saying that, he strode away, and his steps seemed to be afraid of being held back again. Yiping behind her stared blankly at the back of her uncle, who left in a hurry, her heart full of disbelief. And then, the surging anger surged in her heart. She almost screamed, and looked at the place where the Emperor was nearby. She forced herself to hold it back. She couldn't believe that she had said so well. But her uncle still didn't intend to help her. If she could convince the Emperor, why would she come to her uncle? Wapin, that little devil, had seduced the Emperor's heart. And now that Shujio had been returned, how could he let go easily? She returned to Isho Palace with a burst of anger, and the crackling sound of porcelain breaking rang out again. Yiping cursed. Compared to the excitement at Yiping's place, Zhao Yuan's life was much calmer. It had only been one night since he was sent back to his mother. That night, he slept in the next room. When he woke up the next day, he was carried to his mother by Wei Nanny. In one night, Zhao Yuan knew that his mother had drunk the medicine that would end her heir's family lineage, and she would never be able to give birth to a child again. Just thinking of the scene where Wei Nanny was so nervous about him that she never left his side, Zhao Yuan realized that the medicine was not just related to Yiping and Jinping. The real murderer was probably his mother herself. It was precisely because his mother could no longer give birth that the blame was placed on Yiping, and the Emperor let him return to his mother. Even though Zhao Yuan was a child, his intelligence was far superior to that of ordinary people. He had watched several palace dramas with his mother in modern times, so he certainly knew the importance of pregnancy for a concubine, especially since his mother had no family background at all, which made having a child even more important. But despite this, his mother did it despite the pressure of his weak body and the possibility of not being able to raise him. Zhao Yuan huddled in the quilt and cried quietly. It must be said that this extreme and strong emotion made Zhao Yuan feel safe. When he saw Lu Hanwan, his eyes were involuntarily filled with some intimacy. Lu Hanwan drank this kind of medicine that hurt her body, so she had been feeling uncomfortable in her stomach and had not been able to get out of bed until today. After Zhao Yuan went over, he took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed to accompany his mother. He had secretly touched the pulse of his mother-in-law. After drinking the medicine, he was damaged to his mother's health. But fortunately, in the future, he could also regulate it without affecting his life. This will loosen Zhao Yuan secretly. A breath. As long as you can live, you can always be accompanied by your own mother, which is the greatest happiness. Then, he sat in bed and played toys obediently. He answered in cooperation when he asked Lu Yinta, and listened seriously when Lu Yin was reading for him. The two got along very harmoniously. For a few days, because Lu Yin had had no good relationship, Zhao Yuan didn't care about going out to play, and he came to accompany her all day. That day, Xiao Yun came in. Master, the palace will receive the envoys of the Southern Liang Kingdom tonight. Hearing the word Southern Liang, Zhao Yuan looked up at Xiao Yun. There are 3 main countries in the world today. Zhao Yuan is currently in Tianqi, and the other 2 are Southern Liang and Xia, as well as some small countries such as the Chang tribe. Among them, Tianqi is the largest and the strongest. The 3 kingdoms had the same ancestor hundreds of years ago. Southern Liang and Xia were the fiefs of 2 brothers from the same mother in the royal family. Later, the 2 of them established themselves as emperors, and gradually formed the current situation. Zhao Yuan knew that the emperor had always wanted to sweep away all the surrounding countries and achieve great unification. In the future, Southern Liang and Xia were indeed destroyed by the emperor, and only the Chang tribe and other fast-running tribal countries on the grassland still existed. The main reason is that the strength of these tribal countries is not weak. After Fengji was killed, there were no more such brilliant generals in the court. The emperor can't be on his own. Of course, Zhao Yuan is not concerned about these histories at this moment. But in the plot, the arrival of the Southern Liang Kingdom, in addition to sending compensation for the last defeat, also sent the Southern Liang Kingdom's most beautiful princess Yunji. According to the timeline, he, the 9th prince, has died at this time in the plot, and his mother, at the last moment, saw that she could exchange her son, but received the news of his death, and vomited blood directly, and then closed the palace to recuperate for half a year. This half year is Yunji's stage. In other words, Yunji will be more favored, and as a princess of the enemy country, the enemy will definitely stir up trouble in the harem. She has been committed to giving birth to the emperor's bloodline and letting her son ascend the throne in the future. Isn't this unification in another sense? It's just that this plan didn't have time to show more, and the emperor destroyed Nanliang in the middle. Yunji also fell out of favor. But now Zhao Yuan is not dead, and Lu Hanwan has not closed the palace to recuperate after vomiting blood. As the current favorite concubine, Lu Hanwan will definitely have conflicts with Yunji. Sure enough, after talking about the visit of Nanliang, Xiao Yun looked at Zhao Yuan with a somewhat embarrassed look. Wouldn't it be bad to say these words in front of the little prince? Such as marrying a princess. After all, the little prince can understand a lot of words now. Lu Hanwan saw her expression and knew what Xiao Yun was thinking. She thought for a moment and said, "Just say it directly." Lu Hanwan was a mother for the first time and didn't know how to educate her child. But she knew that Shizhou was not a child who would talk nonsense everywhere. As a prince, it should be okay for him to know some of the underworld in the harem. She didn't quite understand. Anyway, they were visiting the country, and the things related to the harem were nothing more than beauties and the like. It was okay to listen to such things. Sure enough, Xiaoyan said, "I heard that the Nanliang Kingdom brought the most beautiful princess in their country, the most beautiful woman in Nanyang, to present to the emperor." Xiaoyan was worried that after the princess came, she would directly snatch the favor of her master. Lu Hanwan stroked her hair lightly. A slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and the whole person was inexplicably attractive. "What's the big deal? Shizhou is back." These are not that important. She didn't say it too clearly, so that her son wouldn't understand. But Xiao Yun immediately knew what the master meant. That's right. With the little prince here, and the master being a concubine, she will definitely have a place in the palace. Especially since the master also accompanied the emperor through smallpox. The emperor would not completely ignore Chaoxia Palace. That being said, Lu Hanwan was not ready to give up the emperor's favor. After all, with a son, she was more motivated. She didn't expect her son to succeed the throne in the future. But at least, she had to fight for a rich fiefdom for her son. With favor, the emperor will treat her son better. However, thinking of the princes who are still being held in the capital by the emperor and refused to be released to their fiefdoms, Lu Hanwan murmured in her heart. It is one thing to guard against brothers, but the emperor should not be stingy with his son. It has always been a tradition to infect the kings. So Lu Hanwan only thought about it for a while, and threw this idea aside. There must be a dinner party in the palace at night, when the southern Liang kingdom visits. Lu Hanwan has been recuperating for a few days, and no longer feels pain in her body. The rest needs to be slowly restored over time. So she has to attend this banquet tonight, as a favorite concubine in the harem. Although she did not feel that the emperor favored her in any way, Lu Hanwan was still quite conscious of the comparison. The princess sent by the southern Liang kingdom for marriage was called the most beautiful woman. And as the emperor's current favorite concubine, most people would probably subconsciously compare her with this princess. And the princess was said to be the favorite princess of the southern Liang emperor, who was sent here for marriage, and was called the most beautiful woman. She didn't believe that she didn't have a bit of arrogance in her bones and superior appearance. Lu Hanwan had to be strong in her life. And she absolutely didn't want to become a loser compared to others. Especially in terms of appearance. Which woman cannot care about her appearance? Master, this light green set looks good. You can tell at a glance that you are a talented woman with a strong bookish atmosphere. Xiao Yun and the others started to get busy in the afternoon, preparing what kind of clothes and makeup Lu Hanwan would wear in the evening. This goose yellow one is also beautiful. The emperor praised the master before. Zhao Yuan sat on a blanket on the side and played with toys. But his hands had stopped moving long ago. And he was staring at Lu Hanwan and the others busying around non-stop. There were only a few people, but they created a feeling of bustling noise, which inexplicably gave people a sense of tension and excitement. But Zhao Yuan couldn't help much with makeup. Although he was a genius and had learned a lot since he was a child, he had never seen such a thing. Fortunately, Lu Hanwan and others did not need his advice. Lu Hanwan's appearance was considered to be one of the top ones in the harem, but it was definitely not to the extent of crushing the whole audience. After all, people who like different types of beauty have different preferences. But she was definitely someone who knew her appearance and advantages very well. When she was the routine concubine of the king, she had the professional qualities to please the emperor. She cooked soup for the emperor herself, and also learned various dances to dance for the emperor. In order to match the style of the dance, she studied various makeups, and her personality also changed. In short, she was an acting school. Not only did she have to dance, but she also had to play with fun occasionally, play different people, and act with the emperor. Her variety and fun are the important reasons why the emperor has loved her for so long without getting tired of her. She denied the opinions raised by the maids, frowning slightly. This won't do. It's too plain. If you wear it, you won't be the most beautiful woman in the world. Even in our harem, you can only be considered average. These clothes are undoubtedly good looking on her. After all, her face is here. But the problem is that they are not stunning enough. In order to attract attention at such a banquet, Lu Hanwan thought that being dignified and generous would not be wrong. But she is not the queen. What is dignified to look at? And there are also charming and beautiful women. Although there is no concept of atmosphere at this time, Lu Hanwan has already learned it by herself. The enemy country's most beautiful woman is said to be charming and charming, which is a bit coincidental. She is often like this in front of the emperor. But this kind of direct confrontation with the same type makes Lu Hanwan a little unconfident. After all, she does not have the title of the most beautiful woman. If she is compared with the same type, she will be finished if she loses miserably. The whole banquet is not short. If she can't compare with others, she will have to sit in the banquet for the whole time before she can leave. Just thinking about it makes Lu Hanwan feel anxious. What's more, Ning Fei in the harem also takes the root of charm. And she can't have the same type as Ning Fei. So after thinking about it, Lu Hanwan decided to take the route of jailing Flower. White Moonlight. There is no such type in the harem for the time being. Although she is more lively in front of the emperor, she is often targeted in the harem because of her low family background. Therefore, Lu Hanwan often has a cold face and speaks less if possible. She looks very suitable. She is not as beautiful as the flower on the iceberg, but she also has a sense of alienation as bright as moonlight. This time, she will infinitely magnify this characteristic of her and create an atmosphere so that people who see her will never say that she is not good, even if compared with the first beauty. Who says that she will definitely lose? There are always people who like him more, especially scholars. They openly admire her. Thinking of this, Lu Hanwan began to order Qiao Yuan and others to take out the relevant clothes for her. And then she fiddled with her face. Not only Lu Hanwan, but the entire harem, this afternoon, was basically shocked. The most beautiful woman in the southern Liang kingdom was going to enter the harem, and they would be together in the future. Who could not take such a thing seriously? No matter whether they could suppress the most beautiful woman, they must not be compared. Among them, people such as the queen and concubine Ning paid special attention to it. At night, they were finally able to go out. Zhao Yuan had already slept for a long time. When he woke up and saw his own mother, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Is this woman who is as bright as the moonlight and a fairy descending to the earth really his mother? I haven't seen her for a while. How come she has changed so quickly? Seeing him like this, Lu Hanwan burst out laughing. How is it? Does my mother look good? Zhao Yuan kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Good looking. In order to show his sincerity, he added very seriously, very beautiful. Not only is she as distant as the moonlight, but she also has a kind of divinity, which makes people want to pull her into their arms. Of course, Zhao Yuan didn't understand these. He just thought his mother was really very beautiful. Lu Hanwan also liked this makeup very much, looking at the mirror with a proud smile, admiring her face, and said happily, it's no wonder that I have been thinking about it for such an afternoon. And finally, I have drawn such a beautiful makeup. She looked much better than she expected, but her expression instantly dispelled the seductive aura on her body. Qiao Yuan and other maids also smiled with satisfaction and said, the master will definitely be more beautiful than the others when she appears tonight. Lu Hanwan said, it's okay to be more beautiful than the others. As long as I don't get outdone by others, I will be satisfied. By the way, the princess shouldn't have changed her style today. Right? Don't let her look so good to compare with others. But others also change their style, and don't follow the charming and seductive route, and bump into her. Then it will be troublesome. Lu Hanwan was still quite panicked. For a moment, she thought it would be better if she was not the emperor's favorite concubine, so that when people compare their looks, they won't directly pull her out to compare with others. But she didn't say it out loud. Zhao Yuan watched from the side, thinking of the many beautiful actors he had seen in costume dramas, who seemed to have flowers on their foreheads. But in this world, he had not seen any empress in the harem painted like this. He pointed at Lu Hanwan's eyebrows. Flowers. Lu Hanwan was full of confusion. Obviously didn't understand. Zhao Yuan realized that it might be difficult to explain this clearly without practice. So he simply stood on tiptoe and looked at Lu Hanwan's dressing table. He didn't recognize most of the things on it. When he saw the golden paste in a small box, his eyes lit up. He picked up a small brush with a slightly harder tip and dipped a little golden paste. Then he raised his hand and looked at Lu Hanwan with great interest. Lu Hanwan leaned forward slightly and smiled. Xiaojia wants to help mother with makeup. Master. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but shout. The banquet is about to start. As a concubine, Lu Hanwan should have arrived there before the emperor and empress. If the little prince ruined her makeup, it would be bad if she went too late to remake it. It's okay, Lu Hanwan said softly, still smiling on her face. She thought it wouldn't take too long to remake it, and it should be in time. Of course, she also knew that this was troublesome, and even this trouble could be completely avoided. Her son was very well behaved and sensible. As long as she said so, he would definitely stop. But her son finally came back to her side. At this moment, the child's white face was full of bright eyes. It was so sweet that she couldn't bear to refuse. Zhao Yuan held his breath. He had never done makeup for others, but he had learned to paint by himself. At this moment, many flower ornaments he had seen before flashed through his mind. In the end, He chose a simple style that best matched Lu Hanwan's outfit today. With just a few strokes, it was quickly finished. Immediately, several palace maids exclaimed. The first impact of this new makeup was quite great. Even when Lu Hanwan looked in the mirror, she was stunned by herself. I never expected that the child would play with it casually, and the effect would be so amazing. She picked up her son with a smile and turned around. Xiaojiu has a good eye. The painting is so good. No wonder the child just said something about flowers. It turned out that he could draw some patterns between the eyebrows. The child's painting was relatively simple, but Lu Hanwan instantly thought that she could really draw some plum blossoms on it in the future. Seeing that she liked it, Zhao Yuan was relieved. After such a commotion, it was almost time to go to the party. Zhao Yuan was held by Wei Nani. He couldn't sit with Lu Hanwan tonight. A prince like him had to stay with other princes, but he could go with them on the way down. It didn't take long before they arrived at the place. At this time, all the concubines were waiting in a palace. They would be led by the palace servants to take their seats before the banquet began. It can be seen that the concubines in the harem today were all dressed up carefully. They were all gorgeous and beautiful, which was pleasing to the eye. But despite this, Lu Hanwan's appearance still shocked people. The most amazing thing about Lu Hanwan is that she has good acting skills. She will adjust her state according to different makeup and dress up, and interpret her beauty to the extreme. Among them, concubine Ning spoke first. She looked at Lu Hanwan. In the past, she always liked to watch the show and make a few remarks casually. But this time she couldn't help but say sourly, Concubine Wan's makeup is particularly unique. In fact, she had put in a lot of effort this time. She used to think she was as good as Lu Hanwan. But this time, the effect was not as good as hers. If she couldn't even compare to this, how could she compare to the so-called #1 beauty? It was estimated that after tonight, the emperor would favor the enchantress Wan Pen again. Concubine Ning sighed in her heart. In the past, everyone called her a foxy woman. But now it seemed that this title should be given to Lu Hanwan. Zhao Yuan was unaware of the open and secret struggles among the concubines in the harem. As soon as he arrived, he was taken to another room where the princes were by Wei Nani. Before he came, the crown prince, the second prince, the third prince, and the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 11th princes were already sitting in the room. The oldest of the 4 princes, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 11th, was only 3 years old. They couldn't speak clearly, so they naturally didn't feel anything. But the first 3 princes were already old, and they were all as cunning as thieves. The relationship between them was not as hostile as fire and water, but it was almost the same. From time to time, they would say a few offensive words, and the prince felt like he was in prison. When he saw a familiar figure appear at the door, his eyes lit up instantly, and he stood up directly. Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu is finally here. Zhao Yuan glanced and knew that the queen's 10th prince and Shupin's 12th prince had not arrived yet. It was not that he knew these princes, but he could tell at a glance that if the 10th prince was there, the prince, as a prince under the queen's name, would definitely take care of him and be closer to him, and would not be so far away from those princes. As for the 12th prince, he was the youngest and still a baby in swaddling clothes. His father was really fertile. If he remembered correctly, he would continue to have children in the future. Seeing the prince's enthusiasm, Zhao Yuan still gave him some face in front of so many people, smiling and calling back, "Brother Prince." The prince quickly agreed and stretched out his hand to hug Zhao Yuan. Nani Wei hesitated for a moment, but finally gave the little prince to him. But she didn't walk away and kept staring at him, afraid that the prince would drop him. When the prince carried Zhao Yuan back to his seat, Zhao Yuan heard a sarcastic voice. "Oh, this is the little nine who is loved by my father. Let me see what he looks like." A hand stretched out to Zhao Yuan's face and pinched it, with considerable strength. "It looks cute. No wonder father likes it so much. My brother likes it too." The prince couldn't dodge in time, and saw Shijiu's face being pinched by the 3rd prince. He was furious and wanted to hug Zhao Yuan away, but was afraid that the 3rd prince would not let go and hurt Shijiu. So he roared in a deep voice, "Let go." The 3rd prince had pinched enough, so he let go and pouted. "Why are you so excited?" "Your Highness? I just like Shijiu because she's good looking." The prince looked at his brother's face, feeling very distressed, and said sternly, "Shijiu's face was pinched red by you. Is this how you like her?" Don't think I didn't see you pinching hard just now. You did it on purpose. The third prince looked arrogant. How can His Royal Highness slander my brother? I am young and it is common for me to not pay attention to the severity of the situation. How can His Royal Highness make such a big fuss? He almost wants to. The third prince's arrogant and green tea words were not finished before he closed his mouth and his eyes were tightly closed, because water was splashed directly on his face. The third prince was furious. He has always been the most beloved prince by the emperor. In the palace, he has the final say, and no one dares to frown at him. This is the first time that someone has splashed water on his face. But before he could react, after the water was splashed, something hit his forehead. Ah! He covered his forehead and screamed, wiped the water from his eyes with his other hand, and spit out the tea leaves that had just been poured into his mouth. He performed several actions at the same time. And soon, he opened his eyes and looked over. Who? Which dog slave dares to be so disrespectful to me? He looked fiercely at the people serving behind the crown prince and Zhao Yuan, thinking that they were just unaware of his treatment of the ninth prince. So they were so bold as to act out a loyal and protective drama in front of him. The third prince laughed angrily, and finally locked his target on Wei Nanny, who was following behind the ninth prince. This was the direction where the water had just been poured. He said sinisterly, "You don't think that your master can ride on my head and act wild just because he has been favored for a few days?" Naughty Wei knelt down and said, "I dare not." She actually hadn't reacted yet. Of course she was worried about the third prince bullying the ninth prince. But in this case, as long as the third prince didn't go too far, there was no reason for her, a servant, to stand up. Even if she didn't do it, she had to show her attitude. The prince looked at Zhao Yuan in shock. He never thought that the person who first splashed water and then smashed the teacup on the third prince's face was his well-behaved brother. Now that he had finished smashing, he still looked innocent, as if nothing had happened. The prince opened his mouth and was speechless. Zhao Yuan didn't care. He knew that in the emperor's mind, such a small dispute between princes was nothing. As long as it didn't go too far, there would be no problem. Moreover, he felt that the emperor still liked him a little. Zhao Yuan glanced at the third prince. He would not let Wei Nanny take the blame for him. He jumped on the prince to reach the tea farther away. He was eager to throw it on the third prince's face. The prince calmly rescued the teacup from his hand and stuffed him into the hands of the eunuch who was serving him behind. After all, there was no guarantee that a fight would break out. It was better to send his brother farther away so that he would not be difficult to stop. Sure enough, the third prince was not blind. How could he not see Zhao Yuan's obvious move? He was immediately furious. "Good you! You hit me!" He strode forward to grab Zhao Yuan. The prince quickened his pace and stuffed Zhao Yuan into the arms of the eunuch behind him. "Hold tight." Then he went to stop the third prince. The third prince had never looked down on the prince. And now that he was stopped again and again, he was even more angry and started fighting with the prince. Although the news that he had asthma was widely publicized, the third prince was actually very strong. Even though the prince was older than him, he still fought fiercely. The fight made the servants around him anxious. "Your Highness, Your Highness. Third prince, third prince. What should we do?" A group of people surrounded them, and they didn't dare to separate the two directly. After all, who should they arrest? If they arrested their own master, they were afraid that the other side would take the opportunity to do something bad. If they arrested another prince, that would really make them want to die. Everyone was extremely anxious. "Go and tell the queen quickly." Naturally, someone also went to inform the third prince's mother, concubine Xian. The crown prince was older after all, and after a while, he pressed the third prince down panting, while the eunuchs holding him were anxiously surrounding the crown prince and didn't know how to rescue him. Zhao Yuan broke free, trotted over, lay on the ground, and bit the third prince's face with his small teeth. "Ah!" When the emperor, the queen and others came over, they heard the third prince's scream before they got close. The emperor's eyebrows jumped. Concubine Xian was immediately anxious, and said to the emperor coquettishly, "Your Majesty, you see that the crown prince is 3 years older than our Hao Lin. How can he bully his brother like this? The queen usually looks like she wants to teach the crown prince to be a gentleman of etiquette. Is this how you teach him?" Concubine Xian came from a noble family. Even if she couldn't match the achievements of the Duke of Ying's mansion, she had enough background, so she wasn't too afraid of the queen. She usually had a cute and innocent look, saying what she wanted to say and shrinking when she was wrong. She didn't seem to have any scheming. As soon as the voice fell, everyone reached the door in 2 or 3 steps, and then saw the crown prince holding down the third prince's hand. There was no special movement, but the third prince was cruel, kicking the crown prince mercilessly. The emperor's face darkened, and the eunuchs reminded, "Your Majesty, the queen is here." Everyone made way for the emperor, the queen, and others, but the crown prince still didn't let go. After all, the 9th brother was still biting the 3rd brother's face. If he let go, based on his understanding of the 3rd prince, the other party would definitely be cruel to the 9th brother first. Concubine Qian was anxious. "The emperor is here. Why doesn't your highness let go?" When everyone stepped forward to take a look, they found that there was a chubby little kid who was biting the 3rd prince with his butt sticking out. The emperor almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The queen's expression was also strange for a moment, but she finally reacted and said, "Hurry up and pull the princes apart." Seeing this, Nani Wei hurried forward to pick up her own 9th prince, and looked at the 3rd prince with vigilant eyes to prevent the 3rd prince from counterattacking. The crown prince and the 3rd prince were also pulled apart by their respective palace servants. The 3rd prince was pulled up, and his anger was not gone. He struggled and broke free from the palace servant who was holding him. He was irritable in private, and would beat and scold at any time. The palace servant who took care of him didn't dare to really grab him at all, and let go according to his strength. Nani Wei was startled, but fortunately she had been prepared and hid beside the prince in an instant. The people around the prince knew that the prince had a good relationship with the 9th prince, and the prince had a bad relationship with the 3rd prince, so they certainly couldn't let the 3rd prince get through. "Hao Lin," the emperor called out in a deep voice. The 3rd prince knew that if he didn't stop, his father would be angry. He immediately wiped his tears and rushed to the emperor. "Father, they teamed up to bully me. His Royal Highness the Prince." Before the 3rd prince finished speaking, a loud cry interrupted the 3rd prince's spell. The prince was shocked by the loud sound that came unexpectedly, and he almost didn't hug his 9th brother in shock. Zhao Yuan saw the emperor put his hand on the 3rd prince soothingly, and immediately burst into tears, stretched out his 2 little hands, and said in his mouth, "Father, I want you." "Emperor, hiss." Zhao Yuan jumped in the prince's arms. The prince tried his best to hold him. He was terrified. He felt that he would not be able to hold his 9th brother, and would drop him to the ground. His face was full of anxiety. "Quick! Hurry up and hold my 9th brother. I can't hold him anymore." The emperor was held by the 3rd prince by the waist and couldn't move. He winked at Su Quan. Su Quan stepped forward and took Zhao Yuan from the prince. "Your Highness, leave the 9th prince to me." After his brother was taken away, the prince felt that he was sweating. Su Quan walked to the emperor. The emperor hugged his impatient 9th son. He saw that the little guy was holding his neck with both hands. His little feet tried to kick the 3rd prince away. He cried in a baby voice, "Don't want him. Don't want him." The 3rd prince stayed where he was, shivering with anger. The emperor held his son in his arms, and found a place to sit down. The 3rd prince was held in his mother's arms. He checked the marks on his body, and almost cried. "Your Majesty, look!" Hao Lin's hair was pulled down by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a little older than Hao Lin, and he and the 9th prince bullied Hao Lin together. "My poor child." The emperor glanced at the 3 princes. The Crown Prince's hair was also pulled down a little, and his clothes were messy. The 3rd prince was not much better. There was a red tooth mark on his face that was very conspicuous, and it seemed that there was tea on it. The tea leaves were not wiped all over, and his chest was also wet. As for the little one in his arms, he looked around, and uncertainly lifted the child's face to observe it. "It seems a little swollen." Zhao Yuan puffed his face, frowned, pointed at the 3rd prince beside him, and said in a baby voice, "He is bad? Beat the bad guy." The 3rd prince was extremely angry, and he was so displeased with the 9th prince who took his place. The emperor looked at the others. "Tell me, what happened?" A little eunuch came out and told the story. The 3rd prince pinched the 9th prince's face, pinched his face red, and had an argument with the crown prince. After that, the 9th prince hit him in the face with a teacup. The emperor wondered if Feng Ji had told Xuzhou too many stories about great heroes, and this little brat fought back so quickly. The third prince said aggrievedly, "Father, I just didn't pay attention for a moment. I really didn't use any force. Shujo is so young. How could I bully a 2-year-old child? Your Highness the Crown Prince blamed me so much. I feel bad." The Emperor touched his head. "Okay. You just need to be more careful in the future. Shujo is young and his skin is tender. He can't bear any force. His face is a little swollen. I guess you hurt him. So he hit you. Go and apply some medicine later. The Crown Prince also loves his younger brother. But you have to remember that Shujo is your younger brother. And so is the third prince. You can't favor one over the other." The second half of the sentence was said to the prince. The prince lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. "Yes, son understands." Seeing this, concubine Xian was not willing to let it go. Her son was obviously treated so badly. So she just let it go. Then the prince would not be punished at all. "Your Majesty," she shouted. The Emperor stood up. "Okay. It's getting late. The banquet will start soon. Concubine Xian, take the third child to apply some medicine. Don't delay too long." Knowing that the Emperor was not going to change his mind, she could only hold her breath and agree. "Yes, I understand." At this time, Zhao Yuan had stopped crying. Of course, the Emperor could not go out alone with a prince in his arms at such a banquet. He handed Zhao Yuan to Su Quan. "Take Shiojo to wash and clean up. And ask the imperial physician what ointment can be applied to the child's face to reduce the swelling. His face has become like a little cat after crying," the Emperor said with a smile. His son's big eyes looked like they had been washed. Dark and shiny. As if they were shining. And indeed adorable. Su Quan took Zhao Yuan with a natural smile. "I understand." The Emperor left first. And the Queen glanced at the prince and signaled to the maid beside her. "Take the prince to wash up." Then she followed the Emperor. The prince lowered his head, tears welling up at his eyes. He knew that his mother disliked him because he was older than the third prince. But he was still beaten into such an embarrassing state. Not like a prince at all. He had deficiencies in the womb and was weak since birth. Although he was older, he was only a little taller than the third brother and his strength was average. But he has tried very hard. The tears fell silently on his sleeves. The prince knew that crying was not okay, especially with so many people around. His mother would not like his cowardly behavior. His hand was suddenly held by someone. The prince looked and saw his brother with watery eyes looking at him with his big, ignorant eyes. "Brother Prince." The prince smiled and used the strength of holding his brother high up to wipe his tears on his brother's clothes without letting anyone notice. Zhao Yuan. The prince took his brother back to his own East Palace. After the Emperor ascended the throne, he lived in the East Palace instead of living with his mother in Changchun Palace. Of course, they didn't live together with the other princes. When the princes grow up, they basically have to leave their mothers and live in special residences. Su Quan ordered someone to call the imperial physician, and Wei Nani and a few others went back to Chaoxia Palace to get the clothes of the little prince. And another person went to tell Lu Hanwan what happened here, because the prince and the third prince had a fight before, and the ninth prince was taken aside. The group of people who took care of Zhao Yuan didn't remember to report to Lu Hanwan. Until now that the matter was settled, everyone suddenly remembered. Lu Hanwan was already sitting at the banquet at this time, and was shocked when she heard the servant's report. "How is Shujo?" The third prince's reputation is well known in the entire palace. And the third prince is much older than Xiaojio. Xiaojio will definitely not be able to beat him. His son is only 2 years old. Why did the third prince do such a cruel thing to a 2-year-old child? And actually fought. For a moment, Lu Hanwan was worried and anxious. The palace servant who came to report the news hurriedly comforted him. "Master, don't worry. The ninth prince is fine. It was mainly because the crown prince and the third prince fought. And the ninth prince bit the third prince's face later. Soon the emperor came over. And the ninth prince was just pinched on the face by the third prince. And the rest was not injured." "That's good." Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard the palace servant mention the emperor, she hurriedly asked again, what did the emperor say? She was also a little nervous. Although the emperor had always liked Shujo, he had also been doting on the third prince for a long time. In particular, the family background of the third prince's mother, concubine Xian, was something she could not even flatter. She was not at the scene, and she didn't know how these people would bully Shujo. The palace servant said, The emperor said that the ninth prince was still young and did not blame him. Now the ninth prince should be with the prince. After confirming that the child was fine, Lu Hanwan still wanted to see the child with her own eyes. But looking at the people sitting at the banquet, she knew that this was not the right time to leave. So she could only suppress this idea for the time being. On the other side, Zhao Yuan was washed again in the East Palace and changed into clean clothes. He was actually fine in this battle. Just pinched on the face before. And then the third prince didn't touch him at all. But the crown prince was seriously injured. And when he tied his hair, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. After Zhao Yuan finished dressing, he walked to the crown prince and looked at him worriedly. He knew that today's incident was actually the crown prince who suffered for him. He was very happy at the time. But it was very troublesome that he had no power to protect himself. He frowned in worry and thought deeply. The crown prince was still concerned about the pain in his scalp. Seeing him like this, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face. Zhao Yuan was quickly brought back to his senses by the pain. He covered his face with his two little hands and looked at the prince with his big eyes in disbelief, as if to say that he didn't expect such a petty revenge. The prince laughed and reached out to pull his brother's hand. "Let me see. I forgot all of a sudden. I didn't mean to hurt you." He really forgot that Shizhou's face was a little swollen after being pinched by the third brother. Zhao Yuan turned aside to prevent him from touching him. And the prince followed him. "It's my fault. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you?" Zhao Yuan was not a noisy child after all. He knew that the prince didn't mean it. So he soon calmed down. What's more, he was still thinking about the fact that he caused the prince and the third prince to fight and get hurt. He stood on tiptoe and tried to see if the place where the prince's hair was pulled out was serious. The prince noticed this and stood up quickly. If his younger brother saw this, where would his dignity be? "Don't worry." The prince patted Zhao Yuan on the shoulder. "I have practiced martial arts with the third brother a lot in the training ground. And there have been many times when it was more serious than this. This is just the beginning. It will be fine tomorrow. The third brother just saw that I have a good relationship with you and deliberately bullied you. But Shizhou, you are too smart. I didn't expect you to come down and beat him." As he spoke, the prince smiled unconsciously. Although they had a fight today, when he saw Shizhou smash the teacup directly on the third brother's face, especially the third brother's silly expression, he felt like drinking a glass of ice water in the dog days of summer, which was particularly refreshing. He had long disliked the third prince, who had never respected him as the crown prince. On the contrary, he was constrained by his status as the crown prince and the eldest brother, and could not argue with the third prince. Now, someone who could control the third prince finally came. Zhao Yuan pursed his lips. He knew that although the third prince had a bad relationship with the crown prince, the third prince was probably coming for him today. After all, the third prince had been domineering since he was a child, and was the most loved by the emperor. It would be strange if he could be happy when he suddenly saw the emperor's new love. However, since the crown prince had said so, Zhao Yuan no longer insisted on seeing the crown prince's injury. He smiled following the crown prince's description, revealing his white millet teeth. Although the main part of this palace drama is in the harem, and there are not many parts about the princes, we can also know that the prince, as the eldest son, bears the responsibilities of the prince. But his ability is limited. He works hard to learn, and can barely suppress his two younger brothers. He is under great pressure. The prince is older than the third prince, but he almost beat the third prince. Yet he keeps looking at the prince's injuries. I'm afraid the prince will not feel good, so he can only pretend not to see it. After all, even if he asks, what can he do? It's just a waste of time. The prince looked at Zhao Yuan's little appearance and was stunned. You smile so beautifully. No wonder father likes you so much. Even he couldn't help liking it. Thinking about the way Xiao Jiu bit the third brother's face at the end, he couldn't help laughing. After finishing, the two of them didn't delay any longer and quickly went to the palace where the banquet was held. When they arrived, the second prince had just arrived. The two sides met on a narrow road. The second prince sneered at them gloomily, and went straight in front of the prince and went in first. The prince watched him go in silently, then smiled at Zhao Yuan, holding the child's hand. Let's go in too. After entering, several princes were arranged together. Lu Hanwan's attention was always at the door. When she saw Zhao Yuan coming in, she immediately set her eyes on her son. especially the rumored swollen face. But it was far away, and she couldn't see it clearly. Zhao Yuan also quickly found his mother in the crowd. He grabbed the prince's hand and smiled brightly at his mother. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan also laughed. Except for the first three princes. The princes in the palace were still young, so no one paid too much attention to the seats, and so on. The prince directly led Zhao Yuan to his table, and shared half of his table with him. He kept on talking and stuffing all the cakes on the table to Zhao Yuan. You eat this. This tastes good. This is delicious too. This. He kept talking and talking. Fortunately, they had just sat down. And soon, the emperor and the queen came in. The two sat at the top. Everyone stood up to salute. And the prince could not speak. Announced the envoys of the southern Liang kingdom to see the emperor. This banquet was for the southern Liang kingdom. So of course people did not have to wait too long. And they were summoned at the beginning. Soon, a group of people dressed in the costumes of the southern Liang kingdom walked in. The envoys of the southern Liang kingdom kowtowed to the emperor. A group of people saluted. Everyone stand up. The emperor called. After a few pleasantries, the envoys of the southern Liang kingdom quickly got to the point. Today, we have come with a priceless treasure that we want to give to the emperor. The emperor was a little interested. Oh! The envoy did not feel the emperor's perfunctory. He was excited and mentioned the person in the conversation with a bit of pride. She is the most precious pearl of our southern Liang kingdom. Princess Yunji, who is most favored by your majesty, and the most beautiful woman in the southern Liang kingdom. I believe that the emperor will love her very much when he sees her. When he said this, the envoy's tone was quite firm. The emperor's eyes darkened. Well, he didn't like people talking to him like this. He wanted to chop off his head. The envoy still held his neck high. He was very confident in the little princess of his country. After he finished speaking, his eyes quickly swept across the faces of the concubines of Tianqi Kingdom. Then, his expression paused, and his eyes stopped on a woman wearing a blue silk embroidered orchid smoke silk skirt and a gauze dress of the same color. The woman's skin was white. Only half of her side face was exposed. Her eyelashes were slightly drooped, and she held a teacup in her white hands. Her side face alone was so beautiful that it seemed like she was not a real person. In the crowd, as long as you see her at a glance, you can't take your eyes away. Compared with others, she was so beautiful and outstanding. The messenger was stuck for a moment. Everyone noticed something strange and looked over, and naturally found Lu Hanwan's presence. Lu Hanwan seemed to feel the strange silence below, so she looked over. Suddenly, a series of gasps sounded. That must be the emperor's newly appointed concubine one. She is indeed stunningly beautiful. No wonder she was promoted from a maid to a concubine so quickly. This is simply a fairy from the moon palace descending to the mortal world. What do you see painted between her eyebrows? I saw her before. This white color is almost glowing. With a faint glance, Lu Hanwan looked up at the throne, and just saw the emperor's eyes looking at him. She smiled slightly, and her eyes unconsciously showed affection, which made people who could see her gasp again. The emperor also smiled at her, thinking that Wan Pin was indeed very beautiful today. This dress was full of fairy spirit. Then, he looked at the envoy and said in a good mood, in this case, let your Nanliang kingdom's most beautiful woman come out. As an emperor, even if this princess was about to be presented to him. Subconsciously, the emperor still didn't want the people in his harem to be really crushed by others. So now, he is curious about how beautiful the princess is. Yes. Yes. The envoy hurriedly retracted his gaze and replied. As two slaps of hands rang out, a group of dancers came in from outside the palace. They jumped in the field and soon revealed a person in the middle, who was the center of attention. The woman had a pair of fox eyes with a hint of charm. She was wearing a fiery red dress, revealing the delicate skin around her waist. As the other person danced, she looked even more charming. Concubine Ning on top cursed in her heart. It was really a coincidence. She glanced at her chest. Fortunately, Lu Hanwan supported her cheek with one hand and looked at the beauty in the field. Suddenly, someone touched her. She turned around and saw Su Quan bowed and said, Empress Wan Pin, the emperor invites you to go up. Lu Hanwan was surprised for a moment. But then she felt that it was understandable that the emperor would do this. This most beautiful woman in the southern Liang kingdom was indeed beautiful. But she did not seem to be willing to come to the marriage. Her eyes were full of arrogance and determination, as if the emperor would be lured into the trap by just beckoning her finger. The emperor would not like such a person, especially since she heard that the reputation of the most beautiful woman in the southern Liang kingdom was widely spread outside the palace. If she just passed today, and if people outside the palace thought that the southern Liang kingdom had suppressed all the concubines in the harem, the emperor would not be willing. So she also got a rare opportunity to go up and sit with the emperor. Amid the surprised and envious eyes of the surrounding concubines, Lu Hanwan walked up to the high seat with graceful steps, her skirt fluttering slightly as she walked, and her cold eyes made people particularly obsessed. When she came closer, the emperor reached out to help her. I remember that my beloved concubine is also good at dancing. Just accompany me to watch how this so-called first beauty dances. Lu Hanwan smiled slightly when she heard the words. Like the sky suddenly appeared, and there was a kind of thrilling beauty in an instant. The emperor was stunned for a moment by the close-range impact, but he quickly recovered. Off the stage, Song Shuqing looked at the loving and harmonious scene between the emperor and the concubine above, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. In another place, one person silently watched Song Shuqing drinking here. But these are nothing to do with Lu Yanyan. She is sitting at the top, and this angle makes people see more comprehensive. Many of the following people's eyes are unconsciously attracted. I just feel that she has a slim posture, with a smile and a move. Not beautiful. In the field, Yunji, who was full of dancing, looked up at the emperor, and saw the people around the emperor. Under shocked, she was in a messy and almost stomped. What the people in the audience thought, Lu Yen did not care about it. She just wondered that she was so close to the emperor. Wouldn't the emperor see that she was applied to her body? She was spoiled by the emperor. For more than many concubines, the skin is not bad. But if it really says that the skin is like GLYC or Y, it must not be just normal. There are fairer people in the harem than her. But tonight is different. Tonight she is as beautiful as ice and jade. All the credit, of course, should be attributed to the fact that she has put powder on the exposed parts of herself, which makes her look so dazzling. The emperor smelled the faint fragrance coming from his side, and couldn't help saying, "My beloved concubine smells good today." He remembered that Wanpin never used incense. But today was an exception. Lu Hanwan. This fragrance comes from the powder she applied. Lu Hanwan actually likes some light fragrances. But since Xiao Yuan had an allergic reaction in the imperial garden, she has been very strict about it. Today, the powder was applied only after the imperial physician checked that there was no problem. When the emperor's hand under the table began to rub the back of her hand, Lu Hanwan finally couldn't help it. She looked at the emperor, smiled and said with gritted teeth, "Your Majesty guessed right. My skin is so white because of powder." The emperor was not a person who was eager for sex. Even if he was a beauty, he would not do so in such a place. Lu Hanwan knew that the other party was wondering why she suddenly became so white. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, the emperor couldn't hold back his smile on his face. "I said so. No wonder." But he still gave affirmation. "Your outfit today is still very good. Better than ever." Lu Hanwan gave the other person a gloomy look. The emperor was in a better mood. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Hanwan dressing up like this. Anyway, Lu Hanwan herself was very beautiful. He didn't rely on the beauty of the concubines in the harem to favor people. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone know where she ranked in the harem by looking at her face? On the contrary, he thought Lu Hanwan was very smart and interesting. They were chatting happily. The queen looked over here and interrupted with dignity. "Wanpin's makeup today is really strange. Especially the pattern between her eyebrows. I'm afraid it will be popular in the whole capital tomorrow. It's rare that you have such a clever idea." When talking to the queen, Lu Hanwan had to be serious and respectful. Xiuzhou had a good relationship with the prince, and she had no intention of confronting the queen. "Your Majesty, you don't know that this pattern between the eyebrows was made by Xiuzhou when he saw me dressed up. He was curious as a child, and made it like this unintentionally. I didn't expect it to work so well. It is not a good thing for the prince to be too closely related to the makeup of women." In order to prevent someone from making trouble, Lu Hanwan had to be vague. The emperor was obviously a little surprised to hear that his son had intervened. He looked at Xiuzhou, who was eating the food fed by the prince, with his cheeks puffed up below, and a smile rose on his face unconsciously. And his tone was brisk. "That kid has always been smart. And it doesn't sound strange that he did such a thing. You may not know that before I came here, the little guy Xiuzhou saw his brother the crown prince and the third prince fighting. and he actually crawled up to the third prince and bit him. Now the third prince's face is still covered with his teeth marks. Lu Hanwan said, "I just heard the servants report that our little Geo is young and ignorant," which angered the third prince. It is also thanks to the crown prince's pity for the weak and love for his younger brother that the little guy Shujo is still fine. This statement also praised the queen. After all, the crown prince was raised by the queen. As for whether it would offend the third prince, just because the other party deliberately bullied his own children, Lu Hanwan thought that he had already put him on the opposite side of himself. It was impossible not to find an opportunity to pit the other party. So how could he care about these? Just as they were talking, the sound of music below gradually stopped. Princess Yuanji's dancing posture fixed, and everyone focused on Yuanji. The emperor patted his hands and praised, "Princess Yuanji is indeed the first beauty of the Nanliang state. It is really outstanding in dancing." Yuanji heard the emperor thank the emperor, but he didn't have much joy in his heart. After all, anyone could see the Qingming in the eyes of the emperor. The emperor's praise seemed to be too polite. When she danced before, the three people above talked directly with each other, apparently not being attracted by her. Yuanji, who had always been proud, felt frustrated for the first time. Although the appearance of a woman like Lu Hanwan caught the southern Liang kingdom somewhat by surprise. The envoys of the southern Liang kingdom had already come to their senses. Even if the woman was beautiful, their princess was not bad either. But she was a little younger and lacked the calm temperament of the other party, which made her seem a little shallow. This was because she had too little experience and could not be changed in a short time. The envoy said, "Princess Yuanji is the pearl of my southern Liang kingdom. We came here this time to present the princess to His Majesty, and I hope His Majesty likes it." Both parties knew the situation, so Princess Yuanji stayed directly in the Tianqi Palace. The other party was directly named a concubine. After the banquet, Zhao Yuan touched his bulging belly and felt full. When the prince led his brother to the intersection, he saw the woman who sat on the high seat with his father tonight. He was slightly disappointed. He knew that his brother was going to be taken away. After seeing the person, Lu Hanlan also walked a few steps towards this side. "Your Highness." She was the first to greet the prince. The prince also shouted, "Is the concubine one well?" Lu Hanlan took his son's hand and greeted the prince. "I have heard about what happened today, and I haven't thanked your highness for taking care of Xiuzhou." The prince was still very dignified in front of outsiders. With a calm and self-controlled look, "Madam Wanpin, you are too kind. Xiuzhou is my brother, and it is my duty to take care of him." The two of them exchanged a friendly exchange, and Lu Hanwan was about to take Zhao Yuan back. Zhao Yuan turned around and waved to the prince, and then jumped and walked away with his mother. And behind them, Yiping looked at this side with eyes that seemed to be able to spit fire. Wanpin is a demon. I say she is a natural foxy girl. No matter how pure she dresses, she can't resist that seductive power. And Xiuzhou? Her tone was sour and indignant. It's only been a short time, and he gets along so well with Wanpin. When he was with me at the beginning, I didn't see him smile so happily. I haven't seen him think of looking for me for so long. He is really an ungrateful wolf. Fortunately, she had been thinking about bringing Xiuzhou back and wanted to plead with the emperor. But the only problem was that the emperor would not see her at all. She thought about seeing Xiuzhou in the imperial garden, but she didn't even see her shadow. Zhao Yuan used to like to play in the imperial garden, but it was different these days. Because Lu Hanwan was sick, Zhao Yuan didn't leave Chaoxia Palace at all. Given the relationship between Yiping and Lu Hanwan, it was impossible for him to rush into Chaoxia Palace directly. So Yiping could not catch anyone. Aunt Fong supported Yiping and said, "The ninth prince seems to get along well with Wanpin. If they stay, I'm afraid the ninth prince might like Wanpin more. Otherwise, forget it. After all, they are mother and son, so it will be easier for them to get close." Because Yiping didn't like Aunt Fong and because of her personal grudge against Zhao Yuan, she could only secretly put on the eye drops. Aunt Fong didn't want the ninth prince to really return to Chaoxia Palace. Yiping twisted her handkerchief twice and walked away angrily. Go back to the palace. After returning to the palace, Yiping saw the two maids in the room again. She suddenly felt a pain in her eyes and felt dizzy. These two maids were given to her by the emperor. Of course, they didn't follow her everywhere she went. If she really didn't want to, these two wouldn't follow her. Just like today when she went to the banquet. She didn't bring these two people. But these two maids represent the emperor's attitude. Although Yiping was annoyed, She didn't dare to do anything cruel behind people's backs. Now the emperor hasn't seen her for a few days, and she has been demoted to a concubine. EP41 is also afraid that the emperor really thinks she is a cruel woman and will never like her again. However, basically most of the time, the two maids will still serve EP41 when they are around. Aunt Fang's three views can instantly become more upright, and she dare not say more provocative words. On the other side, Lu Hanwan took Zhao Yuan back, and they went back to their rooms to wash up. After washing, the mother and son sat together, and someone wiped their hair, waiting for the wet hair to dry. While waiting, Lu Hanwan raised her hand and looked at the skin on her hand, and said with some annoyance, "Find me a piece of clothing that covers me more tightly tomorrow." Xiao Yan said from behind, "Your Majesty's skin is not much worse. Don't be so nervous." Lu Hanwan curled her lips. "It's still a lot different from tonight. The Princess of Nanliang is just a little older, so she looks less charming. But her eyebrows and eyes are still very delicate and beautiful." Zhao Yuan listened on the side, not quite understanding. "Madam, do you want to be whiter?" He remembered that in modern times, many girls also pursue this, and he had some useful whitening recipes in his space. Lu Hanwan nodded and said casually, "Whiter is better. What skin like cream? Ice like skin. Who doesn't want it? Even if it's not for the sake of competing for favor. It's comfortable just to look at it." Lu Hanwan has always been very concerned about her appearance. Zhao Yuan thought about it, but couldn't figure out how to hand the prescription to his mother. The old lady in the cold palace, who was given the smallpox prevention pills by him last time, had died. If he had known that he would need to use this aspect in the process of growing up, he should have said more at that time. He looked at his mother's worried look and always felt that he should think about this aspect. As he was talking, the announcement of the emperor's arrival came from outside. The emperor walked in with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." Lu Hanwan stood up and saluted, but was pulled by the emperor and sat back down. "No need to bow. Sit down." The emperor wanted to come here after the banquet, but after a formal banquet, the emperor would not completely ignore the queen's face. He left first, was busy with government affairs for a while, and then came back. In fact, everyone can guess that the emperor will definitely come to Lu Hanwan based on her performance tonight. As for the princess who just entered the palace, it depends on when the emperor is willing. She is just a princess of a defeated country. What's so great about her? In the next few days, as expected, the capital city set off a wave of flower ornaments. At the same time, the most beautiful woman in the southern Liang kingdom, who was originally discussed, was quickly replaced by the most beautiful woman in Tianqi. It is said that this most beautiful woman in Tianqi looks like a fairy from the moon palace descending to the mortal world, with skin as bright as jade, stunningly beautiful, and ethereal, making people forget the world when they see her. Even the princess of Nanliang looked vulgar in front of her. It was with this beauty that she was able to quickly rise from a little maid to a concubine. In short, the descriptions of Lu Hanwan outside are getting more and more exaggerated. But they all say that she is beautiful, as if she can make the whole city fall in love with her with one look, and the whole country fall in love with her again. And the 6 palaces are pale in comparison. The concubines in the harem also changed from teasing sourly at the beginning to looking at Lu Hanwan with resentment later. "No. What's your reason? Even if you are of the upper class in the harem, there are still people of the same level." I was out of my mind and was suppressed by someone. Lu Hanwan couldn't help laughing. She said, "It seems that from now on, I can't leave the palace easily. Otherwise, if I am seen by the common people, they will be disappointed." Although Lu Hanwan was a little disappointed when she heard these rumors, she knew that the emperor didn't care about it, so she accepted it. Zhao Yuan, who was standing next to her, heard his mother's ridicule about this many times, and he wanted to take out all the effective healthcare prescriptions for Lu Hanwan immediately. He heard that when the concubines were together, they ridiculed his mother many times about this. Sometimes he was even in front of her and could hear the weirdness of those people. Without a doubt, they all said that Lu Hanwan's appearance was all based on her dressing, and that she couldn't actually win anything. They even used the princess who hadn't served him in bed to suppress Lu Hanwan, saying that she was the real #1 beauty. This really made Zhao Yuan angry. Appearance is not important. What's important is that mother was obviously insulted. He puffed up his cheeks and returned to Chaoxiao Palace angrily. Lu Hanwan didn't actually lose the argument, but she still felt very cute when she saw her son worrying about her. She followed him all the way back with a smile. And when she felt that it was about time, she stepped forward to comfort him. Okay. Okay. Mother has already scolded him back. And mother is not ugly. There is nothing to be sad about. Zhao Yuan pouted. Mom. The most beautiful. Yeah. That's right. Lu Hanwan accepted the compliment proudly. Mom is the most beautiful. Zhao Yuan looked at her and was amused. He decided to replace the books he had people read to him with medical books recently, and then find an excuse to play with facial cream with the imperial physician, just as if it was a game of house, and finally make a substitution. He thought that his mother was so doting on her children that as long as the things he made were checked to be harmless, she would basically use them. Of course, in order to achieve a high success rate, he could lay some groundwork in the early stage. As Lu Hanwan's health improved, Zhao Yuan finally didn't have to accompany Lu Hanwan's bedside to play with toys every day these days. Today, he started his own exploration again. He would touch and rub everywhere in Chaoxiao Palace. Lu Hanwan watched him having fun in the hall, and said with Xiao Yun, I knew before that Shujio liked to go to the Imperial Garden and crawl around the palace. Now it seems that he is really curious. Xiao Yun also smiled. It is said that children are the most curious. It seems that the little prince was worried about his master a few days ago, so he accompanied his master every day. Now that his master is well, he has regained his playfulness. Hearing Xiaoyun say this, Lu Hanwan reacted instantly. It seems to be true. For a moment, Lu Hanwan felt sour in her heart, and she didn't know what to do. How could her son be so good? While the master and servant were talking, they found that Zhao Yuan had stopped moving. He was lying on a carved mahogany box, and was turning his head to look over here. The two hurried over. What's wrong with Shujio? Lu Hanwan looked into the wooden box. There were several boxes in her palace, most of which were used to store her frequently used clothes and some ornaments. They were usually placed in the corner, and did not get in the way. Today, because she saw that the child was interested, she had someone deliberately drag it out and open the box. She asked, which one does Shujio like? Can't reach it? Mother will help you get it. The box was very deep, so it was normal for the child to not be able to reach it. Zhao Yuan pointed to a corner of the box, and Xiaoyun took out the things. Master, this is the incense offered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs last time. It is said to be new incense and a rare treasure. Xiaoyun knew everything in Lu Hanwan's palace, and the value of this incense was really high, so she always remembered it. Lu Hanwan saw the child frowning and looking at the incense, and wondered, does Shujio dislike the smell? Although the incense was not lit, if you are sensitive, you can still smell it. Wait. Lu Hanwan's face suddenly changed drastically, holding her son's face and looking up and down. Could it be that he is allergic to this incense? Let mother see if there is anything wrong. Is there any discomfort in your body? Zhao Yuan shook his head. Mother, I am not uncomfortable. But at this time, Lu Hanwan could no longer listen, and directly ordered Xiao Yun, please ask the imperial physician to come and see if the little prince is allergic. Yes. Xiao Yun also responded hurriedly and went out in a hurry. Zhao Yuan did not stop him. It would be better to find a doctor to take a look, because he could smell that the incense had harmful effects. But it was used in a clever way, and ordinary doctors might not be able to detect it. So he needed to take a look at other places in the palace. In the harem, various medicines are basic standard. Although Lu Hanwan can no longer have children, the related items sent in before still have various effects. Some things are not a good thing to stay together for a long time even if you don't get pregnant. So it's better to deal with them early. In addition to having children, the concubines in the harem also care about their faces. So far, although his mother can no longer have children, the emperor's love for her has not diminished. If this continues for a long time, it is inevitable that someone will have evil thoughts about his mother's appearance. By the way, the prince who is loved by the emperor, is also a living target. In the future, it will definitely attract a lot of medicine. Therefore, it is quite easy to show his sensitivity in this regard, so that he will not be embarrassed to not drink the medicine he is going to drink for no reason in the future. You know, since his mother was still pregnant with him, he knew that the imperial physician Li, whom his mother currently trusted, probably had someone behind him. Dr. Li had previously given his mother medicine to weaken the baby in her belly. Now that he was born and alive, the person behind the scenes would definitely find another opportunity to attack him. He had to reasonably break his mother's trust in Dr. Lee to prevent any trouble in the future. Of course, another point is that this would also make it easier for his mother to have more confidence when using the facial cream he made in the future, without having to worry about the wrong recipe or harmful substances in it. It was simply a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, he said, "It's not uncomfortable, but it smells strange." As he spoke, he frowned. Strange? Lu Hanwan was stunned. What kind of description is this? To be honest, this fragrance smells pretty good. I haven't seen my son really resist any fragrance. He can even pull down a handful of osmanthus flowers from the osmanthus tree in the corner of the palace. While Lu Hanwan was still struggling, Zhao Yuan's two short legs had already changed him from hanging on the mahogany box to standing on the ground. And then he lay down and continued to crawl around. He can now stand up and walk a long distance. But he is used to crawling everywhere, which is more labor-saving. As a child, Zhao Yuan said that he likes to crawl around. He stuck his butt out and strolled around again. When Xiaoyan brought the doctor back, he had found two more wrong places. Lu Hanwan was sitting on a chair beside the table at this moment. When Dr. Li came in, he saluted to Lu Hanwan and said, "I greet Madam Wanpin. Get up." Lu Hanwan pointed to the things on the table to Dr. Li. "Dr. Li, please help me see what these are." These are the things on the table that Zhao Yuan just found out that they felt were wrong. And they were all found in relatively hidden places. Lu Hanwan's things are basically clean. After all, Dr. Li had helped check them twice. When Dr. Li saw this, he knew that it must be related to the harem struggle again. He took the things and smelled them carefully, and even licked them. Finally, he said, "These two things contain a lot of musk and safflower, which are not easy to make people pregnant or cause miscarriage. As for the last set of incense, I didn't find anything." Lu Hanwan remained calm and asked Xiaoyun to bring her son over. "Shizhou just touched this thing. Dr. Li, check if it's okay for him. I just smelled it at the time, and there's definitely no problem. But since everyone has been called here, it's better to check it out to feel more at ease." Dr. Li stretched out his hand to feel Zhao Yuan's pulse again. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with him. It was just that he was weak, which was a congenital deficiency, and he had to slowly take care of it in the future. Lu Hanwan knew this. It was like this when she was with concubine E before. There was no need to take tonic medicine. Just food tonic was enough. Such a young child has been sick since childhood and has not had many relaxing days. Lu Hanwan was reluctant to let her son take medicine again. After giving the reward, Lu Hanwan had Dr. Li sent away. Only Xiaoyun and Lu Hanwan were left in the room. Xiaoyun looked at the things on the table. "Master, is this what the little prince just found?" Zhao Yuan found the incense before, and said it was strange. It's not surprising that Xiaoyun would associate it with the others now. After all, they have experienced so much together, and she is also the personal maid by his side. Lu Hanwan still trusts Xiaoyun. Xiao Jiu found it. Although Dr. Li said that this incense is fine, I think there is probably still a problem. I just don't know who sent it in. Xiaoyun also analyzed. Since the previous two things have problems, this incense should be similar. It seems that the little prince has a more sensitive sense of smell, and he is allergic to some things in the incense powder. So he will feel uncomfortable when he smells some harmful odors contained in it. This was Xiaoyun's guess, but it sounded very reasonable. Lu Hanwan thought so too. However, Lu Hanwan's eyes fell on her son, who was concentrating on playing with the calming lock. She suddenly stood up and squatted in front of her son, and asked softly, "Has Shuzhou ever smelled something unusual like today at concubine Yi's place?" Zhao Yuan looked up at her, thought about it, and nodded. Lu Hanwan's heart sank. Did Shuzhou tell concubine Yi? It's not that she can't stand others doing well, but she subconsciously doesn't want these abnormalities of the child to be known by outsiders. It would be bad if someone had any bad ideas. Zhao Yuan nodded and shook his head. And he said, "She drank the medicine, and it's not good, but she still drank it." Lu Hanwan said, "You mean? When concubine E drank the medicine, you smelled something bad in it and told her not to drink it, but she still drank it?" "Yes." Zhao Yuan nodded. Lu Hanwan asked curiously, "Do you remember how many times concubine E drank it, and when did she drink it?" Of course Zhao Yuan remembered. He was talking about the time when concubine E thought it was a pregnancy medicine. but it was actually a fake pregnancy medicine arranged by the queen. However, in front of Lu Hanwan, he, a little kid who didn't know medical skills, couldn't say it directly. He just counted on his fingers and looked like he was thinking hard. Finally, he said uncertainly, "It is said that drinking it will give you a baby." Lu Hanwan immediately thought of pregnancy medicine. This is also a long-lasting thing in the harem. During the previous emperor's time, concubines in the palace often drank this. After that, she did not ask any more questions. She only carefully told her son not to tell others about these things, and let him continue to play. And she sat back in her seat, a little distance away from Zhao Yuan. Of course, still in the same room. The main thing is that the next word should not be heard too much by the child. Xiao Yun followed Lu Hanwan and whispered, "No wonder Epine was in such a bad health after she got pregnant. After the miscarriage, her body was greatly damaged. She can't get pregnant again in the future." Lu Hanwan thought about what happened at that time and said, "It was very strange that Epine and Zhou Chengzai deliberately clashed. You know, during that period, Epine even avoided clashing with me when I went to Yishou Palace to see Xiaojiu. Although she was unhappy, she still avoided clashing with me. How could she suddenly dislike Zhou Chengzai so much? There must be someone behind this." Thinking about it this way, the child that Epine is pregnant with is so fragile that it is not certain whether this medicine is a normal pregnancy medicine, or even not necessarily a pregnancy medicine. After all, she has been in the harem for so many years. She entered the palace when she was still young, and she has heard about all kinds of conspiracies and calculations in the harem. Xiao Yun was shocked. "Master, do you mean that someone is plotting against Epine behind the scenes?" Lu Hanwan nodded gently. "It's not impossible. If concubine E is pregnant and gives birth to a child, the situation in the harem will change greatly. No one will want to see this situation. Among them, the queen and the mother of the second and third princes are possible." Lu Hanwan felt that each of them had the intention of seizing the throne. Needless to say, the queen is the one who is raising the prince, who was born by her own sister. But the prince is weak. The second prince is the only healthy heir of the emperor. But the third prince is the prince that the emperor loves the most. The forces behind these three princes are not small. The three princes are fighting openly and secretly so obviously that they must want to seize the throne. Compared with this, the suspicion of others is much smaller. Knowing Epine and Zhou Chengzai so well, and letting them and the fourth prince die together, is not something that ordinary concubines can do. After the discussion, Lu Hanwan temporarily kept this matter in mind, which might be useful in the future. At the moment, she asked Xiao Yun to deal with the three things found out. Keep this incense for the time being, and return it to the person at double the price after finding out who sent it. Xiao Yun replied, "Yes." It was a coincidence that his mother showed this skill. He didn't expect to find the problematic incense when searching things. However, Zhao Yuan thought about it. Based on these, if he wanted to study medicine, his mother might agree. But it was obviously too far to start with just the preliminary study of medicine. He didn't want to start learning so early. He was still so young, and he wanted to have a complete and ordinary childhood. Just don't worry about it. Just make the whitening cream for his mother. Just play house. And the doctor his mother was familiar with was Dr. Li, who was a traitor, and Zhao Yuan didn't want to communicate with him much. After all the calculations, Zhao Yuan felt that if he wanted to achieve his goal quickly and neatly, he had to find the prince. The prince had his own East Palace, which was equivalent to a small court. The prince had many officials under his name, which was very different from ordinary princes. For his matter, the prince could just find someone under his command to help him complete it, and the prince would not pursue it so much. This is simply perfect. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan went out the next day. He walked towards the East Palace with a clear goal. Wei Nani and others followed him. After walking for a while, seeing that he was getting farther and farther away, Wei Nani couldn't help asking, "Where do you want to go?" "Your Highness?" Zhao Yuan looked over, looking for the crown prince. He went neither too early nor too late, and just happened to catch up with the crown prince coming back from get out of class. Seeing the little figure at the door of his palace, the crown prince felt very unbelievable. "Is that Shizhou?" Zhao Yuan turned around when he heard the movement. When the crown prince saw that it was indeed him, he immediately stepped forward and picked up his brother, with a worthless smile on his face. "Shizhou, why are you here today?" "The crown prince? Did you come to see me specially?" Zhao Yuan nodded. his face serious. Something happened. The prince didn't care about this. His younger brother was cute no matter what. Now he was acting like a little adult, and looked even cuter. He smiled and said, "What is it? Tell me. I will definitely help you." Zhao Yuan didn't say anything. He was in the prince's arms, looking at the two teenagers not far away who were looking at them with interest. The prince followed his gaze and then remembered. "Let me introduce you. This is the eldest son of the Duke of Ying's family. My cousin, Mu Wendy. And this is the prince of the Duke of Qing's family, Yu Chao. They are both my study companions." The two smiled at Zhao Yuan. "Meet the ninth prince." Zhao Yuan blinked, looking like a child, and nodded in ignorance. In fact, with just a few glances, he could see that although these two young men looked young, they were definitely not ordinary people. After all, being able to become the prince's companions is not just based on a relationship. Whether it is the Duke of Ying or the Duke of Cheng, they all selected the best young people from their families. One of these two people, Mu Wendy, looks ordinary, but his eyes are a little bright. It is estimated that he will be a seedling for court affairs in the future. And the other Yu Chao, who is as tall and strong as a calf, is a martial artist, and should take the path of a military commander in the future. But no matter what they are like, Zhao Yuan doesn't need to worry about it. He took a look and turned his attention back to the prince. The prince was very happy and felt flattered. You know, for so long, Shujio didn't like to talk to him. He was annoyed and had to talk to him, not to mention taking the initiative to find him. Every time they met, he went to find Xiaozhou. He was not old, but he was not young either. His status was awkward. It was not easy to go directly to the concubine's palace to find his brother. He had to wander around the imperial garden often, hoping to catch a child who liked to stroll in the imperial garden. But his luck was not very good recently, and he didn't catch anyone several times. Now the child actually came to find him on his own, which made the prince very happy. After introducing the people, he carried Zhao Yuan and walked inside. "Have you eaten yet? Let's eat here today, brother prince." "Okay." Being asked for help, Zhao Yuan agreed obediently. "Okay." The prince hurriedly ordered the people around him. "Go and ask the kitchen to make some food that the child likes to eat, and prepare more of those pastries." Mu Wendy looked at the prince's series of excited expressions, and knew in his heart that the rumor that the prince and the ninth prince had a good relationship should be true. But this is not bad. The ninth prince's mother is a favorite concubine, and has a special friendship with the emperor. But she herself has a low status, and was born as a lowly palace maid. No matter how much the emperor likes the ninth prince born in this way, he can't actually threaten the prince's status. Therefore, it is really good for the prince and the ninth prince to be on good terms. It is difficult to support the whole situation alone. The prince needs to make friends with some princes. The ninth prince is liked by the emperor. This kind of brotherly and respectful scene is beneficial to the prince. And the ninth prince has a favorite concubine after all. Maybe he can be used one day. He smiled and said, "I have heard that the ninth prince is very smart and cute. Now I see that he is really well behaved." Of course. The prince took it and said proudly, "The ninth brother is very smart. The clay dolls he needs are very beautiful. They are lifelike and ingenious. He gave me one at the beginning. It's a pity that he didn't use special clay. After being kept for a long time, it cracked a little." The prince kept talking. Mu Wendy's smile froze on his face. Yu Chao's honest expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. Mu Wendy, who was so hypocritical, had to pretend. Now the prince couldn't stop. However, he didn't have any bad feelings towards Zhao Yuan. On the contrary, he felt a little fond of him because he was so handsome. After they came back, the kitchen quickly brought the food over. As the old saying goes, don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. Although the prince was not so strict when eating, he didn't talk so much after all. He began to try to feed Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan. After feeding for a while, the prince finally remembered that his brother came to see him for something. "Shujio, what did you say just now?" Zhao Yuan was about to open his mouth when he saw the two pairs of eyes looking at him, and closed his mouth again. His mother has been very famous in the capital these days. If he directly said that he wanted to make whitening cream for his mother, and let the two people on the opposite side hear it, and then spread it out, it would be embarrassing for his mother. If the harem knew about it, there would be something to say. He should protect his mother. So he leaned his little body, put his two little hands on his mouth, and looked like he was going to whisper something. Mu Wendy and Yu Chao on the opposite side laughed when they saw this. Mu Wendy even said carelessly, "The ninth prince. Such a young child. Still has secrets to tell? A child who is only 2 years old. It's so strange." Zhao Yuan was stopped by their exaggerated reaction. The prince glared at them, signaled them to restrain themselves, and then continued to lower his head. What does Xuzhou want to say to the prince brother? Zhao Yuan ignored that and continued to twist his little body to move closer and whispered, "Does the prince brother have a doctor? I want to make a whitening face for my mother." Don't let others know. Whitening. The prince also knows what happened in and out of the palace during this period, and knows that the concubine one is very popular. But there are also concubines in the palace who say that the concubine one is not so white at ordinary times. It is estimated that she was dressed up with rouge and powder that day, and her tone is full of sourness. The prince didn't understand why this spy was so important, but since Xuzhou mentioned it, he had to satisfy her. He leaned close to his brother's ear and whispered, "It's okay. There is a doctor in the East Palace. I will ask him later and ask him to find a better prescription for you." Xuzhou. The East Palace also has a library, which contains many secret recipes and rare ancient books donated by people in the past. Maybe there are books about these. When Zhao Yuan heard that the prince actually had a library, his eyes lit up instantly. He used to like reading very much. When he was young, his mother took care of him alone. She had to go out to work during the day and couldn't take care of him at all, so she left him alone at home. He liked to learn to read from videos or read by himself. Books, to a certain extent, accompanied him through a lot of lonely time. But thinking that he didn't want to be a genius child in his life, he concealed his excitement and planned to come and see it when he had time in the future. Forget it now. He shook his two short legs and said sweetly, "Brother Prince is the best." He added, "I want to do it myself." The prince was so sweet that he said, Okay, I'll do it myself." He felt that today was such a surprise. It seemed that the fight a few days ago was not in vain. Xuzhou was getting close to him. Mu Wendy asked curiously, "What do you want to do by yourself?" The prince was not so good-tempered when facing him. "Why do you ask so many questions about the child's private affairs? Just finish eating and leave quickly." Mu Wendy curled his lips. He was not afraid of the prince's attitude. He was the prince's cousin, and they had played together since childhood. He knew that the prince had no ill intentions. After dinner, the prince really drove away his two companions. The two could go back to their own homes every day. Then, he asked someone to call the doctor in the East Palace. After the doctor came, he heard the prince's request and quickly agreed. "I do have such a secret recipe here, but I don't know if the final result can achieve the effect that the ninth prince wants." The prince looked at the eager child and asked, "Do you want it now, Xuzhou? Or wait for the prince brother to ask if there are other better recipes for you? If you want other recipes, you may need to wait for a while." Zhao Yuan pretended to be not very smart. Although he knew that the prince wanted to find him a better one, he still said impatiently, "Now?" The prince smiled and looked at the medical officer. "Then you take Xiaozhou to make one first. Wait until the prince finds a better one and give the recipe to Xuzhou." "Okay." Zhao Yuan stood there with his little head nodding, and said happily in a baby voice, "Okay." The prince asked the medical officer to bring all the materials and make them, and he went to the library to look through them, wanting to see if there was a better recipe in them. Obviously, he couldn't find it. Zhao Yuan followed the medical officer with great interest. Wei Nani was staring at him closely from behind, fearing that he would be scalded by the pot of boiling petals. The boiled things would be needed later. But Wei Nani couldn't help reminding while watching, "Your Highness, is this one you took a little more than what Medical Officer Lin took?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "Not much." Medical Officer Lin looked over. "A lot more. Hurry up and get some out." After a while, Nani Wei said again, "Your Highness." Medical Officer Lin didn't add anything in now. Zhao Yuan looked innocent. It was a little less before. "Make up for it. Nani Wei, Your Highness." In the end, Nani Wei looked hopeless, thinking that Wanpin would not really use such a thing. Right? What if she used it on her face and ruined Wanpin's face? Zhao Yuan was deliberately making trouble. Anyway, he would eventually replace the facial cream with something he made in the space. If it was exactly the same as what Medical Officer Lin made, then his mother would use it to see the effect and come to Medical Officer Lin to make it. Then it would not match. He now adds more and less. And if you really want to copy it, you still have to find him. Even if everyone is surprised by the effect, they will only think that he added something unknown when making it, which will lead to such a result. Medical Officer Lin also compromised in the end, from being surprised at the beginning. He should have thought that this was just a child playing house, and there was no need to teach too rigidly. I think that Wang Bin is also an adult, and knows what to use, and what not to use. Besides, these raw materials are not harmful things. Even if they are made by the ninth prince, it will not do much harm to the face. In the afternoon, before the prince went to class, Zhao Yuan's things were finished. He put the things he had made in the jars he had prepared in advance, waiting for them to cool down, and finally covered them with lids. He slowly took the cloth and wrapped the things up. The prince was addicted to his younger brother. Shizhou, brother will take you back. Okay. Zhao Yuan slowly responded. The prince took his younger brother's hand and led him to walk together. On the way, he was still talking to Zhao Yuan. Brother Prince has to go to class in the morning and afternoon. He is not in the East Palace. If you want to find him, you can come at that time today or later in the afternoon. You can find Brother Prince. If you don't know the time, ask the people who serve you. They know the approximate time when the prince goes to class and gets off get out of class. After saying that, he was afraid that his brother would find it troublesome and not come. So he hurriedly added, even if the prince is not here, you can go to the East Palace to play. There are many fun things in the East Palace. Brother will keep them for you. You can wait for brother in the palace and play by yourself. Brother will explain to everyone in the East Palace clearly that you will get whatever you want. Zhao Yuan only needs to nod. He thinks that the queen is too strict with the prince. As the eldest son, he has never been allowed to play with the second and third princes. Now that he has a child, he is excited to raise a child. It's just that changes in the harem happen too easily, and it's unknown how long this situation can last. He guessed that the queen would not like the prince to be too nice to him, but the prince treated him sincerely, and Zhao Yuan liked him very much. After being sent all the way to the gate of Chaoxia Palace, the prince stopped and said with a smile, Shizhou, go in quickly. The prince's brother has to go to class. After saying goodbye to the prince, Zhao Yuan returned to Chaoxia Palace. At this moment, Lu Hanwan was in the palace. Seeing him come back, Lu Hanwan hurried over and picked him up. You little guy. You didn't even come back to eat lunch with me. I've been waiting for you in the palace for a long time. Someone always reported Zhao Yuan's whereabouts to Lu Hanwan. So of course she knew where Zhao Yuan was. Usually when Zhao Yuan went out, there would always be a group of people following him to take care of him. Lu Hanwan was not worried about his safety, but she still felt very resentful that her son had been away for so long. Zhao Yuan quickly waved his hand and pointed at the thing in Wei Nanny's hand. Mom, I'll give it to you. Wei Nanny brought the thing over. What is this? Lu Hanwan cooperated with a questioning look. In fact, she knew that her son had made her a beauty cream from the prince, and this was all reported by the palace servants. But she was still a little confused by her son's big jar. Zhao Yuan opened the cloth covering it and proudly announced, it smells good and makes you very white. Lu Hanwan was stunned. She knew that this was for beauty and skin care, but it was specifically for whitening. She immediately thought of her experience in the past few days. Her son took her completely to heart and thought of a way for her. Her heart suddenly became unusually soft. She pinched her throat and continued to coax. Oh my god! Is this what Xiao Jiuzhuan made for mother? Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded. He made 2 jars. A small one and a large one. He picked up the small jar and pointed at his face. Lu Hanwan said, is this for the face? Zhao Yuan nodded. He picked up the big jar again and pointed at his body. Lu Hanwan said, this is for rubbing on the body. Zhao Yuan continued to nod heavily. Yes. He pushed everything to Lu Hanwan. For mother. Okay. Lu Hanwan also smiled happily. Mother will definitely use it. After delivering the things, Lu Hanwan began to ask Zhao Yuan if he was doing well at the prince's place, what he had eaten, whether he was hungry, etc. It was past the time for a nap. Seeing that her son was in good spirits, she let her son continue to play. After Zhao Yuan left, Nanny Wei turned around and quietly told Lu Hanwan everything that happened during the brewing process. This was a person who could not bear to give up because of her son's words. She was afraid that Lu Hanwan would really get too excited and treat everything of her son as a treasure. This Wanpan must keep this beautiful face well. Only if Wanpan lives well, the little prince will be in a better situation. After a long time, Qiao Yun asked, Master, do you really want to use this? Ya Yangchuan. The weather was getting hot. Yunji leaned on the couch, and her anger was growing with the weather. At this time, a plain-looking woman came in. Before Yunji could speak, the maid Inhuan, who was fanning Yunji, asked, How did you find out? The woman who came back from outside said, I found out that Wanpan is the most favored concubine in the harem, and the other concubines are just average. The emperor has been staying with Wanpan these 2 days. The prince she gave birth to, the 9th prince, is also the most favored one among all the princes in the harem. But she was born as a maid, so she doesn't have any other family background. Maid. Yunji said this word with disgust on her face. A mere maid has lost face for me like this. It has been 4 days since the banquet. She should have been the one to serve the emperor on the night of the banquet when she was presented to him. As a result, Lu Hanwan dressed up outstandingly that night and directly attracted everyone's attention. That night, the emperor also stayed with Lu Hanwan, not caring at all that there was a princess from the southern Liang kingdom waiting. The next 2 days were still the same, and Yunji seemed to have been forgotten. This was a huge humiliation for Yunji, who had always been the center of attention and was arrogant. If Lu Hanwan was really so beautiful, it would be fine. But she had seen Wanpan again in the Imperial Garden 2 days ago. Although Wanpan was still a rare beauty, she was really a bit different from the fairy in the moon at the banquet that day. This means that the other party relied on dressing up to suppress her that night. In terms of appearance alone, she should be the most beautiful person in the harem. But Lu Hanwan not only suppressed her on the day of the banquet, but also spread in the capital that Lu Hanwan was more beautiful than her, and directly stepped on her reputation. Then, the emperor forgot about her princess for such a scumbag. This made Yunji really unacceptable. She asked, People outside still say that Lu Hanwan is the real first beauty? Sierra looked at the expression of her own princess and nodded hesitantly. Yes. Inhuan stood up for her own princess. This Wanpan is really something. Doesn't she know what she looks like? She is obviously not as beautiful as our princess, but she has to use tricks to get attention. I don't know if she feels insecure when she hears her title of the first beauty? If you didn't want to marry, you didn't dress up that day. Otherwise you wouldn't be bullied like this. But don't worry, princess. When you sleep with the concubines in the harem, everyone will know who is the most beautiful one. When that time comes, I wonder if the concubine will have the face to come out and see people. When she said the last sentence, Inhuan seemed to think of that scene and couldn't help laughing. Yunji, who was originally angry, couldn't help laughing. She said, You are good at saying nice things to scare me. Inhuan smiled and said, Princess, what I said is all true. Our princess is the pearl of the southern Liang kingdom. How can any cat or dog compare to her? As they said this, the master and servant subconsciously began to look forward to the time when they would appear in front of everyone in the harem after serving the emperor. As for now, although Yunji was taken into the harem, she could not go to pay respects to the queen before serving the emperor. On the other side, in Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan didn't know what Yunji, the master and servants were saying about her. Although she felt a little uncomfortable about the rumors about her, she didn't regret it overall. She and Yunji represented 2 different countries. No matter how you look at it, as a favorite concubine, she should suppress the aggressive first beauty of the southern Liang kingdom. If they really had to compete on the same stage again, she would just put on makeup again. She felt that she was really worthy of boasting for being able to come up with such a stunning makeup at that time. Moreover, there is a saying that beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. Yunji is beautiful, but her temperament is not up to par. To be honest, she does not feel that she is a big threat. At this moment, she listened to Qiao Yun's question and replied directly and lightly, Go find Dr. Li to take a look at this thing. To a certain extent, because her son found 3 problematic things in her room, Lu Hanwan trusted her son more. Although this thing was found from the East Palace, the queen should not do anything. If something happened to this, it would be bad for the prince's reputation. But Zhao Yuan was too young. At his age, it was impossible for Lu Hanwan to be completely at ease. Nanny Wei had already said that when the little prince was doing it, he put all kinds of medicinal materials at will, and did not follow the steps of the medical officer completely. It was just a facial cream, not a test of trust. and Lu Hanwan ordered the imperial physician to be found without hesitation. She thought that as long as the imperial physician would not find any problems after checking, she would give her son face and use it twice. The rest could be applied to the hands later, but forget about it on the face. After all, it was the harem, and the face had to be well maintained. Not long after, the imperial physician came and concluded that there was no problem, and Lu Hanwan was relieved. After solving his mother's problem, Zhao Yuan returned to the ranks of normal children. Specifically, he started his daily trip to the imperial garden again. Yiping waited for a long time, and finally someone showed up. The eunuch guarding the imperial garden saw the 9th prince and ran to Yishou Palace, reporting to the queen. The 9th prince has arrived at the imperial garden. Yiping stood up excitedly. Really? Just by himself? Wanpin didn't go with him. Right? The eunuch said. It was only the 9th prince and some of the servants. And they didn't see the queen Wanpin. Okay. Yiping was very satisfied and looked at Kylon and others. Let's go to the imperial garden too. Yiping walked very fast. Since the emperor gave the 9th prince to Wanpin, Yiping had been thinking about getting the child back day and night. She went to ask her uncle, but unfortunately her uncle ignored her. She could only ask the emperor, but the emperor simply refused to see her. Until now, the emperor has never seen her once. This made Yiping feel sad, and even more that she should get the 9th prince back. She was not favored in the first place, and now she has no good impression in the emperor's heart. If Shujio is not there to mediate, Yiping does not know what her future will be like. She may be able to return to the position of concubine with the help of her uncle. But for Yiping, this is not enough. What she wants most is the emperor's love for her. She missed the time when she seemed to be the emperor's wife. The group soon arrived at the imperial garden. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was holding a fishing rod and fishing by the pond. It was worthy of being a pond in the palace. The fish fed in it were not ordinary and valuable. Of course, Zhao Yuan did not know this. He just wanted to fish. Shujio? A familiar voice reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Yiping coming with people. Wei Nanny frowned and winked at a maid beside her. The maid nodded slightly and disappeared quickly when no one was paying attention to report to Chaoxia Palace. Zhao Yuan sighed when he saw Yiping in his heart, not knowing how to react. In a blink of an eye, Yiping was already in front of him. She squatted beside him with a smile and a gentle voice. Shujio, are you fishing here by yourself? It's been so long. Why don't you come back to see your mother? Do you miss your mother? Zhao Yuan. Based on what Yiping did before, he didn't really want to get too close to Yiping. But if someone takes the initiative to talk, wouldn't it be bad to ignore them? Some behaviors that are engraved in his bones always affect Zhao Yuan. After thinking about it, he had to put his finger on his lips and said softly, "Don't make noise." Then he continued to stare at the water, looking like he was fishing seriously. Yiping curled her lips, but her acceptance was okay. After all, since she was a child, if she was not upset, people would not take the initiative to talk to her, or only when they were annoyed by her. They had no choice but to talk to her. She continued to make persistent efforts, and Zhao Yuan remained indifferent after talking for a while. She said, "Don't fish anymore. Go to the mother's palace to play. The mother has prepared a lot of toys for you." Zhao Yuan continued fishing. The next moment, Zhao Yuan felt that he was picked up by someone. He looked up speechlessly and saw Yiping smiling flatteringly. "Shujio, let's go back to Yishou Palace." Yiping had already thought about it. Although her uncle did not help her, and the emperor refused to agree to return Xiaojio, there was a solution. She could just take Shujio back to Yishou Palace every day. After all, Shujio grew up in her Yishou Palace. So isn't it natural for her to have feelings for Yishou Palace? The child wanted to come back and be close to her, and even the emperor couldn't stop him. In this way, wouldn't it be the same as not being separated? She had thought of this solution a long time ago. But she had not seen Zhao Yuan when she came to the imperial garden to arrest people. So she had to give up for the time being. Yiping was talking to Zhao Yuan about her plan. "Zhao Yuan, don't say it. Yiping is still smart. If Yiping had treated him well from the beginning, a normal child might really be willing. After all, children are the most attached to the person they spend the most time with. If they are really forced to separate, they will cry for a long time. But Zhao Yuan has been conscious since he was a child, and she knows everything that happened." Just when Yiping was about to run away with the child, Lu Hanwan had already arrived. She even heard what Yiping explained. Her face, which looked cold when she didn't smile, was even colder at this time. I wonder where Madame Epine is going to take my son. Lu Hanwan's love is somewhat stubborn and paranoid. If on the day her son was sent back, she saw Epine making a scene, and knew that Epine was sincere to her son, Lu Hanwan still thought that if her son also liked Epine, then it would not be impossible to go back occasionally. But after spending a few days together, Lu Hanwan's mentality has changed. She loves her son so much that she would not have any more children for her son. So, in her son's heart, why can't she be the only mother? Lu Hanwan was not polite, and Epine was not without temper either. She had never been a good-tempered person since she was at home. Moreover, Lu Hanwan had snatched her child away. So it was strange that she had a good impression of Lu Hanwan. So what if the ninth prince was born to Lu Hanwan? In Epine's eyes, it was a blessing for a lowly palace maid to be the vessel for the ninth prince to be born. She stopped and said with contempt, I want to take Xiujio back to Isho Palace. Can't you see that? Lu Hanwan stepped forward and blocked Epine's way. This is my son. Epine motioned the servants around her to move away, and then looked at Lu Hanwan, speaking confidently. Wap in. You should know what is the best choice for the ninth prince. He is still young and doesn't understand those things. But you are already an adult. If you refuse for him now, do you think he will regret it when he grows up? Will he hate you? You can indeed give Xiujio a good life now. But how many years can this last? 1 year? 2 years? Or a few months? When you lose your favor, what can you give her? Lu Hanwan clenched her fingers. She knew that what Epine said was true. Compared with Epine, she only had this favor. But even if this favor lasted for a long time, she would always get old. And there would never be a shortage of young and beautiful concubines in the palace. When the child grows up and wants to get a richer and larger fiefdom, or even wants to compete for the throne, she can't help it all. She really doesn't have too high expectations for her son. She doesn't need him to compete for the throne. But what if the child wants that position himself? As princes, the throne is just one step away for them. And it is inevitable that they will have ambitions in their hearts. Especially, Xiujio could have had the capital to seize the throne. Lu Hanwan's eyes fell on her son's ignorant eyes. Zhao Yuan subconsciously stretched out his little hand, smiled and jumped for her to hold him, and shouted happily, Mom. Epine quickly stepped back 2 steps to prevent the child from really jumping into Lu Hanwan's arms. Lu Hanwan's mind was full of mixed emotions. Looking at the child who was still yelling for her to hold him, she suddenly smiled, stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Yuan's arm, stared at Epine and said, You don't have to worry about these. Epine, Xiujio can only be my child. She tried to take Zhao Yuan from Epine's arms, but Epine refused to let go. Lu Hanwan smiled, but her eyes were cold. Let go. Epine's fingers clenched. Lu Hanwan's refusal made her tremble with anger, and she couldn't accept the feeling of being inferior to Lu Hanwan. Wap in. Do you think I have feelings for the ninth prince, and will help him no matter what? I tell you, although I can't have children, there is no shortage of children in the palace. If you really refuse me this time, there will be no second chance in the future. The implication is that she will raise another child. This was just something Epine said casually when she was angry. But after saying it, she felt that this idea couldn't be better. She knew her special status, and knew that Lu Hanwan would not last long. She just wanted to see them regret it. Lu Hanwan said without hesitation, I don't need this opportunity either. You? Epine was furious. She stretched out her hand and wanted to return Zhao Yuan. But when her eyes fell on the child, she finally sobered up a little and said, You are selfish, and you can naturally ignore the child. But you have to listen to Xiujio's own thoughts on this matter. She put Zhao Yuan on the ground. Epine swore that this was the first time she coaxed someone so sincerely. Xiujio, come back to Isho Palace with your mother today. Okay? I haven't seen you for so long. And your mother really misses you. Your things have been kept by mother. And your room is cleaned every day. You can go back anytime you want. She looked at Zhao Yuan expectantly. On the other side, Lu Hanwan also stretched out her hand to Zhao Yuan. Xiujio, go back with mother. Epine and Lu Hanwan looked at each other, and then both set their eyes on Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan looked around. His mother had seemed to not want him and Epine to break up completely before. But now she has completely changed. That's right. If it were him, of course he would want the unique mother's love more, rather than having a younger brother to share with him. It's normal for his mother to be like this. This also shows that during these days of getting along, His mother's feelings for him have become deeper. Without further hesitation, he turned around and threw himself into Lu Hanwan's arms. Lu Hanwan hugged the small and soft person in her arms, as if she was hugging her whole world. Yiping's tears flowed out in an instant. She stood up instantly, wiped the tears from her face, and looked down at the mother and son opposite. Okay, I have raised him for more than 2 years, but it is not as good as the few days you have spent together. The mother and son really have a deep love. Lu Hanwan, you won't be proud for long. I am waiting to see what will happen to you in the future. After saying that, she did not stay and turned around and left. Aunt Fong and Kai Lan and other servants, who were not far away, also followed behind Yiping. Seeing Yiping's ugly expression, they did not dare to speak. When she was about to leave the imperial garden, Yiping slowed down her pace. She didn't know what she was expecting. Maybe she was expecting that, like last time, a little kid would rush over and grab her skirt and hand her a bouquet of flowers. But she still didn't wait for it when she walked out. Seeing Yiping suddenly stop, Aunt Fong asked carefully, "My queen, what's wrong?" Yiping looked back and saw that the mother and son were talking about something. Lu Hanwan's face was full of smiles. Her expression immediately became colder, and she snorted. Nothing. After returning to Yisho Palace, Yiping sat on a chair. After a while, she said, "Aunt Fong, please take care of the concubines in the harem. Let's raise another child." Aunt Fong was delighted when she heard this. "Yes, madam. I promise to do it well." She didn't expect that the madam's mind would change so quickly. Although she didn't hear what happened in the imperial garden before, she could see what happened in general. This Wanpin was really stubborn and didn't think about her child at all. Without Madame Yiping, the 9th prince would have no chance of ascending to the throne in the future. She knew that Yiping probably had true feelings for the 9th prince. But it didn't matter. After adopting a child, the madam would focus all her attention on the new child. She would naturally withdraw her feelings for the 9th prince. She thought about the beating she received because of the 9th prince, and thought to herself, it won't be long. Just wait a little longer. When Wanpin loses favor, the mother and son will have a hard time sooner or later. Lu Hanwan was hugging the child and kissing him. She was naturally happy that the child could firmly choose her. Although she knew that Xiojia was smart and knew everything, she couldn't help but worry that the child was soft-hearted and would be coaxed by a few words. As for the complete breakup with Yiping, it was nothing. She had heard that Feng Ji not only did not help Yiping to speak to the emperor, but also asked the emperor to give Yiping 2 maids to supervise her. It seems that General Feng is really, as the rumors say, a decent person. In this case, she has no worries at all. After staying outside for a while, the mother and son returned to the palace together. As soon as they returned, someone came to find them. Xiaoyan hurriedly went in to report, "Master, Dupin is dead." And the emperor summoned all the concubines in the harem. Lu Hanwan was a little surprised. Concubine Dun? Concubine Dun had never had a sense of presence in the harem. She used to raise the 4th prince, but later the 4th prince died of smallpox. Concubine Dun was also infected at the time, but fortunately, she survived in the end. But after surviving, Concubine Dun had no children, and there was even less movement in the harem. Such a person, who was not a threat at all, how could he die? Lu Hanwan stood up while thinking. "Let's go!" The emperor summoned her, so she naturally had to go and see. Zhao Yuan watched her mother leave. Concubine Dun's death also appeared in the plot. In the harem, there were 2 high-ranking concubines who were quite honest and docile, and seemed to have a weak sense of presence. One was Concubine Dun, and the other was Concubine Shun. We can also roughly tell something from the title. Both of them entered the backyard during the period of the prince's palace, and they had a good relationship with each other and could talk to each other. But Dupin was really honest, and her appearance was just above average, while Shupin was actually above average, and was a talented woman with a scholarly air. Shupin was taciturn and timid in front of the emperor, which was actually somewhat intentional, because Xuanping's identity was not simple, and her actual identity was the blood of the previous royal family. Of course, on the surface, she was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The previous generations of the Minister of Revenue's family had served as prime ministers in the previous dynasty. But his family had followed the late emperor early on, and did not want to work hard for the previous dynasty or restore the country. He adopted Shupin because his family was an old friend of one of the people who wanted to restore the country. and they had a very good relationship. The other family simply threw the child to them and ran away. In addition, the wife of the Minister of Revenue had a daughter who died young. So he simply raised Shupin as his own child. At that time, Shupin was already 5 years old and knew what was going on. When she was at the household minister's house, the family took good care of the child. Over the years, Shupin had already regarded the couple as her own children. She didn't want to participate in things like restoring the country, and she didn't want to implicate her adoptive parents. She just wanted to live a peaceful life. The death of Dunpin this time should have exposed Shupin's identity. The death of a concubine in the palace is obviously not a trivial matter. Some young maids and eunuchs can die quietly in the harem. But the death of a concubine will never be easily covered up. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation. However, Shupin was very scheming. After silencing Dunpin, although she was panicked, she quickly thought of ways to push others out. There are few concubines in the harem who can stay out of trouble, even if they are as honest as Dunpin. Through layers of events, Shupin will eventually succeed in pushing others to be her shield. Of course, Zhao Yuan can't see the specific process now, and his mother is not so careless as to discuss the details in front of her son. However, before the result of this matter came out, there was news that Shupin and Ningfei were both pregnant. 2 days later, in the Qingjing Palace, when Zhao Yuan was strolling in the palace early in the morning, he was seen by the emperor, who was leaving the court. And then, he was dragged to the Qingjing Palace by the emperor. Zhao Yuan found the book and read it quietly. The emperor dealt with government affairs for a while, and saw his son reading quietly. He came over and took the child's book away. Do you understand it? Zhao Yuan didn't say anything, just stared at the emperor with bright eyes. Fortunately, the emperor himself asked this question just for fun. He didn't think a 2-year-old child could really recognize words. Well, it's possible to recognize a few words. He held the child in his arms and read to his son diligently. His son liked to listen to people reading to him, but he let go after reading for a while. You should let Ping'an read to you. The emperor had many affairs to attend to. He had to get up before dawn every day to attend to court. After attending court, he still had many affairs to attend to. For him, reading to his son was already a pastime. Now he had to continue to be busy with his own affairs. Su Quan, go see where Ping'an is, and let him take care of the child. Zhao Yuan glanced at him and thought to himself, Father, please be a man. You have already returned him to his mother. He is not Eping's adopted son anymore, and you still let Fengji take care of him. However, he missed Fengji very much, and he didn't know if Fengji would dislike him because of this. At this moment, a eunuch in his 20s came in and whispered something in the emperor's ear. Zhao Yuan looked over and only heard a very light word like Shupin. After the eunuch finished his report, the emperor waved his hand and then stood aside with his head lowered. Zhao Yuan looked at him. He knew this young eunuch. He Huan. He was the adopted son of a great eunuch who followed the emperor. Of course, there were many such adopted sons under the name of the great eunuch. But he was more clever. Because he was efficient, he seized the opportunity and was valued by the emperor. In the play, this person also has a sense of existence. He has more power in the Neig Shifu, which is about to be established. As time goes by, he will gradually become the leader of the Neifu. Neig Shifu, referred to as Neifu, is an intelligence agency that specializes in supervising the affairs of the harem of the previous dynasty, and its main members are eunuchs. This is an organization dedicated to serving the emperor. Together with the Jinui, it mainly served as the emperor's eyes and ears in the early stage, understanding all kinds of things. In the later stage, its powers were gradually expanded to the point where people were terrified. To put it in a more popular way, it is similar to the East Factory and the West Factory. Of course, their highest power is when the emperor is old and starts to go crazy. And now is still a long way from that time. And this person has such a strong presence in a palace drama. And of course, he has his own tendencies. This person was saved by Shupin Song Shuqing when he was at the bottom. And since then, Shupin has been a ray of light in the other person's heart. Any concubine who has a problem with Shupin and hinders Shupin will be secretly taken down by him. After Shupin turned evil in the later period, the cooperation between the two sides was like a fish in water. However, on the surface, he had no bias. Only loyal to the emperor. Cruel and ruthless. Willing to bear all the infamy and be the emperor's knife. Compared with a later period, the young eunuch of the inner court is not ranked among the many eunuchs in front of the emperor. The emperor trusts Su Quan the most. Zhao Yuan appeared beside the emperor many times, and had many opportunities to contact He Huan. With his status, he could easily pretend to be close to He Huan and let He Huan serve him. For He Huan, as one of the eunuchs around the emperor, it was also a rare good thing to be able to take care of the emperor's favorite son when he came. Age is the best disguise. As long as Zhao Yuan wants, he can make many people like him, including He Huan. But he didn't do it. He was reborn not to please people. Even if he wants to please people, it should be people he likes, such as Feng Ji and his mother. Well, there is also the emperor. The emperor is an emperor who has left a name in history. Although as his son, it is a bit tricky to face the madness of his later years. The emperor himself is still very charming. Zhao Yuan does not hate to contact him. On the contrary, he feels excited, just like when he met Feng Ji. After all, both of them are historical celebrities. As for He Huan, as long as the other party does not attack his mother, the rest does not matter. After hearing He Huan's report, the emperor's eyes stopped at one place and did not move for a long time, obviously lost in thought. Although it was found that the incident of concubine Dun was committed by another person and had nothing to do with concubine Shun. Concubine Shun was still suspected. But why did concubine Shun kill concubine Dun? The emperor felt that there must be something behind this. However, without evidence, he naturally could not torture the daughter of the minister. The maids around concubine Shun were tortured, but no clues were obtained. This made the emperor unhappy. He had to go to court before dawn every day, and then he was busy dealing with various political affairs. He had no time to rest all day, and he could not rest when he returned to the harem. He had to judge the cases of these concubines, which was really bad. This queen is also so busy managing the harem. Thinking of the two maids following Ipin, the emperor's eyes flickered slightly. In this palace, the emperor had naturally arranged people in various places in the harem. But now it seems that the surveillance is still not strong enough. What is hiding behind Shumpin that made her kill Dunpin, who has always been on good terms with her? Zhao Yuan didn't know that not far from him, the emperor was making history. He was looking at the young man who came in from the door of the hall. The handsome young man had a smile on his face, and the warm sunlight fell on him, which made people feel close to him. As soon as Feng Ji entered the door, he looked at the place where the ninth prince often stayed. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Shi sitting there. He called the emperor, and then strode towards the ninth prince, stretched out his hand and shook it. Shujio doesn't like his uncle anymore, and he didn't take the initiative to ask for a hug from his uncle. He looked disappointed. Zhao Yuan came back to his senses and immediately rushed forward, his voice sweet. Uncle. Feng Ji picked up the child who jumped into his arms with a smile on his face. Seeing Feng Ji, the emperor's mind was also focused on this. You two are getting along better and better, and you have directly left me aside. After talking for a while, he let Feng Ji take Zhao Yuan to play. After a long time, when the time was almost up, Zhao Yuan was slowly carried back to Chaoxia Palace by Wei Nani. The days after that were almost the same. Zhao Yuan strolled around the palace every day, and occasionally went to the emperor's place for a few laps. Sometimes when they met, he would play with Feng Ji with spears and sticks, or let him read to him. During this period, Lu Hanwan was always favored, and the emperor often took his son to Chaoxia Palace. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. It rained lightly today, and Zhao Yuan stayed in Chaoxia Palace. Outside, a voice came. I am Xiao Fuzi, the prince's servant. I have something to give to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince by the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The maid of Chaoxia Palace came in to report to Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan was stunned for a moment, glanced at the child in the room, and said, Please bring him in. A little eunuch was brought in. Zhao Yuan also heard the voice outside the door, and knew that it was someone looking for him. So he looked over. The eunuch first bowed to Lu Hanwan, then walked to Zhao Yuan and handed him a brocade box. This is what the Ninth Prince asked His Royal Highness to find. Now His Royal Highness has found it. His Royal Highness wanted to hand it over to the Ninth Prince in person, but unfortunately the Ninth Prince has not come to find His Royal Highness, so His Royal Highness can only let me deliver it. This was a sad resentment, and Zhao Yuan's eyes widened when he heard it. Xiao Fuzi smiled embarrassedly. Your Highness asked me to bring these words to the Ninth Prince. Now that I have finished speaking, I will take my leave first. Lu Hanwan covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled. It seems that the prince missed Shujio. Shujio, this child, ran around the palace, but never thought of going to the East Palace. This is really true. She helped to describe, thank you, His Royal Highness, for thinking about Shujio. The weather is not suitable for going out today. When the weather is clear, Shujio will definitely go to find his brother. The prince. After Xiao Fuzi left, Zhao Yuan opened the brocade box with doubts. When he saw the paper inside, he remembered that when he made facial cream for his mother, the doctor said that his secret recipe might not be very good. The prince said that he would find a better skincare recipe, and this one should be it. Lu Hanwan was also here at the moment, so of course she came to see it. Zhao Yuan handed the recipe inside to Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan took it and looked at it, and was also a little surprised. It turned out to be the maintenance recipe of the favorite concubine in the previous palace. It's not easy to get this kind of thing. Only the prince can get this thing because he has the support of the prosperous Duke of Ingla Mansion and is the prince. If this is true, it would be a big favor to give it to Lu Hanwan. If Lu Hanwan looks for it herself, she will definitely not find this level of recipe. Qiaoyun said, this recipe is too expensive. Lu Hanwan asked curiously, why would you give a recipe? Could it be that Shujio asked for it last time, and the prince remembered it? The prince seems to care about Shujio. Naughty Wei heard this and said, last time, the little prince wanted to make facial cream for the queen. But the prince didn't have a good recipe. He said that he would give it to the little prince when he found a better one later. Now Lu Hanwan and Qiaoyun understood what was going on. Lu Hanwan tapped her son's nose. You little guy. You are really likable. Qiaoyun put the recipe away and said, but speaking of recipes, the recipe that the little prince made for the master last time was very effective. The master's skin color is getting whiter and brighter. I'm afraid that when the princess of Naliang Kingdom finishes serving the emperor and meets everyone, the master will be no less beautiful than her. But this thing is limited. I don't know if I can make another one after it's used up. After all, they all know that when the little prince made it last time, he always added a little more or less, and added other things randomly. Can this be copied? Lu Hanwan. The next day, the sky cleared up. Zhao Yuan really went to find His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and played until noon. When it was almost time to eat, he refused the Crown Prince and came back to eat with his mother. At the dinner table, Lu Hanwan looked at her son several times, and Zhao Yuan realized something was wrong. He looked at her innocently. Did his mother want to say something to him? Lu Hanwan motioned everyone around to go down, and then asked tentatively, has Shujio thought about Concubine E? Where did he show that he missed Concubine E? Zhao Yuan was stunned for a moment, but seeing that his mother was still waiting for his answer, he had to shake his head. It's uncomfortable to be sick, and the medicine is bitter. I don't think about it. He really didn't want to. Since he was born, he has always been thinking about his mother, and he always wanted to go back to his mother. As for Yiping, whether it was the plot that made him die at the age of 2 or made him sick all the time, there was no need to worry about it at all. Lu Hanwan also understood what he said. She knew that Yiping was behind Shujio's illness before, and last time, Yiping and Shujio were talking in the yard outside. When Wei Nani came back, she told her that Yiping thought the little prince heard their conversation about making him sick, but thinking about what she had seen during this period. Lu Hanwan still said, I don't know if you can understand it, but there are some things I still want to tell you. Shupin is pregnant. She originally raised the 7th prince, but the 7th prince is not her own. Now that she has her own child, she no longer has the energy to take care of other people's children. The 7th prince's biological mother has also been in contact with Yiping during this period, so it is very likely that the 7th prince will be handed over to Yiping to raise. It can be seen that Yiping has a special feeling for Shujio, especially since she is no longer able to get pregnant, so she will not use the child's illness to compete for favor. It must be said that Yiping's previous words did have an impact on Lu Hanwan. She was indeed worried that without Yiping's care, Shujio would resent her when he grew up. After all, Shujio spent much more time with Yiping than with her. It was not too late to regret before the dust settled. She said, if Yiping really raises the 7th prince, she will no longer like Shujio. And even General Feng may not like you that much. Can Shujio accept such a result? If you regret it, it's okay to go to Yiping to talk to her. Zhao Yuan looked at Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan seemed calm. But in fact, her eyes were a little anxious and worried. Although Zhao Yuan was young, he was not a person who didn't understand these social practices. In fact, in this regard, he knew more than most people. He slid down from the chair, ran over and hugged his mother's legs. Mom, I know everything. No matter how good others are. You are my mother. I've always missed you. No one else is as important as you. Being stared at by her son, Lu Hanwan felt a little bitter. She tilted her head, not wanting to cry in front of her son. Then, mother is more important than General Feng Ji. She remembered that Xiaojiu liked General Feng Ji very much when she first met him. Xiaojiu had only shown such love in front of two people. One was the emperor, and the other was Feng Ji. Even her. Although Xiaojiu was a little interested in her when they met, it was far inferior to Feng Ji. The emperor. Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded heavily without hesitation. Is it more important than your father? Lu Hanwan continued to ask in surprise. Zhao Yuan nodded and said, Mother is the most important. Lu Hanwan stuttered. But Xiaojiu, you seemed to like them the most before. He patted the back of Lu Hanwan's hand and coaxed her seriously. My relationship with them is just fake. And I am really good with mother. Lu Hanwan. Children's hearts are like needles in the sea. Lu Hanwan can't tell whether the child likes her the most. But there is no doubt that he likes her. And her son is caring about her now. Lu Hanwan suddenly figured it out. Xiaojiu is so soft-hearted and kind. He will help her wipe her tears when she cries. Even if he knows that he missed Yiping, the adoptive mother with a strong family background. He will not blame her. Xiaojiu will not be that kind of child. A smile returned to her face. Okay. Mother knows that Xiaojiu likes mother very much. Come on. Eat. Or it will get cold later. Zhao Yuan looked at her and confirmed that she was indeed in a good mood. So he climbed back on the chair and continued to eat. Bite by bite. It was delicious. Within 2 days, the news that Yiping adopted the 7th prince was confirmed. This is not surprising. The 7th prince was noisy. Shupin was pregnant and couldn't stand it. And Yiping couldn't give birth. And the 9th prince was sent back to his mother. The emperor couldn't really stop Yiping from raising a child. Now the timing is right. So this matter is done. Afterwards, Lu Hanwan couldn't rest when she paid respects. She sat on the chair, and the other concubines looked at her openly or secretly. In the end, it was concubine Xian who spoke first. I heard that Sister Yiping had tried her best to get in touch with the 9th prince before, and even raised the 9th prince with Wanpin, but was rejected by Wanpin. Now that Sister Yiping has her own adopted son, I think Sister Wanpin should no longer worry about someone snatching her child away. Right? In the harem, no news can really be kept secret. Everyone knows that Lu Hanwan and Yiping broke up in the Imperial Garden. Concubine Xian said this. Of course, not really congratulating Wanpin. In everyone's opinion, Yiping's adoption of the 7th prince is actually a loss for Lu Hanwan. After all, who doesn't know the power behind Yiping? General Feng Ji is a favorite of the emperor and has made great military achievements. And Yiping's previous behavior clearly showed that she had real feelings for the 9th prince. If she really grasped this point, it would be extremely beneficial to the future of the 9th prince. Of course, it is precisely because of the quarrel between Yiping and the 9th prince that concubine Xian is so excited to gloat over the misfortune. She gave birth to the 3rd prince and is also one of the future heirs. She does not really want other princes to have strong backgrounds. The bigger the quarrel between Wanpin and Yiping, the better. Otherwise, she would not be able to laugh at this moment. Lu Hanwan certainly understood these twists and turns. She just said lightly, Madame Xian is joking. Madame Yiping raised Xiaojiu. It is natural that she can't let go of Xiaojiu for a while. The child has been snatched away. Lu Hanwan has no intention of confronting Yiping anymore. And she will not say bad things about Yiping. Of course, the premise is that Yiping does not target her. Otherwise, she is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. Now Yiping has nothing to worry about. Even if Yiping has a strong background, Feng Ji is an outsider. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot directly reach out to the harem to teach Yiping a lesson. This is also the reason why some concubines in the harem are not afraid of others, because of their background. In the harem, what matters is the emperor's favor and the status. Lu Hanwan is already a concubine and has given birth to a prince. It can be said that her position is relatively stable. As for Yiping, if she wants to compete with her in harem means. Lu Hanwan is not afraid. So she is now completely fearless. Concubine E sat upright in her seat, looking at her nails, which were painted with impatience juice, and ignored the verbal battle between Lu Hanwan and concubine Xian. Although she seemed to be indifferent, she actually did not miss a word and kept listening. The fact that the ninth prince avoided her and chose Lu Hanwan kept lingering in her mind every day, and she couldn't help crying at night. But after crying, she became more resentful. Of course, she remembered that Xiuzhou heard her and Xiaoyuan and others discussing making Xiuzhou sick. And she also knew that Xiuzhou was afraid of getting sick. But apart from this, she was obviously very good to Xiuzhou. So how could the other party not remember her kindness? So she couldn't wait to see the ninth prince lose the emperor's favor after leaving her, and wanted to see Lu Hanwan and her son being neglected and bullied in a harem. The reason why she adopted the seventh prince so quickly was to show that she didn't have to have the ninth prince. In addition to the ninth prince, there were many princes in the palace, and there were many princes who wanted her to raise. The seventh prince would replace the ninth prince and become the most favored prince in the palace, with the emperor's favor and family status. This was something that only Yiping could give. She would let Lu Hanwan and the ninth prince know that the emperor liked the ninth prince so much because of her uncle, not because of the ninth prince himself. After arguing with Lu Hanwan for a while, the concubines changed the topic soon. Speaking of which, the princess of Nanliang has been in a harem for more than half a month, but she hasn't served the emperor yet. Could it be that the emperor has forgotten her? The concubine who spoke covered her mouth and laughed softly. Someone else made a sour comment on Lu Hanwan and drew hatred for her. It's still the concubine one who is so powerful. She even surpassed the most beautiful woman and drew the emperor's attention. Poor little beauty. She came to Tianqi from afar, but she didn't get to see the emperor for so long. The firepower was focused on Lu Hanwan again. Speaking of which, the princess of Nanliang is a real beauty, different from some people who dress up. When the princess comes out, it will be clear who is more beautiful. Hearing this, a concubine seemed to be worried about Lu Hanwan and said, Sister Wanpin was too reckless at the beginning. She was in the limelight at that time. But what is true cannot be fake, and what is fake cannot be true. When Princess Yunji comes out, what will Sister Wanpin do? When these words came out, several concubines looked at Lu Hanwan and smiled. Lu Hanwan curled her lips and looked at the concubines who said her, saying, Sisters, you don't need to worry about these. No matter whether I am as beautiful as Princess Yunji, at least I am more beautiful than you. You? Everyone choked. This is true. Lu Hanwan has always been beautiful. Otherwise she would not be favored by the emperor as a palace maid. You know, although all the women in the harem belong to the emperor, and the maids are no exception. In fact, except Lu Hanwan, there's really no other concubine in the harem who was born as a maid. Concubine Su was so angry that she jumped up. What are you proud of? Wait until the first beauty comes out. I don't think you have the face to be proud. Lu Hanwan was about to speak, but the queen interrupted her. Okay, stop making noise early in the morning. For women in the harem, appearance is not the most important. Their own conduct is the most important. Concubine Su curled her lips, but still said, the queen is right. Lu Hanwan didn't say anything. She knew that Concubine Su was the queen's person. The queen was biased towards Concubine Su. Otherwise Concubine Su's attitude of rebellion just now would be enough to be punished. However, this was the queen's Changchun palace, so it was not her turn to teach anyone a lesson. So Lu Hanwan didn't care much. The queen had spoken, which meant that there could be no more quarrels. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the queen announced that the greetings were over and everyone could go back. On the way back, after getting away from the other concubines, Xiaoyan looked at Lu Hanwan and said indignantly, the master is much more beautiful now than before. Even if the princess comes out, I'm afraid she may not be able to compare with the master. Lu Hanwan chuckled, raised her hand, and looked at her slender fingers. The sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a wrist that was as white as snow in frost. Dazzlingly beautiful. I have seen everyone every day these days. It's normal that they can't notice my changes. She is quite satisfied when she looks at herself now. Her skin is as smooth as jade. She is really developing into a skin as smooth as cream and as smooth as ice. Every time she takes a bath, she can't let it go. Even the emperor thinks her skin is getting more delicate. I don't know how her son made this facial cream, but the effect is amazing. After the greetings were dispersed, the queen looked at Lu Hanwan's back. This concubine has indeed been favored for too long. Although her status is low, and she does not seem to be a big threat, it is not good to keep her favored for too long. If the emperor really takes her to heart, she will be a threat in the future. Therefore, when the emperor came to Changchun Palace for dinner in the evening, the queen mentioned Princess Yunji. Yun Guiran has been in the palace for more than half a month. Wouldn't it be better for the emperor to go and see her? Yun Guiran? The emperor was stunned for a moment. And then he realized that Yun Guiran was Princess Yunji. Although she was a princess, Nanyang had previously been in turmoil at the border and was directly suppressed by the emperor. It was a defeated country, so the princess's status was not very noble, and she only had the status of a noble. At first, the emperor didn't like Yunji's determination to win. In addition, compared with this princess, he was more interested in Lu Hanwan's cleverness and wit, so he wanted to leave her alone for a while. However, he was not the kind of person who was obsessed with women all day. He was a little busy during this period, and he completely forgot about her later. Now that the queen mentioned it, he suddenly remembered this person. I have been busy with government affairs recently, and I forgot about Princess Yunji for a while, the emperor said. But he didn't mean to leave the queen immediately, and the queen didn't mean to continue talking. It was enough for her to mention it. No one really wanted to push their husband away from them. After the two of them had dinner, the emperor rested in Changchun Palace at night. On the other side, Princess Yunji could no longer hold back. After asking about the emperor's schedule many times, she finally ran into him. That night, the emperor went to Princess Yunji's place. The news that Princess Yunji had served the emperor in bed spread in the harem in an instant. Everyone was very excited, although Princess Yunji's beauty made everyone feel threatened. It was precisely because of this that she was most likely to snatch Lu Hanwan's favor. As long as they could see Lu Hanwan, the former favorite concubine, in trouble, everyone would be happy. Of course, if Princess Yunji really became favored in the future, then everyone would target Princess Yunji. In the morning, the emperor went to court early. Concubine Yun sat in front of the dressing table and let the maid dress her up carefully. Her maid Inhuan drew her eyebrows and hummed proudly. We were careless before. This time, we must let that concubine Wan know what is fish eyes and what is pearls. Concubine Yun did not speak, but the expression on her face showed that she and the maid had the same idea. Inhuan talked again. The master and servants were happy early in the morning. On the other side, in Chaosha Palace, Lu Hanwan was also dressing up carefully. Today was the day when Princess Yunji went to pay her respects to the queen. Everyone knew that everyone was waiting to see Lu Hanwan's joke. Lu Hanwan certainly wouldn't let such a thing happen. However, this time, she didn't need to be so nervous, but was a little more calm. After meeting Princess Yunji, she knew her level. When she was almost done, she heard a noise at the door. She looked and saw a little kid sticking his head out of the door. She immediately smiled and waved. Shujio got up so early. Mother! He also smiled on his little face, walked in, and threw himself into Lu Hanwan's arms. Lu Hanwan looked at the sepak takraw in her son's arms and said, We are going to play sepak takraw today. Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded. He liked to go out and play. He would go out for a walk every day. Recently, he liked to play sepak takraw more. There would be a few eunuchs and maids playing with him. Lu Hanwan had just packed up, so she picked up her son and said, Let's go. Mother will take you for a walk and put you down in the Imperial Garden. Lu Hanwan's journey to Changchun Palace to pay respects happened to pass through the Imperial Garden. After arriving at the Imperial Garden, Lu Hanwan told Wei Nani and others to take good care of the little prince, and then left. Everyone was waiting in Changchun Palace. When Lu Hanwan came in, everyone's eyes looked at her inconspicuously. Concubine Xian spoke first, smiling sweetly, and said, It seems that Wanpan has dressed up carefully today. She looks different from usual. What she said was actually quite straightforward. Unlike usual, she just wanted to say that Lu Hanwan dressed up again. And this was not Lu Hanwan's true appearance. In other words, Lu Hanwan herself could not compare to the most beautiful woman in Nanliang. Lu Hanwan looked at her, and was not surprised that concubine Xian targeted her. Since the last time Shujio and the third prince had a fight, the emperor did not punish Shujio, and concubine Xian had completely confronted Lu Hanwan. After all, Zhao Yuan was only 2 years old, and concubine Xian could not deal with a 2-year-old child. which would be a joke. So she could only put her hatred for Zhao Yuan on Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan knew this very well. But she was not afraid. She sat down in her seat and glanced at concubine Xian. I heard that only 3 pieces of floating brocade were used as tribute at the beginning. It is really beautiful. Of course. This material is indeed precious. And not everyone can have it. Concubine Xian was about to continue talking. But suddenly her face changed. Concubine Ning laughed out loud. Seeing Concubine Xian looking at her, Concubine Ning waved her hand. I just thought of something happy for a moment. Concubine Xian's face was dark. She knew that Concubine Ning was laughing at her. But she had no evidence. Concubine Ning was at the same level as her. So she couldn't find fault with her. So she could only look at Lu Hanwan, who embarrassed her with resentment. The floating light brocade is precious. At the beginning, 3 pieces were given to the queen. 1 to Yiping, and then to Xuanfei. In the past, Xuanfei was reluctant to wear it. Now that Lu Hanwan came out on such an occasion, she wore such a good material, and her little thoughts were exposed in an instant. She secretly said that Lu Hanwan dressed up for the princess of Nanliang. But she didn't clean her own ass. She was afraid of the princess when she was caught. The palace is full of masters who listen to what Lu Hanwan wants to say. Everyone understands what Lu Hanwan wants to say. Everyone is laughing at Xuanfei. This is how it is in the palace. No matter who wins or loses, everyone is happy to watch. You, just as concubine Xian was about to say something else, another person came in. The person was wearing a scarlet long dress, with a delicate and stunning appearance. The other person raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lightly swept across the faces of everyone present, and then turned away. Concubine Xian. The concubines? What kind of eyes? Concubine Xian thought. How could someone be more annoying than Concubine Wan at first sight? After looking at everyone, Concubine Yun sat down in her seat naturally. Her arrogant attitude made the air quiet for a while. Concubine Chun, Concubine Yi, and even Concubine Xian were the first to be unable to hold back. But before they could make trouble, someone from the queen's palace came out to indicate that the queen was here, and everyone had to shut up. The queen had a serious expression and a solemn atmosphere. After sitting down, she looked at everyone. Her eyes paused on Yun Guiran for a moment, then looked at Lu Hanwan. She was a little surprised, but quickly concealed it. After everyone greeted the queen in unison, she motioned for everyone to sit back. Today, there is a new sister in the harem. Yun Guiran. Come out and let everyone see. The queen's momentum is not easy to mess with. Yun Guiran did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the queen. After all, Nanyang is not as noble as Tianqi, and her status as a princess is not as noble as the queen. This is the only way. She obeyed the queen's order and stood up. Your Majesty, I greet the queen, and wish you a long life and good health. Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Guiran's face, and then looked at Lu Hanwan's face, who was sitting. After a few rounds, everyone's expressions were a little strange. Why don't you think Yun Guiran is prettier than Lu Hanwan? In fact, Lu Hanwan is even better than Yun Guiran, let alone Lu Hanwan. But concubine Ning is actually not bad compared to Yun Guiran at this moment. Yun Guiran looks a little complicated in her dress. Concubine Xian was previously criticized by Lu Hanwan and lost face. Now she said directly with sarcasm, Wapin. Now it's just a daily greeting, not a banquet. You don't have to put on makeup. Right? You have to suppress Princess Yunji. Right? Do you have fun like this? Do you have to do this every day in the future? Aren't you tired? The concubines all looked at Lu Hanwan with great interest. Lu Hanwan smiled gently. I'm afraid that concubine Xian has misunderstood something. I don't put on any makeup on other parts of my body except for the makeup on my face. Concubine Xian's eyes fell on Lu Hanwan's fair and slender neck. It was so white. And she said she didn't put on any makeup. Do you believe what you said? Yes, Sister Wanpin. We are all sisters. There is no need to care so much. Sister is beautiful even if she doesn't dress up. The person who spoke was gentle and seemed very tolerant. This person was the niece of the queen mother, Concubine Chun, because she always wanted to become the queen. Concubine Chun has always been committed to showing a dignified, generous and tolerant attitude. But it's a pity that she has failed to draw a tiger, but ended up drawing a dog. Lu Hanwan looked at Concubine Chun and said, Sister, you misunderstood. I really didn't apply anything. As for my skin, I have to thank the queen. Everyone was puzzled. How could this involve the queen? The queen was thinking about something. She knew that the ninth prince had taken the skincare secret recipe from the crown prince before. And she also knew that the crown prince had sent a better recipe to him later. Although it was said that the recipe was not very good at that time. Something that could be used as a secret recipe would not be bad. I only heard Lu Hanwan continue. Xiao Jiu heard that I wanted a whitening recipe before. So I secretly went to ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And followed the doctor of the Eastern Palace to make a copy for me. I couldn't bear to see the child's filial piety go to waste. So I used it. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. This was simply like a fairy tale. Everyone looked at the queen. And the queen nodded slightly, indicating that this was indeed the case. Is this impossible? One concubine said in disbelief. This concubine was completely transformed. Lu Hanwan stretched out her hand to signal others to look, as it was related to this aspect. Everyone did not care about the past grudges and came to see. If this was true, didn't it mean that they could also? Lu Hanwan was looked at closely by people, and some even reached out to touch her, and finally confirmed that what they said was true. In the second half of the greeting, everyone's attention was all on this. As for Yun Guiran, who was full of hope to regain her face, she was forgotten by everyone. No matter how angry she was, no one wanted to pay attention to her at this moment. After the queen announced the end of the greetings, few concubines were willing to leave. In the end, it was concubine Ning who spoke for everyone. Queen, I wonder if that prescription. The prescription was from the medical officer in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. As concubines, it was not easy for everyone to ask the Crown Prince for it openly. The queen nodded. I will have someone send the prescription to everyone later. Hearing this, everyone was instantly satisfied. As for what Lu Hanwan said, the fact that her son did not do exactly the same thing as the prescription was ignored by everyone. Since the flawed version made by the ninth prince was so effective, the authentic prescription of the medical officer must be more effective. Everyone believed it so deeply. Lu Hanwan didn't say much when she saw this. She was not so naive. The original version might not be as good as the one made by her son. She thought that her son could smell the musk hidden in the room. He must be very talented in medicine. The medicine added by the other party was probably not random, but just right. Of course, this was just her guess. But there was no need to tell others about this. In the harem, everyone was in a competitive relationship. Time passed quietly. And soon, summer passed and autumn came. With the arrival of autumn, the temperature gradually cooled down. Zhao Yuan himself was indeed weak. Even if he returned to Chaoxiao Palace and was protected by his mother, Zhao Yuan did not fully adjust his body privately, because he knew that being weak as a prince could be a good thing. He had no family background and was weak. So the emperor's favor for him would not make him a target of public criticism. Of course, Zhao Yuan knew that this trick could not resist all problems. At least, the queen would not ignore him just because he was not a threat. In the play, the queen has been committed to killing all the princes before her son, because she was ignored since childhood. She wanted to give her children the best. As a child who stole the emperor's favor, Zhao Yuan's crimes in the eyes of the queen were probably innumerable. But there was no rush for the time being. The queen liked to kill people in order, and there were still 6, 7, and 8 princes in front of him. In the autumn, the weak Zhao Yuan fell ill with a change of seasons. But it was not particularly serious, and he recovered in a few days. In winter, Lu Hanwan wrapped Zhao Yuan tightly every day. After the temperature dropped again, he was still fine and did not get sick again. After waking up that day, he saw a vast expanse of white outside. It's snowing, Zhao Yuan said in surprise. Naniwei quickly dressed him to prevent him from catching a cold, and said happily, yes, it snowed heavily last night. Don't worry, little prince. Put on your clothes first. At this time, Lu Hanwan heard the sound outside and came in. She held 2 small snowmen in her hands and shook them in front of Zhao Yuan. Look, mother made snowmen. It's cold outside. Put on your clothes and let's go out. Zhao Yuan touched the snowman and temporarily suppressed his anxious thoughts. After he was dressed, the palace servant brought hot water for him to wash. And then it was time to go to dinner. Seeing her son's anxious look, Lu Hanwan finally took her son to the yard to play in the snow for a while before saying, okay. Are you hungry? Let's go back to eat first. After eating, mother will accompany Shujio to build a snowman. Okay? Zhao Yuan was just curious for a moment. After touching the snow, his hands quickly became red with cold. Now that his mother asked him to go back, he nodded obediently. Okay. He ran back to the palace and squatted by the brazier to warm his hands. Naniwei brought the bowl to feed him. When a spoonful of rice was handed over, he opened his mouth wide and ate it all in one mouthful. After dinner, Lu Hanwan kept her promise, and the mother and son played in the snow for a while and had a snowball fight. When they were almost done playing, Zhao Yuan ran back to warm himself up. It was cold outside in winter, so it was not good to walk around. It was boring to stay in the palace. So Zhao Yuan thought about it and decided to go find the prince to play. After thinking about it, it seemed that the prince had not come to see him for a while. He stood there and let Wei Nani put the cloak on him, while looking up and asking, "Is the prince's brother's illness healed?" Zhao Yuan himself was weak, and the prince's was not much better. The prince had congenital deficiencies since the womb, and he also fell ill in the autumn. He fell ill again when the temperature dropped in winter a few days ago. When Zhao Yuan went to see him at that time, the prince did not let him in, worried that he would catch the cold on his brother. They were both not in good health, and they were simply brothers in distress. Naniwei didn't know the prince's condition, but she felt that if the prince was well, he shouldn't have stayed away from her little prince for so long. The prince used to send gifts and run into his younger brother in the imperial garden. He was busy and had to study and attend classes every day, but he felt very happy to be able to spend some time with his younger brother. Of course, the prince's efforts were rewarded. Zhao Yuan would take the initiative to go to the East Palace to find him. When it was hot in summer, he would share a little bit of the smoothie made by his mother with the prince, and also bring other dried meat and other things. However, Naniwei couldn't stop the little prince from going to the prince without any evidence. She and the little prince had different identities. If Lu Hanwan and the prince knew about it, it would not be a good thing for her. So she just said, "It's been so long. The prince's health should be better. Let's go to the East Palace to ask. If it doesn't get better, then just come back." Zhao Yuan nodded his little head, obviously agreeing. After putting on the little cloak, he became plump. Zhao Yuan broke free from the little eunuch's arms, shouting, "Walk by yourself. Walk by yourself." Lu Hanwan said on the side, "Just let him go by himself." She was born in an ordinary family, and had seen many people in the market and the countryside raising children. She felt that children should move more by themselves to be healthier. Therefore, for Shizhou, she advocated letting him do it himself. Zhao Yuan followed a group of people, and soon came to the East Palace. He had been to the East Palace many times. Under the order of the prince, the guards of the East Palace directly let him in, and no one stopped him at all. He also recognized the prince's residence. He walked in that direction with a clear purpose. It was snowing today, and no one was guarding outside. Zhao Yuan looked around and found that the window of the prince's room was open. So he turned around, made a hushed gesture to the people behind him, and then quietly went to the window. Naniwei and others followed him quietly. When he reached the window, Zhao Yuan frowned. The window was higher than his body. He couldn't see what the prince was doing inside. He looked back and saw that the nurses and palace maids who followed him were all squatting behind him. Their eyes showed that they would never hold the little prince back, and would not let anyone find out. Zhao Yuan. Okay. He put his hands on the windowsill and climbed up. Inside the house, the prince had heard the faint noise outside. He signaled the people around him not to speak, and then looked out the window. Then, he saw a small paw on the windowsill. The prince was stunned, and then he immediately reacted, staring at that place with a smile in his eyes, waiting for his naughty little cub to come out. After watching for a while, he saw his brother's forehead going up and down on the windowsill, but he couldn't get in. Just when the prince was anxious and wanted to ask people around him to pick up his brother, Zhao Yuan finally came out of the window. He looked at the house with sparkling eyes. When he saw the prince, a smile appeared on his little face unconsciously, and he shouted, "Brother Prince." The prince coughed twice and hurriedly ordered, "Go and pick up Shizhou." Zhao Yuan let Xiaofuzi hold him and asked, "Is the prince brother well?" The prince asked Xiaofuzi to put Zhao Yuan on the chair beside the table. "He will be well soon. Don't get too close to me, or you will get infected." Xiaofuzi, move the brazier over. Be careful not to burn Shizhou. Zhao Yuan swung his calves on the chair twice, leaned forward, and kept his big eyes on the prince. The more he looked at him, the more his mouth pouted. The prince asked with a smile. What's wrong with Shujio? Who made you angry? Zhao Yuan asked worriedly. Why did the prince's brother lose so much weight? The prince had indeed lost a lot of weight, which was beyond Zhao Yuan's imagination. Now there was still a year and a half before the prince passed away, so he did not expect that the prince would lose so much weight after an illness. The prince looked at the little person caring about him, and a warm current passed through his heart. He smiled and said, Don't worry about me, brother. It's just that I have been drinking bitter medicine for a long time, so I can't eat and naturally lose weight. In 2 days, the disease will be completely cured. Brother Prince, eat more, and you will be able to make up for it soon. Zhao Yuan naturally knew that the prince would not die yet. Hearing him say this, his anxiety was reduced. But he also thought that the prince's health could not be delayed any longer, and it would be best to recover as soon as possible. On the surface, he still followed the prince's words and made a relaxed gesture. Then he looked at the book in front of the prince and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Brother Prince, are you still reading when you are sick? The prince said gently. I was bored after staying in the room for a long time, so I took it and read it for a while. Zhao Yuan didn't quite believe it. Although the original plot did not describe the princess too much, it can be seen from those clips how strict the queen was in the prince's reading. He looked at the people around the prince, and his disbelief was quite obvious. Under Zhao Yuan's gaze, the young eunuch hesitated and was in a dilemma. The prince was really very strict in reading. Even since he fell ill, he had never relaxed. He had to light candles to read at night. People's energy is limited, especially when they are sick. Sometimes the prince vomited while reading. But even so, the prince still had to continue reading. From the private heart, the young eunuch certainly didn't want the prince to be like this. The prince was like a taut rope. It would be bad for the body if he continued like this for a long time. The only time the prince can relax is probably when the 9th prince is around. The little eunuch hopes that the 9th prince can take care of the prince. But on the other hand, the little eunuch is the prince's man after all. When the prince wants to hide it from the 9th prince, he dare not say too much behind the prince's back. So he became like this. Although the little eunuch didn't say anything, he said everything. The prince thought that Shujio was so smart, and this time, he might not be able to hide it. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw the child's beautiful big eyes looking at him angrily. Mother said that you can't read when you are sick. Lu Hanwan really said this, because Zhao Yuan was sick and bored at the time, and the people who served him wanted to find fun for him, thinking that he liked to listen to books. They read to him. Then his mother saw him and told him not to study for too long. But it didn't matter. The prince wouldn't go to Chaoxia Palace to ask Lu Hanwan if she had said that. Zhao Yuan knew that the prince's death had a lot to do with his demanding study, so he stared with dissatisfaction. The prince felt a little guilty under his brother's gaze. This brother didn't study for too long. I don't believe it. He jumped off the stool and stood in front of the people serving the prince. His little face was stern, and he asked in a childish and serious voice, Tell me, how did the prince study during this time? Seeing that the eunuch still refused to speak, he said fiercely, If you don't tell me, I will complain to my father. The little white ball, when angry, looks like a spoiled child. Not scary at all. But he had already mentioned the emperor. The eunuch looked at the prince, gritted his teeth, and finally said, Little prince, please persuade His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Since he got sick, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been busy all the time, except for eating and sleeping. The rest of the time is basically spent on reading. Even at night, he has to light a candle to read. Zhao Yuan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide unconsciously. So hardworking. He immediately admired the Crown Prince very much. This kind of perseverance is not something that ordinary people can have. But then he reacted and realized that now is not the time to be shocked. He looked at the Crown Prince with a face full of disapproval. The prince coughed twice, changed the subject and ordered the eunuch, Go and ask the kitchen to boil some ginger soup and bring it over. Shujio and I will stay in the same room and drink some ginger soup as a precaution. Now his cold has improved a lot. And it is not necessarily true that Shujio will be infected. But it is always good to be more careful. Yes. The eunuch just said those words. Even though he knew that the prince was kind, he was a little panicked. When he heard the order, he immediately responded and slipped away. The two brothers were left standing and sitting with their eyes wide open. After the eunuch left, the prince subconsciously reached out to hug his brother and coax him. But as soon as he raised his hand, He remembered that his cold was not completely healed. So he had to put it down again and coax softly, "Xiaojiu, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not that serious." The prince brother just took a look. And besides, reading is a good thing. Just like Xiaojiu likes to play. The prince brother likes to read. Reading is not at all. For the prince, there was no shame in fooling a 2-year-old child. With his mother urging him from behind, and the second and third princes chasing him closely, he dared not relax at all. He was the prince, and he could not stop. When Xiaojiu grew up, he would naturally forget about it. But before he finished speaking, he saw the tears of the child in front of him rolling in his eyes. He was speechless and could not speak. Zhao Yuan's tears fell one by one. And he cried, "Brother Prince, don't do this. Too much fatigue will kill people. Xiaojiu doesn't want you to die." He threw himself directly into the arms of the prince. The prince hugged his younger brother, and didn't care that his younger brother said something unlucky about whether he would die or not. He gently patted his younger brother's back and coaxed him anxiously. Okay. Don't cry. Brother Prince is still fine. How could he die?" The prince felt distressed and amused. Although he was born with a weak body, he had never really thought that he would not live for more than a few years. It was just that his brother was so reluctant to leave him, which made him quite happy. He regarded this as a joke. But Zhao Yuan knew that the prince's body would really be exhausted in these daily lives. The prince felt bad because his brother kept crying. So he could only agree, "Okay. I promise you. I won't study when I'm sick. Okay. Xiaojiu, don't cry." Zhao Yuan was a little embarrassed for crying suddenly. He looked up at the prince with tears in his eyes. "Then can't I study tonight?" "Well, I won't study tonight." The prince agreed. "I won't study tomorrow either. I'll go back to Chongwen Pavilion to study when I'm well. Do you think this is okay?" The prince can only take a few days off during the Chinese New Year when he studies in Chongwen Pavilion. After the prince recovers from his illness, he will have to continue to study in Chongwen Pavilion. Zhao Yuan also knew that the prince was under a lot of pressure. The second and third princes were eyeing him covetously. If he really didn't study during the day, he was afraid that the prince would always be anxious. After hesitating for a while, he compromised and said, "You can study for a short while during the day, but not at night." The prince smiled. Xiaojiu was always so soft-hearted. He probably believed what he just said. However, if he really didn't study, he would feel that he would always fall behind, and his mother would probably be dissatisfied. So it was a good thing for him to compromise like his brother. He agreed. "Okay. I'll listen to you." After finally coaxing him, the prince breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhao Yuan made the decision to save the prince repaid his kindness with hatred and forced him to drink a large bowl of ginger soup, which made him cry. Fortunately, after drinking the ginger soup, Zhao Yuan did not catch a cold when he got up the next day. When the prince heard the result from the person who went to inquire, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After 2 days, the prince's cold was almost cured, and he resumed his daily routine of getting up early to study. After that, he fell ill twice throughout the winter, and he looked thinner. When spring came, Zhao Yuan also studied the pills for the prince's health. Now the most important thing is to find a way to get the prince to take it every day. The queen stood behind the prince, and most of the people around the prince were the queen's people. The queen could not hide what happened to the prince. If he really found an excuse to give the prescription, the reason he gave would definitely be thoroughly investigated by the queen, which was obviously unrealistic. Moreover, the prescription for conditioning the body was not fixed. After a period of time, the dosage or prescription had to be changed according to the prince's condition. Finally, Zhao Yuan thought for a long time and wanted the prince to take the medicine, and not take the medicine to the imperial physician for examination. Maybe he had to do it himself. At noon, Zhao Yuan went back and took a small porcelain bottle and put it in his arms. Then ran to another room to find his mother. Don't say that since his mother recovered from her illness, Zhao Yuan found that his mother was worthy of being the queen of the harem. Even after he came back, his mother was not so eager to compete for favor. But his mother was also a person who could not sit still. Every day is packed with activities. In the morning, she goes to Changchun Palace to pay respects to the queen, and has a verbal battle with the concubines. After that, she comes back in a good mood. Then she practices musical instruments, dances, rehearses new dance programs, and occasionally sings songs. In addition to the guqin she originally learned, She will also learn other musical instruments. On the one hand, these will be performed for the emperor. But Zhao Yuan sees that his mother actually likes it. The schedule is full every day. Zhao Yuan pushed the door open a crack. And as expected, he saw his mother's figure. He stuck his little head in. "Mom, I want to go to the prince for dinner. Except for things that will make her children sick." Lu Hanwan basically will not refuse any request from her children. Hearing her son's voice, Lu Hanwan looked at her with a gentle expression. "Okay, go ahead. Remember not to eat too much. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable again." "Okay." Zhao Yuan agreed immediately, closed the door and ran out. Lu Hanwan raised her voice behind him. "Come back early in the afternoon. Mother will make you delicious food." "Got it." Zhao Yuan's joyful voice rang in the air. Yiping used to say that they couldn't live a good life without her. But Zhao Yuan felt that after returning to his mother, he became the happiest child in the harem. He could go out to play every day. And his mother was sensible, and would personally make all kinds of delicious food for him. Many of the things even the prince had never seen. And Zhao Yuan was very happy every time he showed off. When he arrived at the East Palace, as expected, the prince's two companions Mu Wendy and Yu Chao were there. Seeing him, Mu Wendy greeted him with a smile. "Hey, the little prince is here again." Zhao Yuan ignored him. He could feel that none of the two companions really liked him. But he was not sad. He was not money. How could everyone like him? Even if he was money, there were many people who regarded him as dirt. He did not come to the East Palace to find these two people, but to find the prince. He knew that the prince was looking forward to his arrival every time. Xiaojiu. Hearing that Zhao Yuan was coming, the prince came out quickly and gave Mu Wendy a warning look. Mu Wendy put his hand on Yu Chao's shoulder and lamented, "Look, every time the ninth prince comes, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince treats us too as straw. He is older than the prince and is his cousin. He is not really jealous of who the prince likes and who he doesn't like. He is the eldest son of the Duke of Ying's mansion. His power is obvious. He has been immersed in power since he was a child. How could he care about these little things about love? He just thinks that the prince seems to value this younger brother too much. It's as if he really likes the ninth prince. But for Mu Wendy, it's hard to understand. The prince doesn't need to be so sincere when he wants to show brotherly love. Besides, the prince is not without his own younger brother. He has never seen the prince like the 10th prince so much. That is the child of their Duke of Ying's mansion. The prince always talked about the 9th prince and looked forward to it from time to time. Such a gap made Mu Wendy naturally look at the 9th prince with a sense of pickiness and dissatisfaction. Yu Chao was not as prejudiced as him. But Yu Chao was born in the Duke of Chunghua mansion and had long been invited to be the prince. He was equally respected and did not care much about the 9th prince. A little prince born by a palace girl. In their eyes, compared with the prince, the 9th prince was obviously marrying up. The prince picked up his brother and was happy. "Have you eaten at this time?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "No." Hearing this, the prince smiled and carried him to the chair. "Then it's just right to eat with the prince's brother." He turned to the people around him and ordered, "Ask the kitchen to make the new dishes I collected before for Xiujiu to try." This is one of the little tricks he used to attract more children to the East Palace. It must be said that the prince is very much like a male mother. When eating, Zhao Yuan basically doesn't need to do it himself. After eating a bite, the prince has already fed the next bite to his mouth. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan has long been accustomed to it. He eats one bite after another. He is a very easy child to feed. The prince saw his brother eat cleanly and felt very accomplished. After eating, Zhao Yuan did not leave. Usually when he came here at noon, the prince would want to hold him and take a nap together. The whereabouts of Mu Wendy and Yu Chao were uncertain. Chongwen Pavilion had a rest period at noon. Sometimes they would rest in the East Palace, and sometimes they would go out of the palace to their own residence. Anyway, the Duke's mansion was not far from the palace, and they could take a sedan chair when they went out. Sometimes they would not even eat in the East Palace. After the two of them had dinner today, they stood up and said goodbye, which meant they were leaving the palace. Their absence was a good thing for Zhao Yuan. The prince took his brother to take a walk in the garden of the East Palace to digest the food. When they were in the East Palace, the prince's personal eunuchs did not follow them step by step, and even the palace servants who served Zhao Yuan were waiting in the distance. Zhao Yuan looked around and saw no one around. And then he pulled the prince's hand. The prince lowered his head. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan's eyes flickered, and he asked in a low voice, Brother Prince? Are you full? The prince was surprised. What kind of question was this? But he still answered, I'm full. Zhao Yuan nodded and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Then do you want to take some medicine to help digestion? Mother asked the imperial physician to make me hawthorn pills. This was the method he came up with after thinking about how to give the prince medicine for a long time. That is to pretend that he gave the prince a pill to help digestion. This kind of pill can also be eaten as a snack. There will be no harm. Of course. He also knew that it was okay to eat this kind of thing for 2 or 3 days. But if the prince ate it for a long time, he would definitely be suspicious. But he couldn't think of any other way for a while. So he just made do with it. What if the prince is willing to eat it? It was really a broken jar. Anyway, this thing is not harmful to the prince. Even if the prince asks the imperial physician to check his pulse later, he will not find any problems. If the prince betrays him, he will never admit that he gave the prince something else to eat. He gave him hawthorn pills. He poured the pills in the small porcelain bottle into his palm. All of them at once. Several pills. And then looked up at the prince. Of course. Now this pill has been replaced by the pills he made in the space. Not hawthorn pills. He took one and put it in his mouth. His eyes curved. I ate too much the other day. And my mother asked the imperial physician to make me hawthorn pills. They are delicious. Do you want to try it? Prince brother? The prince hesitated for a moment when he poured the black pills into his hand. But seeing his cute appearance, like a kitten stealing fish, the suspicion in his mind was dispelled. Seeing his brother looking at him expectantly, he stretched out his hand, pinched one, put it in his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it, nodding, it tastes good. But don't eat too much of this. Okay. Zhao Yuan put the remaining pills in his hand back into the small porcelain bottle. I'll just eat one. Pouring a few pills at a time is mainly to show that he took them randomly when he ate them. So there is no possibility of cheating and leaving the poisonous ones for the prince. After feeding the prince medicine, Zhao Yuan was satisfied and put his small porcelain bottle in his pocket. Then he followed the prince to stroll in the garden. And then they went to take a nap. Then the next day, the day after, Zhao Yuan did everything according to the instructions. Even Mu Wendy was surprised when he saw him again. The little prince has come to the East Palace to have lunch together for 5 consecutive days. Right? This sounded like he was not welcome. Zhao Yuan snorted at him. Then turned around and hugged the prince. And said coquettishly, Brother Prince? The prince warned Mu Wendy, if you can't speak, don't speak. Seeing that the prince seemed to be really dissatisfied with him. Mu Wendy? It's outrageous. Yu Chao smiled and interrupted. It seems that the 9th prince likes the food in the East Palace these days. It's not in vain that the crown prince specially asked people to collect the recipes of various delicacies. After dinner, Zhao Yuan and the crown prince went for a stroll again. Mu Wendy and Yu Chao also stayed in the East Palace today. So they were walking around together. With them around, Zhao Yuan didn't take out the pills. Fortunately, the crown prince's sleeping room was not next to theirs. When the two returned to bed, Zhao Yuan took out his small porcelain bottle again and smiled kindly at the crown prince. Brother crown prince, let's eat hawthorn pills. Crown prince. The prince looked at the black pill in his brother's hand, and then at the smile on his brother's face. He lowered his head and raised it and lowered it again. The prince was about to speak but stopped. It was not that he wanted to doubt his brother, but it was really too outrageous. He had been eating this for 5 consecutive days. Seeing that the prince did not eat it, Zhao Yuan took one and ate it first. He showed an expression of enjoyment while eating. He asked curiously, Brother Prince, don't you want to eat it? The prince thought that Shujio must have liked this because the hawthorn pills were delicious. There were few snacks in the palace, and the hawthorn pills were barely considered to be a relatively delicious thing. He took a pill and ate it, and then said, Tangulu is also made of hawthorn, coated with syrup on the outside, and tastes sour and sweet. It is more delicious than this hawthorn pill. When summer comes, brother will go outside the palace to buy it for you. But, he frowned, is it really okay for your mother to give you so many hawthorn pills? What did the imperial physician say? We have taken 10 pills in the past few days. Did the imperial physician prescribe so many? The prince suspected. You didn't think the pills tasted good, so you stole your mother's pills and ate them? Shujio was lively and active every day, with a rosy complexion, and didn't look like he needed to digest food at all. He thought the hawthorn pills should be the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician for Wanpin. But the child thought it tasted good, so he ate it. Zhao Yuan. So what excuse did he have to come up with to make the prince eat pills for several months in a row? Unable to think of how to answer, Zhao Yuan used the skill of a child who always turned a deaf ear to everything and buried himself in the prince's arms, pretending to be sleepy and going to sleep. The prince had no choice but to hold his brother's soft body in his arms. Forget it. What can Xiaojiu understand at such a young age? Children are greedy. He should just go and tell Wanpin directly that it takes more effort to take care of children, and can't neglect these small aspects. Thinking about it, he was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with these people who take care of Xiaojiu? They follow Xiaojiu every day, but they don't even know that Xiaojiu has hidden so many hawthorn pills. For a while, the prince was angry and wanted to replace all the people. The prince heard the humming sound of the child in his arms, and he patted the child's back and coaxed the child to continue sleeping. He instantly forgot what he had just thought about, and gradually his eyelids became heavier. He hugged his brother and fell asleep. When the eunuch came to wake him up, he gently took his brother's arms and legs off his body, covered his brother with a quilt, and then carefully put on his clothes and went out. Wake up Xiaojiu in a while. He will not be able to sleep at night if he sleeps too long during the day. The little eunuch agreed. The prince was about to go to Chongwingwen. Before leaving, he asked Wei Nani, did Xiaojiu have poor digestion before, and the imperial doctor prescribed hawthorn pills? He knew that this nurse had been with Xiaojiu all along and was a nurse that Xiaojiu liked very much. It was said that Xiaojiu had rescued her. When questioning, the prince asked quietly, after all, although he thought that this thing should be the hawthorn pill, if there was any problem in it, he was the prince after all. He had eaten this thing. If he got sick after eating it, it would be bad if it was investigated and implicated his younger brother. So the fewer people know about these related things, the better. Nani Wei didn't know that her little prince fed the prince medicine every day. When she heard the prince ask about it, she didn't take it seriously and said, yes, the little prince ate too much a few days ago. So the queen asked the imperial doctor to prescribe a few pills for him. A few. The prince pondered the number in his mind, but he didn't ask too many more questions. Now it was almost time, so he hurried to Chongwen Hall. That night, he asked the doctor of the East Palace to check his body. I feel like I ate a little too much tonight. Well, for this examination, he did eat a little more. After all, it was not easy to say that he asked the doctor to check if he was poisoned. If he really said that, whether there was a problem or not, his mother would know what happened at the first time. The prince didn't want to make a big fuss. Dr. Lin took his pulse and didn't say anything wrong. Your Highness, just walk slowly outside for a while. Take a walk, or massage your stomach for a while to relieve it. It's nothing serious. The prince nodded, and after sending the medical officer away, he was still thinking about his brother's hawthorn pills. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the imperial physician to prescribe so many hawthorn pills for a 2- or 3-year-old child. But medical officer Lin did not find any problems. Was the pill harmless? Or was the poison inside more hidden and needed a long time to be detected? If this was aimed at him, why didn't the person behind the scenes make the medicine more effective? If it was aimed at Xiaojiu, why did he make it so troublesome? Who wouldn't be suspicious if he took it every day? But he couldn't find any problems. Or did the other party want to catch them all in one fell swoop and deal with both of them? The prince didn't know the truth, but he felt that he should have a good talk with Wanpin. He felt that the person behind the scenes should not be Wanpin. Wanpin could not give birth, and she only had one son. Even if they wanted to deal with him, they would not involve Xiaojiu. What's more, he was the prince. His friendship with Xiaojiu should be beneficial to Wanpin, and the other party had no reason to attack him. In all likelihood, Xiaojiu was deceived by someone. Before meeting Wanpin, the prince thought he could first test Xiaojiu's words and see who gave the medicine to Xiaojiu. At that moment, it was dark, and he could not go to the palace of the concubines. He could only wait until tomorrow morning. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, the prince fell asleep. The next morning, he got up, washed, ate, and then went to Chongwen Hall for class. At noon, he returned to the East Palace early, his eyes constantly on the door, waiting for the little person to arrive. On the other side, Zhao Yuan greeted his mother again in a familiar way. Mom, I'm going to find my brother the prince. Lu Hanwan muttered why her son was so attached to the prince these days. But it was indeed a good thing to have a good relationship with the prince. Lu Hanwan didn't know what the future would be like. But in her opinion at present, the prince was the legitimate son and the next emperor. The Duke of Ying's mansion was powerful. Even if the current queen had a biological child, the Duke of Ying's mansion might support the 10th prince. But they are on good terms with the crown prince, which is equivalent to being on good terms with the Duke of Ying and the queen, whether the next emperor is the crown prince or the 10th prince born to the queen. It is good. So she agreed again. But she was much more cautious with Wei Nanny and others. The 9th prince is not in Chaoxia Palace. You should be more vigilant and protect the 9th prince. If he has any problems, I don't need to say much about your fate. But if you take good care of him, I will naturally not treat you unfairly in the future. Yes, Queen. Wei Nanny and others responded respectfully. Go. Lu Hanlan signaled these people to take the 9th prince to the East Palace. Walking on the road, Zhao Yuan wondered whether he should change his excuse. But no matter how he changed it, it was very weird. Who wouldn't feel numb if he took pills every day? And he was a prince who grew up in the palace. Zhao Yuan knew that the prince might have suspected something. But the problem was that he couldn't think of any other way. He rubbed his head and thought dejectedly. Could he bribe the palace servants around the prince and let them put the medicine in the tea that the prince drank? But who would bribe people? The people around him might not listen to him. I'm afraid that he hasn't bribed the people in the East Palace yet. And they will tell the queen. Maybe. He went to give the prince drugs every day? Rain or shine. He went to the East Palace every day to find excuses to give him drugs for several months. Just thinking about it makes people want to shiver. Perhaps he should reveal some information to the prince. Without the cooperation of the prince, it is impossible for the prince to take the drugs for a long time. Before Zhao Yuan could figure it out, he had arrived at the gate of the East Palace. He put away his thoughts and started to rush in, shouting, Brother Prince, Shuzhou is here. What delicious food did the brother prince make for him today? The prince heard the familiar voice and just stood up. The next moment, he saw a little face with a bright smile appearing at the door. He smiled softly. Shuzhou crouched down to catch the small cannonballs that rushed over. The prince took the opportunity to lift his brother's small body and turned it in the air twice, making the child giggle non-stop. After that, the two began to eat. After dinner, as usual, the two took a walk together. Today, Mu Wendy and Yu Chao were not here, so there was no need to worry about others. The two walked to a rockery. Before Zhao Yuan could use his old trick to take out his small porcelain bottle, the prince had already squatted down. Do you have any more of Shizhou's hawthorn pills? Zhao Yuan. There is such a good thing? He hasn't even opened his mouth yet. He immediately smiled and went to get it. There are still some. He poured out a pill for the prince. And the prince glanced at the small porcelain bottle. Although he couldn't see clearly inside, he could tell from the child pouring it out that there was definitely more than one pill left. Before he had eaten with Xiao Jiao for 5 days, each of them had one. That was 10. Now there are 2 or 3 in the bottle, which is a dozen. It is impossible for the tide to drive so much. And the bottle cannot be installed. Prince just suspected that there was a problem with this thing. And now he is sure. He didn't take the medicine he took over, but intended to wrap it with epoxy. At first glance, Zhao Yuan panicked, quickly grabbed the prince's hand, and asked, Don't the prince brother eat it? Xiao Jiao. The prince did not make people. This medicine meatball may have problems. The prince's brother does not eat. Don't eat it. You will give you the rest to the elder brother. What exactly is this? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened. How could this be so wrong? The prince asked. Tell me, brother, who gave you this pill? Did someone around you ask you to give it to brother? Brother? Who? Zhao Yuan shook his head. He did it himself. And no one around him knew anything. It wasn't given by someone around you, the prince said. Then who gave it? Who asked you to give it to brother? Brother? It couldn't be your mother. Could it? The prince hesitated. Wanping's words made him wonder why this happened. Zhao Yuan held his small porcelain bottle tightly to prevent the prince from taking it away. He looked at the prince with watery eyes and whispered, Brother. This medicine is not a bad medicine. It's very good. You are always sick. Taking this medicine can replenish your body. Seeing his brother's nervousness, The prince did not forcefully snatch the small porcelain bottle. Hearing that his brother wanted him to replenish his body and stop getting sick, he felt warm in his heart. And he knew that his brother was definitely doing it for his own good. It's just that some evil people took advantage of his brother's kindness. The person behind the scenes is really hateful, not even sparing such a young child. If something happens to him, and it is traced to his brother, wouldn't his brother be ruined? Even if the emperor likes his brother, it is not so easy to end the matter once his brother poisoned the crown prince. The Duke of Ingwa behind him will not let his brother go either. These are not even things that he can avoid blaming his brother for, saying that he has nothing to do with him. He began to reason with his brother. Brother Crown Prince knows that Shujio is good to you. But what if this medicine is not suitable for you? Shujio, can you let Brother Crown Prince take the medicine to Lin Doctor for examination? If it is confirmed to be effective, can you continue to take it? Zhao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. No. No one can know about this medicine. He couldn't tell the origin of his medicine. There was always a large group of people around him. Even if he found an excuse, once the queen and the emperor targeted him, he would not be able to do what he wanted in the future. And if this matter was exposed, his mother would know that he was hiding something from her. It hadn't been long since the last pills for preventing smallpox were taken. Zhao Yuan didn't want to put himself in the whirlpool of these messes. He wanted to be an ordinary child, living happily and carefree. The prince didn't understand. Why can't anyone know that this pill was given to you by someone? Shujio, do you remember who that person is? What does he look like? Brother, this matter really can't be known to anyone. Don't take it to Lin, the doctor, for examination. Okay. Zhao Yuan hugged the prince and said with tears in his eyes. He had been in contact with the prince for so long, and he was quite familiar with the plot of the TV series. The prince was very soft-hearted, especially to the people he cared about. Even when he was exhausted to death, he still didn't blame the queen for her usual harshness. He comforted the queen instead, hoping that even without him, the queen could live happily. For such a prince, it is easy to persuade him not to take this for examination, because the prince probably doesn't want to really implicate him. He thinks that he should temporarily stop taking medicine this time, and then he will try to give the prince medicine himself later? Anyway, it's fine if the prince doesn't notice it. The prince looked at his crying brother at a loss for a moment. After a while, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and hurriedly held Zhao Yuan's shoulder and asked, "Did the person who gave you the medicine threaten your life? It seems that the person behind the scenes is coming for him. Which concubine in the harem is this?" Zhao Yuan thought for a moment, and finally didn't provoke the prince, shaking his head. No. Anyway, I can't say it, and I can't let anyone notice its existence. Brother Prince, this is really a pill to replenish the body. Shujio specially asked for it for you. I will eat it with you. Okay? Shujio will not harm Brother Prince. 3 months. Just take it for 3 months, and it will be fine. Brother, this is really okay. Shujio can eat with you every time. As he spoke, he loosened his hand, spread out his palm to pour out the pills, and prepared to eat it himself to prove that this thing is really not poisonous. He did the same thing a few days ago, but before he could pour out the pills, he was stopped. Zhao Yuan looked up in confusion, and saw the prince stretched out his hand to cover his small porcelain bottle, and then put it on his palm. The prince sighed and said, "Brother eats? You don't eat?" Since the death of concubine Dun last time, the emperor has carried out a major purge in the palace, and all aspects of the palace management have been tightened, especially in the aspect of smuggling things in and out of the palace, which is strictly prohibited. It is basically impossible to bring things in from outside the palace at will. To make so many pills, a lot of medicinal materials are needed, and ordinary people can never do it except the Imperial Hospital. Although Shujio is young, he has always been smart and sensible. Since he said so, either this thing is fine, or the person behind the scenes has deceived Shujio. The prince sneered in his heart, and he already felt that this was a trap set by the person behind the scenes against him. He is the prince, and there are so many people in the palace who want him dead. Even his mother. For a moment, the prince felt extremely sad, but he looked at the little man next to him. The child's eyes were as clear and bright as water after crying, and his big eyes, like black grapes, were full of expectations for him. It can be seen that Xiaojio really hopes that he will get better after taking this medicine. He reached out and touched the soft black hair on his brother's head. He hated the person behind the scenes in his heart. Shujo is still so young. How could he do this to Shujo? When Shujo grows up and knows that this is poison fed to his brother, how uncomfortable he will feel. But if he doesn't eat it, will the person behind the scenes attack Shujo? He thought that he should turn everything over and let his father and mother investigate. In this way, as long as the person behind the scenes can be found, perhaps everything will be safe. But suddenly, another kind of agitated emotion lingered in his heart. Perhaps death is also a kind of relief for him. If he dies, his father can choose a better and more outstanding prince, and his mother doesn't have to be entangled between him and the 10th brother, and can choose the 10th brother steadily. The Duke of Ing will naturally support the only remaining prince with the blood of the Duke of Ing. Except, he looked at the child in front of him. The soft child was full of innocence, and he was looking forward to his recovery. By then, Xiaojie would be very sad, and perhaps he would be immersed in the pain of losing his brother the prince for the rest of his life. He didn't want Xiaojie to suffer, but he didn't want Xiaojie to forget him. By then, perhaps the only one who could remember him forever would be Shujo. He wanted to be selfish for once, and let Shujo remember his brother the prince forever. After he died, he would give everything he had to Shujo, just as some insignificant compensation. Maybe Shujo didn't need it, but that was the only thing he could do. Zhao Yuan looked at the prince's expression and felt that he looked very sad. He knew that the prince probably misunderstood something. He grabbed the prince's arm and said seriously, "Brother Prince, no one is threatening Shujo. If you don't want to eat, you don't have to eat. But this is our secret. Okay? Don't let anyone know the existence of the pill. This pill really has no harm. Shujo is not lying to you. This is really good for the body. Okay." The prince laughed and swallowed the pill. Brother Prince knows Shujo. It's best. He will definitely not harm Brother Prince. Let's go. Let's wash our faces and take a nap. Look at you. Your face has become like a little cat after crying. He reached out to wipe his brother's tears, then picked him up, because the crown prince was there. The crown prince and the 9th prince were unwilling to be followed, so Wei Nani and others did not follow Zhao Yuan step by step. Seeing the two of them coming back, the 9th prince's face was obviously crying, and Wei Nani was anxious and hurried forward. "What's wrong with the little prince?" Zhao Yuan smiled at her and indicated that he was fine. The crown prince explained, "I just teased Xiao Jio and accidentally made him cry. But now he is coaxed back." Wei Nani was half believing and half doubting, but seeing that the little prince was in a good mood now, his little arm was still around the crown prince's shoulder. The two brothers were very close, and there was no gap at all. She could only temporarily put aside her suspicion. The servants of the East Palace were very considerate and brought the water for washing. Naniwei helped the 9th prince wash up. After that, the two brothers went to bed. When Zhao Yuan woke up in the afternoon, it was time to go back to Chaoxia Palace. He had just woken up and was not very energetic. He walked on the road, holding Naniwei's hand, and walked to the Imperial Garden, and then strolled around. Naniwei followed him all the time. When she found an opportunity and others were not too close, Naniwei coaxed him and asked softly, "What did the crown prince say to the little prince at noon that made the little prince cry?" Zhao Yuan paused. He knew that Naniwei was not controlling or trying to find out some secrets. She was probably worried that the crown prince would bully him behind his back because he was young. Then, he was too young and easier to coax. He didn't know if he was bullied. He thought, it's okay for him to bully the prince. But how could it be possible that the prince bullied him? However, in front of Wei Nani, he naturally couldn't say that. So he just found an excuse. Sure enough, after hearing that the prince was really teasing the child and accidentally teased too much, Wei Nani was relieved immediately. It's a good thing for the little prince to be on good terms with the prince, as long as the prince doesn't deliberately bully the child. Wei Nani has no objection to Zhao Yuan and the prince being on good terms. After playing outside for a while, Zhao Yuan went back to the palace. In the evening, he also met the emperor, who came to Zhaoxia Palace to stay overnight again today. In the current harem, although his mother is not the only one who is favored, she has never lacked favors, and the emperor always comes several times a month. Nothing major happened in their Chaoxia Palace, which was normal. His mother was not the main character, and now she had lost her ability to bear children. The other concubines in the harem did not target his mother. On the contrary, I heard that the main character, Shupin Song Shuqing was quite lively. After Shupin gave birth to the 12th prince, her relationship with the emperor also eased, and the emperor went to Shupin more often. On the second day, and even for many days afterwards, Zhao Yuan's journey of feeding the prince medicine went quite smoothly. Every time he took it out, the prince ate it obediently. But inexplicably, Zhao Yuan felt that the prince seemed to treat him better. Looking at another box of things in front of him, Zhao Yuan looked up at the prince again. He always felt that the prince was making arrangements for his afterlife in advance. So the prince suspected that there was something wrong with the pill he gave him, and that he would die if he took it? But if that was the case, why did the prince continue to take it? Thinking about these things in his mind. In reality, Zhao Yuan shook his head and said, "These are not fun. I don't want them." The box of things the prince gave him turned out to be full of valuable treasures. And this was not the first time. The prince just gave him 2 boxes 2 days ago, saying that he could take them to play with. But the things in those boxes were not low in value. Hearing his childish words, the prince smiled and said, "You are still young and don't understand. You will like it when you grow up." Zhao Yuan sighed inwardly. He held the prince's hand and said seriously, "Brother prince, don't you want to take that pill?" The prince was stunned and didn't speak for a while. Zhao Yuan said, "If you don't like it, you can choose not to eat it. This thing just can't be known to others. But you can decide whether to eat it or not." He didn't know what kind of mentality the prince was in. He suspected that it was poison. But he still ate it with a smile every day. He thought that the prince might be in a repressive environment, coupled with adolescence, and a little depressed. The prince is only 13 years old now. Children of this age are very likely to go astray psychologically, especially when the prince is grown up. The people around him are all the queen's people. The 2 companions represent their own forces. They look like they are not easy to deal with. He can't find anyone to confide his pressure to. It is not impossible that he will be so depressed that he wants to give up his life. Otherwise, in the plot, the prince would not be so calm when facing death. Now, there is only 1.5 years left before the death of the prince in the original plot. At this point, it is not impossible that the prince has mental problems. Zhao Yuan suddenly felt that in order to let the prince live well, in addition to the physical, the mental may also need to be focused on. Previously, he thought that no matter what the prince thought, as long as he was willing to take the pill, after a long time, the prince would naturally know that the pill was fine and was good for the human body. But now, seeing that he was about to die, he kept stuffing him with things, as if he was going to leave all his property to him. Zhao Yuan felt something indescribable in his heart. He himself had not expected that the prince was going to die, and he would still have a share of the inheritance. And it looked like a lot. He suspected that the prince wanted him to empty all the warehouses in the East Palace. He looked at the prince and added, "The person who gave this medicine is not a bad person, and the prince will be fine even if he doesn't take it." But in this case, he had to find another way to make the prince take it. Looking at the child's entangled look, the prince couldn't help laughing. He asked, "So do you want the prince to eat it or not?" Of course Zhao Yuan hoped that the prince would eat it. But he didn't want the prince to be depressed all day. "I hope the prince can eat happily." The prince couldn't help laughing. He looked at the child and couldn't help thinking, could it be that he really guessed wrong? Is the medicine really good for the body? Not harmful to him? He said, "Since Shujio wants you to take it, then you can take it. Let fate choose your life." No one in his life has chosen him firmly and needs him. His mother died early, and his father had so many children, among whom he was not even favored. If he hadn't become the prince by virtue of his status as a legitimate son, he would have no sense of existence at all. And his mother no longer needed him after she had her 10th brother. In his life, it seems that every day is filled with learning, hard work, excellence, and the demeanor of the eldest son. Even if his younger brother provokes him, he has to do what a brother and a prince should do. He was too tired to live. But in fact, whether he was dead or alive, it didn't matter at all. No one really cared. It didn't affect anything. However, he looked at Shujio, who was holding him softly. Even if he was not an excellent brother, he could protect Shujio with the identity of the prince. At least, Shujio liked him and needed him. Then, it depends on whether the medicine Shujio gave him will make him live or die. Just give him a reason to live. However, after taking the medicine, the prince once again reminded his younger brother, no matter what happens, You can't tell anyone about the existence of these medicines. And you can't tell others that you gave them to the prince brother. Understand? Zhao Yuan blinked his eyes, and inexplicably wanted to cry. He nodded heavily. Yes. Don't tell anyone. Yes. The prince said, except for the medicine your mother asked you to take. You can't take any medicine given by anyone else. He was a little worried that this brother, who was sometimes smart and sometimes childish, would accidentally take everything. He had taken the medicine for so many days. Although both of them were weak, the prince himself was born with deficiencies, so there was still a difference. In addition, the dosage of the medicine would be different for different ages. But he didn't take much, so he asked the doctor to help check his pulse. And he didn't see any other problems with Shujio for the time being. Of course, Zhao Yuan didn't have to take the things said to him personally. In the afternoon, the prince asked the people in the East Palace to deliver them directly to the Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanwan looked at the box on the ground, opened it, and looked at each other with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun couldn't help but said, Master, is the prince plotting something? The 2 boxes of things sent over 2 days ago. And these are worth a lot. Lu Hanwan thought so too. Her mind was working fast, thinking about the possible problems. Could it be that the prince wanted to frame Shujio, saying that Shujio deliberately made trouble to ask for other people's valuable things, so that the emperor would think that Shujio was ignorant? You know, there are a lot of good things in the prince's warehouse. As the prince, the next emperor, the prince has always had a good reputation in the palace and in the hearts of the courtiers. He is gentle and dignified, outstanding, and has a very good character. Such a prince receives the best and most expensive gifts every year. Even so, the things said by the prince in the past 2 days are definitely the best in the prince's warehouse. Anyway, with Lu Hanwan's worth, she can't afford it. Is this the queen's conspiracy? Lu Hanwan thinks that the prince does seem to like Shujio more. Of course, it may also be that the prince performed too well. There has never been a shortage of such people in the palace, who say one thing in front of them and another behind their backs. They think of the queen, naturally, because the queen has a biological son, the 10th prince. In comparison, the emperor's favorite in the entire palace is Shujio. Shujio and the 10th prince are only a few months apart in age, and the 10th prince is still the legitimate son. But the difference in treatment between the two is really not small. Of course, this refers specifically to the treatment in front of the emperor. However, the other treatments in the palace are not worse than the 9th prince. Lu Hanwan is a smart woman, although she appears to be more inclined to the queen because her son is on good terms with the prince. In fact, she is wary of any woman in the harem. She doesn't think a mother will be indifferent when she sees that her son is not as good as others. The queen is particularly fond of the 10th prince she gave birth to. Also, although Yipin is no longer Shujio's adoptive mother, and she and Yipin have broken up, Fengji has not alienated Shujio because of this. And it is hard not to misunderstand that Fengji still supports Shujio. After all, Yipin can't have children. Even if she adopts another one, it is not her biological child. In comparison, the 9th prince was not only raised by Yipin until he was 2 years old, but also very close to Fengji since he was a child. It is not impossible for Fengji to choose the 9th prince. As for her biological mother, she has no background behind her. If Fengji supports the 9th prince to ascend to the throne in the future, he can completely control the 9th prince. In this way, the 9th prince is both favored and may have a background, which is also a threat in the palace. So, this should be the queen signaling the prince to take action against Shujio. Right? Fengji's support is unstable. As long as Shujio loses favor, everything will be insignificant. Xiaoyan also thought this was possible. She looked solemn. They must have bad intentions. Master, should we ask the 9th prince not to go to the prince? Zhao Yuan didn't know that the prince's distribution of the inheritance aroused his mother's suspicion. He didn't even know that the prince had sent the things. After taking a nap, he started to stroll around and even went to the emperor's place. When he returned to Chaoxia Palace, he saw his mother and Xiaoyun with solemn faces. Seeing Zhao Yuan coming back, Lu Hanwan hurriedly called him up. Shujio, come here quickly. Mother has something to ask you. Zhao Yuan ran over. Mom, what's up? Lu Hanwan saw that his little face was red and there was sweat on his forehead. So she took out her handkerchief to wipe it for him. Did you go to play Kuju again? You've been running so much that you're sweating. Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded and told Lu Hanwan about his schedule. One moment, he went to explore the empty palace. The next moment, he went to the emperor to have him read to him. The next moment, he went to the Ministry of Works to see if there was anything fun. And the next moment, he played Kuju again. In just one afternoon. He did a lot of things. Lu Hanwan listened to his babyish voice, and the smile on her face never left her face. It's good for children to run more. The more they run, the better their health will be. The imperial physician said that compared to before, Shizhou's health has improved a little. As long as he continues to be raised like this, he should be able to grow up to be like a normal person. Zhao Yuan talked for a long time unconsciously under his mother's gaze. And then he remembered that his mother asked him to come over for something. He stopped and asked, "Mom, what do you want to ask me?" Lu Hanwan pointed to the box on the side. "This is what your prince brother sent over this afternoon. Take a look." When Zhao Yuan was looking inside the box, Lu Hanwan asked casually, "Is this what Shizhou asked the prince brother for?" "No." Zhao Yuan shook his head. "It's the prince who wants to give it to me. The prince is just dividing the inheritance. And it seems that in addition to what he is given now, he will want to give more in the future. It's just that giving too much at once will cause a lot of unnecessary criticism. So he didn't move the entire warehouse to him directly." It has to be said that Zhao Yuan is telling the truth. Lu Hanwan asked, "Why would the prince give so much? He has already given a lot in the past 2 days." Zhao Yuan frowned. How to explain this? He thought about it, and said what the prince said. "Before, the prince showed me the warehouse. He said there were too many things in it, and he couldn't use them. He could give me everything I like. The things in the prince's storehouse were really exquisite." Zhao Yuan didn't take them seriously at the time. He looked around one by one. Later, he saw that many of the things sent by the prince were things he had touched before. Lu Hanwan pondered. Could it be that the prince really just liked Shizhou too much? So he gave it to her casually. These things were precious and valuable to her. But to the prince, they were just a small part of the storehouse, and were nothing at all. She thought, since she had already received them. Should she give something in return for Shizhou? While Lu Hanwan was thinking, the queen and the emperor naturally knew that the prince had sent many things to the ninth prince. In the afternoon, just after the prince finished his get-out of class, the palace servants around the queen were already waiting outside. When the prince saw the visitor, he respectfully called out, "Aunt Baiji." Baiji smiled and said, "Your Highness, the queen asked you to come over after class." "Yes, I know." When he arrived at Changchun Palace, before he entered, the prince heard the queen coaxing the child. "Can your mother's little tin eat another bite? You eat too little. You will cry about being hungry later." "No. No." The 10th prince immediately knocked the bowl in the queen's hand to the ground. Obviously, this was not the first time. The palace servants inside were well trained to clean up the mess on the ground. And the queen took new bowls and chopsticks and chased her son around the table to feed him. "Okay, don't eat that dish anymore. Let's change to a new one. You eat another bite. And your mother will give you candy later." As soon as the prince stepped into the room, he saw the queen's face, which was always serious, with a faint smile at this time. "Mother," he called softly. "You are here. Sit down." The queen looked over and stood up. The palace servant took the bowl and chopsticks from her hand. She walked to the chair and sat down. She picked up the teacup and used the lid to skim the tea leaves. She drank 2 sips slowly, and then looked at the prince again and asked, "I heard that you gave the 9th prince a lot of good things these days?" The prince pulled the corner of his mouth and let a smile appear on his face. "It's not much. Just to coax the child." He felt a little sorry. It seemed that he couldn't give it directly. He could only wait until he was about to die and leave a will. His father should allow it. But will death be so slow? Will it leave him enough time to wait for his father to arrive? The prince thought. Maybe he should write a suicide note in advance? It would be bad if it was discovered too early. After all, he didn't know when he would die. The queen said, "I remember that the coral tree was sent by the emperor when he celebrated his birthday. You liked it very much and gave it to the 9th prince?" The prince pinched his fingers covered by his sleeves in his palms. Still pretending to smile calmly, "What mother said is true. I liked that thing very much before. But later I felt that it was nothing after looking at it for a long time." The queen put the teacup down heavily on the table, and there was a crisp sound when it collided. The prince's heartbeat stopped, and his whole body was trembling with fear. The smile that was originally forced could no longer be maintained. The queen looked at him seriously. "You are the prince. And it is not bad to be friendly to your brothers. Your father liked you this way. But you must also remember that you are the prince. It is not advisable to rely on flattery to make your younger brothers like you. You must have the dignity of a prince. Dignity? The prince thought endlessly. Should he show what dignity is in front of a 3-year-old child? His face remained unchanged, and the queen did not notice that he was distracted. After teaching him some words, the queen said, also, don't forget that the 9th prince's biological mother was just a palace maid. It is not very useful to win him over. It's almost enough. You are a little too good to him. If you must be addicted to being a brother. You don't see how close you are to your 10th brother. You two are brothers. You have to support each other in the future. Yes. The prince said respectfully, I understand. Seeing that the prince listened, the queen nodded slightly with satisfaction, and then asked, how have you learned in the past 2 days? Then, there was another test. Although the queen was not known as a talented woman, her knowledge was definitely not bad. At least it was more than enough to test the prince. The prince was afraid of being tested by his mother, since he was a child. He answered the questions tremblingly. Suddenly, he felt a pain on his face. He reached out and touched it, and saw a little blood on his fingers. Looking down, it turned out that his younger brother broke the bowl on the table. The fragments flew up and hit his face. The 10th prince screamed and smashed the dishes. Still laughing, the queen shouted solemnly, Little 10, look at you. You hurt your brother's face. The prince subconsciously put on a smile and wanted to explain that he was fine. But he found that no one cared about what he wanted to say. He had to swallow what he wanted to say again. The queen was still yelling at the 10th prince, but it could be heard that it was not the kind of yelling that was really angry. Don't run around. The ground is full of fragments. What if you fall down later? As she was speaking, the 10th prince, who was originally running around the room with a smile to avoid the pursuit of the palace people, fell to the ground and cried loudly again. The queen was immediately worried and ran over quickly, complaining and worrying, I told you not to run around. Why didn't you listen? Let me see. Are you hurt? Someone cared about him. And the 10th prince cried even louder. But he didn't fall on the broken pieces of dishes. But he fell a little hard. So he cried? The queen breathed a sigh of relief and hugged the child to coax him. After finally coaxing him, she suddenly saw that the prince was still standing there staring blankly. She couldn't help but frown. His brother had fallen. But he didn't come to coax him. He just stood there motionless. This book makes people stupid. But she was not in the mood to educate the child at this time. She just waved her hand and said, You go back first. Remember to study hard. You stumbled when answering the questions just now. Don't behave like this in front of your father. You know that your father likes excellent children the most. And those prince's children. You know the relationship with your father. You are the prince. And you represent a different meaning. No matter in which aspect. You have to surpass those people in all aspects. Understand? You have to hurry up. Don't need others to remind you every time. If you are not talented enough, you have to work harder. Those people study for 2 hours. You study for 6 hours. 7 hours. Yes, the prince said. I understand. After leaving Chongchun Palace, the prince looked at the darkening sky, blinked, and dared not immerse himself in his own thoughts. He walked towards the East Palace step by step. As for the emperor, although he knew that the prince had given Xiaojiu a lot of things, he didn't care much. He knew that the prince and Xiaojiu had always had a good relationship. So it was not a big deal for the prince to give Xiaojiu some things. There was no need for him to ask what happened in person. Although he didn't have much time left to live. Under heavy pressure, the prince behaved no different from before. He still lived his life step by step. After school every day, he completed the homework assigned by the teacher and recited constantly. At night, the East Palace would light candles, and he would read until late at night before turning off the lights and going to bed. Fortunately, the prince's hard work over the years was not in vain. He studied hard, and in Chongwen Hall, there was really no other child who could compare with him, at least in terms of academics. He was among the best. Of course, sometimes, there were other children who could answer questions more profoundly than him. And this crisis always stimulated the prince. In terms of martial arts, the prince was much weaker. He was born weak and had less strength than ordinary people. But despite this, he had been working hard to learn, until time passed little by little. Every night, the prince was thinking about when he would die. But he never died. The prince even felt that his health seemed to be getting better. Every time he took martial arts lessons, it seemed that he was a little more relaxed than before. Could it be that the medicine Shujio gave him was really a tonic? The prince asked the doctor of the East Palace to feel his pulse. Dr. Lin stroked his beard for a long time before saying with surprise, "Your Highness's health seems to be getting better. Has your Highness taken any magical medicine recently?" Although he was shocked that his health was actually getting better, the prince still subconsciously covered up when faced with Lin's question. "I have been eating medicinal food recently, and I also found a doctor to prescribe health pills." The prince went out of the palace to find someone to prescribe the pills after he knew that the hawthorn pills Shujio gave him were not hawthorn pills. Because his brother didn't want to be exposed, he could only think of other ways. After all, it might be that he took the pills for too short a time at first, so the doctor didn't notice that he took the pills. But after a long time, the doctor couldn't help but find the problem. To be on the safe side, it's better to prepare more, the prince explained casually, and after Lin Yiguan finished congratulating him, he looked at Lin Yiguan, who was packing up the medicine box, and said in a steady voice, "Lin Yiguan, when my health improves, I don't want anyone to know for the time being. Do you understand?" When he mentioned anyone, he emphasized his tone. No one in the palace is simple. Lin Yiguan heard what the prince meant, and knelt down and saluted, saying, "I will keep my mouth shut." The prince was still young, and most of the people in the East Palace were arranged by the queen. But basically these people were people with clean backgrounds, and they could not be called the queen's confidants. Besides, the ants around the prince were enough for the queen to grasp the prince's movements. Therefore, as the prince grew older, many people in the Eastern Palace began to waver between the queen and the prince. Take Lin Yiguan, for example. After all, he worked in the Eastern Palace. The prince clearly told him not to tell anyone about this matter. If he told the queen, the prince would not be able to do anything to the queen. However, it was absolutely okay for a small medical officer like him to get into trouble. At that moment, he immediately expressed his attitude and said that he would listen to the prince. After all, it was a good thing that the prince was in good health. There would be no problem in the future if he kept it a secret. He didn't need to make a choice in his heart. The prince nodded. He generally knew what these people were thinking. It would be best if he could keep it a secret. If he couldn't keep it a secret, it wouldn't be related to Xiaozhou. "So, you go out first." "Yes." Medical Officer Lin went out with his medical box. This year, 3 years have passed since the last selection, and the palace has selected another selection. In the end, it is said that 5 people were selected to enter the harem. One of them seems to be more favored during this period. However, this has little to do with Zhao Yuan. The emperor still often comes to Zhaoxiao Palace, and often takes him to Qingjing Palace. At present, the 9th prince still occupies the position of the most favored prince. In contrast, the emperor's decision on the autumn hunting is more important to Zhao Yuan. Autumn hunting. That is, hunting in autumn. Early in the morning, just after getting up and coming out, Zhao Yuan's little head popped in from the door when he heard the topic discussed by Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yun in the room. He asked with sparkling eyes, "Mother, can I go too?" After hearing the news that he could leave the palace, Zhao Yuan was very happy. He had not been out of the palace since he traveled here for so long. Although the palace is nice, he is tired of playing everywhere every day. Lu Hanwan looked up and saw her son and smiled. "Mother doesn't know." Zhao Yuan ran over with his short legs and hugged his mother's legs, asking coquettishly, "Mother, just tell me, will the emperor let me go too?" Autumn hunting is different from summer vacation. There are more activities in autumn hunting. He is only 3 years old, and it is not certain whether the emperor will take him with him. Seeing the child anxious, Lu Hanwan's evil taste of teasing children came up. She deliberately pretended to be thoughtful, and finally said in her son's anxious and expectant eyes, "Mother heard this news from the queen this morning. Mother doesn't even know if she can go, let alone know you." The news of the autumn hunt was indeed what the queen said when she was paying respects just now. There are many concubines in the harem, and the queen needs to draw up a list of who can go and who can't go. So Lu Hanwan is really not sure whether she can go. However, she estimated that with her position, and she was not pregnant and other inconveniences, she would be able to go in 9 out of 10 cases. However, teasing children is of course very interesting. You are too young. It's not safe outside, and you may not be able to go. Otherwise, you can go and ask your father yourself. Seeing that his mother was talking clearly, Zhao Yuan nodded quickly. Okay. I'll go to find my father now. Hey. Come back. Lu Hanlan quickly pulled her son back. Your father is still in the morning court. You should eat breakfast first before going. Zhao Yuan thought that at this time, his father had not finished the morning court yet, and he would not be able to find him if he went. So he had to suppress his mood and sit down to eat. But he was thinking about something. So he ate carelessly and finished his meal in big mouthfuls soon. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks and wiping his mouth, he stood up in a hurry. Mom, I'll go ask the prince first. Before he finished speaking, he had already run to the door. Lu Hanwan looked at her son's energetic appearance with a smile, and shouted behind him. Slow down. Don't fall. Zhao Yuan could faintly hear his mother's voice. While he continued to run, he did not forget to use his baby voice to reassure his mother. You won't fall. He ran towards the East Palace. The prince still had to go to Chongwingwen for class today, but he basically remembered the time when the prince went there, and he could catch up if he ran faster. When he ran all the way to the East Palace, the prince was indeed still in the East Palace, sitting at the table eating. Seeing his younger brother suddenly appear, the prince was puzzled, but he was still very happy in his heart. He stood up and walked over, squatted down and wiped the sweat off his younger brother. What's wrong with you? You're running so fast. Did something happen? Zhao Yuan raised his little face to let the prince wipe it. His eyes were dark and bright. Brother Prince? Is father going to the autumn hunt? Yes. The prince knew about this and answered directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan knew that the news was true, and his eyes were full of excitement. Will the prince go too? The prince nodded. Yes. He asked again. What about me? Can I go too? The prince couldn't say for sure, but seeing his brother like this, he smiled and asked, You really want to go? Zhao Yuan nodded as fast as pecking rice. I want to go. The prince pinched his chubby little face. Then you talk to father. It shouldn't be a big problem. If father doesn't agree, the prince's brother will plead for you again. But he guessed that he wouldn't be able to use himself, and maybe he is not as effective as Shujiu in front of his father. However, Zhao Yuan did not think about it. He was very happy just to hear that the prince wanted to help. Two people talking always has more weight than one person. The prince took his hand and went in. Have you had breakfast? Do you want to eat more? Zhao Yuan stood on tiptoe to look at the food on the table, touched his stomach, and felt that he could still eat some more. After dinner, the prince first sent him to the Qinzheng Hall, where the emperor would go after the court, and then he led people to the direction of Chongwingwen. Zhao Yuan often came to the Qinzheng Hall, although the emperor was not inside at this time. The people guarding outside finally let him in. After the emperor left the court, he heard Su Quan say in his ear, His Highness the Ninth Prince is waiting for the emperor in the Qinzheng Hall. Oh! The emperor was a little surprised. Why did this kid come to see him so early? But he turned around and thought about it, and guessed what was going on. Entering the Qinzheng Hall, the emperor saw the child sitting on a chair, eating the snacks brought by the palace servants. When he noticed his arrival, the child's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he quickly ran towards him. The emperor was also worried that he would not fall down if he ran so fast. He took a few steps forward to catch his son, and asked knowingly, Why are you here so early? Father? Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes, and his voice was full of sugar. Father, Shujiu misses you. Really? The emperor said with a smile, holding his son and walking to his seat. Yes. Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded repeatedly. The emperor hummed. Okay. Father misses you too. Have you read these days? How many words do you know last time I taught you? Zhao Yuan's mouth pouted high. The emperor laughed in his heart, but he still teased the child. After a long time, Zhao Yuan finally couldn't help it and pulled the emperor's clothes. Father, are you going out of the palace to go hunting? The emperor said seriously. Well, yes. Zhao Yuan immediately said. Will you take me with you? Take me with you. The emperor thought about it and shook his head. No. You are still too young. It is very hard to travel. It will be bad if you get sick on the way. You should stay in the palace. I will take you with me when you are older. The emperor has not decided whether to take Xiujiu with him. First, the child is young. And second, the child is weak. It was not confirmed at first. But as he talked, the emperor really felt that for the sake of his son, he should not take him with him for the time being. Zhao Yuan widened his eyes in shock. He could feel that the emperor was just teasing him. But he became more and more serious. I'm not going to take him with me. Am I? No. No. I want to go too. He yelled, swearing, begging, and begging. He finally made the emperor's head buzz with his noise. Okay. Okay. Go. 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 Zhao Yuan instantly cheered and jumped for joy. But the emperor changed his tone. And Zhao Yuan listened to him eagerly, fearing that the emperor would regret it again. You have to be obedient. Don't run around. Stay with your mother. Wear more clothes. And don't catch a cold. Okay? I know. I know. He smiled and threw himself into his father's arms. I know that you are the best. Father. The emperor held the child's soft body in his arms, listening to his son's coquettish words. His eyebrows and eyes were smiling. He suddenly felt that it would not be boring to take such a little guy with him on the road. Thinking about his son's tantrum just now, he wanted to laugh again. Among so many sons, this one was probably the only one who was not afraid of him at all. He was not afraid even when he had a stern face, which was really infuriating and funny. After straightening out his old father, Zhao Yuan was ready to go back happily. A few days later, the autumn hunting team was about to set off. Of course, before that, the team of people who were going to go was also decided early. Basically a few high-ranking concubines, plus the more favored concubines. Among them, naturally, Lu Hanwan was included. The mother and son got on the carriage. As soon as they got on the carriage, before Lu Hanwan sat down, they heard a little eunuch from the East Palace coming outside, saying that some food was prepared for the ninth prince. A big bag full of food. There were also some toys and so on. Zhao Yuan stuck his head out of the window and waved at the little eunuch. Tell the prince brother that I will go to him later. After these days in the palace, he understood that his mother, the prince and the emperor were inseparable from him and always wanted to see him. Especially the prince. After a while, Zhao Yuan stared outside for a while. Then he quietly retracted his little head, got close to his mother, and said in a low and serious voice, Mom, I think there may be bad people who want to do something to us. Lu Hanwan's heart suddenly lifted, and her expression became serious. What did you find out? Did her son see something or hear something? At the beginning, her son heard the news that concubine E deliberately made him sick, and now it's not a problem to know other things. Lu Hanwan had guessed that this autumn hunt would not be peaceful, and she was on high alert. But she didn't expect that her son would find something wrong at the beginning. And then she heard her son say, I found a guard outside, who secretly looked at me several times. Lu Hanwan. She had a guess in her mind. She quietly lifted a small part of the car curtain and looked outside. Sure enough, she found a familiar figure not far away. She turned around and asked, Think carefully about the guard you mentioned. Does he look a bit like mother? Ah? Zhao Yuan didn't react. Lu Hanwan held her son and pointed at the person outside. Is that the one you're talking about? Zhao Yuan looked at him, nodded, and asked in confusion, Mom, do you know him? Lu Hanwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's Mom's brother. Your real brother. You should call him Uncle. Zhao Yuan. Lu Hanwan simply told her family about herself and her family. He used to patrol the Imperial Garden. And then your father transferred him to his side to become a royal guard. You rarely met. And I guess he was just curious. So he kept looking at you. After all, although his son ran around the palace, it was extremely difficult for the two of them to really meet or even talk. Zhao Yuan nodded as if he understood, and asked again, Does mother still hate him? He felt that his mother had not introduced this uncle to him for so many years, and there must be a knot in her heart. He held his mother's hand and said firmly, Mom doesn't like him. And Shujio doesn't like him either. Lu Hanwan laughed when she heard it, and gently brushed her son's fallen hair back with her fingers, and said softly, Mom doesn't dislike him. Mom has long forgotten what happened in the past. And this matter can't be blamed on Uncle. Not to mention that your uncle also knows that he was wrong. And he came to the palace to be a guard just for Mother. If you meet him, you should still call him Uncle in the future. Uncle likes you very much. She really didn't hate him anymore, but she still resented him. But Lu Hanwan knew better. Compared with being in a stalemate with her second brother, it would be better to make peace so that Xiaojio would have someone to use in the future. The second brother was a royal guard and could enter and leave the palace. Shujio was still young. She would have to wait until she became an adult to build a palace outside and inner, and leave the palace at will. But that was too long. If Shujio wanted to do something that was not easy to say before then, it would be best to find her second brother. They were blood relatives. And the other party still felt guilty about her. They were naturally people who stood in the same direction. It was simply the most useful. And I heard that the eldest brother had passed the imperial examination and would come to the capital to participate in the joint examination. In the future, he would serve as an official in the court. Shujio could be considered to have someone to use in the court. It was precisely because of the grudge that Lu Hanwan used the other party without mercy. Of course, it might also be because they grew up together. And after all, they were relatives. So she couldn't completely give up. Zhao Yuan looked at her doubtfully, trying to tell from his mother's expression whether the other party was lying. But, if mother doesn't hate uncle, why doesn't Shujio know that he is my uncle? Lu Hanwan knew that her son was very smart. So she thought about it, and didn't fool around, saying, because mother is still a little angry. But not particularly angry. Mother wants Shujio to be good to uncle. Zhao Yuan blinked. Still didn't understand a little. But he understood that his mother wanted him to be good to uncle. He nodded and agreed. Okay. That being said, in fact, Zhao Yuan and Lu Urge had no chance to get close afterwards. Perhaps because he knew that his sister didn't want to see him. Lu Urge also avoided appearing in front of them intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Hanwan didn't mean to take her son to recognize her relatives immediately. So everything was fine. After more than half a month, the convoy finally stopped. They arrived at the enclosure. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The sixth prince brought the people of the enclosure to greet the emperor's team. The sixth prince himself was of course not from the enclosure. He came here to check and prepare in advance because the emperor was going to hunt in autumn. The sixth prince had always been a person following the emperor when he was young. He was cheerful and lively. Later, when the emperor ascended the throne, he even detained these princes in the capital, and did not allow them to go to the fiefdom. The sixth prince still had no complaints, and always helped the emperor. Among the princes, he was the most useful person to the emperor. Get up. The emperor called him up. And the sixth prince quickly led the emperor to his residence. As for the rest of them, there were palace servants to arrange accommodation. Zhao Yuan was with the emperor at this time. He was weak to begin with. And after such a long journey, although he was tenacious and did not get sick, he was still limp. When he got off the carriage, the emperor took him in his arms. Of course, the prince and the queen were also with the emperor at this time. Zhao Yuan buried his head in the emperor's neck and was drowsy. But after walking for a while, he slowly became energetic, and his eyes followed him around. The prince tugged at his little hand and whispered, "Are you feeling better?" Zhao Yuan leaned on the emperor and nodded, looking pitiful. Except for the beginning when there were many people. Now the sixth prince personally led the emperor and others to their residence. As they walked, there were fewer people. The imperial guards led by the emperor spontaneously controlled the entire place, and went to where they were supposed to stand guard, not following them directly. The rest of the officials were also taken to their own residences. After there were not so many people, the sixth prince's attitude was obviously much closer to the emperor. Halfway through, seeing that the emperor was holding Zhao Yuan all the time, he asked, "This child should be the ninth prince that my brother likes the most, right?" The emperor raised his hand and hugged his son, saying with a smile, "It's Shujio. He was clamoring in the palace before and insisted on coming. But he got tired after sitting in the carriage for a long time." The sixth prince praised him a few times. And of course, he didn't forget the crown prince on the side. And then said, "My brother is tired of holding him for a long time. So why don't you let me hold him? I don't have a child now. And I really want to have a child as cute and lovable as the ninth prince." He stretched out his hand to Zhao Yuan. The emperor had a good relationship with this younger brother. When he and Song Shuqing were often together, this sixth brother was among them. Seeing that his younger brother wanted to hold him, he didn't think of refusing. After all, he had many opportunities to hold the child. And it didn't matter at this moment. Moreover, he was also happy that his favorite son was praised and liked by others. Zhao Yuan had been looking up in the emperor's arms. But when he saw that he wanted to hug him suddenly, he turned around and hugged the emperor's neck and refused to let go. He didn't like the sixth prince. In the plot, among the emperor's brothers, two had feelings for the heroine Song Shuqing. However, one of them was vicious and didn't like her deeply, mainly using her. while the other was more infatuated. This more infatuated person was the sixth prince. The sixth prince had a cheerful personality. On the surface, he was a sunny and cheerful big boy. But in fact, he was quite indecisive. He had always been a younger brother around Song Shuqing and the emperor. But in fact, he had been moved by Song Shuqing early on. The emperor was not aware of this matter. But another prince, who was also somewhat interested in Song Shuqing, knew about it. Later, under the instigation of this prince, he took advantage of the emperor's trust and really attacked the emperor. Zhao Yuan was young and did not have so much energy to judge the love and hatred of these people. But the emperor had been so good to him over the years, and he was his father. So of course, he was more inclined to the emperor. So he didn't want the sixth prince to hug him. This rejection was obvious. And the emperor and the sixth prince were stunned for a moment. The sixth prince said embarrassedly, "I have always thought that I am more popular with children. It seems that this is my illusion." The emperor laughed and comforted him. "It's not your fault. Although Shuzhou is young, he is still a bit picky. From childhood to adulthood, he only likes me in Pinyin. Later, when he was older, he liked to be with the prince. As for other people, he didn't care." He sounded quite proud. After all, his son liked to get close to him when he was very young. Children of that age didn't understand anything at all, even if adults wanted to teach them. This shows that his son is natural and likes him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, the emperor was happy to be liked by a child who knew nothing. And Xiaojiu also likes Feng Ji. And he also likes Feng Ji. Isn't this just a coincidence? The sixth prince followed and said, "I still remember that at the first birthday banquet, the ninth prince had to climb on General Feng and liked General Feng very much. It is indeed a very special fate." Zhao Yuan was a 3-year-old child, and the emperor's favorite little prince. So the sixth prince certainly didn't bother with him. In fact, except for betraying the emperor in the later period, the sixth prince seemed to have a good temperament on weekdays, which was similar to his cheerful and generous appearance. Of course, after experiencing so many things, he was different from when he was young, and he was no longer the carefree young man. Facing the child's indifference, the sixth prince didn't take it to heart, but took the initiative to talk and laugh and change the subject. Soon, they arrived at the place arranged for the emperor. Although the emperor and the queen's residences were not far apart, they were not in the same place, and the princes was naturally not together. Zhao Yuan followed the prince all the way to the prince's residence. He was still tired, so he simply fell asleep here. When he woke up, there was no one in the room. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and called out, "Brother Crown Prince." Nani Wei heard the voice and came in. "The little prince is awake. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been called by the emperor and will be back later." Since the Crown Prince was not there, Zhao Yuan did not have to stick around to see him. He pulled his clothes and started to put them on. He finally got outside the palace, so he had to walk around. Nani Wei came forward to help him dress. After putting on his clothes, Zhao Yuan went out. At this time, besides Nani Wei, there was another palace maid and a young eunuch following him. Generally speaking, there would never be less than 3 people around him to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation and harming him at any time. Of course, when he is as old as the prince, he won't have to be followed by so many people all the time. The place where they hunt in autumn is an enclosure, which is a place specially for the emperor to go hunting and is managed by a special person. Now that he is out, Zhao Yuan looks around. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice. This voice is the sixth prince. Zhao Yuan stretched his head and looked. The clothes on the man are indeed the clothes worn by the sixth prince he saw before. As for the woman standing opposite the man, who else could it be but concubine Shusong Shuqing in the palace? Being in the harem, there are all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. If you are not careful, the other party will calculate your life. In such a place, Zhao Yuan does not have the virtue of not listening to indecent things. Especially this is the heroine. So he looked back and saw that Nani Wei and the other 2 were quite conscious. They squatted in a row behind Zhao Yuan one after another. Everyone looked serious and determined not to delay their young master from eating melons. Seeing that everyone was hiding it very well, Zhao Yuan turned his head with satisfaction and continued to listen to the 2 people talking. The sixth prince and Song Shuqing had already greeted each other. At this time, the 2 were a few steps away. The sixth prince looked at the person opposite with a complicated expression. since Song Shuqing entered the harem. He hadn't seen her for a long time. He whispered, "Sister Song." He paused and spoke again, "You. How are you doing recently?" Song Shuqing lowered her eyelids, thinking of the happy times when the three of them were together. And in thinking about the many beauties in the emperor's harem, she felt sad. She forced a smile at the sixth prince and said, "I'm fine." How could the sixth prince not see the sadness in Song Shuqing's eyes? He couldn't control his emotions, strode forward and said, "How can it be fine? There are so many people in the emperor's harem, and they are targeting you all day long. How can it be fine?" Song Shuqing took 2 steps back in shock. "Sixth prince, I am now the emperor's concubine. Please keep your distance." The sixth prince's expression suddenly became depressed. But after a while, he still said, "Sister Song, don't worry. I know the limit. But what I said at the beginning is still valid. As long as you are willing, I can take you away from here, and we can hide our identities, and live a happy life with men farming and women weaving." Song Shuqing shook her head. "Wenqing, you should forgive me." The sixth prince pursed his lips stubbornly, and refused to speak. Song Shuqing looked at him and turned away. The sixth prince stood there staring blankly at Bane as Song Shuqing left. A gasp sounded behind him. Zhao Yuan turned around, and saw the little maid covering her mouth. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, the little maid said in a panic, "Damn it. I accidentally bit my tongue just now." Wei Nani glared at the little maid fiercely. Everyone in the palace knew that Shupin was the emperor's favorite, and the sixth prince was deeply trusted by the emperor. It was said that Shupin had a very good relationship with the emperor and the sixth prince. Now they have witnessed with their own eyes that Shupin and the sixth prince have a relationship. No, it should be said that the sixth prince has a one-sided love for Shupin. But if Shupin and the sixth prince found out that they were eavesdropping here, not only would they be in trouble, but the little prince might also be implicated. Compared with brothers and sons, Naniwei couldn't guess which one was more important in the emperor's heart, especially since Shupin and the sixth prince were not really having an affair. Even if they went to complain, the emperor might not believe it. As long as the emperor didn't kill the sixth prince and Shupin on the spot, those who stayed behind would be targeted by the two. Who knows when they would die? So Naniwei was so fed up with this little palace maid who was more likely to cause trouble than help. Zhao Yuan looked back at the sixth prince, who was still staring blankly at Song Shuqing's back as she left, seemingly not noticing the movement here. He gently pulled Naniwei, pointed to the road, and motioned everyone to leave first. Naniwei suppressed her urge to scold and followed the little prince away. After the group walked away, Naniwei did not hide her impatience with the little maid, but she did not scold her directly in front of Zhao Yuan. The little maid shrank and looked a little scared. Her eyes fell on Zhao Yuan quietly, and she was about to say something but stopped. Zhao Yuan naturally noticed this. But the maid he brought out today was not the one who was always by his side. He was not emotionally attached to her, and his loyalty was uncertain. He naturally preferred Naniwei. Since arriving at Zhaoxia Palace, Naniwei has gradually become the first person around him. And the following maids are all disciplined by Naniwei. Zhao Yuan would not interfere with Naniwei's affairs unless it was necessary. Sometimes, people do need some respect, especially since he is still young and usually has a soft temper. He pretended not to see anything. Naniwei scolded the little palace maid after the little prince left for a while. Not long after, Naniwei and the little palace maid caught up again. Today is the first day of arriving at the enclosure. Everyone has been traveling for such a long time. No matter what, their bodies must be a little tired. So today, hunting will not officially start. Of course, there are also a few scattered people who are in high spirits and can't help but ride their horses around the enclosure and bring back a few prey. Zhao Yuan first went back to his mother's place to see her. Soon the prince came over, and he was taken around by the prince. It was much more interesting to follow the prince. The prince had been here before, and was very comfortable introducing various places. He would also tell Zhao Yuan about the interesting things that happened. When it was evening, the prince asked, "Why don't we stay at the prince's place tonight?" Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and refused. "It's the first time for mother to come here today. Xiaojiu has to accompany her. Next time I will accompany the prince." The prince smiled and agreed. Okay. He thought that since Wanbin was favored, she might have to accompany his father. He and Xiaojiu would have many opportunities to be together. In fact, The reason why Zhao Yuan refused him was mainly because his mother had told him to go back to live. Although his mother didn't say it directly, Zhao Yuan knew that his mother felt that the risk was greater around the prince. When he was in the palace, it was not so easy to take action because of the strict control now. But now everyone is outside, and many restrictions are gone. If someone wants to take action against the prince, he will be with the prince. What if he is accidentally injured? So she wanted to keep him by her side. Zhao Yuan himself knew that this trip might not be peaceful, but compared to being by the prince's side, he felt that the risk on his side was the greatest. After all, the queen still had some sincerity towards the prince. She had brought him up since he was a child. And the former queen was virtuous and gentle by nature. When the queen was a girl and was least valued, only this elder sister would notice her and treat her well. But at the same time, it was the elder sister and others who made her more obscure. So the queen also had resentment in her heart. Under these many psychological factors, the queen treated the prince differently. She had previously disciplined the prince very strictly because she was such a strict person. And she was like this to herself. She felt that the son of such an excellent elder sister should be excellent. And as a prince, he should also shoulder responsibilities. However, after giving birth to her own son, her feelings towards the prince changed again. In general, she would not personally use those rough means to kill the prince. But she was not unaware of the prince's physical destruction step by step, and even pushed him. When the prince died, she was indeed sad. Therefore, Zhao Yuan felt that the prince's problem this time might not be big. That night, Zhao Yuan returned to his mother, and Lu Hanwan also received a report from Wei Nani, telling her about the sixth prince and Song Shuqing. And of course, the little palace maid. Lu Hanwan brought the little palace maid to her side to work. Of course, she was only a second-class maid. Such a person, whether intentionally or unintentionally, could not stay with her son. She asked Xiao Yun to monitor her privately, and also gave them silver. This matter is easy to cause trouble. Don't tell anyone. Several people took the reward and accepted it. Lu Hanwan still trusted Wei Nani and another young eunuch. So she arranged it like this for the time being. Zhao Yuan didn't know that his mother had arranged these things behind his back. The little palace maid was not a very familiar person, so he didn't pay attention to her when she didn't show up. The next day, Lu Hanwan kept her son by her side, not wanting him to get close to the prince. Fortunately, the prince couldn't always hang out with a little kid, as he had two competitors, the second prince and the third prince, who were about the same age. In such a formal occasion, the three of them had a lot to do. When they were in Chongwen Pavilion, they had to compete everywhere. And here, there were too many places to compete. In autumn hunting, it is natural to compete to see who can hunt the most prey. In addition to the three princes, there are also the sons of the princes. And everyone is in the competition. This is something that the prince cannot refuse even if he wants to. Of course, these have nothing to do with Zhao Yuan, a 3-year-old kid. At his age, no one expects him to go hunting and bring back prey. All those who want to hunt are riding on horses. At the emperor's command, everyone rides towards the jungle. The horses' hooves are flying, and the dust is flying. The emperor laughed loudly at everyone's energetic appearance, and talked and laughed with the officials around him. After a while, the emperor was also ready to enter the forest. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked over here, stretched out his hand. Shijiao, do you want to go hunting with your father? Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He had never hunted before. Seeing everyone competing, he felt itchy in his heart. He looked up at his mother. Lu Hanwan smiled softly and pushed him gently from behind. Father is calling you. Go. It was much safer to be with the emperor. Lu Hanwan had nothing to worry about with her son following the emperor. Zhao Yuan ran towards the emperor happily. Seeing this, everyone had a new understanding of the degree of favor of the rumored ninth prince. The emperor even took the ninth prince with him when hunting. Zhao Yuan sat in front of the emperor and rode into the jungle with the emperor. The air was filled with the joyful shouts of children. The emperor was indeed a tough guy who had fought in the battlefield in his early years. He was really good at riding and shooting arrows. In a short while, he caught a lot of prey. However, there was a little kid sitting on his horse, which restricted the emperor a little. In addition to Zhao Yuan, he was accompanied by the sixth prince and many officials. The royal enclosure was very large. Unknowingly, they chased the prey deeper and came to a river in a blink of an eye. It had been some time since they came out. The emperor looked down at his son in his arms and asked, "Are you tired, Shijio? Do you want to get off and rest for a while?" Zhao Yuan opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. "Okay." The emperor could hear that his voice was hoarse and couldn't help laughing. This little brat was so excited watching him hunting just now, clapping and cheering, and saying all kinds of sweet words to flatter him. Now he is fine. His voice is hoarse. The emperor felt distressed and amused at the same time. After getting off the horse, the emperor was about to say something, but suddenly he felt the movement in the jungle, and a voice shouted, "Your Majesty, it seems to be a white fox. White foxes are rare." The emperor got on the horse again. The white fox was fast, so it was not easy to take his son with him at this time. He ordered the 6th prince and a general, "You stay and protect Shujio." As he said that, he rode away, and the troops behind him also rumbled away behind the emperor. Only the 6th prince, the generals left by the emperor, and about 20 guards were left at the scene. This number was more than enough to protect a child. After all, no one would spend a lot of effort to kill a little prince born to a concubine who became a palace maid in the royal enclosure. If you have that energy, you might as well kill the crown prince, the 2nd prince, and the 3rd prince. Zhao Yuan washed his hands by the river, and then strolled around nearby. After a while, the emperor had not returned yet, so he sat on the grass by the river. The sun made him warm, so he simply lay down. The 6th prince sat beside Zhao Yuan. When Zhao Yuan was a little sleepy, he suddenly heard the 6th prince gently ask, "Now the emperor doesn't know when he will come back, and it's getting late. Is the 9th prince hungry?" Zhao Yuan touched his stomach and was indeed a little hungry. The 6th prince asked, "There is a river here. Why don't I ask them to light a fire and roast some meat?" Zhao Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the 6th prince, and finally nodded and agreed. The 6th prince then instructed the guards, "Go find some firewood around, and you guys go to the river to kill the prey and light a fire to roast the meat. In this way, people will disperse." The general who was ordered to stay and protect the 9th prince hesitated. "6th prince, this..." The 6th prince smiled cheerfully. "Okay, I'm here. Can I protect the 9th prince? This is the royal enclosure. It's safe. Go quickly." The 6th prince had face in front of the emperor, compared with him. Although the emperor also liked the 9th prince, Zhao Yuan's age was the biggest weakness. Compared with him, the general would of course choose to listen to the 6th prince's orders. The environment here and Zhao Yuan's identity really made it difficult for people to raise their vigilance. So soon, the general said people to do things. Zhao Yuan covered his eyes with one hand, and he didn't really fall asleep. He listened to the sounds around him. Suddenly, he sat up and heard a roar from a distance. "Little 9, be careful." The stench of the animal's mouth hit Zhao Yuan, who just turned over and jumped to the side. And then someone fell on him and took him to the side. It was the 6th prince. The animal with the stench soon caught Zhao Yuan's eye. It was a huge tiger. At this time, the tiger saw that the prey had dodged and jumped towards them again. The guards who were originally scattered by the 6th prince's command also hurried over, and the emperor also hurried over in the distance. Zhao Yuan could hear the sound of horse hooves approaching. But before that, it was the 6th prince, who was dodging with Zhao Yuan in his arms. He held Zhao Yuan with one hand and drew out his sword with the other hand, and ordered calmly, "9th prince, hold the emperor's uncle tight." Zhao Yuan hugged the 6th prince tightly. He was also preparing in his heart. After a while, Zhao Yuan realized that this person didn't seem to want to take this opportunity to accidentally throw him to the tiger. But the fact that the other party deliberately ordered the guards, who stayed to protect him around, was indeed very suspicious. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The 6th prince really didn't find that he had overheard his conversation with Song Shuqing yesterday, and he didn't deliberately send those guards away today, and didn't want to take the opportunity to kill him? Or, because the emperor's arrival was too coincidental, and was not within the 6th prince's expectations, the other party didn't dare to do anything. These conjectures flashed through his mind, but Zhao Yuan didn't immerse himself in them. He was still alert. Before he was really safe, he would not let down any defense. If the 6th prince really wanted his life, he couldn't blame him for sending him to see the king of hell first. But until the emperor came on his horse, the 6th prince did nothing. At this moment, the people who followed the emperor before were much fewer, but there were still many guards following, and now those guards completely blocked them. The emperor was terrified and came to his son, immediately hugged his son, and asked with concern, Shuzhou, "Are you okay?" Zhao Yuan hugged the emperor and shook his head when he heard the question. "Father, I'm fine." "That's good." The emperor hugged Zhao Yuan tightly and focused his eyes on the tiger in front. The danger has not been eliminated, and it is not the time to relax. The tiger seemed to have not eaten for several days. It was tall and mighty. It looked very powerful. Most people could not resist it at all. Soon, there were injuries among the guards. The sixth prince urged, "Your Majesty, this place is dangerous. Why don't you get on your horse and leave quickly? A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall." Even though the emperor had good fighting ability in his early years, he still had his son with him at this time. He did not want to fight the tiger himself. He immediately took his son on the horse. And the sixth prince also climbed on another horse. They all got on their horses and galloped away with a group of guards. A group of guards behind blocked the tiger. After galloping for a while, a guard suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, the tiger is chasing us." Instantly, everyone was shocked. No one expected that the tiger would actually chase us. When the tiger is hungry, is it still so picky about food? Immediately, the emperor and the sixth prince and others started to have conspiracy theories. The sixth prince came to manage the royal enclosure in advance. Others said they came to hunt. But many of the prey in the enclosure were put in later. Logically, at least the sixth prince should know what kind of beasts are in it. If the emperor was interested in hunting tigers, everyone should have known in advance. But the fact is that the sixth prince did not know that there were tigers in the enclosure. The emperor did not know either. There must be someone playing tricks. The sixth prince immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, throw away your clothes and sachets." He suspected that someone used something like animal attractant powder to harm the emperor. The emperor's life was taken here. The emperor also thought that this matter should be directed at him. It should be said that everyone thought that this matter was directed at the emperor. Even Zhao Yuan was misled and didn't think about himself at all. So the emperor really threw all the clothes down. But the tiger passed those clothes and still chased them. The emperor looked at his white inner clothes and was a little entangled. Could it be that the damn things of the boss put the drug on his inner clothes? This is to make him take off all the clothes. It's so shameless. His mind was working fast. And the emperor didn't forget to give his son to the sixth prince first. Catch it. Whether he had to take off all the clothes next or fight with the tiger, it was better for his son to stay away from him. The sixth prince was quite skilled, and he and the emperor had good cooperation. He caught the ninth prince, who was thrown to him in a hurry. Although the situation was critical, since the emperor wanted to protect the ninth prince, he was really prepared to put the ninth prince in a safe place first. As for the emperor himself, the sixth prince did not think that the other party could not hold on for such a short time. The emperor himself was very good at martial arts. If he really fought to the death, it was not certain who would die first with the tiger. But just as he was riding his horse forward and preparing to find a reliable guard to take the ninth prince away first, he found that the tiger was actually rushing straight towards them. The sixth prince was stunned for a moment. He thought that when he was by the river before, he was with the ninth prince. It was not impossible that the tiger pounced on him at that time. Now it was like this again. So it turned out that this matter was aimed at him. It was not that he did not understand the harem struggle, but this matter also involved the sudden appearance of a tiger in the royal enclosure. This matter must be thoroughly investigated at that time. And it was a waste of talent to go through so much trouble to kill a little prince. He looked at the tiger that pounced on him with a serious expression and said loudly, "Brother, it seems that this matter is aimed at me." As he spoke, he threw Zhao Yuan toward the emperor. The emperor caught the child, Zhao Yuan, who was thrown from a high altitude. He looked at the sixth prince and the guards who were fighting with the tiger. Although everyone thought it was a conspiracy against the emperor, and later thought it was against the sixth prince, Zhao Yuan felt that it might be related to him. He raised his arm and smelled his clothes. But he didn't smell anything. At this time, the emperor was no longer ready to run. He handed Zhao Yuan to a guard and asked him to take him away. While he went forward, he was going to deal with the tiger himself. As long as the tiger is gone, there is no need to run away. Zhao Yuan was held far away by someone. He struggled for a while, which attracted the attention of the guards. When the guards looked over, he pointed down and said, "I want to stand by myself." The guards hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. On the other side, the tiger hunting team, led by the sixth prince and the emperor, also found the problem. The sixth prince looked at the tiger's movements and said uncertainly, "Your Majesty, this tiger seems to be going for the ninth prince?" Now it was just stopped by them, and he and the emperor hit the tiger hard, which made the tiger angry. So the tiger stayed with them temporarily. The emperor's eyes darkened and he said, "Stop the tiger." It was not a good idea for him to let the guards take Xiao Jiao back to the camp. If the tiger caught the chance and chased after him, Xiao Jiao would not be able to stop him. Although Zhao Yuan was standing far away and could not hear what they were saying, he was already sitting on the ground and took off his clothes. He smelled carefully, but still could not smell anything. He did not take off his pants, but he lowered his head and smelled it. When he smelled under his pants, he paused slightly. Then, he took off his shoes. He took out the insole and found some fine powder on it. Zhao Yuan, who is so wicked as to put his hands in someone's shoes? Ever since he traveled through time and space and became a prince, he had been dressed and put on shoes with the help of his nurse and palace maids. This morning, when he got up, he was not fully awake yet, so he put on his clothes in a daze. His nurse helped him put on his shoes. He did not have the habit of smelling his shoes to see if there was anything wrong with them every time he put them on. Throwing the shoes aside, it was not important to find the source at this moment, because the emperor was fighting fiercely with the tiger. Zhao Yuan stood here and watched. After a while, taking advantage of the tiger's fierce force when it jumped down, the emperor stabbed the sword into the tiger's body and directly cut a long gash. After the tiger fell, the emperor sat on the ground panting. Zhao Yuan ran over excitedly and stretched out his two little hands to support the emperor. Although it didn't do anything, his attitude was quite clear. After the emperor recovered some energy, he looked at his son, and then bumped into a pair of sparkling eyes. Zhao Yuan said with admiration, "Father, you are really amazing. Just now the tiger was like this. But you?" Zhao Yuan's two little arms were gesticulating in a mess, and his little mouth was chattering non-stop. But it must be said that such a move really tickled the emperor. He had once made great achievements in the war. Even after becoming emperor, he still missed the battlefield very much and wished he could go to the battlefield to fight the enemy again. Unfortunately, as the king of a country, such an opportunity is quite rare. Today the tiger was indeed fierce, but the emperor also had a great time fighting. His son admired and respected him so much, and he had to say that he was very happy in his heart. He smiled happily. "Does Xiujio want to be like your father in the future?" He took his son's hand and stood up. "Yes," Zhao Yuan said loudly. "Okay," the emperor laughed and said. "When you grow up, you must study hard when practicing martial arts, and you will definitely be as powerful as your father in the future." Zhao Yuan was picked up by the emperor with a bright smile on his face. At this moment, the guard who had brought Zhao Yuan before also came over, and took the clothes and shoes that Zhao Yuan had taken off. He knelt on the ground and replied, "Your Majesty, there is suspected unknown powder in the shoes of the ninth prince, which may be the thing that attracted the tiger." At this point, everyone had already seen clearly that the tiger was going after the ninth prince. The emperor's face darkened. He signaled the people around him to take the things and put on the clothes he had taken off earlier. As for his son's clothes, he was not sure if there was still a problem. He had to go back to the imperial physician to check. He put his cloak on Zhao Yuan. Then he got on the horse and said, "Go back first." Zhao Yuan leaned on his father. He had been excited before. Now, he nestled in his father's arms in the bumpy ride of the horse, holding his father's clothes with his little hands, and felt drowsy. The emperor had to reach out a hand to support his son. Her face was full of helplessness, but she smiled unconsciously when she looked down at her son. At the camp, Lu Hanwan looked at the direction her son had gone out before, feeling a little worried. It had been so long. Why hadn't he come back yet? After a long while, she heard the sound of horse hooves, and she immediately looked in the direction of the sound. This time, she finally waited for the emperor and her son to come back. She hurried to meet them. Zhao Yuan fell asleep directly in the emperor's arms, and it was only when the emperor dismounted and held him directly that he opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something. He was wrapped tightly in a cloak, and when she was about to take her son over, Lu Hanwan saw that her son was only wearing a white inner garment. She explained and asked hurriedly, "What happened to Xiujio?" "Mother." Zhao Yuan saw this and was afraid that she would worry, so he stretched out his hands to hug her. with a smile on his face, and said happily, "We just met a big tiger. Father is so powerful." He was like a happy cub. And it was obvious that the thrilling incident just now did not leave a shadow in the child's heart. The emperor was relieved. But Lu Hanwan was terrified. She had never heard of the tiger in the enclosure before, and she didn't know if it was there. Her son was with the emperor, and the guards knew that they would protect the emperor first. She was very scared. But fortunately her son finally came back safely. She held Zhao Yuan in her arms. Looking around, "Is Shujio injured?" "No, father." He started talking about the emperor again. It was obvious that the emperor's beating of the tiger really made him an omnipotent hero in the hearts of children. After confirming that her son was fine, Lu Hanwan relaxed and had the energy to pay attention to the emperor. When she looked at the emperor, her eyes were so soft that water could drip out. After the two flirted for a few words, the emperor went to wash and change clothes. He had fought with the tiger before, and his body was messy, with a lot of blood on his body, mixed with weeds and dirt on the ground. It was impossible not to change. The same thing happened to Zhao Yuan. Although he didn't look any better than the emperor, he had to change his clothes. When Lu Hanwan brought her son, who had changed his clothes over, the queen and others had already arrived. The emperor had to take a bath later. It was at this time that Lu Hanwan realized that the sixth prince had been protecting her son. She showed a look of surprise on her face, and then immediately thanked the sixth prince. If it weren't for the prince, Xiaojia wouldn't know what to do. The sixth prince waved his hand with a bright smile. "It's nothing. The emperor handed the ninth prince to me, and I will do my best." Lu Hanwan said a few more words, and after the greetings, she returned to her seat, holding her son, thinking in her heart, "Is this tiger thing really unrelated to the sixth prince?" If the emperor had not returned in time, his son would have been killed by the sixth prince. How could it be such a coincidence? The day before, his son heard the sixth prince and Song Shuqing's private affairs, and today his son was saved by the sixth prince. In her opinion, the sixth prince originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Shujio. It is said that children will not lie. If Shujio told the emperor about the affair between the sixth prince and Song Shuqing, the emperor would inevitably have some doubts. But if Shujio was gone, it would be useless for the others to say it without any evidence. Especially if Shujio had an accident in front of the sixth prince. She seemed to be deliberately throwing dirty water on others. Lu Hanwan didn't think that in the emperor's heart. She was more important than the sixth prince. Looking at her son, Lu Hanwan hated the sixth prince for a while, and began to think about how to defeat the sixth prince and Song Shuqing in the harem. If they hadn't done that, why would they come to silence Xiaojia? Not long after, the emperor came, and the imperial physician, who had been called by the emperor, also arrived. After checking Zhao Yuan and the emperor's previous clothes, the imperial physician reported back, "Your Majesty, the powder in the shoes of the ninth prince is indeed animal-attracted powder. The tiger should be attracted by this thing. As for the rest of the clothes, no problems were found." The emperor had thought of this before, and asked the imperial physician to check his residence, horses, etc. At the same time, he asked the people in the inner court to follow up. The inner court was the intelligence department established by the emperor after the death of concubine Dun in the palace. It was specifically responsible for investigating cases and intelligence matters, and cooperated with the Jinui. Although the animal-attracting powder was put on Zhao Yuan, this matter was not simple. The appearance of the tiger was really strange. Who secretly put such a fierce tiger into the enclosure? It was impossible to say that it was not aimed at the emperor. So the emperor asked people to check his things. There must be something overlooked. Of course, who put the things in Zhao Yuan's shoes should be investigated and interrogated. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. So everyone's attention shifted to the hunting competition that was currently underway. The crown prince, the second and third princes, and several princes' sons, etc., all returned with a full load. But after counting, the second prince's prey was still the best in quality. Seeing his son's success, the emperor was naturally very happy. "Well, you are worthy of being my child. The second prince's prey won first place. So I will give you this sword that I used in the past wars. Don't be arrogant and keep working hard in the future." The second prince's expression was obviously excited, and his lips trembled a little. This was the sword that accompanied the emperor in the past wars. In the emperor's heart, it meant something completely different. It is precisely because he knows that the first reward today is this that he will work so hard. The third prince looked at the second prince with jealousy. He also wanted this thing. To a certain extent, it represents the young father. If he can get this thing, it means that the father has projected his hopes when he was young on his son. If he wins the heart of the father, the throne in the future will also be slowly won. The prince maintained a gentle smile on his face. He did not look at the second prince. He seemed not to care. But from his eyes, it can be seen that he was quite disappointed. Zhao Yuan glanced at the queen. The queen's face was cold and solemn, and her eyes looking at the prince were even colder. The ministers congratulated the second prince, said nice things to the emperor, and praised the emperor's sons for being well-born and promising. Everyone was having fun, and the atmosphere on the scene became lively. After hunting, it was time to eat. Soon, the emperor ordered the prey to be processed, and everyone lit a fire and grilled meat on the spot. The queen left quietly, and before leaving, she glanced at the prince. After the queen left, the prince hesitated for a while, knowing that he couldn't escape after all. He looked to the other side, and saw that the concubine was yelling and directing Shuzhou to bring salt and oil over. Xiaoxiaxiaxuan was so busy that he was dizzy. But there was still a happy smile on his face, as if sensing that he was looking at him. The prince saw Shuzhou looking at him. When he found out that he was looking at him, the smile on the child's face immediately became bigger. He waved at him and said in a baby voice, "Brother Prince, I'll send him barbecue later. My mother's barbecue is the most delicious." The whole harem knew that concubine one was very good at cooking, and the food she made was quite delicious. The prince also knew that Shizhou's little purse was always filled with various snacks and dried meat. He would eat a little when he was hungry, playing outside every day. After getting familiar with him, he, the prince brother, could also get the food shared by the little guy. So what the little guy said at this moment, that concubine one's barbecue was the most delicious, was not just a casual remark. The prince looked at the warm scene of mother and son with envy, and waved to his brother with a smile, saying, "Okay, brother will come later." Seeing that Shuzhou continued to be busy, he put away the smile on his face, stood up and said to the attendant beside him, "Let's go." As soon as he arrived at the room where the queen lived, it was quiet inside, and the air was full of solemn pressure, as if even feathers falling from the air would be heard. The prince's figure also became tense. When he walked in, he saw the queen sitting behind a desk, looking at him solemnly. The prince suppressed his body that wanted to tremble, walked to the desk, and his voice was a little hoarse. He called dryly, "Mother." The queen raised her chin and said nothing. The prince then stretched out his hand, holding a ruler in the queen's hand. The next moment, the ruler cut through the air, and a snapping sound was heard. The prince's hand soon became red and swollen, but he still did not dare to move, with his hand stretched out, not daring to retreat. After the fight, the queen looked at him, and the prince lowered his eyes to the ground, not daring to make eye contact. The queen asked, "You should know how much your father likes people who can be like him, who can stabilize the country with literature and martial arts. His sword has been with him for so long, and it has always been something he likes and cherishes very much. Such an important thing. Why are you being so arrogant? Your uncle gave you the prey. Why didn't you take it?" The prince pursed his lips and dared not speak. He had always been inferior to his second and third brothers in archery competitions. Although he tried very hard in this hunting, he knew that he could not beat his younger brothers. When he was hunting, there was more than one person around him, such as his two study companions, Mu Wendy and Yu Chao, who followed him, although he brought back a lot of prey this time. In fact, some of them were shot down by Mu Wendy and Yu Chao, but they were mixed with his and regarded as his. But despite this, their prey was too ordinary. When the final statistics were made, the quality of the prey itself was an important criterion for measuring the win or loss. For example, the tiger that the emperor killed was so powerful that even if the emperor only hunted that one prey, he would be the winner among all the contestants and get everyone's attention. In this case, although there are many prey such as chickens or rabbits, they are obviously not as good as tigers. The prince's luck was not so good. He didn't meet many rare prey all the way. In the middle, he met his uncle, Mu Wendy's father. The uncle had seen the prey of the second prince and knew that he could not beat the second prince at all, so he directly gave him the prey he had shot. At that time, the prince couldn't help asking, Is there anyone around the second prince to help him hunt? At that time, the uncle just smiled, and then avoided answering, saying, the means are not important. What is important is the final result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even though he knew that no one around would tell anyone, the prince felt his face burning. In fact, he knew in his heart that his second brother's martial arts had always been very good, much better than his and the third brother, and they didn't need to cheat like him. After that, he was always worried. Is winning or losing really important? Even if he won this competition, who doesn't know his strength in archery and hunting? Winning is just a joke. So in the end, he didn't take the prey given by his uncle. Obviously, even if he tried his best, he still lost to the second prince, who won the first place and the prize. The queen looked at him sharply, sneering, and said, if you have the ability, then I won't say anything. If you don't have the ability, you still want to be strong. The prince is not like a prince. He can't even suppress a reckless man and a sickly person. What a disgrace. This world is not black and white. Since you are already in this position, what you should do is to do everything you can to suppress everyone, instead of caring about some inexplicable shame. Next time, I don't want to hear such things again. For a long time, the prince did not speak. The queen frowned and said unhappily, speak. The prince whispered something, but she did not hear it clearly. Seeing the prince's cowardly look, she became even more angry and said sternly, look up and talk to me. I am your mother. How dare you not look at your own mother? The prince was frightened by her sudden loud voice. Soon, he mustered up the courage and looked up at the queen. Mother, I don't want to be the prince anymore. What did you say? The queen couldn't believe it. Perhaps after saying it once, the prince had courage in his heart. He said again, Mother, I don't want to be the prince anymore. Mother, you already have your own children. Let my 10th brother be the prince. I really don't want to be the prince anymore. As soon as the words fell, a slap hit the prince's face hard. His head was tilted to one side. The queen stood up angrily and walked around. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Do you know what you are talking about? The prince lowered his head. Mother, The queen interrupted him directly. Do you think you are still a child of 3 or 4 years old? The position of the prince is casual. Anyone can be the prince if they want to. And they can be or not if they don't want to be. Mother raised you to this age, when you were in the prince's mansion, and even when you came to the palace. Do you know how much dirt your mother blocked for you, and how much she paid for you? Your position as the prince embodies so many expectations of your biological mother, and the Duke of England's mansion. Now you say you don't want to be the prince? Do you think that the Queen Mother is just an adoptive mother, and that she will let you step down and make way for your brother now that you have your own biological son? I don't know if it was because she felt guilty or really hated her son for saying such things. The Queen's voice became louder and louder, and she looked a little hysterical. The prince was frightened, and he shook his head in panic. No, not. He knew that since he was a child, the Queen Mother had always treated him very well, and would personally teach him all kinds of things. Teach him to read, and when he was studying, she was by his side. The two of them depended on each other for life. The Queen Mother would teach him all kinds of rules, etc., word by word, very carefully. It was hard for him to say that the Queen Mother, who was dead, did not give him true love. But he didn't know when things started to change between them. Looking at the prince with fear written all over his face, the queen felt as if something had stabbed her in the heart. And she felt a dull pain, and a strong anger lingered. Finally, she took a deep breath, and no one spoke in the room for a while. Only the continuous panting sounded. After a while, she calmed down her emotions. Then, the queen stood in front of the prince, holding his shoulders with both hands, looking down at him with a rare softness in her expression. Hao Jing, you must remember that you are also the son of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother has put too much effort in you. Even if you are the prince, Xiao sure can't compete with you. The prince's expression was somewhat relaxed. His eyelashes blinked. In fact, he wanted to say that he really didn't want to be the crown prince. But after the previous moment of anger, he finally understood that he was already the crown prince, and it was impossible for him to not be the crown prince. The Queen Mother and the Duke of Ing would not agree. This is indeed not a matter of not being the crown prince. The queen comforted, you are the elder brother and the crown prince. So the Queen Mother has strict requirements on you since you were a child. But Xiao sure doesn't need to. The Queen Mother didn't want him to compete with you. So he doesn't need to be so outstanding. He doesn't need to learn so much. And he doesn't have the ability to compete with you at all. So Hao Jing, don't disappoint the Queen Mother's expectations of you. Okay? After a while, the prince nodded obediently. And the Queen's expression relaxed. She touched the prince's face distressfully. In anger, the Queen hit him very hard. And now the naked eye can see the obvious red and swollen marks on it. Does it hurt? The prince shook his head. No. But he said hard. But when the Queen touched him, the next moment, he gasped. This contrast made the two stunned for a while. And then, they couldn't help laughing. The atmosphere was slightly relaxed at this moment. The Queen called Bai Ji. And Bai Ji, who was waiting outside the door, hurried in. Your Majesty, the Queen ordered, go get a bottle of blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicine. Bai Ji glanced at the prince and immediately turned around to take action. After Bai Ji took the things, the Queen washed her hands and gently applied the ointment on the prince's face. Don't blame your mother for being cruel. What you said just now was simply cutting your mother's flesh. You and Xiao Shi are both your children. How could your mother only love one and not the other? What you are going through now has been experienced by your mother and mother. Only with enough serious efforts can you get good results. It was rare for the mother and son to have such a heart-to-heart talk. The prince's mind soon relaxed a lot. And those past depressions and discomforts seemed to be soothed one by one. But despite this, he also knew that the burdens on his shoulders were not so easy to put down. He was not good enough and too mediocre. After leaving the Queen's room and looking at the quiet and deserted outside, the prince's mood was once again covered with a layer of fog. At this moment, he saw a little head suddenly popping out from the high threshold outside. His eyes lit up instantly. And then he saw his younger brother holding the threshold, stretching his short legs to turn inside. When he saw him, his little baby voice rose. Brother Prince. The big black eyes were like stars, full of dazzling light. The prince strode over and picked up the child. Why are you here? Of course, Zhao Yuan came to find the prince while his mother was not paying attention. After his mother left, she didn't want him to get too close to the prince, fearing that someone would accidentally hurt him when they wanted to harm him, and also fearing that he would be harmed by someone in a place that Lu Hanwan didn't know. So she has been committed to keeping him by her side. But Zhao Yuan knew that the prince lost the hunting today, and the prize was taken away by the second prince. The Queen would definitely punish the prince, and he was really worried. So he came here. After hearing the prince's question, he hurriedly said his excuse. Looking for the prince brother. Eating meat. He had said before that the roasted meat would be eaten with the prince. As he spoke, Zhao Yuan suddenly found that something seemed wrong on the prince's face. Noticing his brother's gaze, the prince turned his face to the side so that his brother could not see it. Zhao Yuan stretched out his two small hands to pull the prince's face to straighten it. The two people were entangled like this, until Zhao Yuan's hand accidentally touched the prince's injured part. The prince hissed softly, and Zhao Yuan hurriedly withdrew his hand. His eyes were instantly watery. Did the Queen hit you? He asked in disbelief. This was a hit on the face. It is said that people should not be hit on the face. Not to mention that the person being hit is the prince. If his face is injured, how can the prince attend activities outside? The prince took out a handkerchief to wipe his brother's tears and smiled. Brother hasn't cried yet. Why are you crying? Don't worry. Brother doesn't feel any pain. The TV series mainly shows the palace fighting scenes of the concubines in the harem. But there are few scenes about the princes. So Zhao Yuan is not completely clear about how the prince and the Queen get along in private. But from the fragmentary scenes, he knows that the prince's life is not easy. He couldn't help but think of the things he knew about the stepmother. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the prince must have been wronged. He said angrily, Let's go. Let's go find our father. Even the Queen can't beat you. As he said that, he struggled to get down from the prince's arms. The prince almost didn't hold on. His heart skipped a beat. And after holding tightly, he couldn't help but pat his brother's chubby little butt. Why are you so impatient? What if he falls to the ground? Zhao Yuan puffed up his face, still angry about the prince being beaten. The prince could only explain, this is not the mother's fault. It was my brother who said something unpleasant and hurt the mother's heart. Don't worry. I have already applied medicine. This is not the place to talk. He carried his brother to his own residence. In the back. In the room. The Queen asked, has the prince left? Yes. Baiji replied, "The ninth prince came to see the prince, and now both of them have left." The ninth prince. The queen said something ambiguous, compared with her complicated feelings towards the prince. The queen's emotions towards the ninth prince were much simpler. That is, she wanted the ninth prince's life. The age difference between the crown prince and the second and third princes was too big compared to the 10th prince. So to some extent, the queen didn't care much about them. But the ninth prince was different. The ninth prince and the 10th prince were only a few months apart. But the favor they received from the emperor was very different. This was extremely unbearable for the queen. She herself had been neglected by her family since she was a child. So after giving birth to her own child, looking at that little soft person, her mentality changed greatly. And she wanted her child to have the best of everything. As a prince, fatherly love is definitely the most important part. It was okay during the infant period, because everyone couldn't even speak clearly anyway. But as the child began to run on the ground, the difference between the two became more and more obvious. And the thorn in the queen's heart became even bigger. The more Lu Hanwan was respectful to her, the more unhappy she was. Such a lowly woman climbed up from below, looked docile, but took away a lot of things. As for the prince, it can only be said that although the queen occasionally had some ideas, she did not want the prince to die at present. And even the position of the prince, she did not want to pull the prince down from this position. Only sometimes she would think that her eldest sister was the eldest daughter who was highly valued in the mansion. And she herself was an unknown second daughter. Now it is their turn. Will her child also be suppressed by the eldest sister's child for life? These messy thoughts always pop up inadvertently, and are forcibly suppressed by the queen. The prince was raised by her since childhood, almost like her own child. She shouldn't think about these things. On the other side, the prince carried his younger brother back to his residence. He glanced at Wei Nani and others who followed his brother and said, "I don't want to hear about what happened today from outside." He was referring to the fact that he was slapped by the queen. Wei Nani and others quickly expressed their attitudes, indicating that they would never go out and talk nonsense. The prince nodded and carried his younger brother in his arms. He knew that these people would definitely tell Wampin about this. But since he had such an order, Wampin would not go out and talk nonsense even if she knew about it. After the two brothers sat down, Zhao Yuan eagerly raised his little body to look at the wound on the prince's face, which was red. The prince asked the people around him to bring hot water and a handkerchief to prepare a hot compress to reduce the swelling as soon as possible. After all, this was the autumn hunt, and there were many ministers and princes outside. As the prince, he couldn't hide all the time, and he didn't want people to know that his mother beat him. This was not a good thing for him or his mother. All the servants went out. Zhao Yuan looked at the prince and asked, "What did the prince say? Why did the queen beat the prince?" Looking at his brother's persistent eyes, the prince sighed, knowing that if he didn't say it, the little guy would not let it go. He could only say, "If the prince told you, you can't tell anyone what the prince said. Okay? Including your mother and the emperor. You can't tell it." Zhao Yuan nodded and agreed, "Okay. I won't tell you." The prince said, "I told my mother that I don't want to be the prince anymore. Let my 10th brother be the prince." Looking at his brother's confused eyes, the prince thought that his brother was still young and might not understand the importance of the position of the prince. So he explained to his brother again. Then he said, "My mother has always been very good to me. But she is too strict and so gentle to my 10th brother. So I got it wrong. In fact, my 10th brother doesn't have to be like me because my mother doesn't intend to let him compete with me. As I am the prince, I should learn more so that I can support the whole country in the future." He didn't tell his brother how tired he was studying. It would be too embarrassing for him to say that in front of his 3-year-old brother. Zhao Yuan listened thoughtfully and felt that this was the truth. In many families, the focus is on training the older child. And then the younger child eats and drinks, and is responsible for growing up happily. When he grows up, the younger child will not have the ability to compete with the older one. To a certain extent, this is actually a kind of protection for the power of the older one. He looked at the prince and saw that the prince still relied on the queen. In fact, it cannot be said that the queen had no sincerity towards the prince. However, it can be seen from the drama that after countless inner struggles, the queen actually tended to let her own children get everything. So when the prince's body could not bear it, she still demanded the prince with high standards as before. Later, after learning about the report of the imperial physician, She struggled and chose to go with the flow and continue to urge the prince. She may not know what the prince will do after she said those words. But she still deliberately ignored them until the prince's body was exhausted and all his vitality was exhausted. When the prince was lost, the queen cried bitterly. But it was a pity that the prince would never come back. Zhao Yuan thought that now. The prince's physical weakness was slowly recovering, and it should be completely cured in a few days. In this life, the prince would never run out of vitality due to weakness and hard work. It was just unknown whether the queen would hesitate and give up on a healthy prince who was not dying, or would really kill the prince. Zhao Yuan could not guess this. The eunuch brought hot water and a towel, and the prince applied the hot towel to his face. For a while, they should not appear outside the barbecue place. Zhao Yuan went out to find Wei Nani and asked someone to bring the barbecue over, and they ate in the house. It was not until the afternoon, when the redness and swelling on the prince's face had subsided a lot, and he had covered it with some makeup, that they could go out for a walk. The emperor caught his son and kissed him. "I don't know where you went all afternoon, you little brat. And I couldn't find you even if I wanted to." It's not that he had to play with the child, but he was always unable to see him. So he felt uncomfortable and wanted to see his son running around near him and pinch him from time to time. Regarding the encounter with the tiger in the forest in the morning, the eunuchs and the Jinui were not slow in investigating, and the results came out that night. The tiger was released in the enclosure by the second prince through the people in the enclosure, with the purpose of targeting the emperor. The emperor was originally given animal-attracting powder, but the emperor accidentally didn't take it with him. And then the guards around the emperor were too strict, so there was no chance to attack again. As soon as this happened, the emperor immediately had the second prince and his gang arrested, and all of them were beheaded or exiled. The second prince was the brother of the emperor, but now he had lost his life. It must be said that this was a very shocking thing for the entire team. The other princes were all shocked. In addition, there was the matter of the beast-attracting powder in the shoes of the ninth prince. The second prince and his gang would not put such things in the ninth prince. They did think of using the ninth prince to harm the emperor, but the ninth prince was too young. Who knew that the emperor would really think of taking a 3-year-old child with him to go hunting? When they saw the emperor taking the ninth prince with him, the second prince and his gang were quite angry and regretted that they did not take action at the beginning. In their opinion, it is much easier to attack the ninth prince than the emperor. It is a piece of cake. Is it the sixth prince's biological mother? Zhao Yuan said with some surprise. To be honest, he thought it was the queen who attacked him. After he found out that someone was trying to harm him, he suspected the queen. Although this was not in line with the queen's habit of attacking people in order, it was a rare opportunity. When he was in the palace was heavily guarded, and his mother surrounded him like an iron barrel. So it was not easy to attack him. But it was not necessarily the case outside the palace. This time, in addition to the crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince, the other princes who were about the same age as Zhao Yuan, only the sixth prince came. When he heard about it, he felt that both he and the sixth prince were in great danger. Now that he heard his mother say that the person who harmed him was the sixth prince's biological mother, he almost didn't react for a moment. He asked, "Then did the sixth prince have no problem? Did someone also put a drug to attract tigers on him? Wasn't the queen doing both of them together?" Lu Hanwan was stuck for a moment. She didn't know that the queen had the habit of killing people in order. After reacting, she hurriedly said, "I don't know about this. I haven't heard that the sixth prince had any problems. I heard that his biological mother saw that you, Xiuzhou, have always been loved by your father. She felt that her child was neglected. She thought that as long as you were gone, the emperor would like the sixth prince. It happened that she accidentally heard someone say that they seemed to hear tiger roars in the enclosure. So she thought of using the animal-attracting powder on you. As for the maid who put the hand in Xiuzhou's shoes, she had already committed suicide." Zhao Yuan thought about the situation of the sixth prince. The sixth prince's biological mother was a concubine who was favored in the palace during this period. When the sixth prince was born, he was given to concubine Ning to raise. The sixth prince's biological mother also lived in concubine Ning's side hall. Concubine Ning had a high status and position. The sixth prince would have more opportunities to see the emperor if he was raised by concubine Ning. But why didn't she do it to concubine Ning's child? Concubine Ning had not given birth when she was raising the sixth prince, but she got pregnant later. After having her own child, the sixth prince was no longer important. In comparison, it would be better for that person to do it to concubine Ning. Right? Lu Hanwan touched his head. Concubine Ning has always treated the sixth prince indifferently. The sixth prince is basically taken care of by the wet nurses and servants. His biological mother can occasionally see him, whether concubine Ning has a child or not. The sixth prince is treated the same. On the contrary, after concubine Ning gave birth to a child, the sixth prince was also called by the emperor to see the child. Not to mention that concubine Ning is on high alert, and it is not easy for people to take action. Once they really take action, I am afraid that the sixth prince will not be able to escape concubine Ning's indiscriminate attack. Zhao Yuan nodded. He did not have much emotion. The sixth prince's biological mother is not of high status, and has an ordinary family background. After doing such a thing, she is already dead. However, he felt that this was probably another plot by the queen. Those who have watched the drama know that the queen likes to kill people by borrowing a knife. She basically won't kill people herself, but will only instigate others. The tiger roar that seemed to be heard in the enclosure was probably revealed to the sixth prince's biological mother by the queen. Lu Hanwan's eyes flickered under the candlelight. There would be no coincidences in the palace. She felt that there was probably someone behind this matter, but she couldn't guess who it was. After all, everyone in the harem is an enemy, and every concubine who comes here has the possibility of taking action. As for the sixth prince, this is strange. He has not been found to have any relationship with this matter. Neither did Song Shuqing. But Lu Hanwan tended to believe that they were the driving force behind the scenes. But they were not found out. It was Shupin's people who instigated the sixth prince's biological mother. She had already asked her son about the situation at that time. The sixth prince ordered the guards, who were protecting Xiao Jiao, to disperse, which was really suspicious. Even if it seemed that the sixth prince saved her son now, she did not think that he was innocent. The next day, when she met the sixth prince, Lu Hanwan and her son greeted him politely. The sixth prince also stopped to talk to them, and showed that he liked Zhao Yuan very much. The ninth prince looks so cute. In addition to my brother, even I can't help but like him. He squatted in front of Zhao Yuan, smiling and coaxing him. How about going to play with Uncle Six? Uncle Six has a lot of good things. If you like, Uncle Six will give them to you. Zhao Yuan turned around and hugged his mother's legs. Lu Hanwan smiled and said, Xiao Jiao has few contacts with people, and is a little shy. She pulled her son and said softly, This is Uncle Six who saved our Jiao before. Xiao Jiao, say hello to Uncle? Let's thank Uncle. Zhao Yuan slightly opened his eyes to look at the sixth prince and whispered, Thank Uncle Six. Yeah. The sixth prince was very happy to hear this. And he was completely a generous adult, who was happy because of the interaction with children. It's okay. It's okay. Sixth uncle is an adult, and it's his duty to protect you. Your father has entrusted you to sixth uncle for protection, and sixth uncle dare not let you get into trouble. The two sides exchanged greetings. After all, Lu Hanwan was a concubine. Even if there were many people around her and in public, it was not good for her to keep talking to the sixth prince. She sincerely thanked the sixth prince, and when she saw that the time was almost up, she apologized and said she was leaving. Although the sixth prince was a little disappointed that he did not let the ninth prince go with him, he still smiled and let them leave. After the people left, the smile on his face disappeared. He was completely unaware that there was animal attracting powder in the ninth prince's shoes. But he deliberately sent so many guards away by the river at that time, which was intentional. At that time, he accidentally saw a tiger hiding in the bushes, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. The tiger may not come directly because there were many people. He directed others to go to other places to find firewood and deal with prey. Then he guided the ninth prince to stand near the tiger. From the beginning, the tiger was looking at the ninth prince. When they got closer and closer, the tiger's eyes were always fixed on the ninth prince, which made the sixth prince feel that the possibility of his plan being successful would be very high. He was not a cruel person by nature, and he was not willing to kill a 3-year-old child at this moment. However, the ninth prince heard something he shouldn't have heard. And for Sister Song, he had no choice. He couldn't put Sister Song in danger. After separating from the sixth prince, Lu Hanwan had already decided to tell the emperor as soon as possible that her son had run into the sixth prince and Shupin's affair. She never believed that her son's murder had nothing to do with the sixth prince. Telling this would also allow the emperor to investigate this aspect. She knew that her son was not really in trouble. The sixth prince had protected Shujio at the time. Even if the truth was found out, the sixth prince might not have any problem. After all, he had been following the emperor for so many years, and had a lot of affection for him. But at least, it could wear away the emperor's trust in the sixth prince and Shupin. As long as the emperor had this thorn in his heart, it would be much easier to bring down these two people in the future. She would not let go of anyone who dared to lay hands on her son. Over time, she would always find an opportunity. After instructing Wei Nanny to follow the young master at all times, Lu Hanwan went to see the emperor when she found the right opportunity. She carefully said what she had prepared in advance in front of the emperor. I wanted to tell the emperor early, but Shujio got into trouble yesterday, so I didn't think about it for a while. Later, I wondered if the sixth prince had discovered Shujio and heard what they said. So, sixth prince, the emperor muttered. Lu Hanwan paid attention to the emperor's expression, but found that the emperor was not surprised that the sixth prince liked Shupin. Could it be that the emperor knew about this a long time ago? Regardless of that, Lu Hanwan continued, I know that the sixth prince and the emperor have a deep brotherly love. But Shupin has been in the palace for many years. But the sixth prince still covets the emperor's woman. He is really rampant. And now he is even more vicious. He even attacked a child. I asked Shujio, and he said that the guards were dispersed by the sixth prince's instructions. The emperor pondered and said, I will investigate this matter clearly. In fact, he was not completely sure that his sixth brother would do such a thing. From a private point of view, the emperor knew that his sixth brother was a person with a strong sense of justice and indecisiveness. It was really unbelievable that his sixth brother would kill a 3-year-old child. Besides, there were several people who heard it at that time, and it was not enough to just shut up Shujio. Lu Hanwan's eyes were full of tears. Your Majesty, Shujio likes and trusts you the most. You must make the decision for Shujio. The emperor's eyes were filled with a smile, and he took Lu Hanwan's shoulder and patted her gently. Don't worry. I will handle it well. After coming out from the emperor, Lu Hanwan's expression was much calmer. She knew that revenge was something she had to do by herself. As for the emperor, one was his brother who had grown up with him and always supported him, and the other was one of his sons. He was very kind to him, and his son was still fine. It was impossible for the emperor to kill his brother for his son. As for the fact that his younger brother coveted his concubines, the emperor should have known about it a long time ago. I heard that Shupin had a lot of contact with several princes, but Shupin still liked the emperor. There was no real crossing of the line between the two. Shupin did not like the sixth prince. Knowing this relationship for a long time, it seems not impossible that the emperor would not be angry. But the emperor's calmness was not a good thing for Lu Hanwan. She hoped that the emperor would be furious and then vent his anger on the sixth prince and Shupin. But the result was completely beyond her expectations. When she first learned the news, she did not want to tell the emperor. On the one hand, she did not want to expose it and add 2 more enemies, Shupin and the sixth prince. On the other hand, this kind of news was not a good thing. It would be bad if the emperor felt embarrassed and vented his anger on her and her son. She never expected that the emperor would not vent his anger on her and her son, who had watched the scene. But he was not angry at the 2 culprits at all. The more Lu Hanwan thought about it, the angrier she became, and her steps became faster. In the morning, it was another day of hunting. Lu Hanwan found that the sixth prince seemed to be very interested in Shujio and always liked to follow Shujio. She frowned tightly. Could it be that the sixth prince missed the first shot and was ready to find another opportunity to attack Shujio? Therefore, she stared at her son more closely, fearing that her son would be killed by the sixth prince as soon as he left her sight. In contrast, Zhao Yuan felt that the sixth prince was not trying to attack him again, but wanted to please him. But after realizing this, Zhao Yuan felt amused. The sixth prince was not very smart. He tried to please him and have a good relationship with him so that he would not tell the emperor about what happened with Song Shuqing that day. This operation would work well for older people. It was just buying people off and exchanging benefits. But is it really okay to use this trick on a 3-year-old kid like him? Even if the princes in the palace are precocious and have different minds from ordinary people, they would not have started to change at the age of 3. The sixth prince always hangs in front of him. Isn't he really worried that he will sell him out in front of the emperor after he finds him familiar? Fortunately, in the afternoon, the sixth prince's mind was a little better. He sent a lot of gifts to Lu Hanwan, saying that he and the ninth prince got along well and liked this little nephew very much. And these were gifts for the little prince. Although this is not the capital, the sixth prince is the emperor's most trusted brother. After he came here, officials from all sides gave him many gifts. Now, they passed them to Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan looked at the 2 boxes of gifts on the ground, with a smile on her lips, and her eyes were extremely cold. It seems that this sixth prince really took action against our Xiaozhou. At least, he must have known that Xiaozhou heard their conversation that day. Otherwise, why did the other party send so many gifts? It was just to shut him up. Unfortunately, she had already told the emperor about it. On the other hand, the emperor was not sure whether the sixth brother had done it before, and he was speechless when he heard the news. He waved his hand. Go and call the sixth prince. Su Quan bowed and went out immediately. The sixth prince didn't know that the things he had been trying to hide had been exposed. When he came here, he smiled happily and said, "Hello, brother." After paying his respects, he stood up and asked, "I wonder what the emperor wants me to do." The emperor didn't say anything, and he kept sitting on the chair, lowering his head to deal with the memorials sent urgently from the capital. If he was still a prince, the sixth prince would have come over to interrupt him. But since the emperor ascended the throne, his power has become more and more powerful, and the sixth prince dared not be casual anymore. He stood in front, and the emperor remained silent. With the silence in the air, the sixth prince also realized that something must have happened. But what exactly was it? The sixth prince thought in his mind, and soon his face turned pale. Cold sweat began to break out on his body. He had always had a good relationship with the emperor since childhood. When he fought for the throne, he knew that he had no hope. So he always supported the emperor. He had nothing to be known, except for 2 things. One was that he loved Sister Song deeply, and the other was that he had attacked the 9th prince. No matter which of these 2 things, he was sorry for his brother. The thought of the news leaking out and possibly implicating Sister Song made the sixth prince more and more anxious and fearful. Sister Song was innocent. She had done nothing and had been rejecting him. He was the one who did this. After a long while, the emperor finished dealing with the memorials and then raised his eyes. It seemed that he had just seen him and said lightly, "Why didn't you make a sound when you came?" When he suddenly heard the voice, the sixth prince's body shook. After stabilizing himself, he forced a smile and said, "I see that my brother is too serious about handling affairs, so I can't make a sound." In fact, both of them knew what was going on. The emperor threw the memorial in his hand on the table, leaned back on the chair, and then looked at his brother. After a long time, he said, "I heard that you sent a lot of precious gifts to Wampin." The sixth prince said quickly, "It's because my brother and the 9th prince get along well. The 9th prince is smart and cute. My brother really likes it. I have a lot of those things in my house, so I want to give them to the 9th prince." The emperor said, "Oh." The air was dead silent again. The sixth prince lowered his head and dared not look forward. In his mind, a point has become clearer and clearer. That is, the emperor must have known what he did to the 9th prince. He wanted to defend himself. After all, he didn't know that there would be a tiger there. The animal attracting powder in the 9th prince's shoes was not put there by him. It had nothing to do with him. As for the guards who were sent away at that time, it was not obvious what he did. At that time, the emperor was late to come back, and everyone was hungry. It was natural to let those people cook. After he found out the day before yesterday that the 9th prince had heard his conversation with Sister Song, he had been in a panic and didn't know what to do. Then the next day, when he was hunting yesterday, he happened to find a tiger. On a whim, he thought of taking this opportunity to kill the 9th prince. As for the 9th prince's entourage at the time, he didn't think so much at that time. He just thought that the 9th prince was loved by the emperor and was young. It is said that children don't lie. If he spoke in front of the emperor would believe him very likely. As for the other servants, after the 9th prince was gone, even if those people went to the emperor and told him, maybe Wampin thought that he didn't protect the 9th prince well and deliberately slandered him to retaliate against him. He used to be with his brother and Sister Song, and he had a good relationship with Sister Song. When he was a prince, some of his brothers said that he might have feelings for Sister Song. After hearing this, it was reasonable for Wampin to slander him. The idea of killing the 9th prince was a sudden idea, and the 6th prince did not think it through. But he hesitated, and felt that it was too despicable to take the life of a 3-year-old child. In addition, the emperor also appeared at that time, and he kept thinking over and over again in his heart. In the end, the opportunity was gone. No one on both sides spoke. The sixth prince finally couldn't control himself and knelt on the ground with a plop. He wanted to make it clear that all this had nothing to do with Sister Song. It was his own business to like Sister Song. Sister Song did not agree to him. Please don't vent your anger on Sister Song, Your Majesty. He was so nervous and scared that his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. The emperor looked at him with deep eyes. After a while, he said, Xiao Jiu is my favorite prince. Yes. After saying this, the sixth prince was completely sure that the emperor must know that he had done something to the ninth prince. He lowered his head in shame. The emperor said, I want to watch him grow up safely. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The sixth prince lowered his head even lower. Then, he suddenly raised his head and wanted to make things clear. Your Majesty. The emperor raised his hand to stop him. Sixth brother, I heard that there will be another change in the southwest. You grew up with me and know what I want to do. After returning to Beijing, you can go to the southwest. The swords and knives on the battlefield are unblinking. He can't kill his brother with his own hands. It depends on whether the other party can survive the battlefield. The body of the sixth prince trembled. I will not let the emperor down. He knew that the emperor wanted to achieve great unification and destroy the surrounding small countries. This trip to the southwest, I am afraid he will have to wait until the place is completely under the rule of Tianqi before he can come back. But the emperor spared his life. And in the heart of the sixth prince, he was also very grateful at this time. Okay, go out. The emperor waved his hand and lowered his head to read the memorial again. The sixth prince went out quickly. The emperor's eyes fell on the memorial. But he didn't move for a long time. He knew that his sixth brother liked Song Shuqing a long time ago. But he didn't expect that it would last so long after so many years. He even wanted to hurt Xiaojiu because of this. If I had known earlier. It's lonely at the top. From now on, there will be no such people around him who can ignore their status. Just when the emperor was depressed, a childish voice sounded outside. Father! Father! The emperor's thoughts were completely interrupted. He raised his head. A smile appeared on his face, and looked at the little kid who stumbled in at the door. Slow down. Don't run. What's the hurry? He stood up and walked forward, picking up the baby halfway. Zhao Yuan smiled and held the plate in his hand. Father, didn't you say we would have a barbecue together? Why is he gone? I brought the barbecue over. The emperor held his son in one hand and took the plate with the other hand. Then he took his son to a seat. And Zhao Yuan was held in the emperor's arms and sat there without leaving. The emperor tasted a piece of meat and stuffed another piece for his son. Well, your mother's cooking is still delicious. Zhao Yuan nodded vigorously. My mother's cooking is the best. Outside, Su Quan came in and reported, Your Majesty. The third prince is outside asking for an audience. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened instantly, and he moved his little butt towards the emperor's arms, looking as if he was facing a great enemy. The emperor was amused and had a headache. These two ancestors would not fight in front of him later. But the emperor had also doted on the third prince for so many years. It was impossible that he would not like him anymore just because he had another son. His love for his son was different from that for his concubines. He took a deep breath and said, Let him in. The third prince came in, holding roasted meat in his hand. He first bowed to the emperor, and then said loudly, Father, I heard that you haven't had lunch yet. This is the prey I caught with my own hands and roasted it myself. I want you to have a taste. The emperor waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, present it. Zhao Yuan looked at the third prince with round eyes. And the third prince glared at him fiercely when the emperor was not paying attention. When he just came in, the third prince noticed that his ninth brother was held in the emperor's arms. And he was immediately jealous. You know, this position should have belonged to him before. And even the father had never been as close to him as Xiaojiu before. All the way from the capital, the father had to see Xiaojiu every day to feel at ease. Being young means taking advantage. And you need to be cared for everywhere. Humph! The emperor actually hoped that his sons would have a harmonious relationship. So after he tasted the barbecue sent by his third son, he nodded in appreciation. Well, it's not bad. It tastes good. The meat was a little overcooked. Not as delicious as the one made by Wanpin. But the son's cooking skills were not bad. At least the taste was okay. The third prince heard this and immediately said happily, "As long as the emperor likes it." Then, the emperor picked up a piece of meat and said to Zhao Yuan, "The barbecue made by your third brother is very fragrant. Do you want to try it?" Shujio? The third prince was so angry that his hands were shaking. "Father!" The emperor not only wanted to give the barbecue he made to the ninth brother, but also spoke to the ninth brother with a pinched throat and so gently. The emperor never spoke to him like this. It's not that the emperor deliberately angered the third son, but the emperor knew that the relationship between the two of them was not good, so he deliberately eased it. He felt that the key to easing the relationship between the two children was the youngest son. As we all know, Shujio is a very lovable child. So the emperor thought that as long as Shujio was coaxed and Shujio was willing to get close to the third son, then everything would be settled. How could anyone not like such a sweet Shujio? Impossible. Zhao Yuan glanced at the third prince. He still remembered that the third prince deliberately picked a fight with him and pinched his face until it was swollen. He always complained and mocked him every time they met. It was said that he always bullied the prince in school. He turned to the emperor and smiled sweetly, and replied, "Okay." The emperor felt that he had made the right move. He was satisfied and picked up a chopstick for Shujio. Then he saw Zhao Yuan frowning. The emperor asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Zhao Yuan said, "It seems to be still raw." This is not that he is deliberately looking for trouble. It is really not cooked. The emperor quickly stretched out his hand in front of his son. "Don't eat it raw. Be careful of stomach upset. Spit it out quickly." The third prince was panting on the side, and he could no longer bear it. He stared at Zhao Yuan fiercely, wishing to throw this little bastard into the forest to feed the tiger. I heard that the tiger almost ate this little bastard yesterday. It was all because of the sixth uncle. Why did he have to save him? Nosy. Annoying. The sixth prince didn't know that he was shot even when he was lying down. Here. Zhao Yuan spit out the meat, and the emperor stared at it and concluded, "It's not cooked." Zhao Yuan picked at the roasted meat he brought and said attentively, "Father, eat this. It's delicious." Not only did he say that, he also picked it up for the emperor himself. His hands were trembling, and the meat was swaying on the chopsticks. The emperor was really afraid that the meat would be thrown on him in the next moment. So he leaned over and bit it. After biting it, he looked at his third son's red eyes, and his face was a little embarrassed. It seemed that this was not good, and he didn't care about his third son's mood. It was not easy for people to roast a plate for him. He hurriedly took the chopsticks to pick up the third son's food. Eat. Eat it all. The third son's roasted meat is also good. The previous slice was thick, and this one must be cooked. The third prince felt proud, and knew that his father also cared about him. He had a trace of guilt on his face. "It's my fault. This is the first time I grilled meat by myself. I burned a lot of it. Now it's a little better. This is the best I can do. If you like it, I will practice again, and make sure you don't eat raw meat next time." The emperor said, "It's good that you can do this. Servants can also do things like grilling meat. Don't worry too much. It's most useful to practice other knowledge and martial arts well." "Yes," the third prince said, "my son will definitely study hard." Speaking of which, the second and third princes are actually quite talented. They have learned both knowledge and martial arts very well. This is why the prince is under so much pressure. The prince is trying his best to maintain excellence. It would be strange if he didn't feel tired when he saw his talented younger brothers constantly catching up. As he was talking, the emperor really ate a lot of the meat brought by the third prince. Of course, the ninth son was also there. Even if the meat brought by the ninth son was not roasted by himself, the emperor could not favor one over the other, and ate all of them together. While the third prince was talking here, the atmosphere became harmonious for a while. Then, the third prince said, "Since Shujio is full, don't let father hold him anymore. It will be inconvenient for father to eat." The emperor said casually, "It's okay." The third prince stood there for a long time, and said shyly, "Father, you haven't held me like this for a long time. Can you not hold my ninth brother? But hold your son, Zhao Yuan." Zhao Yuan hugged the emperor tightly and shouted, "No. No. I want father to hold me too." Emperor. After a while of quarreling, the emperor held one in each hand, and sat one on his leg. The third prince quietly pushed Zhao Yuan to the side, and Zhao Yuan also pushed him. When he couldn't push him, he grabbed his face. The third prince cried out in pain and attacked the ninth prince. The third prince was old and cruel. He really hated the ninth prince in the past. And he was merciless at this time. Zhao Yuan poked the third prince's tendons, making him unable to exert much strength. He pulled the inner thigh of the third prince with his own hands. The third prince cried out in pain. His eyes were red. And he attacked even more cruelly. The emperor was shocked. "Oh, third, where did you attack?" The emperor hugged his youngest son away, blocked the third son's attack on Shizhou, and said angrily, "This is your brother. How can you be so cruel?" He hit Shizhou's eyes and throat. And he wanted to kill Shizhou. If he succeeded, what would Shizhou do? The third prince saw his father leaving him aside and standing aside to protect the little bastard. And he burst into tears. "He is not my brother. Not my brother." The room was in chaos. In the end, the third prince ran away. In the emperor's arms. The ninth son was crying out of breath. He coaxed the child until his forehead was sweating. And finally coaxed him. For a while, he felt extremely tired. After coaxing his son, the emperor could not remember the previous sadness at all. What he was worried about now was the affairs of his two sons. The third son had always been obedient in front of him. But he did not expect that he would be so harsh today. Shizhou was so young. Even if the two children had something against each other, there was no need to be so cruel. The third son was 11 years old today, and he should be sensible at this age. He was no longer a child. Thinking of this, the emperor's face darkened. Zhao Yuan pulled the emperor and sniffed. "I want my mother." "Okay. Father will take you to find your mother." The emperor collected his thoughts and took his son to find Lu Hanwan. Seeing Lu Hanwan's surprised expression when she saw her son crying, the emperor felt guilty for the first time. He coughed dryly. Children fight, and they cry when they lose. When he heard that he'd lost, Zhao Yuan stood up immediately. He could cry, but he couldn't lose. He raised his little head. "I didn't lose. I pinched his thigh. I pinched him and made him cry." The inner thigh area, where a little force can make people cry out in pain. After all, he was in front of the emperor, so he couldn't be too cruel. Otherwise, it would not be suitable for his age. If the emperor found out, he would not like it. For example, the third prince was scolded by the emperor after he was found out. At that time, the emperor also held the third prince down to prevent anyone from really hurting him. Seeing the third prince like that, he must be furious. Lu Hanwan was originally worried, but seeing her son's smug look, she was instantly at a loss for words. She took the child and said distressfully, "How old are you? And how old is the third prince? How can you beat him when you are so young? Don't always quarrel with your third brother. Be more sensible." Lu Hanwan secretly put on eye drops for the third prince. The third prince is so old, and it is really promising that he can fight with his younger brother. His son is so cute and kind-hearted, so he would not take the initiative to provoke the third prince. It must be the third prince's fault. Indeed, the emperor was dissatisfied with the third prince after hearing this. He touched his son's head. "Don't scold Shizhou for everything. He is the most lovable child. He is still so young. How can he understand so much? It is the age when he should have fun." After handing his son over to Lu Hanwan and talking for a while, the emperor left. As soon as the emperor left, Lu Hanwan immediately carried her son into the room and pulled his clothes to see if he was injured. The third prince was not a pushover. He even dared to hit the crown prince. He was arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and it was common for him to punch and kick his servants, and even whip them, even if the third prince would not go too far because of the emperor. Lu Hanwan felt that he would not be too gentle. As a result, she checked and found no bruises or swellings on her son's body. Only his face was red from being scratched. And there were 2 silver coins. He looked pitiful. She was stunned and asked, "Is there any pain on Shizhou? Where did the third prince hit you? Could it be that the emperor stopped it in time?" Zhao Yuan was lying on the bed, smiling, and he turned over from time to time with his mother's movements so that his mother could see the problem clearly. When he heard the question, he pointed to his face. Only on the face, not on the body. At that time, he poked the third prince's nerves, so that the other party could not use much strength. And the other party himself mostly went for his eyes and neck. So there was really no big problem in other places. Lu Hanwan checked it once and confirmed that there was no, and touched his son's little face again. "Did you put medicine on this face?" Zhao Yuan nodded. "My father did it." When he was there, the emperor washed his face, wiped it dry, and put the medicine on his hands. He added, "My father said that it will not leave scars. It seems to be some kind of precious medicine." Lu Hanwan was relieved that her son was fine, although she felt distressed. The injury was not serious. In the village, it was common for children to fight. However, the third prince still beat his younger brother at such an age, and Lu Hanwan remembered the third prince in her heart. On the other hand, the third prince ran back to his mother's residence sadly. When concubine Xian saw her son like this, she was immediately nervous. What's wrong? Who bullied our third child? She suddenly thought that it might be some blind official or aristocratic family who didn't know the identity of his own child and accidentally beat him. The person who served the third prince quickly told concubine Xian about the matter. Although the servants did not enter the house at that time, they were waiting at the door. They heard most of the noise inside and basically guessed what happened. When concubine Xian heard that it was the ninth prince again, she frowned. Before the ninth prince, among so many princes, her own child was the most favored. Now, there is no doubt that everyone knows that the emperor likes the ninth prince the most. Even when the third child was young, he was not as favored as the ninth prince. She waved her hand to let the palace servants go out, and she walked into the room, looking at her son, who was crying on the table, and said, "What's the use of crying now? I have told you so many times that the ninth prince is younger than you. Don't always provoke him. He even got into a fight with others. He is so much younger than you. Of course, your father will side with him if they fight." The third prince cried even louder after hearing this. His father's bias was one thing, and he was certainly sad about it. But there was another problem. He rolled up his pants and cried loudly. "He pulled my leg so hard. I didn't even touch him. But my father scolded me." The third prince was so sad. He didn't even hit anyone, but he was still scolded by his father. He was really wronged. Concubine Xian looked carefully and was instantly furious. She saw that her son's thigh was blue. She stood up in a hurry. "How can this be so serious?" The third prince sobbed. "I couldn't use much strength, but my father stopped me and helped Xiujiu. I was in so much pain, but he still scolded me." Concubine Xian slammed the table. "Okay, this woman didn't know how to teach her child. She is so young, and she is so dirty. The part of her son's thigh was all blue. You said you didn't touch the ninth prince? Didn't you hit him?" The third prince shook his head guiltily. But when he thought about it, he did touch him. But for some reason, his hand was weak, and it was almost the same as not touching him. And his father stopped him. So he said, "No, my father stopped him." Concubine Xian was dissatisfied with the ninth prince for competing for the emperor's favor for her own child. And now she found that her son was bullied. She couldn't stand it. She went straight to Wanman angrily. In her opinion, the situation at that time must be that her son was being sidelined by the emperor and could not move. But the little guy, the third prince, was so vicious at such a young age, and took advantage of her son's inability to move and actually did such a cruel thing. It was really hateful. She wanted to ask how this concubine taught her child, and she couldn't just rely on her young age to do so recklessly. She actually attacked the inside of her son's thigh. How painful that place must be. The ninth prince was so scheming at such a young age, and she had to make a fuss to let everyone know that he was not a good thing. Anyway, in the eyes of everyone, she would make a fuss over the smallest things. And the more she made a fuss, the more the emperor would feel sorry for her and always comfort her. The group came to Lu Hanwan's residence in a threatening manner. Their posture attracted a lot of attention along the way. The queen looked at concubine Xian's back and asked, "What happened to concubine Xian?" Baiji replied, "I heard that the third prince and the ninth prince had a fight in front of the emperor, and the third prince ran away crying." The queen smiled at first, and then thought of her own little tin, and the smile on her mouth dropped again. These two can still compete for one or two. But if her own little tin doesn't have the title of a legitimate son, she will have no sense of existence in the emperor's eyes. It seems that the ninth prince is much more important in the emperor's heart. Even the third prince, who was once the most favored, has failed several times in front of the ninth prince. This makes the queen feel that he is too dazzling. She said lightly, "What a pity. The tiger was clearly in front of the ninth prince. But unfortunately the sixth prince showed up and saved the ninth prince." The emperor had previously strictly supervised the palace. If he didn't do it outside the palace, It would be difficult to find an opportunity next time. And the sixth prince. This person happened to be there. And according to the order, the sixth prince should be killed. It was easier to do it with concubine Ning than with the ninth prince. After all, he was not her own son. So concubine Ning didn't watch the sixth prince as strictly. The other concubines also knew what was going on here. Some of the brave ones simply followed over to see the excitement. Concubine Xian went straight to where Lu Hanwan lived and shouted loudly, "Concubine Wan, come out to me." Listening to the noisy and harsh sounds outside, Lu Hanwan frowned impatiently. As soon as she heard the voice, she knew it was Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian often pretended to be brainless in the past. I don't know if she was really brainless or fake. Now she came again. And I knew she would have to toss. Lu Hanwan was impatient. She put her son's clothes back on him. And then walked out slowly. "Madam Xian, is there anything?" Seeing her indifferent look, Concubine Xian was even more unhappy. "Wan Pin, how did you teach your children? It's normal for two children to have a quarrel." At that time, the emperor didn't let the third child move. "But your son was so good. He took advantage of my son's inability to move and hit him hard. His thighs were pinched black and purple. I want to ask you, how can the ninth prince, who is only 3 years old, be so cruel?" Lu Hanwan was amused when she heard these words. The emperor had already told her about the situation at that time. It was not what Concubine Xian said. And Concubine Xian actually commented on her son in this way. If it spread out, it would be bad for Shijio's reputation. She laughed in anger. "Sister Xuanfei, did the third prince say this himself?" Without waiting for Concubine Xian to answer, she said again kindly, "I didn't expect the third prince to lie so easily." Concubine Xian directly said that her son was cruel at a young age. So Lu Hanwan didn't beat around the bush and said directly that the third prince liked to lie. Concubine Xian's face flushed instantly. "Who are you saying is lying?" Lu Hanwan looked innocent and advised earnestly, "Sister Xuanfei, this child should be disciplined more. Otherwise, what will happen if he becomes a liar in the future?" At that time, there were the emperor and other servants. What's the point of the third prince telling these lies? Everyone will know it once they ask. The emperor said that the third prince pushed Shijio first and then attacked Shijio's eyes and neck. I don't know how Concubine Xian taught him. The third prince likes to fight with others the most. He has also deliberately picked on his two brothers, the crown prince and the second prince. If he really hurts the crown prince and the second prince's eyes, what will happen in the future? The second prince's mother, who was standing aside and watching the excitement, suddenly had a dark look in her eyes. If the eyes are injured, there is no hope. The other concubines were also shocked. If the third prince could attack a child as young as the ninth prince, then other children might be possible. Concubine Xian said, facing the strange eyes of everyone. "You are lying. It's not like that at all." Lu Hanwan said. "Is that so?" "Sister Xuanfei, just ask the emperor and you'll know." Xuanfei knew some of his private behaviors and knew that this might be true. She immediately changed the subject and said, "The two children are so different in age that the emperor naturally wouldn't really let the third child and the ninth prince fight. The third child was like that only because your ninth prince was so cruel and couldn't move. So he was just trying to scare the ninth prince out of anger. My third child's thigh was pinched purple." Lu Hanwan looked at her son, who was peeking out of the door, waved at him, and then said to Xuanfei, "Sister Xuanfei, look at the wound on my little nine's face. He might have a scar on his face in the future, which would be disfigured." This is what Sister Xuanfei said about scare. Concubine Xian was choked for a moment. The skin of a child is tender, and the face of the ninth prince was swollen, which looked very scary. She cursed her son in her heart. Her son didn't say this before. Didn't her son say that he didn't touch the ninth prince at all? She hesitated and said, "It was your son who was cruel first. He pinched my third son's leg purple. He didn't pay attention and caught it. His thigh was simply unbearable to look at. A large area was all purple." She was still angry when she thought of her son's thigh. "You taught your son well. He knows where to put force." Lu Hanwan knew that her son pinched the third prince's thigh, but she didn't admit it at this time. She smiled lightly and said, "My little nine is at this age, The meaning of the words is quite obvious. That is, Concubine Xian is trying to make trouble." Lu Hanwan said in a tactful tone, "Sister Xian, please don't teach the third prince these things in private. No matter how hard my little Jiu tries. His age is here. Well, After all, he is my own son. Sister, there is no need for me to let the third prince suffer like this again. There was laughter all around. And concubine Xian was stunned for a while before she realized that Hua Pin was saying that the injury on her son's leg was caused by them pinching it in private. It was to frame the ninth prince. Lu Hanwan said, Sister teaches the third prince these things all day long. It is normal for the third prince to lie habitually sometimes. Sister, don't blame her. Concubine Xian's chest was heaving violently. And she looked at Lu Hanwan with murderous eyes. Lu Hanwan stepped back calmly. Then, the next moment, concubine Xian rushed over. I'll let you, little bitch, talk nonsense. Damn it. Who knows what people outside will say about her son after today? Concubine Xian's chest was about to explode. Lu Hanwan hugged her son and hit quickly. Xiao Yuan and other servants quickly stopped concubine Xian. Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that some concubines in this palace were really excessive. Such as concubine Xian and concubine Yi, who always took action when they couldn't argue. But they all had good family backgrounds and high positions. And they often didn't hurt anyone after beating them. Lu Hanwan knew that it was not worth it to fight. What if her face was scratched? So arrangements were made in advance for Xiao Yuan and other people around her. Xiao Yuan was also a smart person, knowing that her status was linked to her master Lu Hanwan. So she would not let him down at such a critical moment. When concubine Xian saw that she could not rush over, she was so angry that she cursed. You are committing a crime of insubordination. Get out of my way. Xiao Yuan and others blocked them tightly. The people around concubine Xian did not dare to really do it. After all, if they really pulled Xiao Yuan and others away, concubine Xian would not be in trouble. But they, the servants, would probably lose their lives. While struggling, the queen also came over. What are you doing? Stop it. Concubine Xian. This is in the enclosure. If people outside know about this kind of noise, what will happen? Those ministers and others naturally did not dare to come to see the concubines' excitement. This was also where the concubines lived. And there was some distance from the rest of the people. But it was clear that with so many people at the scene, what happened today would definitely be spread. The queen was still very majestic. When she came, concubine Xian did not dare to quarrel anymore. The queen was already clear about the specific things. But now in the enclosure, it was not easy to punish too much. So she just let everyone disperse. Concubine Xian left unwillingly. She knew that everyone thought there was something wrong between her and the third prince. Especially the injury on the thigh. It was obviously really done by the ninth prince. But after Lu Hanwan's clever words, I'm afraid everyone thinks that they did it privately and deliberately. But whether they did it themselves, as the parties involved, can they not know it? The far soon reached the emperor, who looked at her with a heavy look. Empress Xian has become more and more unbecoming over the years. When concubine Xian complained to the emperor, she was very distressed to find that even if she showed her son's thigh to the emperor still thought they were unreasonable. They actually got such an injury in private. And now they are still unwilling to give up, and want to blame it on Shizhou. The second prince laughed when he learned about this. This third prince really needs Shizhou to treat him. The third prince relied on his favor and asthma. And he had been cheated many times over the years. Now there is another favored one. And he is really effective in fighting poison with poison. His biological mother, concubine Zhuang, said lightly, I am afraid that driving a tiger to eat a wolf will eventually cause trouble for you. The second prince didn't care. At least Xiao Jiu is not as annoying as the third prince. And his birth is too low. Concubine Zhuang said, the third prince has asthma after all. The more he uses this excuse, the more disadvantageous it will be for him to fight for the throne. On the contrary, although the ninth prince is weak, he can be raised well, and is a healthy little prince. Sometimes, the emperor's heart is everything. The second prince said contemptuously, it's not certain whether Xiao Jiu can be raised. Concubine Zhuang didn't say anything. In her heart, she thought the same as her son. The ninth prince is not only an eyesore to one person. Now that concubine Ning and concubine Shu have their own children, the more high-ranking concubines get pregnant, the more fierce the competition in the harem will be in the future. The prince also knew that his brother had fought with someone. He ran over with a distressed look on his face. You, stay away from him next time. And beat him when the prince is here. I'll help you get revenge when I go back to martial arts class. After taking Shizhou's pills for so long, the prince felt that his body was slowly recovering. and even his strength was stronger than before. He felt that he would be able to win the fight with the third prince more easily next time. As for the other younger brothers, who were younger than him, His Royal Highness the Prince decided to selectively ignore this. Even if his father would scold him, he still had to beat the third prince. Besides, he helped teach the third prince a lesson, which was another kind of brotherly love and respect. As the eldest brother, he was teaching the third prince and protecting Shuzhou, which was the best of both worlds. Zhao Yuan laughed, always feeling that the prince had let himself go before him. After a few days of hunting in the enclosure, everyone should prepare to go back. Lu Hanwan received the news that she would return to Beijing the next day. It would take a long time to come out after returning, so Lu Hanwan held her son's hand and prepared to take another stroll outside. Then, not long after, two familiar figures were seen. It was the sixth prince and Shupin. The last time, whether the sixth prince and Shupin harmed her son had not yet been concluded, and Lu Hanwan could not chase the emperor to ask. Seeing the two together, she subconsciously hid, ready to see if the two had any conspiracy again. Zhao Yuan also looked ahead with bright eyes. Eating melons is really interesting. In front, the sixth prince did not realize that he was eavesdropped again. He was standing in front of Song Shuqing, feeling infinitely melancholy in his heart. Sister Song, when I go back, I will probably go to the southwest to fight. What? Song Shuqing was a little surprised. The southwest is so far away, and the environment there is also bad. Why would the emperor send you there? She was a little worried. Going to the battlefield is not a fun thing. Swords and guns are blind. What if you lose your life? Seeing that she was worried about him, the sixth prince was happy in his heart. He smiled and said, Sister Song, don't worry about me. You know, my martial arts are still very good. I always thought that I could lead troops to fight like my brother. It's awesome. It just so happens that there is nothing to do in the capital now. If I go to the battlefield to help my brother, it will be a good thing. Maybe when I come back in the future, I will have made great military achievements and become a general in the future. His tone was relaxed and his face was smiling. Song Shuqing didn't notice anything wrong. Seeing that the sixth prince was willing, she didn't say much, just told him to pay attention to safety and so on. The sixth prince was pleased with everything. And finally, he said, Sister Song, if you are in the harem, pay more attention to Wanpin in the future. Wanpin? Song Shuqing was puzzled. She and Wanpin didn't have much in common. What's wrong with Wanpin? Lu Hanwan's eyes turned cold. The sixth prince hesitated. In the end, he didn't have the face to tell Song Shuqing that his despicable little thoughts had been discovered by his brother. He knew that if he told this, Sister Song was so smart that she would definitely know that there was something wrong with him being sent to the southwest to fight. And then she would quarrel with her brother. The relationship between Sister Song and the emperor's brother is not easy, so he should not make trouble. Otherwise, if the emperor's brother misunderstands Sister Song will definitely be sad. So, he just said, I was with the ninth prince that day, because it was close to noon. I felt that everyone was hungry. I thought there would be no dangerous beasts in the enclosure. It was enough for me to protect the ninth prince alone. So I asked the guards to find firewood, clean the prey and cook. But after Wanpin knew about this, she seemed to have misunderstood and thought that I had bad intentions and wanted to harm the ninth prince. I have a good relationship with you, Sister Song. I am afraid that after I leave, Wanpin will not find anyone to retaliate and will attack you. Sister. Shupin was extremely annoyed by the infighting in the harem. And after hearing about this, she was even more dissatisfied. You kindly saved her son, but she was not grateful, and instead blamed you for the incident. It's really a case of good intentions not being rewarded. The people in the harem are too filthy, and they think that others have bad intentions when they see everything. You are a prince. Why would you harm a little prince for no reason? Hearing what Sister Song said, the sixth prince's face was unnatural for a moment. But he still covered it up and said, Let's not talk about this. Anyway, Sister Song, you should be more careful in the future. Don't take it lightly. For the sake of the child, women often do anything. The sixth prince said a lot of things, and he was relieved only after confirming that Song Shuqing really remembered it. Sister Song is simple and kind. If she is really compared with the concubines in the harem, she is definitely not better. Only others can harm Sister Song, not Sister Song. Fortunately, the emperor likes Sister Song after all, and there are people who send Sister Song to her side. Even if Sister Song is not good at conspiracy, there will be someone watching by the side. On the other side, Lu Hanwan had already led her son away. She was keenly aware from the sixth prince's words that her previous guess was correct. And the sixth prince really attacked Shujio at that time. Otherwise, the emperor would not have sent the sixth prince to the southwest battlefield. After all, she noticed at that time that the emperor's expression clearly showed that he had known that the sixth prince liked Shupin for a long time. But he just didn't care. So the emperor asked the sixth prince to go to the battlefield. Not because of his relationship with Shupin, but because he did attack his own child. For a moment, she wanted to throw the sixth prince into the tiger pile to feed the tiger, so that he could feel what it felt like to be bitten to death by a tiger. But she also knew that this was impossible. Fortunately, the other party was going to the battlefield, and it was uncertain whether he could come back alive. The emperor's arrangement was barely in line with her wishes. But as long as the sixth prince was alive, she would not let it go. The next day, the autumn hunting team began to return to the capital. Along the way, the carriage stopped and started. And after a few days, it arrived at a temporary palace to rest temporarily. The next day, it was learned that everyone would stay here for a few days. After asking, it turned out that the sixth prince had caught a cold last night. And now, he was having a high fever and could not travel for the time being. The sixth prince was not important among the emperor's princes, and the emperor did not like him much at ordinary times. But after all, he was his own son, and the emperor had no big problems in being a father in the early days. Of course, the main reason is that the sixth prince's current situation is rather special. Generally speaking, if the prince is sick, the prince's mother can stay to take care of him, and then catch up after he recovers. But the sixth prince is different. The sixth prince's biological mother is a member of the Ning concubine's palace. The sixth prince was taken to Ning concubine's room after he was born. But Ning concubine did not accompany him to the autumn hunt this time. Ning concubine had just given birth to her own son a few months ago. Now that the child is still young, she is not at ease leaving her own son in the palace. So she did not participate in the autumn hunt. Ning concubine has her own son, so she doesn't care so much about the contact between the sixth prince and the sixth prince's biological mother. Although the children born by concubines of lower rank were given to concubines of higher rank. Most princes were in a different situation from Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was born because concubine E was injured in her early years, and it was basically impossible for her to have another child. So Zhao Yuan was equivalent to giving all the children to concubine E and letting her treat him as her own son. Coupled with concubine Yi's desire for control, it was extremely difficult for Zhao Yuan to meet his mother. In fact, the prince and his biological mother were not so estranged. Whether the mother and son could get along on weekdays mainly depended on the temperament of the concubines of higher rank. But from the perspective of etiquette, the prince and his biological mother were still closely connected. And it was not true that whoever raised the child would really be the child's. Especially when the prince was older and went to Chongwengwen to study. They would move out, and it would be much easier for the prince to see his biological mother. After all, filial piety was valued in ancient times. After paying respects to his adoptive mother, the prince should also pay respects to his biological mother. The biological mother of the sixth prince was also favored by the emperor during this period. With the Ning phase letting go, she was able to personally take the sixth prince to participate in the autumn hunt. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince's biological mother died because she gave Zhao Yuan the beast-attracting powder, leaving the sixth prince alone with no one to take care of him. So, the queen had to take over. Now the sixth prince is sick and can't travel. As the person who takes care of him, the queen can't just leave the sixth prince to other concubines and then follow the emperor back to the palace first. But leaving the queen here alone to take care of the sixth prince, while the rest of the team continues to travel back to Beijing doesn't sound right. It just so happened that the emperor could also understand the people's sentiments here. 2 days later, there was an emergency in the capital, and the emperor returned to the capital with some people. And Lu Hanwan and the others had to wait for 2 more days. In the morning, Lu Hanwan sat in front of the dressing table, and 2 palace maids took care of her makeup. Xiao Yun came in from outside and stood beside Lu Hanwan. She said, "Master, I heard that the sixth prince's condition has improved. It is estimated that we can return to the capital in 2 days." "Yes," Lu Hanwan responded lightly. Behind her, the palace maid who was combing her hair heard the news, and her eyes changed slightly. She asked, "Master, Are we just going to watch the sixth prince return to the capital? Xiao Yu, who was putting on Lu Hanwan's makeup, paused. Lu Hanwan's eyes, which had been narrowed, also opened. She looked at the maid who spoke in the bronze mirror, and did not speak for a while. The maid Xiaoling who had spoken knelt down instantly. Master, please forgive me. I was talking too much. Lu Hanwan glanced at her, and her eyes fell on her bun in the mirror. She smiled softly and said, Okay, get up. Why are you kneeling down for no reason? What did you want to say just now? After Xiaoling stood up, Xiao Yun was already standing behind Lu Hanwan, and continued to tie up Lu Hanwan's hair. Among Lu Hanwan's maids, Xiao Yun was the most trusted by Lu Hanwan. So Xiaoling did not dare to let Xiao Yun get out of the way. She had no choice but to stand aside, and continued with some trepidation. I just think that the sixth prince's biological mother gave the little prince beast-attracting powder, which put the little prince in danger. This matter can't just be let go. Right? Now that the emperor is away, the rules outside the palace are not as strict as those inside the palace. This is a good opportunity. Xiao Yun immediately refuted when she heard it. Xiaoling, what are you talking about? The sixth prince's biological mother is dead. What can a child like the sixth prince do? He has dirtied the master's hands for nothing. Without the protection of his biological mother, who knows how long the prince can live? The sixth prince's biological mother is gone. How boring it is to deal with a child. Is there anyone in the palace who cares whether there is a missing sixth prince? Besides, the sixth prince is dead, and my master is the most suspicious. Now everything is fine in Chaoxia Palace, so there is no need to arouse the emperor's suspicion because of this. Xiaoling saw that Lu Hanwan didn't seem to be moved, so she didn't insist on this issue anymore. She just pretended to be normal and said, I was just thinking about the little prince's experience. I was distracted for a moment. I didn't think it through. Lu Hanwan said, the sixth prince lost his biological mother. It's more uncomfortable to live in the palace than to die. There's no need to do anything to him. Just wait. This topic passed among the few people. After dressing up, Lu Hanwan got up and prepared to go out. When she stood at the door, she glanced at Xiao Yun, who nodded slightly without leaving a trace. Before arriving in the capital, in the room, Xiaoling was nervously putting something into a clay pot. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Xiaoling, what are you doing? Xiaoling was caught in front of Lu Hanwan. Xiao Yuan was there at this moment. Lu Hanwan glanced at her son, and saw that he was watching with great interest. So she didn't let him go out. She looked directly at Xiaoling, who was kneeling on the ground with an embarrassed face. Xiaoling, I think I have treated you well over the years. Why do you do this? Master, spare my life. Xiaoling burst into tears. Lu Hanwan looked at her with a very cold look. Tell me, who instructed you? Xiaoling knelt and crawled forward. Master, please, for the sake of my loyalty for so many years, please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Lu Hanwan said, if you tell me, maybe I can give you a quick death. But if you don't, I remember that you seem to have family outside the palace. Right? The implication of these words made Xiaoling collapse to the ground. She kept crying, hoping to get a slight change. But the hope was very slim. After a long time, she could only say, yes. Fuling, who was beside the queen, told me to do this. She asked me to put the medicine in the little prince's food. The most useful person around the queen is Baiji. But Fuling is not much worse. When they go out, they are all the queen's people, and they can basically represent the queen. Xiaoyun said angrily, she asked you to do it. And you did it? The master treats us so well. And you betrayed the master like this? Lu Hanwan is not so picky and gentle in character. It is not a hard job to work for her, especially for the useful maids around her. She usually does not punish them physically, even if there are some small mistakes. Xiaoling said, I have no choice. My family came to me before. My father owed gambling debts, and couldn't pay them back. Those people wanted to cut off my father's hands. The queen said she was willing to help pay the debt. Lu Hanwan was silent for a moment. She seemed to be quite poor. She was sold into the palace to be a maid since she was a child. How much money can a maid earn? Not to mention that the monthly salary has to be paid to the above. If you want to change to a good job, you have to do more. It can be said that before becoming a concubine, Lu Hanwan was not far from being penniless. Later, she was favored by the emperor. But the things he rewarded were few in gold and silver. The rest were valuable. But it was not easy to resell the products made in the palace. However, she was not stingy. She gave rewards during festivals. However, she was not ranked among the most generous in the palace. As for the gambling debt, it was not a small number. Xiao Yuan glanced at his mother, thinking. Xiaoyun said, "That's it?" Xiaoling said, "More than 1,000 taels." Xiaoyun awed this. Lu Hanwan. Then Xiaoyun realized. Xiaoling's family is just an ordinary family. How could the gambling house make him owe so much money? I'm afraid the queen deliberately set a trap behind it. Lu Hanwan nodded. And thought so too. She asked again, if you drugged Shujio, her life would be in danger if it was discovered. Aren't you afraid? She had already said it at the beginning. And now Xiaoling simply said it all. The queen has promised to save my life. I am already 24 years old this year. The queen also said that a group of palace maids who have reached the age will be released in advance. Just as a blessing for the new year. Then I can leave the palace and get married. The queen has already chosen the candidate. And she will give me a sum of money to ensure that I will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of my life. When she is released, no matter what happens in the palace, it will have nothing to do with her. Xiao Yuan took out the dried meat and ate it, listening with relish. It must be said that the queen's set is high, and the whole set is arranged properly. Lu Hanwan sighed silently in her heart. Worthy of being born in the Duke of Ying. The queen is rich. Xiaoyun sneered. You killed the little prince. Knew the queen's secret. And still expected the queen to spare your life. Dream about your spring and autumn. Can she still leave a handle for you? Xiaoling's face turned pale. And she said weakly, No. It's impossible. Lu Hanwan asked, So the day you instigated me to take action against the sixth prince, was it also arranged by the queen? Xiaoling nodded silently. It is estimated that they wanted her to attack the sixth prince, to directly catch her handle, and to prove that she was plotting to murder the heir, so that she would no longer be a threat. Now the matter has been investigated clearly. But the emperor is not here at the moment. And the queen is the most powerful person in this place. And she can't do anything. I can only make other plans after returning to the palace. However, Lu Hanwan thought that Xiaoling might not be able to return to the capital. The queen has many people. And Lu Hanwan doesn't think she can beat the other party outside the palace. Outside the palace is her home court. And it will be more likely to return to the palace. Sure enough, Xiaoling died suddenly before returning to the capital. The queen was also disappointed. What a waste. She can't even do this. It will be difficult to find a maid who can get close to the ninth prince next time. After this time, Wapin will be more vigilant. Baiji said, Don't worry. Your Majesty, when the ninth prince goes to Chongwen Hall in the future, there will always be an opportunity. Going to Chongwen Hall to study means that the ninth prince will live with other princes in the prince's residence. Of course, their manpower cannot intervene there. But generally at that time, because the princes are older, there are fewer people around them. Now, when the ninth prince goes out, there is always a large group of people following him. And there is no way to do anything. When there are not many people around the ninth prince, it is not impossible to lead the servants away and drown him in the water directly. The queen's eyes made people shudder. That's too long. I can't wait. It takes 5 years to go to Chongwingwen. So her little Tin will have to be suppressed by the ninth prince for more than a year. She watched the ninth prince suppress her son every day, and she wished that he would die the next moment. Suddenly, there was a slight noise by the window, and the queen's eyes were sharp. Who? Baiji took 3 or 2 steps forward and rushed over. The person outside the window did not hide, and when he opened it, it was the prince. Baiji exclaimed, Your Highness, why are you here? The queen also looked over. The mother and son looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a while, the prince walked in. Mother, are you going to kill little Nine? His voice was unconsciously amplified. The queen did not show any panic on her face, because her son heard these underworld things. She just frowned slightly, as if she was disturbed by the prince's voice. Is this how you talk to your mother? Mother! The prince stepped forward. Your son asked you. Did you go to hurt Xiaojio? The queen did not speak. The prince's eyes were a little red, and tears flashed in his eyes. He was very excited. You knew that your son and Shujio were good friends. Why did you do this? Shujio's biological mother is just a palace maid. She can't threaten you at all. Right? The queen frowned. Prince, Pay attention to the attitude you speak to your mother. The prince still looked at her persistently. And the queen said, this is the harem. Any prince is a threat to you. And the emperor likes him so much. Which is his original sin. What about me? Mother, don't you care about your son's feelings at all? The prince questioned. He didn't dare to imagine what his mother would do if she really succeeded. What if one day he couldn't see Shujo anymore? Couldn't hold Shujo's soft little body anymore? And couldn't hear the other party sweetly call him prince brother? Shujo specially found a pill to nourish his body, so that his weakness would slowly return to normal. At the beginning, he regarded Shujo as his lingering love in the world, and ate the pill that he didn't know whether it was poison or tonic. If Shujo is gone, how can he live on? Prince, the queen said sternly, you must remember that Xiaoshi is your real brother. You don't need to be so sincere to a ninth prince. Do you think he has no purpose in contacting you? If you are not the crown prince, will he be so good to you? He will, the crown prince said affirmatively. After being with his brother for so long, he can see clearly that his brother is the softest person. As long as he treats him sincerely, the other party will not be able to help but soften his heart. At first, his brother was unwilling to pay attention to him, but after he took the initiative to get close to him, Shujo softened. The queen didn't want to listen to the crown prince's brainless remarks. At your age, it is a bit ignorant to say these things, whether he can or not. Crown prince, only Xiaoshi is your real brother. Your mother has raised you for so many years with great effort. Is it possible that it is not as good as the ninth prince's 1 year? My mother has always treated you as her own child, and never wanted Xiaoshi to compete with you for the position of the crown prince. Is this how you repay my mother? The prince said, I know my mother's kindness to me, but Xiao Jio is also very important to me. Mother, Xiao Jio will not be a threat. Can you let him go? The prince finally gave in. He knew very well how tough his mother was, and he had no resistance at all. So he could only pray that his mother would see him and not do this to Xiao Jio. He didn't understand why it was Xiao Jio. The queen didn't care at all, and just said, it's late at night. Prince, go back and rest. This matter in the harem is not something you should care about. This is her own battlefield. The prince said angrily, do you want me to watch Xiao Jio die? The queen was indifferent. At this moment, the prince hated his weakness. Facing the threat of his mother, he had no ability to fight back at all. So he could only say, if my mother really wants Xiao's life, then I will follow him. This is his only bargaining chip. The queen sneered and felt that her son was not decent. You are getting more and more promising. You can even say such words. Your mother had a difficult birth, and this is how you repay her? The prince said, it's not me who wants to die, but my mother is forcing me. The two looked at each other. Neither of them was willing to give in. The queen said in a cold and hard voice, Bai Ji, send his royal highness back. Yes. Bai Ji bowed slightly. The prince knew that his mother did not believe that he would really die together, but he could not afford to bet whether his mother would do it. So he could only say, if Xiao Jio dies, then I will let Xiaoshi go with him. As soon as the voice fell, a slap fell heavily. The prince's head was hit to one side, and his whole body was not stable, and he fell to the ground. A bloody taste came up in his mouth, and he knew that the skin inside should be broken. Your Royal Highness, Bai Ji exclaimed softly and reached out to help him. Then the queen angrily pulled him aside. She squatted beside the prince and grabbed his collar. For a little bastard, you talk to me like this? You don't even care about your brother's life? The prince smiled bitterly. You don't believe I will hurt my own life. But do you think I will really hurt Xiao Shi? Xiao Jio is to me what Xiao Shi is to you. The queen slapped him again. She was furious and got up and walked around the room. She threw everything on the table, including porcelain, books, etc., to the ground. The whole room was in chaos, as if it had been robbed. Bai Ji didn't dare to say anything. It was the first time she saw the queen so angry. The prince just sat there, not moving. He knew that compared with his mother, he had nothing to show for it. He could only do this. The queen kept saying, You're crazy. You're really crazy. She just thought the prince's behavior was inexplicable. He was just a 3-year-old child. How deep could his feelings be? Anyway, she didn't believe it. She couldn't accept that the prince easily threatened his own life and Xiaoshi's life. Xiaoshi was the prince's biological brother, and the prince should protect Xiaoshi. In the end, the prince was sent back by Bai Ji. The prince and the queen didn't say anything more to each other. The next day, the team continued on their journey. And Zhao Yuan didn't wait for the prince to come to him all day. He stuck his little head out of the window and looked. And Lu Hanwan pulled him. "Don't look outside. There's too much dust outside." Zhao Yuan sat back and muttered, "Brother Prince didn't come to see me today." The prince had his own carriage. Usually, when he sat with his mother for a while, the prince would come to find him. But today he didn't come. Lu Hanwan smiled and said, "The prince has his own things to do, and he can't stick to you all day. Today is not over yet. Why don't you go find the prince?" When the carriage stopped and the team was about to rest, Zhao Yuan really went to find the prince. When he arrived at the prince's room, he knocked on the door, and heard Xiao Fuzi's voice from inside. "Who is it?" "It's Xiao Jiao." The voice of the child outside came in, and the prince couldn't help laughing. "Go open the door quickly." When the door opened, Zhao Yuan shouted with a smile, "Brother Prince." But when he saw the prince's face, the smile on his face fell instantly. "Brother Prince? What's wrong with you? Who hit you? Was it the queen?" After asking, Zhao Yuan immediately thought of the queen. In this world, apart from the emperor, the only one who could hit the prince was probably the queen. Xiao Fuzi had already closed the door and walked out. He knew that what the two brothers said next was not for him to hear. The prince held his angry brother, smiling. "Brother Prince? It's okay. This injury is not serious. It will be healed in a few days." Zhao Yuan couldn't help but get angry. "How can it not be serious? Brother Prince is the crown prince. How can you let others slap you? I'm going to write a letter to tell my father. Even if it's the queen, she can't hit the prince like this," he shouted. "Xiao Fuzi. Xiao Fuzi. Go get some pen and ink. Now that the emperor has returned to the palace, if he wants to complain, he can only write a letter back." Okay. The prince held his brother and said, "It was my brother who made our mother angry. She deserved to hit me. I promise you, there won't be a next time. Okay? Don't be angry." Zhao Yuan saw the prince's face was swollen, and tears of heartache were flowing out. "Brother Prince, you are so good. How could it be your problem? It must be the queen's fault." Looking at his brother who was so confident, the prince couldn't help but smile, and this pulled the corner of his mouth, and he was so painful that he twitched. He said, "You believe in me so much." Zhao Yuan said, as a matter of course. "Of course. Brother Prince is the best." The prince took his brother's hand and walked towards the bed. "Can you sleep with me tonight?" "Okay." Zhao Yuan agreed. The two of them had slept together before, and he had decided to sleep with the prince before coming. The prince took off his shoes, asked the servants to bring water, cleaned up, and the two brothers lay on the bed. The night was quiet, and the moonlight shone through the window, adding a layer of hazy light to the room. The prince said, "When we go back tomorrow, Xiaojiu will quietly tell your mother to pay attention to your safety." "Okay?" Zhao Yuan immediately said, "Is the queen trying to harm Xiaojiu?" The prince was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted with a helpless smile on his face. He didn't want to tell the queen directly, because she was the queen mother who raised him. He was also worried that Wang Pin would attack her after knowing the news. But he didn't expect his brother to be so smart. He held his brother's hand in the quilt and said, "Don't worry. The prince brother will protect you." He grew up beside the queen and was actually quite familiar with her. He knew that after the previous quarrel, the queen mother might not really think that he would attack him and Xiaoshi, but it was actually useful. The queen mother should not attack Xiaojiu for the time being. Zhao Yuan said, "I know. The prince is affectionate. If he treats the prince well, the prince will protect him." He gave the prince a pill to replenish his body. This is a great favor both emotionally and rationally. The prince's eyes fell in the air for a long time, and he said, "In fact, when I was young, my mother was very good to me. In all these years, except for being a little strict with me, she always helped me take care of everything in advance. Do you know? The mother of the prince died of dystocia when she gave birth to the prince. After that, the Duke of Ying's mansion sent the mother in. The queen mother is my mother's biological sister. She was sent in, on the one hand to ensure the relationship between the Duke of Ying's mansion and my father, and on the other hand, she was sent here to take care of me. At that time, for my sake, the Duke of Ying and my father did not want my mother to get pregnant and have children. But my mother had no complaints and always took care of me. I was born with deficiencies, and was weak and sickly. When I was sick, my mother would stay by my bed all night long. She has been like this since I was a child. When I was a child, I was afraid of taking medicine and kept crying. She kept coaxing me. Seeing that I was in pain, she couldn't help crying secretly behind my back. Later, she taught me to read and stayed with me until late at night. She would go back to sleep until I finished. This situation gradually weakened as he grew up and no longer lived with his mother. The prince knew that even if his mother had resentment towards him, she was sincere. And it was not just because of the Duke of Ing or his father's intentions. After all, the prince can see clearly that although the Duke of Ing's mansion values him, if he dies, as the most important link between the Duke of Ing's mansion and the Emperor, the Queen Mother will definitely get all the support of the Duke of Ing's mansion. Although the Emperor's father values his son, to be honest, he is born weak and often gets sick when he was young, and several times are very serious. There are too many chances that he can die naturally without arousing suspicion. If the Queen Mother had wanted to, he would not have grown up so big. But the other party really didn't give birth to him, and raised him up. After he was about 5 years old, his body almost recovered. At least when he was sick, it would not be so dangerous. She kept taking contraceptive pills. And then she had health problems. So she gave birth to Xiaoshi so late. It was because the prince made her sad tonight that she couldn't help but beat him. If Xiao Jiao did something serious and was beaten by Concubine Wan, would Xiao Jiao hate Concubine Wan? Zhao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. No. No. The prince chuckled. Yes, neither would the prince. But he also knew that if he continued like this, he would lose everything. After experiencing the shock of his younger brother almost leaving him, the prince suddenly wanted to live another way. As he grew up, the scene of his mother coaxing him to drink medicine in his memory became farther and farther away. He knew that his mother had wanted to kill him, but she might still have feelings for him. But they were suppressed. The Queen Mother said that Xiaoshi would not compete with him, and the position of the crown prince could only be his. He didn't know whether it was true or not. But now he felt that he couldn't muddle through with the position of the crown prince. He had to take control of the power himself so that he could speak without relying on the pity of others. The harem might be the Queen Mother's home ground, but the title of the crown prince represented a lot. Even the Duke of Ying's mansion now focused more on him, rather than the 10th prince, who was born to the queen. Not every legitimate son can be the crown prince. In comparison, he, who is already the crown prince, is the most important. Zhao Yuan was silent. He recalled the plot of the play with the words of the crown prince. The queen was very special in her heart because she was the only person in the family who cared about and valued her needs. On the one hand, she felt that the other person was like a ray of light in her life. But on the other hand, she couldn't help but resent the other person's existence for making her so miserable. This twisted emotion, as well as family experiences, made the queen's mind twisted. She was good to the prince, but deep in her heart she harbored resentment. When she gave birth to her own child, the balance in her heart began to slowly tilt. The queen regarded the 10th prince as her childhood self, so she wanted to give him all the best. This idea was almost the queen's obsession. Thinking of this, it was not without reason that the queen decided to take action against him. The prince tilted his head and wanted to say something, but stopped. Zhao Yuan looked over and said softly, "Brother Crown Prince, do you want to say something?" The Crown Prince finally said, "I don't know if my mother has done anything to you, but if Xiuzhou hasn't been hurt, when Xiuzhou goes back to tell Concubine Wan, can you ask Concubine Wan not to retaliate against my mother this time?" Perhaps knowing that what he said was a bit too much, he spoke faster. "In the future, Brother Crown Prince will always protect Xiuzhou. Just this once." In the end, the Crown Prince himself knew that the harem was cruel, and the struggles were constant. He never looked down on any concubine in the harem, although he knew that his mother was not a simple person. This time his conversation with Xiuzhou directly put the queen in the open. He didn't know whether the queen was hiding in the dark, or whether Concubine One had known that the queen had taken action. If it was really because of him that the queen got into trouble, he would not be able to get over it. He would not be able to control the confrontation between the queen and the concubine in the future. But at least this time, it should not be because of what he said. Zhao Yuan agreed without thinking. Okay. The prince did not expect his brother to be so straightforward. He could not help but laugh. He could not take advantage of his brother with a clear conscience. The prince was a person with a strong sense of morality. He got up from the bed. went to the ground and rummaged around for a while, then took something back and put it next to Zhao Yuan's pillow. "Take this back to your mother tomorrow." Zhao Yuan reached out and touched it. It seemed to be a purse. It was late at night, and the two brothers fell asleep in bed. Unconsciously, Zhao Yuan's posture on the bed changed in various ways. Finally, his body was tilted. His 2 feet were on the prince, and he slept soundly with his legs spread out. The two of them fell asleep. But the queen couldn't fall asleep. She sat on a chair. Bai Ji had the room tidied up quietly, and then stood quietly behind the queen. "Your Majesty, it's late. Go to bed." The queen didn't move. After a while, when she spoke, her voice was hoarse and full of confusion. "Bai Ji, what do you think the prince is thinking? Xiaoshi is obviously his biological brother. Why would he get close to a 9th prince? I raised him by myself, because he was not allowed to get pregnant. I also wanted Xiaoshi not to compete for the position of the crown prince. I have paid so much, and this is how he treats me? For the sake of a 9th prince. He actually said that he would die. And he also wanted Xiaoshi to pay with his life." She knew that the crown prince was just saying this. With his temper, he would never really do anything to Xiaoshi. Instead, he might be depressed because of this. But the child she raised could say such words to her, which was enough to make the queen angry. "My queen," Bai Ji whispered, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is kind and affectionate, and the 9th prince has always been good to him. Among the children in this palace, only the 9th prince can be close to the Crown Prince without any purpose. It is understandable that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince values him. In fact, in Bai Ji's opinion, killing the 9th prince was unnecessary. But at the same time, she was more or less aware of the queen's obsession. If the 9th prince wanted to live, he would be in the queen's way unless he was no longer favored and did not stand in the way of the 10th prince. But even if the 9th prince died, would the emperor pay attention to the 10th prince? Among so many princes, there was only the 3rd prince and the 9th prince. But Bai Ji did not dare to say that. The queen was angry at the prince's resistance. But after all, she did not want to do anything to the 9th prince for the time being. She decided to get rid of the 6th, 7th, and 8th princes first, just in order. Otherwise she would not feel comfortable if she got the 9th prince first. Zhao Yuan didn't know the queen's plan yet. He had to get up early the next morning because he had to travel. Children sleep a lot, and Zhao Yuan was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. The prince refused the help of the palace maids and dressed his brother with great interest. He felt like dressing up a little baby, which made him feel very good. After getting out of bed and washing his face, Zhao Yuan's confused eyes opened slightly. He was led by the prince to sit at the table in the room and started to eat. He could have gone out to eat, but the prince's face had not fully recovered, so it was naturally difficult for people to notice. After Lu Han got up late, she saw that her son had not come back, so she started to eat by herself. Fortunately, she had seen the prince taking care of people on the way. He was quite familiar and thoughtful, and he was more worried than her, so there was nothing to worry about. After dinner, Zhao Yuan was completely awake. He ran back to find his mother, and waited for a while before going to find the prince. It was time to set off, and they got on the carriage. In the carriage, Zhao Yuan remembered what the prince said last night, and told Lu Hanwan about it. He was not a person who was completely ignorant of the ways of the world, and knew that the prince's request was not very good in his mother's eyes. So he whispered about the prince's quarrel with him and the queen. The prince's face was swollen. When he said this, he pursed his lips unconsciously, and his eyes began to moisten. Lu Hanwan looked at him and softened her heart. This son of hers is easy to get along with. And he is really easy to get along with. As long as you are sincere, he will tolerate you infinitely. And the prince is no different. She knew that the queen had always been fair and wise. The prince might be afraid that he would reveal the queen's true face and cause her to retaliate against the queen. If the queen's defense was not enough and something really happened, the prince could not be so hard-hearted as to watch his mother get into trouble because of him. It's just that Lu Hanwan knew that it was the queen who did it because she caught Xiaoling. But seeing that her son and the prince cared so much about each other, she could only say, "You decide this matter yourself. The queen asked Xiaoling to harm you. If you don't pursue it, then mother has no objection." Zhao Yuan hugged Lu Hanwan with a smile, twisting his butt like a candy. "Mom, you are so kind." However, he couldn't let the queen go completely. He decided to start finding faults with the queen and the 10th prince in the future, and to make them fly away, and resolutely not let them bully the prince brother again. By the way, he stretched out his hand to take out the purse and held it in front of Lu Hanwan. This is what the prince brother asked me to give to mother. What? Lu Hanwan took it in confusion, opened it, and took a breath of cold air. The things inside were taken out, and they were all silver bills. A total of 100,000 taels. Lu Hanwan knew that this was probably because the prince felt that the request he made was unfair to Shuzhou, and he couldn't get over it. So he took it out? This is 100,000 taels. The prince is too rich. Lu Hanwan was a little jealous. She didn't have so much, as expected of the prince, with the Duke of Ying's mansion behind him. There was no other movement along the way, and everyone arrived in the capital safely. After such a long journey, I returned to Chaoxiao Palace. For a moment, I felt extremely relaxed and finally relaxed. After that, the emperor announced in the court that the 6th prince would go to the southwest battlefield. After going there, it was not that the 6th prince was respected. The army in the southwest had a strong general. The 6th prince went to the battlefield to follow others. Although Song Shuqing listened to the 6th prince and knew to be on guard against Lu Hanwan, she did not do anything to Lu Hanwan. Before Song Shuqing turned evil, she would not fight back and harm anyone unless someone attacked her. Even after she turned evil, she would not attack innocent people unless someone blocked her path. She is barely a principled person. With the departure of the 6th prince, a great change happened in Song Shuqing's family. Song Shuqing's brother was accused of accepting bribes, stealing and selling military rations, and causing thousands of soldiers to be poisoned and killed. The emperor was furious, and Song Shuqing was panicked. Song Shuqing naturally did not believe that her brother could do such a thing. But the evidence was conclusive. The harem knew the news, and was waiting to see how the follow-up would develop. Lu Hanwan also knew about this. Of course. She chatted with Xiao Yun. The emperor is wise and powerful, and has always been very strict in this regard. Brother Shupin probably can't escape. It was Shupin. She finally had a good relationship with the emperor. But not long after, this happened again in her family. I don't know what will happen next, but she was happy that Shupin was unlucky. After all, although Shupin didn't seem to instruct the 6th prince last time, the other party was one of the reasons, and she couldn't have a good impression of her. At this time, Song Shuqing's brother had been taken back to the prison in the capital, waiting for the final punishment. Song Shuqing didn't believe that her brother would do such a thing, so she asked the emperor to go to the prison to see her brother and find out what was going on. If it were other concubines, it might not be possible for the concubines in the harem to leave the palace at will. But Song Shuqing and the emperor had different feelings. At the beginning, Song Shuqing was a woman dressed as a man, with many extraordinary and free-spirited features, and the emperor could accept her differences. So she agreed. She disguised herself, wearing a black robe, a hat covering most of her face, and went to the prison of the Ministry of Justice under the guidance of the guards. Song Shuang squatted in the prison with a haggard face. Brother. Seeing her brother's haggard appearance, Song Shuqing had tears in her eyes. Sister. Song Shuang quickly got up and grabbed the prison door, looking at her excitedly. Sister. Why are you here? Brother. I came to see you. As Song Shuqing spoke, she was anxious. What's going on with you? They said you accepted bribes and resold military rations. This is not true. Right? She didn't believe that she grew up together, and her kind brother would do such a thing. Song Shuang's original emotions were still very excited. After hearing these questions, the whole person lost his spirit instantly. Under Song Shuqing's constant questioning, he said, Is this true? No. How can it? Song Shuqing is difficult to accept. How can you do that kind of thing? Song Shuang said the details. The main thing was to make a mistake. He owed a lot of silver. Brother had no way. At that time, a grain dealer was dealing with Chin food. You can get a lot of silver from it. This old grain was soaked after the flood. The army had so many soldiers, and consumed a lot of food. Of course, the price of buying normal food and old food was not the same. It's not that no one has done this before. But I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. He thought that so many soldiers would finish eating it quickly. If one person eats a little, there will be no problem. But unexpectedly, after eating, Some people gradually had problems, and thousands of people were directly poisoned to death. This time, the matter became a big deal in an instant. Song Shuang grabbed his sister's hand. "Sister, please save your brother. My brother doesn't want to die. Your sister-in-law is still pregnant. What should I do with them in the future?" Song Shuqing's tears kept falling. You are obviously being tricked. How could it be so coincidental that a grain merchant came to sell old grain right after she owed a large sum of money? Now I know that there must be something wrong behind it. Song Shuang also reacted afterward. But it was too late. Song Shuqing scolded Song Shuang, and Song Shuang accepted it all. But they all knew that saying these now would not solve any problems. Finally, she said to Song Shuang, "I will beg the emperor, but I don't know whether he will agree in the end." As she said that, her tears, which had finally stopped, kept falling again. Song Shuqing walked out of the cell. Song Shuang said, "Sister." Song Shuqing's back stopped. "I'm sorry." Song Shuqing continued to walk out. After leaving the cell, Song Shuqing came to the emperor. The emperor had already known the whole story. But after all, he was Song Shuqing's brother. So he hoped that the other party was really wronged. So he asked this question. But after seeing Song Shuqing's expression, he knew that his expectations seemed to be in vain. Song Shuqing's expression was empty. She knelt directly in front of the emperor and bowed her head and said, "Your Majesty, please spare my brother's life for the sake of our past relationship." He was framed. The emperor looked at Song Shuqing with little expression on his face. Song Shuang lost the silver for buying military pay and used old grain that had been soaked in water for who knows how long. He killed so many people. I must give an explanation to so many people and the people of the world. The army has so many people and eats a lot of food. In many cases, the army is basically allocated to buy it by themselves in nearby counties and prefectures. Song Shuang's status in the army is not low. When this incident happened, it was a critical moment for him to be promoted to an important position. Then the silver note for buying military pay was lost in his hands. If such a thing broke out at this time, it was basically like there was no hope of promotion. So Song Shuang didn't dare to say it, and wanted to solve it quietly. At this time, one of Song Shuang's personal soldiers gave him an idea. As long as he bought old grain, the price would be much lower. And there was still plenty. Not only can it solve the problem of military pay, but it can also make a fortune privately. Many people have eaten old grains in recent years, and the army has bought them before without any problems. Song Shuang hesitated and finally went to see the grain merchant. But he didn't know that old grains were different from old grains. The old grains from this grain merchant were soaked in water because of the flood. Not only did the grains themselves get moldy, but the bodies of many civilians and animals who died in the flood were soaked in water, mixed with various rotten things. Now it seems that there is no big problem on the surface. But the actual difference is huge. It can be seen from the fact that so many people died. The emperor certainly knew that Song Shuang's banknote disappeared strangely and became what it is now. There must be someone behind it. But the result has been caused. No matter what, Song Shuang can't get rid of the relationship. Song Shuqing herself is not ignorant. She prayed, "Guanyin, I know that my brother's crime this time is very serious. But my parents only have him as a son. And my sister-in-law is still pregnant. If they are asked to send their children away, how can they bear it? I don't ask for my brother to be intact. In this way, exile. Exile is okay? Let my brother go into exile. Although exile is hard, people are still alive. After a few years, there may be hope to come back." The emperor sighed and said, "Shuqing, you should know that he is the leader. No one will be willing to accept such a result. That's thousands of people." Song Shuqing said in a panic, "It's okay. We can still find a way. I will arrange for someone to give a large sum of money to the families of those dead soldiers. As long as it's enough, they will definitely be willing." The emperor frowned. He knew that Song Shuqing could do what he said. Not to mention whether the Song family had money. A businessman who Song Shuqing was close to back then was now the richest man in the world. But despite this, he still didn't agree. The court will naturally compensate those soldiers. But many people are watching this matter. He is the emperor. And these things are not private matters. Just give enough compensation. Some things cannot be calculated from this alone. Song Shuqing knew that the emperor was a clear-minded emperor. In the past, She would only feel particularly moved when she saw his firm and self-reliant appearance. But now that it has happened to her, she knows how hateful this stubbornness is. She interrupted the emperor directly. Why don't you agree? On the surface, it seems that someone who competed with my brother for the position has done it. But in fact, we know that it is very likely that some concubines in the palace have also taken action. My brother was just implicated by us. He didn't have to go to this extent. The emperor's expression did not change. His voice slightly raised. Yes, he didn't have to go to this point. But he and your father didn't reach their current positions entirely by their own ability. The promotion of the two people's official positions is inseparable from the relationship between the emperor and Song Shuqing. Of course, the emperor would not drag incompetent people to too high a position. And the two people themselves must be capable. It's just that there are many capable people in the court. And not everyone can be trusted like them. Song Shuqing was stunned by the emperor's words. And the emperor also had some regrets after he finished speaking. After all, he was Song Shuqing's biological brother. It is normal for normal people to be sad when facing the death of their relatives. Song Shuqing looked at the emperor, tears falling silently. She whispered, but that's my brother. For my sake, can't you spare his life? You are the emperor. The world belongs to the emperor. It's not that the emperor can't achieve such a result, but the other party is unwilling to do it. She asked if it was the 9th prince, or the crown prince, the 2nd prince, or the 3rd prince who did something wrong today. Would you let them pay with their lives? Or even, would you really punish them severely? The emperor frowned. That's my son. If it was his brother, he might not be tolerant. Song Shuqing's brother is not his son. The emperor had to admit that he didn't have much patience for Song Shuqing's brother. Okay. Song Shuqing wiped her tears. What if it was General Feng Ji? Feng Ji had no blood relationship with the emperor after all. The emperor immediately retorted, Ping'an would never do such a thing. Song Shuqing looked at him. In fact, he wouldn't. Right? Even if General Feng Ji did such a thing, you still wouldn't touch General Feng Ji. The emperor subconsciously thought in his heart that it seemed that he really wouldn't. But how could it be the same? Ping'an was a genius in war, and had made great achievements in the war. How could he be killed because of such a small matter? Except for his own son. The emperor was only tolerant enough for people with extraordinary talents. Song Xuan, however, obviously had not reached that point yet. As time passed, looking at the emperor's cold face, Song Shuqing's hopes were extinguished bit by bit. She said disheartenedly, Sometimes I really doubt whether our love was just a dream of mine. The emperor watched Song Shuqing's back go away. But his decision had not changed at all. Song Shuqing was obviously not ready to sit and wait for death. She still wanted to save her brother. She contacted the richest man in the world today. Fortunately, after hearing her request, the other party was willing to help her. Qin Yuanhua immediately ran around for Song Shuqing and sent a lot of silver to the families of those soldiers who died of poisoning from old grain. Although some families were unwilling to accept it, some were still very happy after seeing so much silver. This matter quickly spread throughout the capital, and many people even felt that it was not a loss to die after hearing the amount of compensation given by Qin Yuanhua. Others were upset, wondering why their children were not in the death team. If so, their families could directly get rid of poverty and become rich, and live a beautiful and prosperous life. Public opinion also caused discussion about whether Song Xuan should be killed. Some people believed that compensations had been given and his family had forgiven him. So Song Xuan did not have to be killed. The rumors intensified, and eventually became a great force sweeping over. After hearing these rumors outside, the emperor in the deep palace looked gloomier, and he sneered. Qin Yuanhua, Song Shuqing, they are really great. Zhao Yuan didn't know that his father was listening to people talking about things outside the palace at this moment. So he strolled here by the way. Having not played with his father for a few days, Zhao Yuan felt that he should show up in front of the emperor. So the emperor saw a small figure rushing in at the door of the hall. Because Zhao Yuan often crawled to find the emperor, since he was very young. Until today, the people guarding outside were used to it, and had no intention of coming in to report first. Zhao Yuan called out father, and only realized that the atmosphere was not right when he approached. He stood there, looking back at the gate in a tangled manner, wondering whether he should go back. Seeing his son, the emperor put away the anger in his heart, smiled a little, and waved to the child. Come to father. Seeing that the emperor could still control his emotions, Zhao Yuan felt relieved and ran towards the emperor happily. The emperor asked Zhao Yuan what he had done today for a while. And the father and son talked. The emperor took a book and read it to his son, and taught him some of his own experiences from time to time. After talking for a while, the emperor suddenly told what happened today and asked, "What do you think, Shijiao? Those people have been forgiven. Should they be released?" Zhao Yuan opened his eyes slightly in surprise. Although the emperor did not directly mention the names of Shupin and others, Lu Hanwan would not avoid Zhao Yuan most of the time when talking about things. So he knew it was about Shupin's brother and sister. As for the buzz now spreading from the outside world, the palace has known about it for a long time. Song Shuang has been imprisoned for many days, and there has been no final punishment, which is obviously unreasonable. It shows that the public opinion still has an impact. The emperor is not afraid of these public opinions, but he is unhappy that Song Shuqing and Qin Yuanhua dared to deliberately use public opinion to force him to retreat. The emperor has always been high and mighty since he was a prince, and he cannot accept someone provoking his majesty like this. The emperor waited for his son's answer in boredom, but he didn't expect his son to say anything. After all, it was too complicated. Then, he heard the confused voice of the child in his arms. Why can those people forgive the murderer on behalf of the dead? They are already dead. Don't those dead people want to see the sun the next day? But they can never see it again. It's not against Song Shuqing. Zhao Yuan is just confused by the rumors outside. For him, death is a very scary thing. Maybe those people are still imagining the waiting of their wives and children at home, thinking about what the future will be like. Everything is full of hope. No one can forgive on behalf of the dead. However, he could understand Song Shuqing's behavior, because if it were him, he might be even crazier. After his son left, the emperor looked at the eunuch standing in the hall, and his voice was full of irresistible power. I don't want anyone to hear a word of what the ninth prince said. The eunuch knelt down and responded. The emperor's order was issued quickly, and Song Shuang was executed according to the law. Among the people, those public opinions also changed direction quickly. Who can forgive on behalf of the dead? For those who spoke with conviction, as long as they let him die by himself and give his family a sum of money after death, he would automatically keep silent and dare not talk anymore. The stories of those who refused to forgive were also brought up soon. The previously resounding voice suddenly changed. Public opinion may seem powerful, but it is not something that can be controlled by only one person. And Qin Yuanhua was thrown into prison for stirring up trouble and defying the imperial power. As time passed, the emperor had already killed Song Shuang, so he naturally would not kill Qin Yuanhua as well. He knew that this man was probably called by Song Shuqing to help. Qin Yuanhua suffered a little in prison, and after paying a huge fine, he was released intact. But after this, the relationship between Song Shuqing and the emperor, which had been restored, became cold again. Song Shuqing knew that someone must have been behind her brother's suffering, but she looked at the concubines in the palace and could not tell who was trying to trip her brother up. The queen, concubine Xian, concubine Zhuang, and even concubine Yi, and even the concubines below. There were too many suspects. During this period, some people were getting pregnant one after another. Soon, heavy snow fell, and it was the New Year's Day again. A large banquet was held in the palace, and everyone was talking and laughing, as if they were extremely happy. No one had remembered about Song Shuqing's brother, and no one even brought it up in front of Song Shuqing to provoke her. The next spring, Zhao Yuan got up from his quilt early in the morning. He ate breakfast obediently and went for a stroll in the imperial garden. But today, his luck was obviously not very good. While he was playing, a man suddenly came from the opposite side. When he saw him, he rushed over here. Naniwei looked at the figure of the third prince and whispered to the ninth prince, who had not noticed yet, saying, Your Highness, the third prince is coming. Zhao Yuan looked up at this time. Then he saw the third prince leading a group of people and walking very ostentatiously. The other party stopped not far from him and looked him up and down. Hey, our prince's follower, why are you playing here alone today? Aren't you going to find your prince brother? Zhao Yuan looked at him and said nothing. The third prince spoke. Why don't you say anything? Zhao Yuan said slowly, Don't argue with a fool. You? The third prince was angry for a moment, but soon remembered something. In the past, you have always relied on the prestige of the prince to show off in the palace. Zhao Yuan made a stop gesture. Although the third prince didn't understand, He still listened subconsciously. What? Zhao Yuan said seriously. I didn't rely on the prestige of my brother the prince, but mainly relied on my father's. This is the truth. The power represented by the prince is indeed valuable. But in the palace, no one can compare to the emperor. And the reason why Zhao Yuan can be so free and easy in the palace is of course, because he has always been the emperor's favorite prince. No one else. Even the third prince, who was favored in the past, could not compare with him. This also caused the third prince to dislike him very much, and always find fault with him. Zhao Yuan's words rely on the father obviously hit the third prince's point. What annoyed him most was that the person his father liked the most was not him. He sneered at Zhao Yuan. You can only show off your power with your mouth. I heard that the prince has not come to see you these days. Do you know why? The prince is now 15 years old. Although he still has to study in Chongwengwen. The emperor has begun to let him get involved in political affairs, which has also caused the prince to become busy. Sometimes when Zhao Yuan went to the East Palace, he couldn't find anyone. But he knew that since the third prince said this in front of him, the reason why the crown prince didn't come to see him these 2 days was definitely not because he was busy with work. Without knowing the situation, Zhao Yuan didn't speak up. The third prince didn't care about this either. He couldn't wait to tell the news he knew as soon as possible, so as not to be blocked by the ninth prince again. He said, because he has his own brother. What kind of good brother are you, if you just stick to him? Do you really think that if you act like a spoiled child and call him Crown Prince brother, he will really be your good brother? The 10th prince is the Crown Prince's brother. I was born by the queen. Unlike you. The third prince looked at Zhao Yuan. And the meaning was self-evident. He wanted to say that Zhao Yuan's biological mother was just a maid. But he didn't say it clearly because he was afraid that Zhao Yuan would go to his father to complain. Your Highness the Crown Prince has been busy taking the 10th prince around these days. So how could he think of you? The third prince laughed. And then said to Zhao Yuan with interest, Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't want you anymore. But if you call me third brother, then it's not impossible for you to be my younger brother in the future. It must be said that although he didn't like the ninth prince, if he tried to please him like he did the crown prince in the future, the third prince felt that he would not be unable to tolerate it. Of course, the premise is that the ninth prince cannot compete with him for his father. Zhao Yuan grabbed the mud from the garden next to him and threw it at the third prince. Then he ran towards the East Palace. The third prince behind him just wanted to speak at that time, and was directly thrown a mouthful of dirt, which made him quickly spit to get the mud out of his mouth. During the action, a lot of mud fell into his body through the gaps in his clothes. Looking at the running little body, the third prince was furious. If you have the ability, don't run. After chasing for a step or two, the third prince spit again, and the mud in his mouth was particularly strong. He also hurriedly moved himself, and some mud directly touched the skin on his chest and back. Zhao Yuan didn't care what he was thinking. He went to the East Palace angrily. After arriving at the East Palace, Zhao Yuan saw Xiao Fuzi, but didn't see the prince. He asked fiercely, Where is the prince brother? Ah, this. Xiao Fuzi hesitated. The 10th prince is the younger brother of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. There is nothing wrong with the two of them being together. But seeing the 9th prince's aggrieved and aggressive look, Xiao Fuzi felt inexplicably under great pressure. Suddenly, he felt that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was so sorry for being with the 10th prince without the 9th prince's knowledge. He said, This, the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His speech was confused, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He had only one thought in his mind. That is, don't let the 9th prince see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the 10th prince together. He couldn't say it for a long time. Zhao Yuan had long been impatient, and jumped over him. I'll go find it myself. Hey, 9th prince. Xiao Fuzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Zhao Yuan was already familiar with the territory of the East Palace, and he didn't need anyone to lead the way. He knew where to go. Fortunately, he didn't look for long, and he heard the movement of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was now anxiously trying to stop the 10th prince. Those can't move. His tone was a little impatient, but he still forced himself to hold back. He didn't expect that he would be in such a mess when he came back after just going out for a while. The culprit didn't think there was any problem and continued to destroy. The prince strode forward and grabbed the 10th prince. The 10th prince struggled hard and shouted sharply, Let me go! Let me go! As soon as Zhao Yuan entered the door, he was stunned by the chaos inside. The study room where the prince liked to stay most was in a mess at this moment. There were many things thrown on the floor and the table, and many books seemed to have been torn off. Your Highness, the 9th prince is here. Xiao Fuzi came in from the door and reminded the prince. When he saw the mess inside, he was also shocked. Didn't the prince say that he was playing with the 10th prince? How did it become like this? The prince turned around when he heard the voice, and when he saw Shujio, his palm loosened and asked, Shujio, why are you here? The 10th prince in his hand ran away immediately. Then he grabbed a stack of papers full of words, and when he saw the emotional fluctuations on the prince's face, he laughed even more happily. Xiao Shi, put it down. The prince's face completely sank. In fact, he was already angry when he came in and saw the study room like this. Even though these things are not very precious, it is not a good habit for a child to like to destroy things at such a young age. He thought he had to teach her well. He strode over there. The stack of paper was the paper he used to teach Shujio to write. These little things in daily life were very valuable to the prince, so he kept them by his side. Sometimes when he was tired, he looked at the childish handwriting on the paper, as if he saw Shujio lying on the table writing. Such a warm and lovely picture made him feel happy and motivated to continue. In order to stop the 10th prince, he slapped the 10th prince's hand directly. The 10th prince was stunned for a moment and was about to cry. He had been spoiled by the queen and had been domineering in the palace for so long, but no one had ever dared to hit him like this. The others didn't see the crown prince hitting the 10th prince due to their sight, but Zhao Yuan saw it. He saw the 10th prince's mouth opening and about to cry, and instantly frowned. If the queen and his father knew that the crown prince beat the 10th prince, it would not be good. So he quickly ran over and rushed towards the 10th prince, successfully pinning him down, and said fiercely, "This is what I wrote. Give it back to me." The 10th prince was used to being overbearing. He was hit by the crown prince and didn't react. Then he was knocked to the ground by Zhao Yuan. He instantly forgot about the crown prince hitting him and started fighting with Zhao Yuan. When the crown prince came to his senses, he saw that the two children had already started fighting. He was anxious. And then he saw that Shujio was holding the fat 10th tightly down, and he found it funny again. The palace servants who served the 10th prince knew how much the queen valued the 10th prince. Besides, the 10th prince was the queen's son, the legitimate son, and served such a master. When these servants looked at other princes, they couldn't help but become contemptuous. They immediately tried to pull the 9th prince up. But Nani Wei was such a smart person. Seeing that her little prince had the upper hand, she immediately signaled the people she brought to keep an eye on the people on the queen's side. The two princes had to be separated, but they couldn't let them take sides and hurt the 9th prince. With so many people around, Zhao Yuan and the 10th prince were finally separated. The 10th prince suffered such a big loss for the first time. He was helped up and still struggled to hit Zhao Yuan. But the crown prince stood in front of Zhao Yuan and didn't let him succeed. He cried and said, "You dare to help him? I'm going to tell my mother." He shook off the servants who were supporting him and ran out directly. The servants who served the 10th prince also hurriedly ran out behind him. The number of people in the room had decreased significantly, as most people had gone to eat. The prince leaned over his brother and looked at him. "Did Little Tin hurt you in any way just now?" "Oh, you're still calling me Little Tin." Zhao Yuan's mouth was pouting so much that it could hang a bottle of oil on it. He knew that the prince was closer to the 10th prince in theory, and the queen had raised the prince and treated him sincerely. The prince could not ignore the 10th prince. But the 10th prince was still young before, and they had never met before, so he didn't care at all. Now that he suddenly realized this problem, Zhao Yuan couldn't accept it in his heart. He might be really overbearing and sensitive in terms of feelings. His mother promised to have only one son, and he was really happy and relieved. As for the emperor, he needed to make sure that he was always the most favored prince in his heart. So he was also very repulsive to the 3rd prince. As for the crown prince, he didn't want him to be so good to another brother as he was to him. At the beginning, he didn't say that the younger brother had to compete for favor. In his heart, they were also the ones he loved the most. Zhao Yuan felt very wronged. Seeing his brother suddenly crying, the crown prince became anxious. "What's wrong? Are you injured? Or are you hurt?" Zhao Yuan shook his head and cried so sadly. Wei Nani saw this and roughly guessed the reason. "Your Highness, the little prince met the 3rd prince when he was playing in the imperial garden. The 3rd prince said that you have been accompanying the 10th prince recently, and don't want our little prince anymore. So the little prince hurried over. A good nurse should help her little prince in time. Looking at the beautiful little prince, she didn't believe that the prince didn't feel sorry for him. She felt so distressed that she wanted to press the prince's head and tell him that he would only love this brother in the future. The prince felt distressed and amused when he heard the news. Seeing his brother crying with tears in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel happy. Look, my brother cares about him so much. Then his existence is also very meaningful. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his brother's tears, and said with a smile, I only took him twice, and it's not worth it for you to make such a fuss. Xiujio, you just saw that Xiaoshi messed up my brother's study. I don't get along with him that well. Zhao Yuan's tears slowly stopped. Then who is more important? Me or him? You? The prince said affirmatively, of course you, Xiujio, are more important. Zhao Yuan half believed and half doubted. But he is your real brother. The prince said, that's different. Different? What's different? Zhao Yuan couldn't figure it out. He asked again. If he becomes sensible and stops being naughty, will you like him more? Prince? The prince picked up his younger brother. As early as when they were talking, Wei Nani and others had already gone out. The prince carried his younger brother to the door and told the servants, go get some water for the 9th prince to wash his face. The servants agreed. The prince carried his younger brother back to the house and answered his previous question. No. Sometimes it is unavoidable to contact with the 10th prince. But Prince Brother's favorite is always Little Nine. Although he used to say good things about the queen in front of Little Nine, and said how good the queen was to him in the past. The prince knew how much truth was mixed in his heart. He just didn't want to face the most real things. In this palace, who really likes him without any selfishness, and hopes for his well-being is only this little guy in front of him. After Zhao Yuan got the prince's guarantee, even if he tried his best to suppress the smile on his face, people could see at a glance how happy he was. The palace servant brought water, and the prince soaked the handkerchief and wiped his face. Your father and mother will come to find you later. You shouldn't have rushed out at that time. The prince could see that Xiujio did that for him. As the prince and the adopted son of the queen, he shouldn't have done many things. Zhao Yuan grinned at him brightly, and said in a nonchalant tone, it doesn't matter. If he makes trouble in the future, I will beat him up. The queen also found someone to do him. He hindered the prince's request, and did not have trouble for the queen. Then he took the queen's heart and liver sweetness. The prince looked at his smug look and laughed. He wanted to persuade him that his mother was keeping a close eye on Xiaoshi. If Xiaojio beat Xiaoshi, his mother would probably attack Xiaojio again. But he shut up again. He didn't understand before. Xiaojio was obviously not from a high family, but she always liked him very much. It was said that Wanbin was also very respectful to her mother, and never overstepped the boundaries. They both had no background and relied on the favor of their father. But the emperor's favor was so elusive that it might be gone one day. Xiaojio was obviously not a big threat to the throne. Why did the queen mother still have to attack Xiujio? Later, when he saw how the queen mother doted on Xiaoshi, he realized that Xiujio had long blocked the way for his mother and Xiaoshi. As long as the emperor still doted on Xiujio, his mother would be full of hostility toward Xiujio. So it was meaningless to persuade him now. Even if Xiujio didn't beat Xiaoshi, he would still be a thorn in the eyes of the queen mother. He wiped his brother's face clean and took a closer look. Okay. His biological mother also came from the Duke of Ying's mansion. Compared with the obscurity of his mother, his biological mother was highly valued in the mansion, and was very strict in all aspects of training. Later, his mother died, and his mother entered the palace. Although the queen mother had sent away his mother's confidants in recent years, they were from the same mansion. So they were destined to have a lot of overlap in the people they used. Some of them were more concerned about the dignified and gentle girl in the Duke of Ying's mansion than the strict queen. So it's no wonder that he found the right opportunity and placed people around his mother. The prince thought to himself that this was not enough. He had to be more cautious in treating his brother. Maybe he should check whether his mother had left any other handles in these years. Of course, if possible, he didn't want to be at the point of a dead end with his mother. Zhao Yuan didn't know what the prince was thinking. Being in the palace, the danger basically came from poisoning. He was naturally not afraid of these. As for the others, the palace would not take action so easily. He was not stupid, and would take the initiative to jump into someone else's trap. While they were talking, a eunuch came outside to report, Your Highness, Your Highness, the 9th prince? The emperor is in Changchun Palace, and wants you two to come over. The prince glanced at his brother, and knew that he was coming. Let's go! The two went all the way to Changchun Palace. The prince had known that the emperor was in Changchun Palace at this time, so he was not surprised by the emperor's summons. When the two entered Changchun Palace, they saw the queen and the emperor sitting in front. And the naughty child, the 10th prince, was still crying and was being coaxed by the queen. As soon as Zhao Yuan saw the emperor, he immediately ran to the emperor, calling sweetly, "Father." The emperor was originally gloomy, and was ready to scold this little guy who bullied his brother. But when he was called by this little voice, his little body jumped up, and before he could come back to his senses, he subconsciously hugged his son into his arms. After reacting, the emperor coughed dryly, and saw that his son's eyes were red, which showed that he had cried. He asked hurriedly, "Why did you cry? Didn't you beat Xiao Shi? Did the prince bully you?" The emperor knew that the prince and Xiao Jiao had a good relationship, but the two did not have the same mother. Given the relationship between the prince and Xiao Shi, he thought it was possible that the prince taught Xiao Jiao a lesson for the sake of the 10th prince. For a moment, the emperor looked at his son as if he was looking at a poor little boy. When Zhao Yuan heard the coquettish action, his face wrinkled instantly, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Father, the prince is so good to me. How can you speculate about the prince at will? The prince is also your child. If you think about him like this, he will be sad." Shijiao, the prince, was a little disappointed by the emperor's words. But after hearing his brother's bold words, he didn't have time to feel disappointed. He just wanted to shut his brother's mouth. How could he say such dissatisfied words directly in front of his father? When the emperor heard him say this, he knew that he was not bullied by the prince. He said casually, "Okay, father is wrong about this. Then why are you crying?" The prince was stunned by the emperor's confession. Even the queen looked at the emperor in disbelief. But the emperor didn't think there was anything wrong. When he led people to fight in the past, he sometimes scolded people when he was angry. But in the end, he had to coax them. Of course, there are only a handful of people who can be treated like this, and they must be very talented. As for the others, he was too lazy to pay attention. It was impossible for him to apologize to the prince for a sentence. But he had teased his son since he was a child, and sometimes he made his son angry, so he had to coax him. And he had said everything. There was nothing shameful about coaxing a 2- or 3-year-old kid. So naturally he said something casually. Zhao Yuan wanted him to say this to the prince. But he was not a real child after all, and he knew the scale of treating the emperor, so he could only ignore it, pointing to the 10th prince next to him, and complained with confidence, "He bullied me." He secretly poked the emperor. "Father, beat him up." The 10th prince on the side was not much younger than Zhao Yuan, and he also understood what Zhao Yuan said. After hearing his covetous words, he burst into tears again. "It's abominable. It's so abominable." The emperor stretched out his hand to play a brain collapse on his son's mind. "I heard that you first bully your 10 brothers, pressed others on the ground, and don't let go of life. He is younger than you. Just looking for the past. Shouldn't you cry because the old 10 bullies you?" Zhao Yuan instantly recalled who was around when he was in the imperial garden, who was the emperor's man. But in reality, he didn't show any, and he was coyly nestled in the emperor's arms, and spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Anyway, it's Xiao Shi who is not good. Father, you don't know that Xiao Shi has become a naughty child. He messed up the study of the prince brother, and tore up the books, and threw them on the ground. Father, didn't you always say that the prince is the elder brother, and should be a role model for his younger brother, and love his younger brother? I am just being a brother, educating him, and letting him correct his bad habits. As he spoke, he proudly puffed up his chest. The emperor was amused by him. The queen looked at Zhao Yuan with a terrifying look. But Zhao Yuan was not afraid at all. He blinked his eyes, and said innocently, "Queen, why are you glaring at me? So scary." He turned around and buried himself in his father's chest. The emperor looked over, and the queen's expression froze on her face. Since she grew up, the queen has never met someone like Zhao Yuan, who doesn't play by the rules. Sure enough, children are different from adults. They don't know what it means to measure. The emperor pursed his lips tightly, and tried not to laugh again. After a while, he said, "Queen, this matter is not a big deal. Just let it go. Little Tin should change his temper." He needs a group of people to coax him for a long time to eat, and chase him with a bowl of rice. It's not good to keep going like this. The first half of the sentence was still good, but the emperor was obviously dissatisfied with the 10th prince's behavior in the latter part. The queen restrained her expression and said, "Little 10 is still young, and he will definitely be sensible in the future." The emperor had no intention of arguing with the queen on this. In this palace, as long as you are not stupid, you will naturally understand a lot when you grow up. After talking for a while, he was ready to leave, and Zhao Yuan was also picked up by him. "Okay, I still have political affairs to deal with, so I'll go back first." Then, he picked up Zhao Yuan and left. Zhao Yuan lay in his arms, and waved to the prince and left. When he left Changchun Palace, he sighed. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the prince away directly. With the queen's temper, she would definitely lose her temper with the prince after they left. The emperor glanced at his son. "You are so young. Why are you sighing?" Zhao Yuan waved his hand with vicissitudes. "You don't understand. Children also have children's troubles." The emperor laughed like thunder. Fortunately, after laughing, the emperor didn't get to the bottom of this issue. In Changchun Palace, the queen did change her face. She lowered her head to coax the 10th prince. After a long time, the 10th prince stopped, and she asked someone to carry the 10th prince out. During this time, the prince stood there motionless. After the 10th prince left, the queen looked at the prince with a heavy look. The 9th prince bullied the 10th prince. "As a brother, don't you have anything to say?" The prince said, "I will be careful not to let them fight again in the future." The queen drank a sip of tea. "So, even if he beats the 10th prince, you still have to be on good terms with the 9th prince?" The prince said, "The 9th prince just cares too much about me. So he was so unhappy after my study was destroyed by the 10th prince." The queen didn't say anything else. They had already argued about the topic of the 9th prince. She didn't want to keep hysterically calculating for an answer that would not change. After a while, the queen said calmly, "Okay, you go out first. Sometimes, some things, verbal arguments are useless." She will let the 9th prince know what pain is. The prince took 2 steps, stopped again, turned around and said, "Mother, although you may be unhappy, I still want to say that if something really happened to Xiaojiu and Wanpin, then you may not be able to hide the fact that you asked Xiaoling to drug Xiujiu before, and some other things. Although I have no evidence, based on my identity, my word should have some weight." The two looked at each other, and countless emotions surged in the queen's eyes. "In the end," she said with a fake smile, "your mother really raised you well. You spent so much effort. But in the end, you pointed the knife at the person who raised you." The prince bowed deeply and said, "I dare not forget the kindness of my mother in raising me. But all I want is for Xiujiu and her son to be safe. Sometimes, carrying too much is too tiring. He has been trapped in his mother's cage. He is a human being, and it is impossible for him to follow other people's plans for all his roots. Maybe one day, when he is really tired, he will give his life back. At that time, he will no longer owe it." Zhao Yuan accompanied the emperor to the Qingjing Hall, and then he couldn't sit still. He wondered what happened to the prince in Changchun Palace. He glanced at the emperor, and then quietly slipped away when the emperor was not paying attention, looking at the little figure that quickly escaped. The emperor shook his head with a smile. The two brothers have a good relationship, but this is not bad. After having Xiujiu, the prince's temper can finally be tougher. One thing he is dissatisfied with the prince is that he has always been too soft-hearted. The queen can manipulate him at will with a few words. But it is amazing that the queen can raise such a soft-tempered person even though she disciplines him so strictly. Now such a change is just what he wants. Historically, if the prince cannot ascend to the throne, his fate is not good. As the prince is his first child, the emperor still hopes that he can really sit firmly in this position. On the other hand, Zhao Yuan left the Qingjing Hall and slipped towards Changchun Palace. He knew that he was not liked by the queen, and he also knew the prince's difficulties. If he and the prince showed a deep brotherly love here, the queen would definitely embarrass the prince. So he hid in the corner and looked at the gate of Changchun Palace furtively. He arrived not too late. Just after squatting there for a while, Zhao Yuan saw the prince coming out of Changchun Palace. He quickly stretched out his hand to wave, and his throat made a breath. "Brother prince? Brother prince." Xiao Fuzi was the first to see the 9th prince, who was looking over there. He called the prince, who was still immersed in his thoughts, softly. "Your Highness, the 9th prince is over there." The prince looked in the direction pointed by Xiao Fuzi, and indeed saw Xiao Jiu. A smile filled his face. After walking over, he tapped Xiao Yuan's head with his fingers. "Not hard. Why are you hiding when you are looking for brother prince?" Xiao Yuan curled his lips and didn't answer. Of course he knew that the prince knew it well, and he did this to prevent people in Changchun Palace from seeing them together. Especially when Xiao Yuan had just had a fight with the 10th prince. The relationship between the prince and the queen is not something that can be explained in a few words. And the prince asked this question at this time. In fact, he was telling his younger brother not to worry about other things and to find him anytime he wanted. The prince was good to Xiao Yuan. So how could Xiao Yuan not consider him? These were all trivial matters. And the two did not dwell on them. The prince led his younger brother to the East Palace. Xiao Yuan looked up at the prince every once in a while, and then looked again after a while. It was difficult for the prince not to notice. He smiled helplessly and said, "Brother is fine." He was not beaten. "Really?" Xiao Yuan was a little unconvinced. The prince nodded. "Really?" After the last quarrel, the two returned to their original state. Both the queen and the Duke of Ying hoped that the prince would be close to the 10th prince. And the prince naturally did so. But he knew what was different. After confirming that the prince was fine, Xiao Yuan was relieved. However, when he returned to Chaoxiao Palace and saw his mother, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt guilty. Lu Hanwan knew about the fight between her son and the 10th prince early on. When she went to see the emperor, Xiao Yuan had already left. But fortunately, the emperor also said that Shuzhou was not injured. In addition, the emperor seemed to be in a good mood and did not blame his son. So Lu Hanwan was relieved. She thought that her son must have gone to find the prince. When her son came back, she checked him again to see if he was injured. Xiao Yuan let his mother pull him. And then he realized, "Mom, I beat Xiao Shi. Will the queen cause trouble for you?" When he rushed up to beat the 10th prince, Xiao Yuan didn't think too much. And now he found out that there was a problem after beating him. In the future, Xiao Shi will still have to be beaten quietly with a sack. Lu Hanwan chuckled, pinched her son's chubby little face, and said in a happy voice, "You can do whatever you want. Just be happy. Don't worry about your mother. I have been in the harem for so many years, and I don't have to be humble to others all the time. She is considered stable in the harem. She has a son and is favored. She also accompanied the emperor through the period when he had smallpox. It can be said that she can be arrogant in the harem, but she is not that kind of person. In this harem, everyone is an opponent. There are many people who have grievances with the queen and squeeze the queen from time to time. The queen cannot cover the sky with one hand. Of course, if she can reach the position of concubine, she will definitely be more stable. Even if she is the queen, it is not easy to embarrass herself. It's just that this position is difficult. There are 4 concubines in total, and now there are 3 of them. Ning Fei, Xian Fei, and Zhuang Fei. There is still 1 concubine left. But the people below are the niece of the queen mother, Shanfin, and Yiping, who is related to Feng Ji. Neither of them is a smart person, but their backgrounds are too good. Concubine Chun comes from the duke's mansion and has the help of the queen mother. As for concubine Yi, it is said that there is a war outside. If the war really breaks out, when Feng Ji wins, concubine Yi's position will definitely be promoted. By the way, there is also concubine Shu, who is said to be the emperor's true love. However, concubine Shu's brother just had an accident not long ago, so concubine Shu will not be promoted for the time being. Among the people in the harem, Lu Hanwan is probably the one with the lowest family status. It is almost impossible for her to surpass concubine Chun and concubine Yi. Not necessarily. There is also a royal noble concubine and 2 noble concubines above the concubine. But these 3 positions basically require seniority. When the queen is there, the royal noble concubine will generally not be appointed. Lu Hanwan thought that if everything went well, maybe when her son grew up, she might be able to be promoted to the position of concubine based on her qualifications. Although she knew it was impossible to be a concubine now, Lu Hanwan still kept it in mind. Thinking about her family background, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but think of her family. Speaking of which, these few days are the time for the imperial examination, and I don't know if your uncle can pass it. The imperial examination. Xiao Yuan knew about it, and the emperor was also dealing with this matter during this period. The imperial examination was only for students who passed the imperial examination. It was held in the capital, usually in March of each month. This year it was at the end of March, and the examination was about to be completed. After the exam, wait for half a month before the results will be announced. Then, all students who passed the joint examination had to participate in the next palace examination, and they had to participate for no reason. After the palace examination, the best few entered the Hanlin Academy, and the rest were assigned to various parts of the country to serve as officials. Basically small officials such as county magistrates. Of course, there were also many people who could not be assigned an official position and had to wait for an official position. As for when to wait, it was unknown. Uncle Zhao Yuan had not seen him yet. I only heard from his mother that he should be in his early 30s now. For someone who can pass the imperial examination, this age is not old. As for the other uncle, the two did not have a formal conversation when they were hunting in autumn. But after returning, with his mother taking them, the two sides did meet. And Lu Urge liked Zhao Yuan's appearance very much. Lu Hanwan said, if your uncle can pass the exam, he might be able to become an official in the capital. Of course, it is better to be an official in the capital, so that he can show his face in front of the emperor and get promoted faster. Besides, the other party is Wanping's brother, the in-laws of the 9th prince. It is obvious that as long as he is not a fool, promotion is a sure thing. Lu Hanwan thought that if her brother can work hard, he can be of some use to Xiaojiu in the future. But that will be more than 10 years later. After all, it takes time to get promoted. Unless the other party is a genius. She can't rely on her natal family anyway. So she can only wait until Xiaojiu grows up. More than half a month later, the results of the imperial examination were announced. Lu Hanwan also got the news that her elder brother had passed the exam. And the next step was to take the palace exam. On the day of the palace exam, Zhao Yuan went to take a look. There were a lot of students standing in front of the hall, but it was too far away, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. Then everyone entered the hall and started answering questions. The emperor sat high above. While watching the students writing below, the emperor suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a small figure emerging from the side, with a pair of big black eyes looking down. After a while, Zhao Yuan also felt like something was looking at him. He looked in the direction and saw the emperor staring at him. He subconsciously showed a bright, sweet smile. The emperor also smiled and waved to his son. Was he going to go there by himself? Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still ran over quickly. As soon as he arrived in front of the emperor, he consciously leaned on his legs. The emperor picked up his son and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Yuan said honestly, "See what my uncle looks like." The emperor pondered for a moment. In fact, the emperor had a general idea of the identities of these people who took the palace examination. Some were children of aristocratic families. Some were famous students. And so on. As for the fact that Lu Hanwan's brother was among them, he had known it for a long time. He asked, "Did you see it?" Zhao Yuan pointed at the people. "I think those few look alike." The emperor squinted at the people, and then asked with a smile, "Why do you think those people look alike?" Zhao Yuan said confidently, "They are good-looking. My mother, me, and my second uncle are all good-looking. My mother said that my eldest uncle used to be particularly good-looking." The emperor couldn't help laughing, and picked up his son. "Let's go down and pick the eldest uncle." Zhao Yuan, "Can we just pick one?" When they got downstairs, the emperor put his son down, led him, and then the two of them walked beside the person Zhao Yuan pointed at before, looking at him as they walked. In the hall, no one dared to look up at the emperor casually. No one heard the emperor and Zhao Yuan talking upstairs, and no one noticed that a little kid had appeared in the hall at some point. When they heard the footsteps, many people's hearts tightened. Everyone knew that the footsteps seemed to come from above. It was the emperor coming. The examinees lowered their heads, and Zhao Yuan tilted his head to look at their faces. One of them accidentally saw a small figure beside him, and was startled. He looked up and saw a small baby standing in front of him. The baby was as beautiful as a jade sculpture. Looking at this, it looks like it's about 3 or 4 years old. It is said that the emperor's favorite is the 9th prince. Now it seems that it is true. He actually allowed the little prince to come to the examination room. The man smiled slightly and lowered his head to continue writing his questions. Not many people noticed it. In the examination room, in addition to the emperor and Zhao Yuan, there were other examiners who walked around from time to time. After the examination, the emperor took the person back and asked, "Did Shujio find out who your uncle is?" Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor with resentment. He was not stupid, so of course he could hear that the emperor wanted to laugh at him. The emperor was almost amused by his son's little eyes. If there were no candidates taking the exam here, he would have been unable to hold back. Even so, his body was shaking from holding back. After a while, the emperor recovered. "It's okay. You say," Zhao Yuan asked. "Isn't my uncle handsome? My mother said that many girls secretly came to see my uncle. When my uncle was here, the tofu in the house would sell better. A group of women bought them all. When his mother was young, although his grandfather was a scholar, his grandmother still sold tofu to earn a little more money to make a living. The reputation of a scholar could not make the whole family get out of poverty and become rich all at once. Mom said that my uncle and I are somewhat similar." He pointed to a person sitting in the front row. "He looks good." Zhao Yuan did not forget the age of his uncle, who was in his 30s. In fact, most of the candidates in the hall were not young. Of course, there were also candidates in their 20s. He looked similar to his uncle, but now they were choosing his middle-aged appearance. Zhao Yuan was quite cautious. He looked and the man looked a bit like him. The emperor grabbed the flesh on his thigh tightly and nodded seriously. "Yes, that's your uncle. I guessed right." Zhao Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "It seems that my uncle did well in the imperial examination. He even sat quite close to the front. His mother had said that his uncle was smart since he was a child." The emperor nodded repeatedly, holding his son. The emperor had a hard time. "This palace is too stuffy. Let's go out for a walk," the emperor said. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear it if he didn't go out. Zhao Yuan had seen the scene of the candidates taking the imperial examination and met his uncle. All his goals were achieved. Naturally, he would not stay here and agree directly. So, the emperor carried his son out. Although the palace examination was conducted by the emperor. In fact, the emperor would not sit here all the time. And there were other ministers watching as examiners. After leaving the palace, Zhao Yuan soon separated from the emperor. He wanted to tell his mother quickly that he had met his uncle. Back in Chaoxia Palace, his mother was practicing the piano. When she saw him come in, Lu Hanwan stopped her movements and asked, "What good news is this? Why are you so happy?" Zhao Yuan came over and said happily, "Mom, I saw my uncle. He is really good looking." "You saw him?" Lu Hanwan was surprised. "Where did he go to see him? Would it be inappropriate for Shujio to go to such a formal place?" Zhao Yuan didn't know his mother's concerns. He had been brought up by the emperor since he was a child, so he wouldn't care about these little things. He nodded directly. "Yes, father knows. He told me which uncle is it. There are so many people. I can see it myself. He looks the best and looks like me. Mother, it seems that it would be good for Shujio to grow up to be like that in his 30s. When Lu Hanwan heard that the emperor didn't care, she didn't say anything. She didn't expect the emperor to tease the child deliberately. She just thought her son really recognized him, recalling the appearance of her brother when he was young. Lu Hanwan also missed him a little. She touched her son's head. "Shujio is so good-looking. He won't be ugly when he is over 30. On the other side, the emperor returned to the Qingjing Hall and started working. Chen Ping, the Minister of Revenue, was a man over 50 years old. He was a figure on the emperor's side in the fight for the throne and was trusted by the emperor. At this moment, the emperor looked at the memorial, then looked at him, and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Chen Ping?" The emperor laughed several times, and finally said earnestly, "Mr. Chen, go back and ask your youngest son to shave his beard. Look how much older he has become." After a few simple words, the emperor asked thoughtfully, "I remember that your eldest child seems to be 6 years old. Right?" Chen Ping bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, he is indeed 6 years old. That's quite good." The emperor praised him twice, but didn't say anything directly. As the princes grow up, there will naturally be people in the court who stand invisibly. For example, the in-laws of each prince are naturally the power of the princes, while Chen Ping struggled on his own and undoubtedly belonged to the royalist faction. The emperor thought that Shujio would soon be 4 years old, and when he turns 5 next year, he should go to Chongwengwen to study. At that time, it was time to choose a companion. But Wonping's family background was ordinary. Although Wonping's elder brother was well educated and his second brother was also a guard in front of the emperor, this was too low. How could the child of the Liu family be worthy of being Shizhou's companion? Shizhou looked well behaved, but in fact, he was a very arrogant little brat. At the beginning, the third brother just pinched his face and hurt him. But he dared to throw the cup directly on the third brother's face. He also took advantage of the fight between the prince and the third brother to attack him. Xiaoshi was the son of the queen, but Shizhou was still not afraid. Even so, when he arrived at Chongwengwen, it would be strange if he didn't fight with others every day. If the companion's background was too bad, the emperor would worry that his beloved son would be bullied. So he decided to find some companions for his son himself. This way, the child will be more confident when fighting. Of course, the emperor didn't know that his son was a fearful person. He would fight if he didn't obey, and he wouldn't be afraid even if he was beaten to death. Although he thought so, Shizhou still had 1 year to study, so the emperor didn't say it directly. After all, he suddenly thought of it because he saw that Shizhou and the Qin family had a connection. But whether it was suitable or not, he had to wait and see. At night, Chen Ping returned home. His old wife watched him tossing and turning, and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing? You're not sleeping at night and making pancakes." Chen Ping's family was born in a poor family. His ancestors were glorious, but when it came to his generation, there was not much difference between him and ordinary people. He married his wife before he passed the exam. When he was young, his wife had a straightforward and bold personality. When he was studying, it was his wife who managed the family by herself and suffered a lot. Although his wife was illiterate, she was definitely wise in life and was a good helper. The couple often discussed things together. At this moment, Chen Ping told the emperor what he had asked him, and was a little surprised. The emperor actually carried the 9th prince to watch the candidates do their homework. Even the crown prince and the 3rd prince did not have such treatment. Then he said his guess. "The 9th prince is about to start school." The emperor asked about our grandson. "I think it is very likely that he wants our grandson to be a companion to the 9th prince. Being a companion to a prince is something that many families wish for. For the Qin family, it is naturally a lot of benefits. That's the 9th prince, and he can get closer to the emperor. The benefits are in front of us. But in the long run, there are also disadvantages. That is, the fight for the throne. Their grandson is the companion of the 9th prince, so he is naturally on the side of the 9th prince. Although the 9th prince's background does not seem like someone who can seize the throne. The 9th prince is on good terms with the crown prince, and has bad relations with the 2nd, 3rd, and even 10th princes. If the next emperor is not the crown prince, Chen Ping is cautious by nature. He has always been a royalist and really doesn't want to get involved in such things. Chen Ping's old wife has accompanied Chen Ping from humble beginnings, and she still understands these basic principles. She comforted him. The emperor has made the decision on this matter, and it is not for us as ministers to comment. Besides, our ruler is smart and will know what to do. Chen Rui is the eldest grandson of the Qin family, the son of the eldest son of the Qin family. Chen Ping felt much better when he thought of his eldest grandson. Rui is smarter than the 2nd son, and he will definitely be better than his father when he grows up. After talking to his old wife for a while, Chen Ping gradually let it go. Anyway, it can't be changed, so let it be. What if the emperor forgets about him, and has a more suitable candidate when the 9th prince is supposed to go to Chongwengwen in a year? Besides, the emperor is only in his early 30s, and it's still early to wait for the next emperor to take the throne. It doesn't mean that he will definitely stand on the side of the 9th prince just because he is a companion. The emperor just loves his son eagerly at this moment. But in fact, he doesn't necessarily want him, a royalist, to follow the prince. As long as he, the head of the Qin family, can keep calm, there won't be too many problems in the future. But no one knows what the 9th prince's temperament is like. It is said that he seems to be quite domineering and has fought with other princes. His ruler is not good at fighting. Will he be pinned to the ground and beaten by the 9th prince? Thinking about it in his mind, Chen Ping fell into a deep sleep. In the palace, Zhao Yuan didn't know that his father had thought so far, and he didn't know that his existence tortured his family to death. He still lived his daily life in the palace. The results of the palace examination came out very quickly. Usually, The rankings can be ranked 2 or 3 days after the exam. The general ranking is done by the examiners, and then handed over to the emperor. The emperor usually looks at the papers of the top few and checks whether the ranking of the first class needs to be adjusted. Lu Hanwan has now reconnected with her family. And of course, she is more concerned about her eldest brother's results. Soon, someone came to report that brother Lu ranked 7th. Those who can pass the exam from all over the country must have good knowledge. And brother Lu can be ranked 7th among many outstanding students, which is really good. In fact, in the play, brother Lu eventually became a big official, but he didn't have many scenes, because at that time, the real 9th prince had died, and Lu Hanwan wanted to avenge his child. So the others rarely appeared, and were only mentioned occasionally, but they also contributed. However, brother Lu stayed in the palace and did a lot to help Lu Hanwan take revenge, so his role was not small. Lu Hanwan finally felt relieved after hearing the ranking of her elder brother, although no student who took the palace examination would fail. As the uncle of the 9th prince, Lu Hanwan would not be satisfied if her elder brother did too poorly. She must not lose face for her little brother. Zhao Yuan did not think too much about it. He had only heard his mother talk about his elder uncle before, so he was curious and went to see him. After seeing him, he lost interest. However, he heard that the results would be announced today, and those students would ride horses to parade in the streets. It would be very lively outside, and Zhao Yuan wanted to go out to see it. But when he went to the East Palace and found that the prince was busy, he gave up the idea. In the afternoon, Su Quan came to the Chaoxia Palace and said with a smile, "9th Prince, the Emperor invites you." Zhao Yuan? He stuffed the last bite of snack into his mouth, wiped his hands, jumped off the chair. "Let's go!" Zhao Yuan was often called by the Emperor, and he didn't bother to ask why. When he arrived at the door of the Qinzheng Hall, Zhao Yuan poked his head in and saw 2 people standing inside, both wearing the uniform worn by candidates. "Father?" Zhao Yuan called out. He climbed over the threshold and walked in. As he called out, the 2 people turned their heads and looked at him. The emperor's eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. "Shijiao, come here quickly. Look who this is." 2 people wearing the same uniform. But the emperor didn't even look at Zhao Yuan when he was talking to him. You can't be too obvious when teasing a child. Zhao Yuan looked at the 2 people. One of them was tall, but a little fat, with little expression on his face. However, it can be seen that the other party has tried his best to soften his eyes. Zhao Yuan took a glance and retracted his gaze. He looked at the other one. There was a smile in her peach blossom eyes, and she was looking at him gently at this time. But this face, isn't it a little too young? Zhao Yuan was suspicious and had already walked to the side of the man. He hesitantly shouted to him, "Uncle?" He just shaved his beard. How did he become younger? But the eyes and facial features did show that he recognized the man that day. After he called, the man looked a little surprised and didn't respond. Zhao Yuan waited for a while, but no one paid attention to him. He looked at his father helplessly. The emperor couldn't help but slapped his thigh and laughed loudly when he saw his son's helpless eyes. Zhao Yuan looked at the people around him and then at the emperor. Qin Jiayu beside him realized something. A few days ago, his father came back and asked him to shave his beard. He said that the emperor asked him to shave it, but he didn't know why. He grew a beard because he looked too young and was always teased. He didn't look majestic enough, so he grew it long. But since the emperor asked him to shave it, he should shave it. However, just now, when he heard the 9th prince calling him his uncle, he thought about the fact that the emperor had specially called him here today. He remembered that the elder brother of the concubine one was also in the imperial examination this time. It seems that the real uncle of the 9th prince should be the other person in this room. However, thinking that he was only 25 years old, just because he grew a beard, in the eyes of the children, he suddenly became a man in his 30s. And Qin Jiayu was also a little amused. Zhao Yuan was still in a state of confusion. He had actually realized that something was wrong. But the emperor had told him that this was his uncle that day. So he still couldn't believe that the emperor was teasing him. No. What's the purpose of this? He walked forward and grabbed the emperor's hand. "Father?" After a long while, the emperor said, "Xiaojiu, look who this person is." Zhao Yuan looked at the other student. After looking at the faces of several people, the emperor finally said affirmatively, "Yes. This is your uncle." Zhao Yuan stared at brother Lu for a while, and his mouth gradually shrank. The emperor saw that it was not good and was a little flustered. Hey, this is not allowed to cry. You are such a big child. You just recognized the wrong person. Don't cry. He just saw the child swearing to find a good-looking person. And then he saw the real person's thick and solid white flour buns and felt a little funny. Why did he cry? The child wanted to cry. But he couldn't stop it with just a few threats. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth and burst into tears. Emperor! What a sin! He shouldn't have said such a mean thing that day. He held the child and tried to comfort him. Zhao Yuan cried very sadly. My mother said that I look like my uncle. What should I do if I grow up to be like this? Ah! The emperor couldn't help laughing again. He covered his mouth and tried to control himself. He tried to comfort his son again. This isn't that similar, is it? His son is the most beautiful child in the harem. The emperor looked at Brother Lu's face, and his expression gradually fell into contemplation. Zhao Yuan cried even harder in an instant, and the emperor tried to comfort him. You obviously look like your father. How can you look like others? The emperor said, you look half like your father, half like your mother, and at most a little like your uncle. The emperor couldn't figure it out. He remembered that Wenping's second brother was also very good-looking, with a thin waist, long legs and a tall stature. In fact, Brother Lu is not bad-looking. He just got fat and is not good-looking. If you look closely, you can still see that his facial features are very delicate, and his temperament is also quite elegant. But it depends on who you compare him with. In this room, even the emperor is very handsome. Not to mention that Brother Lu is standing next to Qin Jiayu, who is young. Su Quan! Su Quan! The emperor yelled. Quick! Go outside and call in Shichio's second uncle. He had to ask his brother to dispel this rumor. His son couldn't possibly look like Brother Lu. The main thing was that his son was crying too loudly. It was obvious that he was really sad. It was just like the sound of a demon piercing his ears. It was funny and heartbreaking to watch. He was indeed a child. He could cry for such a small thing. Su Quan had been waiting beside the emperor. Seeing the ninth prince crying, he knew that the emperor was in trouble. So he hurried out to call for help. As the chief steward of the imperial court, Su Quan knew who the ninth prince's second uncle was. Because the emperor valued the ninth prince, he was usually quite polite to the little guard Lu Urge. He quickly found someone. Guard Lu, the emperor has something to ask you. Come in with me. Lu Urge hurriedly followed. He saw his elder brother and Xiao Jiao go in earlier. The closer they got to the entrance of the hall, the more obvious the child's cry became. Lu Urge couldn't help but feel nervous. Who made the ninth prince cry? After he entered, he had just knelt down to pay his respects when the emperor waved his hand to let him go quickly. Lu Er, come here. Tell me, do Xiao Jiao and his uncle look alike? Lu Er looked up at the crying child, then looked at his elder brother, and his always melancholy face was almost amused. Combined with the emperor's question, he seemed to have guessed what happened. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the ninth prince and my elder brother look alike. But my elder brother has always gained weight since he was a child, which is why he is like this now. He was still very handsome when he was thin, and often attracted countless people to see him. His brother has always been a bit taciturn and doesn't like to talk. He looks distant, but because he would gain weight if he ate more. He had been losing weight repeatedly since he was a child, which made him lose all his dignity in front of his sister. It's just that when he was young, his brother still loved beauty and kept paying attention to his weight. Later, after his sister disappeared, the atmosphere at home became heavy, and he never saw his brother tossing these things again. Really? Regarding his own future. Although Zhao Yuan was crying, he still listened carefully with both ears erected immediately. After listening, he couldn't help asking back. Really? Lu Urge had a smile in his eyes. I dare not deceive your highness. Zhao Yuan looked at Brother Lu again. Brother Lu? Brother Lu nodded at the child's innocent gaze. Zhao Yuan accepted it half-heartedly and decided to ask his mother when he returned later. The emperor took the wrung-out towel from Su Quan and wiped it on his son's face. Do you believe it now? Why are you crying over such a small matter? You are a man. Men shed blood but not tears. You know? The emperor wanted to nag more, but Zhao Yuan ignored him, tilted his little face up to let his father wipe it, and asked curiously, Dad, if I really become like my uncle in the future, will you still hug me like this? Brother Lu, I didn't offend any of you. Ah. The emperor was stung by this question. He subconsciously glanced at Brother Liu and immediately avoided it. Brother Liu. The emperor changed the subject and said lovingly in his son's clear eyes, "You were already over 30 at that time. Did you still want your father to hold you?" Zhao Yuan frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, "Am I no longer your father's favorite son now that I am over 30? Why can't I hold you?" The innocent and childish words softened the emperor's heart, and he said helplessly, "Okay. No matter what you are like, your father will hold you and coax you." Zhao Yuan smiled with satisfaction, showing a row of millet teeth, which was very cute. After calming down, Zhao Yuan suddenly remembered what he had done before. He was not polite to his uncle. He immediately ran down, holding Lu Da's hand, looking at him with a guilty look, and softly called, "Uncle." Lu Da is so old. Although he is dead, he would not care so much about a little kid who is less than 4 years old. Not to mention that this kid is the son of his sister who he has finally met. He reached out his hand stiffly and touched the head of the 9th prince, and said for a long time, Lu Urge explained on the side. Big brother has been taciturn since he was a child. Especially when he is nervous. He talks even less. It's not that he doesn't talk much with his highness on purpose, although he often doesn't know what to say when he's in contact with people. His elder brother never fails to deliver when it comes to serious matters. Zhao Yuan nodded and looked at elder brother Lu curiously. He didn't expect that he was actually a social phobic. However, in the plot, this man can become a senior official, so he seems to have some skills. After teasing his son, it was already late. There was a Qionglin banquet in the evening, which all the students who passed the exam would attend. At that time, various officials, as well as the emperor and others, would appear together. The emperor asked everyone to leave first to prepare. He ran to hand his son to Wan Pin, and couldn't help but sigh. Shizhou's voice has never been smaller when he cries since he was a child. Every time he cried, his whole body trembled with fear. Wan Pin rolled her eyes at him unhappily, adding a touch of elegance. Your Majesty knew that Shizhou would cry, but he couldn't help but tease him. She couldn't bear to see her son cry. The emperor said embarrassedly. He admitted his mistake himself. But it has nothing to do with me. Who would have thought that he would worry about not looking good when he grows up? The emperor didn't expect his son to worry about this. I couldn't help laughing when I thought about it. Lu Hanwan thought about it, and was also amused. Raising a son is really interesting. Zhao Yuan also went to the Qionglin banquet in the evening. But he went with the prince. Other princes, as well as the emperor and other officials, were also there. Everyone didn't stay for long and came back after a while. A few days later, Brother Lu's arrangement was also made. As the prince's-in-law, he was arranged to work in the Ministry of Justice. But he was just a small official. The emperor never liked to give high positions just because of relationships, unless you have outstanding abilities. However, Lu Hanwan and Zhao Yuan didn't care about these. At the same time, because the 2 male members of the Lu family were officials in the capital, and the daughter was a concubine in the palace, the rest of the Lu family had to settle in the capital. Lu Hanwan was still thinking about whether to take some silver. After all, they were all her family members, and it seemed not good for her to do nothing. But she was rejected by Brother Lu, so Lu Hanwan took it back. In her early years, Lu Hanwan cared a lot about her family. She was a caring and filial daughter. But after being kidnapped and trafficked, her mentality did change a lot. It can't be said that she didn't care about her family at all, but she didn't care much. This may require more contact with her family and rely on time to slowly heal. Time passed quietly for a few months. Zhao Yuan officially turned 4 years old. And then, summer came. It was at this time that the court and the Southern Liang Kingdom really started fighting. Among the 3 kingdoms, the Southern Liang Kingdom had a prosperous economy, but the weakest military force, the smallest territory, the smallest population, and no talents who could lead troops to fight. Not only Tianqi, but also Xia had long coveted the Southern Liang Kingdom. Now, the 2 countries have formed a tacit understanding and attacked the Southern Liang Kingdom together. For a time, the Southern Liang Kingdom was in decline. Whether it was Tianqi or Xia, the 2 Southern Liang Kingdoms could do nothing. In the harem, the identity of Yun Guiren, the princess sent by the Southern Liang Kingdom for marriage, became more and more embarrassing. Yun Guiren was different from other princesses who were married off to foreign countries. She was the most beloved daughter of the Emperor of Nanliang. She was spoiled and grew up with a deep relationship with her parents. Therefore, when the war started, she immediately went to the emperor's Qingjing Hall and knelt down, hoping that the emperor would help Nanliang and not fight with Nanliang. Unfortunately, such national affairs could not be controlled by love. What's more, the emperor had never been very fond of her. Send Yunguren back to Yayangshuan and keep her under strict supervision. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Although Yunguren was from Nanliang, the emperor did not think that all the women of Nanliang should die because Nanliang was destroyed. Hundreds of years ago, the people of the three countries were still one family. But the emperor still had the necessary vigilance. Concubine Yun was favored by the emperor of southern Liang in the past. If Concubine Yun had wrong ideas and did something bad in the palace, it would be bad. So it was better to lock her up. No, Your Majesty, please, help me. Concubine Yun was still struggling and crying after being pulled up. But the emperor did not come out to see her after all. Concubine Yun was taken back to Yayangshuan. She smashed everything in the room to the ground. Finally, she was so angry that she lay on the table and gasped. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Southern Liang is finished. What should I do? She knew the military strength of Southern Liang. It was because they could not defeat the emperor that she had to marry into the alliance. The purpose was to confuse the emperor with her beauty. And it would be best if the emperor would stop starting a war and protect the Southern Liang kingdom. But she didn't expect that after she had been here for so long. The emperor's favor for her was not as much as she had imagined. The two maids she brought with her huddled in the house, not daring to move at all. Now she was imprisoned in there, and she couldn't think of any coping strategies at all. The news that Yunguren was imprisoned spread throughout the harem in an instant. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows and chuckled. It seems that there will be one less fun in the harem in the future. After the princess officially entered the harem, her arrogant attitude was not less annoying. Just show off her status as a princess. In Changchun Palace, the queen drank a sip of tea, and there was no reaction on her face. In Yishou Palace, Yiping had a hint of pride on her face, because this battle was led by her uncle Feng Ji. After this battle, I'm afraid I'll have to move my position. This last concubine position must belong to her. Kailan also had a smile on her face. There was a big difference between her master's position as a concubine or a concubine as the head maid of Yishou Palace. She certainly hoped that her master would make progress. She flattered, General Feng is a god in using troops, and the queen will surely achieve her wish. Yiping snorted, as if she thought of something, and then her face sank again. I must let Shizhou know whether I am useful or his mother, who is a maid, is better. Kailan didn't expect the ninth prince to be so lethal. After the ninth prince left, Yiping had to talk about him every now and then. She had mixed feelings about the ninth prince and hoped that Wanpin would fall out of favor, and the ninth prince would leave Yishou Palace and live a miserable life with Lu Han Wanhui. But unfortunately, although Wanpin's monthly bedtimes did decrease with the arrival of other concubines in the palace, she was still favored. Sometimes the emperor would often go there to accompany his son for dinner during the day. If you really count it, life in Chaoxiao Palace has become better and better since the ninth prince was born. Kailan spoke to Yiping. There are not many new concubines in the palace, and the emperor is nostalgic, which makes Wanpin a little proud. When Wanpin is older, they will definitely fall out of favor. Yiping thought so too. Who can expect to be loved forever by the emperor? Even the princes are similar to the concubines to some extent. The third prince was so favored back then. But after Shizhou was born, he was immediately squeezed out by Shizhou. Yiping said with some resentment, It's all my uncle's fault. The ninth prince has left Yishou Palace, but he is still so kind to him. The emperor liked Shizhou so much because of him. If her uncle made it clear that he didn't like Shizhou anymore, the emperor's love for Shizhou would definitely decrease a lot. But the hateful thing is that she found an opportunity to tell her uncle about this. But her uncle ignored her at all. Yiping was so angry. If this goes on, how long will it take for Shizhou to regret it? Thinking of this, a child's cry suddenly came from outside. Yiping frowned and said impatiently, What's wrong with him? That voice was naturally the voice of the seventh prince adopted by Yiping. Kailan went out to ask and came back and said, The seventh prince was playing with a little eunuch just now and accidentally fell down. Yiping said in a normal tone. What? Did you break your leg? The seventh prince likes to make noises by nature, shouting and crying at every turn. And Yiping is so annoyed. Kailan said. It doesn't look like he's hurt. It was just a simple fall. Maybe it hurt at the time. Yiping curled her lips. That's all. But it's just a fall. Why is he so delicate? When Shizio fell down, he didn't take it seriously. He got up happily. Unlike this one, who cries at the slightest thing. Yiping kept complaining. It's not that she didn't want to cultivate a good relationship with the 7th prince. And then she would take him out to let the 9th prince know that she didn't have to have him. But this child was always too annoying. And Yiping's enthusiasm was gone after a few days. More than 3 months later, good news kept coming from the battlefield. Tianqi was about to reach the capital of the southern Liang kingdom. Yun Guiran had been making a lot of noise in Yayangshuan before. But now she had become silent. The southern Liang kingdom is about to fall. In the Zhongsui palace, concubine Zhuang picked up some food for her son. After sending her son away, she looked at the people around her. People over there said that concubine Yun was completely desperate. Yes. The maid who served concubine Zhuang trembled in her heart and quickly answered. I heard that she wanted to commit suicide before. Even though she had served concubine Zhuang for so many years. And concubine Zhuang was always peaceful and didn't like to punish servants. Danwen didn't know why she couldn't help but feel afraid of concubine Zhuang. Hearing this, concubine Zhuang smiled lightly. It's not okay to die so easily. At least, you should take some people with you. As the southern Liang kingdom fell, the king and queen died, and concubine Yun, who got the news, went completely crazy. From time to time, the palace could hear the cries of women. A few days later, concubine Yun's voice became hoarse, and she finally calmed down. She stayed in the house in silence, and no one knew what she was thinking. The emperor never ordered concubine Yun to come out. Outside Yayangshuan, there were guards strictly guarding. But despite this, it was not true that no one could enter. For example, concubine Yun and a group of palace maids from Yayangshuan always had to eat. So someone had to bring food in. Once people entered, the news could be passed in. No. This day, concubine Yun finally left the house and walked outside Yayangshuan and heard the conversation between 2 palace maids. You said that concubine Yun was too pitiful. A good princess. I heard that the emperor of southern Liang loved her the most. I heard that she wanted to hang herself a few days ago. But fortunately, she was rescued. Yes. Yes. If you ask me, it's not worth it if concubine Yun just dies like this. Another maid said. What do you mean? The maid asked. Isn't it obvious that concubine Yun just died like this? Without doing anything. Since she doesn't want to live anymore, she might as well take the emperor's most beloved prince and concubines with her, so that at least the emperor can feel sad. The maid said with a smile. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything about assassinating the emperor directly. When these words came out, the 2 maids started to play around, and concubine Yun, who was facing away from them, was stunned when she heard what they said, and stood there for a long time without moving. The 2 maids exchanged glances, and one of them spoke again. You do make sense. But I guess Yun Guiran tried to commit suicide once. Maybe that energy is gone, and she doesn't want to die anymore. Sometimes, she just doesn't have the courage anymore. Seeing this, another maid laughed contemptuously. It shouldn't be. Yun Guiran's father and mother are both gone. And besides, is this something Yun Guiran can decide? She is the princess of the southern Liang kingdom, and I'm afraid she can't survive. Who dares to keep her? After speaking, the 2 maids walked away, talking and laughing. The 2 of them were originally maids serving in Yayangshuan, but they were marginal figures and didn't work in Yun Guiran's room. Concubine Zhuang once held power in the palace, and she had her own people in various places. Of course, other concubines also liked to place people in other concubines' places. These 2 were concubine Zhuang's people. After the person delivering the meal came in, they had contact with each other and knew what to say, which led to today's scene. Concubine Yun had a bad temper. In order not to be punished by concubine Yun, they did not forget to flatter concubine Yun's former identity as a princess when they were talking about small talk. Concubine Yun has always been proud of her identity. Fortunately, after a few words, concubine Yun really did not pursue it, and concubine Yun did not intend to pursue it. The words of the 2 palace maids really touched her heart. After she was saved from suicide before, she did retreat from suicide now. But if she didn't die, would the emperor keep her life? Yun Guiran thought that even if it was herself, she probably wouldn't believe that such a person would have no hatred for the demise of her country. And she wouldn't keep such a person. After returning to the house, Inhuan and Sierra looked at Yun Guiran worriedly. Princess. Inhuan and Sierra were both maids brought by Yun Guiran from Nanyang. Being in a foreign country, they naturally supported Yun Guiran wholeheartedly. Yun Guiran waved her hand, signaling them not to speak. She sat at the table in silence for a long time, and finally spoke. Inhuan. Sierra. This princess is really unwilling to die like this. Even if we die, we should take a few people with us. Like Yun Guiran. Inhuan and Sierra didn't think they could survive. They looked at Yun Guiran and said firmly, Princess, we will follow you till death. The problem now is that Yayongshuan is surrounded, and they can't get out at all. Yun Guiran walked around the room. No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. If they wait any longer, I'm afraid it's not the Emperor's order to let her go, but someone to kill them. After exploring the entire Yayongshuan, the three of them were sure that they couldn't run out directly. There were people guarding everywhere, and there were people standing guard at a distance throughout the palace. They had to find a way to get out. Those guards stood every few meters. If they climbed over the wall, they would definitely be discovered. Sierra said. Yun Guiran nodded. Under the pressure of life and death, she unexpectedly calmed down. At night, all palaces will be locked. The palace walls are too high. We can't climb into the palaces of Ipin and others. We must have a chance to approach them during the day and then take action. Locking the keys means that the door of the palace is bolted and can't be pushed open from the outside. The palaces of the concubines in the imperial palace are surrounded by palace walls, including Yayongshuan. At night, the palace will be like this. Of course, if there is a ladder, you may be lucky enough to climb in without being discovered. But where would Yayongshuan have such a thing? I'm afraid that the concubines don't have it in the palace. This can only be done when you need it, and you have to ask the servants to find it. Even if they had a ladder, they couldn't carry it around the palace in broad daylight or at night. The patrol would probably catch them immediately. Just when they were all worried, Sierra suddenly said, Princess, tell me, the conversation between the two palace maids we heard before, was it just gossip they said casually? Or did someone deliberately want us to hear it? Yun Guiran was stunned. Whether it was the southern Liang kingdom or Tianqi, the harem was actually like that, full of various calculations. For example, what the two palace maids said was probably what someone in the palace wanted them to hear. And the person behind the scenes wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But no matter what the people behind the scenes think, those words are indeed in line with the interests of Yun Guiran. And Yun Guiran herself wants to do so. You mean? Yes, Sierra said. We can definitely test the two palace maids. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a dog hole in the corner of the wall on the male side. And there is a small tree not far away from the dog hole. If someone helps to relax the guards guarding that side, we may be able to go out from there, and then hide in that small forest, and will not be discovered. Inhuan hesitated and said, but if we guess wrong, wouldn't we be exposed? If the two palace maids give them away at that time, they will die directly. Sierra said, but we have no choice. Right? It's death sooner or later. The guards outside are so strict that the three of them can't get out at all. They must rely on the help of others. Sometimes, everyone has the same goal, so it's not impossible to use it. Finally, Yun Guiran made a decision. Let's do it this way. Test the two palace maids again, and let people guess that we are going to get out through the dog hole. Also, the dog hole seems a little small. Go to the flower room and get a hoe to make it a little bigger. Luckily, Yun Guiran has never been content since she entered the harem. She used to think that the flowers and trees in the palace were not good enough and not worthy of her princess status, and asked people to replace them with others. She mainly wanted to make trouble. But some hoes and other tools left at that time were in the flower room in the palace, and now they just came in handy. The three of them were planning while they were terrified, fearing that the emperor would order them to be beheaded before the plan was implemented. Fortunately, the emperor did not remember them for the time being, and the two palace maids did not disappoint their temptation. The two of them were indeed instructed by someone behind the scenes. So Yun Guiran deliberately went to the dog hole at night, pretending to listen to the movements of the guards outside. She was extremely anxious for several days in a row, but she did not take any action. People could guess at a glance that she wanted to find a time when the guards were relaxed at night to get out through the dog hole. This was soon passed to Concubine Zhuang by the maid who came in to deliver food. Concubine Zhuang smiled, but her face was still calm. Then help them. It seems that he is a smart person. As the three Yunguren went to the dog hole in the corner of the wall tirelessly every day. Finally, in the middle of the night, they heard the guards outside say to the guards on the other side, "Hey, I seem to have a stomachache today. I have to go to the toilet. You help me watch over here." The voice of another guard agreed vaguely. The guards here ran away quickly. There were only 2 guards outside this palace wall. Perhaps because they were guarding a weak princess. They did not pay much attention to the episode tonight. The 3 of Yunguren quickly seized the opportunity and carefully dug the dog hole bigger. Inhuan stuck his head out first and noticed that the guards were standing at the corner of the other wall, talking to the people on the other side. It was normal. It was boring to just stand here at night. It was okay for some people to talk to each other because they had a good relationship. Of course, it was also possible that these people were specially arranged by the person behind the scenes with their personalities. If that was the case, the person behind the scenes would be much more terrifying. Inhuan gestured backwards, then quickly drilled out and hid in the grove a few meters ahead. Yunguren took a breath. "Sir, I'll leave this to you. Don't let the person who delivers the food see any clues tomorrow. It is not certain that they will be seen at night. And it is estimated that they can only really take action during the day. So they cannot let people find out that they are not there the next day. Fortunately, they have already made preparations since the beginning of the plan. Usually, when Sr goes out to get food, Yunguren and Inhuan basically do not show up. It is for this reason that they create a time difference and make people think that she is still in Yayangshuan." Following the dog hole, Yunguren and the others successfully reached the grove. They moved lightly, and with the dim light here, they were not discovered by anyone. As soon as they came out, Yunguren first wanted to go to Isho Palace to find Ipin. She knew that Isho Palace could not be entered now. But she was always unwilling to give up. What if it happened? After all, it was Ipin's uncle who destroyed Naliang's home. Unfortunately, after they evaded the guards in fear, they wandered around the wall of Isho Palace, but could not find a way to get in. The wall was too high, and they could not climb over it. As for the Chaoxiao Palace of the 9th Prince and the Chongqiu Palace of Shupin, it should be the same. In the end, Yunguren and the other 2 honestly found a dark place in the Imperial Garden and waited inside. They had to wait until dawn, when the concubines came to the Imperial Garden, and then rush out to attack. There were only 2 of them, and the opportunity to attack was precious. Yunguren had also thought about who to attack. Although she resented the Emperor's ruthlessness and wanted to take the Emperor away, she also knew that the Emperor himself was highly skilled in martial arts and had many guards. So she could not get close to him at will. Therefore, she had to give up on the Emperor. When she heard what the 2 maids said that day, her first reaction was to think of concubine Yi. Feng Ji, who led the army to fight against Nanliang, was concubine Yi's uncle. She naturally hated concubine Yi deeply. Secondly, the Emperor accepted Nanliang's marriage, but he took action against Nanliang in just 2 years. Naturally, she couldn't help hating her. She thought about who to take away to make the Emperor feel heartbroken. After thinking for a long time, she thought of 2 people. One was naturally the 9th Prince. After all, everyone in the harem didn't know that among the many princes, only the 9th Prince was the most loved by the Emperor. Another one was Song Shuqing. As everyone knows, the Emperor once wanted to give up the throne and elope for Song Shuqing. The 2 were in true love. In the 2 years since she entered the palace, she also saw the specialness of concubine Shu. Many times, concubine Shu was quite arbitrary and said whatever she wanted to the high-ranking concubines. Although she didn't talk much, she was a tough guy. Without the Emperor's tacit consent, this would never be possible. The Emperor also doted on the 12 princes born to Shupin and often went to see them. As for the Queen and the Prince, Yunguren always thought of them. The Prince was in the East Palace, too far away from here, so she couldn't go there at all. The Queen's place was heavily guarded, so it wouldn't work either. Besides, these 2 were just relying on their high status, and the Emperor didn't necessarily like them that much. Yunguren still focused on the 9th Prince and Shupin. The next morning, in the Chaoxiao Palace, seeing his mother going to Chongqun Palace to pay respects to the Queen after dinner, Jia Yuan reminded her, "Mom, bring a few more people with you." "I know." Lu Hanwan turned around helplessly and said. Jia Yuan had watched the drama, so of course he knew that after the fall of the Southern Liang Kingdom, Yunguren was instigated by someone and decided to kill someone in the Imperial Garden. Her original target was Epine and Song Shuqing, the emperor's true love. At that time, his mother was silent in the harem, so naturally she could not have anything to do with this matter. But in this life, because he did not die, he became the emperor's most beloved prince. His mother was a favorite concubine before. Even if she was not as favored as before in the past 2 years, it was not much different. It was hard to guarantee that Yunguern would not attack his mother, because he did not know when Yunguern would attack. Zhao Yuan could only remind his mother to pay attention to safety after the fall of the southern Liang kingdom, and told his mother that Yunguern might attack someone. Fortunately, his mother is a very cautious person, and she will not ignore the danger just because it is a suggestion made by a child. His mother is so steady, which makes Zhao Yuan feel more at ease. But even so, he is afraid that his mother will forget after a long time, so he will remind her every morning. Lu Hanwan said, "Mom is gone. You eat slowly, and I will be back as soon as possible later." Because of her son's worry, Lu Hanwan has not been strolling in the imperial garden for a while. When she passes by to pay respects, she will come back quickly. The main reason is that she is worried about her son. During this critical period, she has to be by his side. Her Shujiu is loved by the emperor. At certain times, he is a perfect target. When Yunguern wants to take action, the first person she thinks of may be her son. There are many servants in Chaoxiao Palace, including cleaners, gatekeepers, etc. If Yunguern dares to come, she will be discovered immediately, and the danger is much less than outside. After arriving at Changchun Palace and paying respects, Lu Hanlan took a group of palace servants back to Chaoxiao Palace. It is autumn now, and the temperature is a bit cold, but the sunshine today is good. When Lu Hanwan passed by the imperial garden, the sun shone on her body, and she felt warm. But she thought about her son's instructions, and had no intention of staying in the imperial garden. She just took a look and continued to walk straight. Yunguern, who was hiding in the imperial garden at this time, naturally saw Lu Hanwan. The other party did not bring the 9th prince with her. She was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up again. Now is the time to pay respects, and it is normal for Lu Hanwan not to bring the 9th prince. Wait a little longer, and the 9th prince will come out. She knew that the little 9th prince had always loved to play in the imperial garden. Even if he was not in the imperial garden, he liked to run around. In short, he would definitely pass by here. Concubine Yun, who had been locked up for several months, had no idea that the 9th prince's play route had changed during this period. Concubine Yun and Inhuan continued to hide. The autumn sun shone in through the gaps, and Concubine Yun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seems that even God is helping this princess today. With such a good son, these concubines must have come to the imperial garden for more. It was just as Concubine Yun expected. Several concubines came to the imperial garden today, including Song Shuqing, whom Concubine Yun wanted. Song Shuqing saw that the weather was good today, so she brought her son, the 12th prince, to bask in the sun. Concubine Ning also brought her own child. And by the way, she also called the 6th prince. The 6th prince's biological mother was sentenced to death for giving Zhao Yuan animal powder during the autumn hunt. He was raised by Concubine Ning before, and when he returned to the palace, he was still raised by Concubine Ning. So when Concubine Ning called, he followed. Song Shuqing held her child and inadvertently saw the 6th prince, a small one, standing there, looking at Concubine Ning with envy as she teased her own son. Song Shuqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Concubine Ning didn't care about the 6th prince, her adopted son. When the 6th prince's biological mother lived in Concubine Ning's side hall, it was okay. The mother and son could often meet, and the biological mother would make some clothes, shoes and socks for the 6th prince to wear. But after the biological mother died, no one cared about the 6th prince so much anymore. But a child who was only 4 years old already understood sorrow. She put little 12 on the ground, and waved to the 6th prince, who looked at them at some point, smiling. 6th prince, do you want to come over and play with little 12? The 6th prince looked at her, and finally came over. The 2 children were playing, and Song Shuqing followed them. With Song Shuqing watching, those who were originally taking care of the 12th prince did not stay so close, and followed not far away. And Epine also arrived at the imperial garden. When Yunguern saw Epine, hatred immediately appeared in her eyes. She picked up the dagger in her hand and ordered Inhuan, I will go to deal with Epine. you go to Shupin. If you can't stab it at once, don't hesitate, and immediately attack the 12th prince. It's good to be able to kill Song Shuqing, but the 12th prince is Song Shuqing's son, so killing him is different. It's also good to bring pain to the emperor's beloved woman. Inhuan also held a dagger in her hand. She nodded firmly when she heard it. Don't worry, princess. Yun Guren saw the right time and rushed directly towards Yiping. There were so many people in the imperial garden, and they were not blind. She was discovered halfway through her rush, especially when she was holding a dagger in her hand. At that moment, many people screamed, and Yun Guren's figure was pushed away when she approached Yiping. Come quickly! Come quickly! Someone is trying to assassinate the queen. Many people shouted. Concubine Yun went to stab Concubine E again. Concubine E screamed and was protected by others to escape. Soon, the guards in the palace heard the sound and rushed over. Concubine Yun secretly hated her and knew that it was impossible for her to kill Concubine E again. She quickly changed direction and went to Song Shuqing's side. Song Shuqing didn't have a good relationship with Concubine E, and she didn't have any good concubines. Therefore, although they were in the same imperial garden, the distance between them was not small. Song Shuqing and the two children stood not far from the pond. When Song Shuqing was attracted by the movement of Concubine E, she didn't notice that a figure was coming towards her with a dagger. This figure was Inhuan, who acted separately from Concubine Yun. Fortunately, Song Shuqing saw someone running towards her in time, and she screamed and stepped back subconsciously. The maids around her were also loyal to their masters, and they immediately stood in front of her. So Inhuan also made a prompt decision, directly picked up the 12th prince beside her, and also pulled the 6th prince beside the 12th prince. And with a splash, the three of them jumped into the pond together. Song Shuqing was stunned for a moment, and immediately shouted, "Ah! 12! 12 fell." She rushed to the pond in a hurry, but unfortunately, no one around her could swim. Song Shuqing was extremely anxious, seeing her son struggling in the pond with only his hands occasionally exposed above the water. She rushed into the pond in a hurry. Empress. The servants around Song Shuqing hurriedly pulled her back. My queen, don't. The people around her knew that she couldn't swim. In the pond, Inhuan and two other princes were struggling in it. Inhuan couldn't swim either, but she had already made up her mind to die. Knowing that she couldn't survive, she held the 12th prince tightly in her hands and drowned him under the water. As for the 6th prince, she also pulled him. The 6th prince himself couldn't swim, and he felt suffocated, and he waved his arms around. Song Shuqing shouted to the distance, "Hurry up!" The 12th prince fell into the water. Hurry up! The guards were immediately anxious when they heard this, and they felt like they had to go into the water to save him. The one who turned around and ran back was Yun Guren, who also jumped into the water and hugged the two princes tightly. Just like Inhuan, they both wanted to kill the two princes on the spot. Originally, Inhuan was afraid that she would not react quickly enough to kill the two princes with a dagger on the shore, and would be blocked by others. So she directly carried the two into the water first, preparing to kill them with a dagger underwater. But she didn't expect that she couldn't swim. After she got down, she was drowned, and the dagger fell off during the struggle. So she couldn't remember these things at all. She couldn't remember, but Yun Guren still remembered. Yun Guren could swim, and she also jumped down with a dagger. As soon as she approached the three people, she immediately took out the dagger and stabbed them. The pond was dyed red. Song Shuqing screamed. Her mind was blank. The guards were not slow either, and they jumped into the pond almost at the same time as Yun Guren. But Yun Guren, with the death-defying thought of revenge, performed at an extraordinary level at this time. Afterwards, Inhuan and Yun Guren held the two children tightly, and deliberately struggled, causing the guards who rescued them to drown a lot of water. It took a while before they rescued them. When they got up, Inhuan had stopped breathing. 12. 12. Song Shuqing rushed over, shouting in fear. How are you? Wake up! Don't leave your mother alone. Song Shuqing's tears kept flowing, but she was unaware of it. What happened in the Imperial Garden was soon reported to various places. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan was also surprised after hearing about it. This Yun Guren is so powerful. She listened to her son's words and was on guard. But at the same time, she also felt that Yun Guren was locked up in Yayangshuan and should not be able to get out. But she didn't expect that she was so fierce that she not only came out, but also hurt someone. She thought that now all the palaces should know the news, and the emperor should also go there. So she stood up and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look." After walking a few steps outside, she said, "Go and bring Xiaojie with you. If Lady Yun has any tricks up her sleeve, she would be worried about Xiaojie being alone in Chaoxia Palace. So it would be better for her to bring her with her." Zhao Yuan was carried out by Nani Wei and knew what had happened. Lady Yun finally took action. When the group arrived there, the emperor and other people, including other concubines in the harem, also arrived. Looking at the chaos over there, Lu Hanwan suddenly felt that she shouldn't have brought Xiaojie with her. She turned around and covered her son's eyes to prevent him from seeing, while looking at the scene herself. Suddenly, she frowned and said, "Is the sixth prince injured?" At this moment, the sixth prince was lying on the ground motionless, with blood stains on his wet clothes. It looked like he was stabbed. But everyone was only concerned about the 12th prince, and no one cared about the 6th prince. She looked over and saw concubine Ning coming from a distance in shock. It seemed that concubine Ning had hidden far away before. No wonder no one cared about the 6th prince. But now the imperial physician had just come over panting. So it didn't matter whether there was anyone to take care of the 6th prince. Concubine Ning also found out that the 6th prince was injured when she got closer. She didn't notice where the 6th prince had gone before, and thought he had gone back. Unexpectedly, he was here. She quickly ordered people to save the 6th prince, and at the same time she was very angry. What were these palace servants doing? They could actually let their master get so seriously injured. The emperor was also furious. Hurry up and see how they are. Several doctors examined the 6th prince and the 12th prince respectively. Finally, the doctor knelt down and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the 6th prince has stopped breathing. He is beyond saving." The emperor's face turned a little pale. Although he did not love the 6th prince very much, he was his own son after all. How could he not be touched at all? As for the 12th prince, there was no result for a long time. Yun Guiran was forced to kneel on the ground, and suddenly laughed out loud when she saw this. The emperor's gloomy eyes fell on her. Yun Guiran laughed and burst into tears. It seems that the death of his relatives will also make the emperor feel uncomfortable. The emperor had no expression on his face. "I am the one who destroyed your country. You should come after me." Zhao Yuan glanced at the emperor, and he had already discovered that the emperor of this period was different from the old and crazy emperor who was afraid of death. When he knew that the beast-attracting powder was put on him, the emperor chose to risk his life to block in front of him. Even if he was injured, he did not let the tiger really jump to him. Now the other party's words about coming after him seemed to be true. Yun Guiran said, "This princess naturally knows that I can't hurt the emperor. But it's not bad now. Right? The emperor and his sweetheart's child is about to die. And the emperor looks very sad." This was the only thing she could do. The emperor looked at someone he wanted to kill. The demise of the Southern Liang was a matter of time. If it wasn't Tianqi, Xia would have done it. I had thought that the Southern Liang and Tianqi were one family hundreds of years ago. So there was no need to kill them all. You and your brother's children, as well as the clan members of the Southern Liang, could all be spared. Yun Guiran's fingers trembled slightly. But since Yun Guiran doesn't cherish them, I will have to kill all the descendants of the Southern Liang prince, as well as those who were once friends with Yun Guiran. After saying that, the emperor was still not satisfied. Drag out the bodies of the Southern Liang emperor and empress, and whip them again. Corpses? No. Yun Guiran's eyes suddenly widened, and she struggled violently. The emperor waved his hand. "Take Yun Guiran to the imperial prison. Don't let her die easily." The guards immediately took Yun Guiran away. The 12th prince still didn't wake up, and Song Shuqing cried sadly. Zhao Yuan watched for a while. He remembered that in the plot, the 6th prince died, but the 12th prince did not die. He just went into the water in autumn and had a high fever that night. His body never recovered. Song Shuqing knew that Yun Guiran was targeting him, and there must be someone behind him. So he started to turn evil directly. He thought about it and gently pulled his mother. After Lu Hanwan felt her son pulling her, she looked down and saw that her son seemed to have something to say. She immediately leaned over to listen. "Mom, I seem to have heard it before outside the palace. If you are drowning, you can." He told her the modern first aid method for drowning. It was not that he wanted to save the 12th prince so much, but Song Shuqing had not really harmed them so far. The 6th prince wanted to harm him, and Song Shuqing had something to do with it. Although it was not Song Shuqing's intention. She was Song Shuqing's admirer. But the key point was that the 12th prince would not die at this moment in the plot. After this, Song Shuqing would start to turn evil. So it seemed okay to do him a favor. This is good for them. Of course, this is just his own idea. And it depends on whether his mother is willing or not. After all, he is a child. And his feelings for Song Shuqing are not as deep as his mother, who is in the harem. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial physician over there was already saying, "The 12th prince? The 12th prince has stopped breathing." Song Shuqing immediately went limp. And she had no strength at all. She half prone on the ground in a mess. She grabbed her clothes on her chest with one hand, and felt that she couldn't breathe, and tears kept flowing down. 12. My 12. Madam. Madam. The maids around her hurriedly helped her breathe. Zhao Yuan added to his mother. Generally speaking, for people who have just drowned, even if they have no breathing and heartbeat, there is a great chance that they can be saved. Lu Hanwan was surprised. She looked at Song Shuqing, who was crying, and the 12th prince, who was being held upside down by the imperial physician to pour water. She wondered whether to save the 12th prince. If she didn't save him, the 12th prince would die. In this case, well, it didn't seem to be any good for her. The concubines in the palace sneered at Lu Hanwan's identity as a maid. Although Lu Hanwan herself was not inferior, she actually had some grudges. For example, because of her identity, she never expected her son to be able to become an emperor in the harem, where there were many extraordinary people. The matter of fighting for the throne is too dangerous. For the sake of her children, she can use her life to calculate anything. But when it comes to her own children, Lu Hanwan does not want him to have any risks. Therefore, she does not want her son to be the emperor in the future. Since he is not going to be the emperor, it does not matter to Lu Hanwan whether there is one more prince or one less prince in the harem. After all, whether the 12th prince is dead or alive, the emperor's favorite prince has always been her little 9. And the 12th prince does not pose a threat to them. But on the contrary, for other concubines in the harem, the life and death of the 12th prince is not indifferent. Song Shuqing has a special relationship with the emperor. Her family background is not bad, and the emperor likes this son more. The 12th prince has the capital to fight for the throne. In addition, it is said that there were many men who admired Shupin at the beginning, and they were all quite capable. The 12th prince was a great threat to the concubines with children in the harem. This is just a coincidence. Lu Hanwan is quite happy to do things that make others upset. With the 12th prince blocking in front, Xiaojiao will not be so conspicuous in the future. She and Song Shuqing did not have a deep hatred. If she did a good job for Song Shuqing, she might get unexpected gains in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Hanwan stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard of a way to save drowning people in my hometown. It seems that people who have just died may be able to be revived. But I am not sure if it will work." The emperor saw her looking at the 12th prince hesitantly, and knew that she was not willing to take risks in such matters. After all, if Song Shuqing blamed Wanpin for the death of the 12th prince in the end, then Wanpin would be in big trouble. He said in a deep voice, "The 12th prince is no longer breathing. Wanpin, you can try whatever you can. It won't be any worse than it is now." Lu Hanwan looked at Song Shuqing and waited for Song Shuqing's statement. After all, some women in the harem have always been unreasonable when it comes to children. Although Song Shuqing was heartbroken, she still put some effort into it when she heard someone say that she could save the drowning person. After all, she was facing the death of her son at this moment, and she had already prayed to God countless times in her heart, hoping for a miracle. Seeing Lu Hanwan looking at her, she immediately said quickly, "Please save the 12th prince. Sister Wanpin, I will be grateful." At this time, Song Shuqing was not in the mood to waste time by saying too much, but her heart and eyes were full of prayers. In the end, some hope rose in her heart because of Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan did not delay at this time. Although her son did not say how long it would take, it was clear that the rescue would be as soon as possible. She immediately stepped forward and directed people, "Hurry up and lay the 12th prince flat on the ground." The 12th prince was already beyond saving. Although the imperial physician was still moving his hands, he was actually just trying more because Shupin could not accept it. At this time, someone came out to give orders, and he immediately obeyed. Anyway, he couldn't save himself, so what else could he do if he didn't listen to others? He had to try his best. The 12th prince was put on the ground. And Lu Hanwan said, pinch the 12th prince's nose. Open his mouth. And then use your mouth to completely cover his mouth. Blow into it. Release it after blowing. Take a breath. And then blow again. The imperial physician hesitated for a moment and looked up at Lu Hanwan. This method was unheard of. And it was mouth to mouth. In public. Even if it was to the little prince. The imperial physician was a little slow to react. Hurry up, Lu Hanwan said sternly. Since she had done the job of saving the life, Lu Hanwan certainly hoped that he could be saved. At such a critical moment, there was no time to explain and convince others slowly. This was the concubine one, who had always been favored in the palace. In the eyes of the imperial physician, she was still very majestic. She was frightened and immediately bent down to do what she said. Seeing the imperial physician's actions, Lu Hanwan instructed another imperial physician. Untie the clothes of the 12th prince. The wet clothes cannot press on his chest. The other imperial physician did it neatly. After the imperial physician blew a few times, she called for a stop. Press the 12th prince's position with both hands. Press more than 100 times. And then blow on him again. Quickly. The imperial doctors were very cooperative now. Everything went very quickly. After a while, the 12th prince moved. And the people around him immediately exclaimed, he moved. The 12th prince moved. Except for the concubines in the palace who remembered Song Shuqing's lethality. The newly selected concubines after the emperor ascended the throne did not pay much attention to Song Shuqing. And most of them were just watching the fun. When they saw that the person who had stopped breathing had woken up directly, they were immediately surprised. Even the emperor was also surprised. There are many people drowning every year. If this method is really useful, it may save a lot of people if it is publicized. On the other side, the 12th prince spit out the water and was now lying in Song Shuqing's arms crying in fear. The emperor also went over to comfort her. A flash of disappointment flashed across the queen's eyes. She actually saved the 12th prince. The same was true for concubine Zhuang. She originally planned to let concubine Yin kill the 9th prince, Song Shuqing, and the 12th prince. However, she didn't expect that not only was the 9th prince completely fine, but the 12th prince was also directly saved by Lu Hanwan. This time, she didn't get rid of any of them. She wasted her time to kill people and get rid of the people who might leak the information. Oh, no. This time she killed the 6th prince. But the 6th prince himself has no sense of existence. Killing him is useless. None of the people who should be killed were killed. What are the uses of Yun Guiran and Inhuan holding a dagger in one hand? If she had stabbed the 12th prince directly, there would be no more trouble later. Concubine Zhuang couldn't help but curse her in her heart. Not to mention that everyone present had different thoughts in their hearts. Song Shuqing alone, after the initial excitement, also remembered Lu Hanwan. She said to Lu Hanwan with red eyes, "Thank you, Sister Wanpin, for saving my little 12th. If you have any problems in the future, please tell me, and I will do my best." Besides saying this, Song Shuqing didn't know what else she could say. Although she had some friendship with the emperor, just looking at the past few years, Lu Hanwan and her son were much more prosperous than her, and they had everything they wanted. Lu Hanwan smiled and said a few polite words. The emperor was still here, so of course she couldn't say that she was waiting for you to repay her in the future. Sister Shupin, you are too kind. They are all the emperor's children. Of course, I hope everyone can be well. It is also my honor to save the 12th prince. As she said this, she took the opportunity to look at the emperor with affection. The emperor was handsome and tall, just based on his own conditions. He was a rare man. Lu Hanwan still liked the emperor a little. Of course, it was just like, compared with herself and her son, this feeling was completely insignificant. But this did not prevent her from often seeking favor from the emperor. She also enjoyed that kind of thing. Moreover, in the harem, the emperor's favor was also very important. Lu Hanwan did not want to be a concubine with nothing, bowing her head in front of the concubines. She preferred others to bow their heads in front of her. The emperor also smiled back. Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing was not in the mood to think too much about this, and continued, "Anyway, thank you, Sister Wanbin. You saved little 12 and saved my life." Lu Hanwan stopped chatting with Song Shuqing. She reminded, although the 12th prince has woken up, he is still young, and the water is cold in autumn. Sister Shupin should take him back to soak in hot water. Yes. Thank you for your reminder, Song Shuqing said gratefully. She knew that her son's danger was not over yet. The emperor also said immediately, take little 12 back to the palace first, and the imperial physician will prescribe medicine for him. Such a young child, soaking in cold water and being frightened, will most likely have a fever at night. It is not certain whether he can recover. The emperor's heart sank again. The emperor followed Song Shuqing to Chongqiu Palace to look after the 12th prince. The queen also ordered the remaining concubines to disperse. Concubine Xian glanced at Lu Hanwan leisurely. Concubine Wan, you are kind-hearted. She actually saved the 12th prince. This matter has nothing to do with Concubine Xian. But seeing that the 12th prince was about to die, Concubine Xian was naturally happy. I didn't expect that he didn't die. Lu Hanwan pretended to be surprised, her beautiful eyes full of innocence. Are you saying that I shouldn't save the 12th prince? You? Concubine Xian was dissatisfied. What if this word got to the emperor's ears? She said angrily, I didn't say that. Concubine Wan, don't speculate, it will. Oh! Lu Hanwan nodded and said indifferently, it seems that I misunderstood what the queen meant. She looked polite, but for some reason, she made Concubine Xian very angry. Seeing Concubine Xian so angry, Lu Hanwan felt satisfied. Knowing that you all want the 12th prince to die, I feel relieved. She knew that there might be someone behind this, and saving people might offend people. But this is the harem, and it is not possible to keep safe by being obedient. Various means have been used against her before. She has never been afraid of these. She took her son back to the palace, and asked Zhao Yuan who told her on the way. Zhao Yuan covered it up casually, and Lu Hanwan didn't think much of it. After all, her son had gone out of the palace during the autumn hunt before, and he also went around on the way back. So it was not surprising to hear someone say these things. That night, in Chongqiu Palace, the 12th prince had a high fever. The high fever of the 12th prince has attracted a lot of attention, especially since the emperor also accompanied Song Shuqing to take care of the 12th prince, which made many people more certain that Song Shuqing was special to the emperor. Concubine Zhuang stood in the room and murmured, I guess right. The emperor still likes Song Shuqing. That bitch. After all, except Song Shuqing, who can quarrel with the emperor, quarrel when he wants to, and reconcile when he wants to. It must be said that Song Shuqing's special treatment in the palace is also one of the reasons why the concubines in the past were afraid of her. The 12th prince was a little child lying on the bed. His face was red with fever. Even in his sleep, his expression was already uneasy and scared, and he was shouting something in a low voice. Song Shuqing's eyes were sore when she saw it, and she quickly turned her face away. At this time, the emperor had already fallen asleep in another room. The emperor had accompanied the 12th prince for a long time before, but he had to go to court early in the day to handle official business, so he naturally couldn't watch the child all night. Besides Song Shuqing, her personal maid Qianru said angrily, I really don't know what kind of wind this Yunguren is blowing. Even if she wants to make the emperor sad, she should go to the 9th prince. Now, looking at the little prince that her master had finally got, in such pain, Qianru felt that her heart was heavy, as if being pressed by a stone. Song Shuqing frowned and glanced at her. Be careful with your words. Wanban just saved the 12th life. She didn't want to talk about Lu Hanwan's little prince in this situation. Then she sneered, I think it's not necessarily that she doesn't want to go to the 9th prince. Otherwise that Yunguren wouldn't hide in the imperial garden. Everyone knows that the 9th prince is the most lively and active. When he was over 1 year old, he liked to go to the imperial garden and crawl around the palace. But she didn't expect that the 9th prince didn't go to the imperial garden to play in the past few days. Zhao Yuan knew that Yunguren wanted to come out and kill people after knowing that his country was destroyed and his parents were gone. So after the news of the fall of the southern Liang kingdom came, he stopped wandering around the imperial garden all day. This time was about less than 10 days. So it was normal that he didn't attract the attention of others. Besides, he was a child, and it was nothing to change his mind and not want to go to the imperial garden. After Song Shuqing finished speaking, she suddenly fell silent. Qianru said what was in her heart instantly. Yunguren went to the imperial garden to wait for the 9th prince. Doesn't this mean that our 12th prince has warded off disaster for him? After all, if Yunguren came simply for her family's concubine Shu, she should have been more targeted. If this was the case, Qianru would be very resentful. Our 12th prince has warded off disaster for the 9th prince. And we should also thank concubine Wan for saving the 12th prince's life. The key is whether this life can really be saved. Qianru has been with concubine Shu since she was a child. Concubine Shu treats her like a sister. So she naturally feels indignant for concubine Shu. Song Shuqing was just thinking wrong for a moment. She was not stupid to a certain extent and quickly realized. Not necessarily. Even if she wanted to target someone, Yun Guiran should target Yiping. Yiping's uncle destroyed the southern Liang dynasty. Yun Guiran should hate Yiping deeply. Yiping's Yishou Palace is not close to the Imperial Garden. And Yiping may not visit the Imperial Garden. Compared with the 9th prince and Yiping, Song Shuqing felt that Yun Guiran should want to kill Yiping more. She guessed, maybe Yun Guiran was not sure that she would succeed. So she chose to go to the Imperial Garden. There are many people in the Imperial Garden. The sun was good yesterday. And many concubines would choose to take their children there to sunbathe. The autumn sun is mild, not hot, and it is comfortable to bask in it. But having said that, Song Shuqing couldn't help but think, is there really no reason why Yun Guiran decided to wait in the Imperial Garden? No. Song Shuqing told herself. Don't think so. The silver ring came to her first. She knew that many people in the harem thought she was the emperor's sweetheart. So they hated her. If she died, it would really make the emperor heartbroken. Song Shuqing herself also felt that she and the emperor had real feelings, unlike everyone in the harem. So she thought that it was reasonable for Yun Guiran to come to her. After convincing herself in her heart, she said to Qianru, don't say this kind of thing in the future. If people know about it, even the backbone of our Chungqiu palace will be broken. Wanbin just saved Sha 12. And we are slandering her behind her back. Qianru muttered in dissatisfaction. Of course I know that I can't talk nonsense outside. But this is also very possible. Song Shuqing comforted her a few words and changed the subject. The emperor guarded Ya Yongxuan so strictly. Yun Guiran was able to come out. There must be someone behind her helping her. Maybe Yun Guiran was also instigated by someone behind the scenes to kill people. I just don't know who is behind it. If someone is behind all this, then it is reasonable for Yun Guiran to come after her. The concubines in the harem, who used to be the king's palace, hated her to the bone. Qianru thought about it and felt that it was possible. Yun Guiran obviously angered the emperor this time. And the emperor will definitely be able to interrogate her. That Yun Guiran grew up in pampered conditions. And it was impossible for her to survive the torture in the imperial prison. She had heard that the newly established inner court was quite terrible in terms of punishment. On the other hand, He Huan, one of the members of the inner court, did not let Yun Guiran go. Yin Huan, who was unconscious at the time, was rescued. And Seer, who stayed behind in Ya Yongxuan, was also captured. None of the 3 masters and servants were spared. Ah! The painful and desperate howling of a woman came from the prison. If someone walked in, they would see that Princess Yunji, who was once known as the most beautiful woman in Nanliang and arrogant and wanton, had no good flesh on her body. Even her face seemed to have been burned with an iron. And it looked dark and terrifying. I dared not to look closely. And I could no longer see her former infinite beauty. I'll tell you. Yun Guiran murmured in despair and tears. She was willing to say this. And she had said it many times. She knew that she would not survive from the moment she assassinated Yiping and Shupin. So she did not want to hide it for the people behind her. Someone instigated her to do it. And the guards who were led away. These things were obviously someone in the harem helping her. And this person must be a powerful person. She had no good feelings for the people of Tianqi country. She was going to die. And of course she didn't want to let the people behind her have an easy life. If she could mess up the harem and pull down a high-ranking concubine, it would be worth it. She didn't want to be tortured for a long time before she could speak. It was too painful. But she didn't expect that since she came in. Even if she said she was willing to say anything, the person in front of her didn't intend to listen at all, and directly tortured her. So she couldn't say anything at all. That's enough. A feminine voice with a hint of laughter sounded. If you continue, it will be bad if someone dies. The guard who originally tortured retreated. He Huan walked forward. He lifted Yun Guiran's chin, smiled slightly. Okay, you can talk now. Yun Guiran's eyes, which had long been dim, tried their best to regain their spirits. Under the severe pain, her mind could no longer remember anything. A basin of water was poured on it. After a while, Yun Guiran said in a hoarse voice, 2 maids in my palace said behind my back that I was going to die soon. So it would be better to take the emperor's favorite person away, so that at least the emperor could feel the heartache. I often go to the dog hole. And sure enough, the guards outside had something bad to eat and left soon. And I went out through the dog hole, Yun Guiran said with a weak breath. She was tied up and couldn't move. And she couldn't live or die. She couldn't lie stubbornly or make excuses. It hurt. It hurt too much. Kill me. Kill me. He Huan asked. So you did it to Shupin? No. There was also the ninth prince. But he was not there at the time. When she didn't see the ninth prince, Yun Guiran was full of regrets. One person was missing. But now facing the eunuch's questioning, she didn't dare to speak with those emotions, because she didn't know if she said anything wrong, those tortures would come back to her. The ninth prince, Shupin, and the 12th prince, these are all people the emperor loves. This person should be doing things according to the emperor's orders. After the interrogation, He Huan was released from the imperial prison. It was late at this time. He slept for a while first, and the next morning, he came to his godfather early, with a flattering smile and a hunched waist. Godfather, the result has been interrogated. A eunuch who looked to be in his 40s, with a calm look in his eyes, but an aura that dared not be ignored, was washing up with the help of two young eunuchs. After hearing what He Huan said, he did not answer. After washing up, the eunuch took the white handkerchief, wiped his hands, and threw the handkerchief to the young eunuch. Only then did he have time to speak. You interrogated for a long time. What happened yesterday morning was not reported until the next morning. He Huan smiled and apologized. Isn't this the emperor's order to treat Yun Guiran well? I don't have time to pay attention to this matter. My son forgot the time for a while. Please punish me. Godfather. As he spoke, He Huan went up to help the eunuch dress. The eunuch hummed in his mouth, but didn't say anything. After all, the emperor was not in a hurry about this matter. Besides, Yun Guiran really killed the 6th prince, and caused the 12th prince to still have a high fever. The emperor really wanted Yun Guiran to die, and there was a lot of room for maneuver. After everything was done, the eunuch sat at the dining table, which was already full of various exquisite foods. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks, then stopped and said, You must also grasp the degree of your personal grudges, and don't delay the emperor's business. He Huan immediately said, Yes. Godfather. Son knows. Thank you, Godfather, for your guidance. He Huan asked the chief eunuch to interrogate concubine Yun, because she was arrogant, and looked down on him. Concubine Yun was indeed arrogant, and had some interactions with He Huan. But they were just casual remarks. For a few words, he tortured her like this. The chief eunuch looked at He Huan with a smile. He Huan, concubine Yun only offended you, but you tortured her like this. If I lose power in the future, I don't know what you will do. As soon as these words came out, He Huan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said hurriedly, Godfather, I have no such intention. Yun Guiran is from the southern Lian country. This time she angered the emperor. I dared to do this because of the emperor's order. If the emperor didn't have the intention, how could He Huan dare to do this? Although He Huan entered the emperor's Qinzheng palace to serve at this time, he didn't have much status. In the emperor's heart, he didn't rank at all. He mostly worked under his godfather Deng Zhong. In the newly established inner court agency, Deng Zhong was one of the main people. He took over the interrogation work from his godfather at that time. One reason was to help with the work, show his ability, and seek more opportunities. The other was to avenge Shupin. Shupin saved him that year, and he always remembered it in his heart. The 12th prince was still in danger. Shupin was exhausted, and He Huan was also worried. However, He Huan did not dare to tell the story between him and Shupin. He only thought that Yun Guiran was too arrogant and looked down on them. So he wanted to repay them. Eunuchs are quite sensitive in this regard. So when He Huan said this, no one felt anything wrong. At present, the most proud person in the Qinzheng Hall is Su Quan, who is the first person around the emperor. There are also 2 other eunuchs, who have followed the emperor since childhood and are highly valued. They are usually in charge of different affairs. He Huan's godfather Deng Zhong is one of them. Eunuchs cannot have children, so they naturally take in many adopted sons for their old age. For example, Deng Zhong has several adopted sons. How many could they have taken in halfway? Eunuchs are people who want to show off in front of the emperor. Once the emperor likes them, the weight of others will be reduced. Everyone has the same interests. which leads to the fact that the relationship between these eunuchs and their adopted sons is not very pure. What's more, eunuchs are ruthless people. Many of them have long had a distorted mentality, so they naturally won't be so kind to pave the way for others. Ding Zhong has been in front of the emperor for decades, so he is naturally not really afraid of what He Huan can do to him. Of course, he also knows what the emperor means. He is just a casual knock on He Huan. Seeing He Huan's fearful look, he laughed, sinisterly, and chilling. Okay, get up. But it's just a casual talk. Why are you so serious? He Huan dared not take it seriously after he said that, and still smiled. Then, Ding Zhong went to report the matter to the emperor. Among them, of course, there were two people in Yayangshuan who were talking behind the scenes. Yuan Guiran, Yin Huan, and Sierra were interrogated separately. He Huan interrogated Yuan Guiran, and the other two were interrogated by others. From the mouths of these two maids, they had long been asked about the two palace maids who were talking behind the scenes, including the dog cave guard. These people had also been arrested and interrogated, so Ding Zhong had almost investigated the whole thing at this time. The person who delivered the message to the two palace maids disappeared yesterday morning, and was finally found in an abandoned dry well. The person was killed by a sharp weapon. The two maids didn't know who they were working for. They just wanted money, and agreed under coercion and temptation. When a person died, the clue was cut off. The emperor said, "Continue to investigate, and see who the eunuch who delivered the message was close to, and which palace he had contacted." Yes. Ding Zhong took the order, and went down. These news were not too secret. Before long, many people in the harem also knew the results of the interrogation. Lu Hanwan's eyes were heavy. The emperor's favorite person? The person behind the assassination of Yuan Guiran actually induced Yuan Guiran in this way, which surprised Lu Hanwan. In theory, after the fall of the southern Liang kingdom, Yuan Guiran could only hate the emperor and Iping. But the person behind the scenes guided Yuan Guiran to kill the emperor's favorite person, to make the emperor heartbroken. It's not that Lu Hanwan is being sentimental, but in her opinion, the emperor's favorite in the entire harem is her Shujio. This is actually coming for Shujio. Why? Lu Hanwan was puzzled. Who would be so afraid of her Xiaojio? They, mother and son, obviously have everything they want. Could it be the queen? The queen took action against Shujio last time. The queen has everything. Family background, status, and money. The only thing she lacks is the emperor's favor for the 10th prince. Shujio and the 10th prince are of the same age. The queen is dissatisfied with this, and it is not impossible for her to get rid of Shujio. By the way, Zhao Yuan was also confused when he knew that he was on the wanted list of the person behind the scenes. When he was with the prince, he asked directly, "Brother Prince, do you think that this might be the queen's intention to kill me?" The prince was choked by his brother's straightforwardness. But to be honest, when he knew the result of the interrogation, the first person he suspected was his mother. He asked his informant in his mother's palace, and the other party did not know that the queen had ordered this. But that person was not the queen's most useful person. Even if the queen did it, it was understandable that she didn't know. He thought about it, touched his brother's head. "Brother Prince, I'll ask for you later." Zhao Yuan. Who to ask? Ask the queen? Can you ask this casually? The prince did what he said. He went to Chongqing Palace. The queen was a little surprised to hear that the prince had come. Let him in. After the prince came in, he asked directly, "Mother, I came here to ask you something." The queen had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, she heard the prince ask, "Did you have any hand in secretly pushing Yuan Guiran to harm Xiaojio?" The queen just thought it was ridiculous. Is this what the prince should ask her? Thinking about the previous quarrel about the 9th prince, the queen closed her eyes and asked, "If it was really done by me, what would you do?" The prince carefully observed the expression on her face. But unfortunately, the queen's expression was still majestic and serious, and there was no problem. He heard the queen's words, and knew that she was still upset about what he said at the beginning. He had some unspeakable feelings in his heart. Perhaps this also shows that the queen mother cares about him? That's why she can't accept his words. The queen mother didn't know what Xiaojio meant to him. It was a place where his heart was at peace. She didn't know that Xiaojio tried every means to adjust his body, so it was understandable that she couldn't accept the importance of Xiaojio in his heart. But understanding is understanding. And the prince's belated rebellious period has also arrived. He didn't plan to explain too much. He should have his own ideas and choices. He bowed directly and said, I told the Queen Mother before that if the Queen Mother touched Shijio, the sun would accompany Shijio to die, and would also attack Xiaoshi. At the beginning, the sun was anxious and said these words without thinking. The sun apologizes to the Queen Mother. The corners of the Queen's mouth relaxed slightly. She also wanted to say that she knew the prince would not do that. At that time, she was just too angry that the prince did not take her and Xiaoshi's lives seriously. So she beat him in anger. Although the Queen was serious, she was not incapable of being gentle. But it was just that being gentle did not happen often. But then the prince stood up and continued, I will not hurt Xiaoshi. If Xiaojio is gone, then I will go to accompany him alone. The corners of the Queen's mouth tightened. Oh, right. The prince even had a relaxed smile on his face. If the Queen Mother wants to kill me one day, there is no need to do it to Xiaojio. As long as the Queen Mother says it, the sun will do it. I can give up the position of the Crown Prince to Xiaoshi at any time. The Queen looked at the Crown Prince sharply, and the Crown Prince looked back with a smile. But his hands hanging on both sides were slightly clenched. Neither of them was willing to move away. After a while, the Queen said, You go back first. The Crown Prince turned around and was about to leave. By the way, the Queen said, This matter has nothing to do with me. The Crown Prince stopped and continued to walk out, looking at the Crown Prince's back as he left. The Queen suddenly shed a line of tears from the corner of her eyes. Baiji looked at the Queen worriedly. Your Majesty. The Queen looked blankly. Tell me, what happened to the Crown Prince now? Why do you always talk about death? Is it a threat for the Ninth Prince? Or does she really have such intention? The Queen dared not think about it. She really didn't want to take away the position of the Crown Prince. Baiji advised, the Crown Prince has been too tired and stressed these years. When he grows up, he will understand the good intentions of the Queen. The Queen was silent for a while, raised her hand to wipe the tear on her face, and her expression recovered. When she spoke again, she no longer had the confusion just now. She looked firm and sneered. The person behind this is really capable. He actually put the blame on me. The Crown Prince could ask this question, and it was most likely that Xiaoxiao Palace also thought so. She had previously deliberately found someone to harm the Ninth Prince, so it was normal for Xiaoxiao Palace to think so of her. The yellow mud was falling, and it was shit if not shit. Lu Hanwan was not a simple person. The Queen was not afraid of her, but she felt uncomfortable because she had an enemy for no reason. Baiji also frowned. I don't know who was behind this. And why is the Ninth Prince so feared? The Queen laughed. He can send someone to Yayangshuan to bring a message. And he can also drug the guards without making a sound and transfer the guards. He has such ability. This kind of person is definitely not a small figure in the palace. Since entering the palace, the Emperor has divided the power of this palace between concubine Xian and concubine Zhuang. These two. The Queen pondered and knocked on the table. One of them was silent, and the other chattered all day long, looking like a fool. But as the Queen, she had known these two for so many years, so of course she knew that they were not simple people. Otherwise, one of them would not have given birth to the second prince, the only healthy prince of the Emperor at that time, and protected the second prince to grow up safely. The other one, the third prince born by concubine Xian, was once the Emperor's most beloved prince. Could it be concubine Xian? The third prince was robbed of the Emperor's favor by the ninth prince, and he was repeatedly defeated in front of the ninth prince. It is not impossible for concubine Xian to get rid of the ninth prince. In addition to the Queen, Lu Hanwan also thought of concubine Xian. However, she thought that both the Queen and concubine Xian were possible. And as for concubine Zhuang and concubine Ming, they were all suspected without distinction. Well, it seems that concubine Chun is not out of the question. Although concubine Chun is not pregnant yet, she has the Queen Mother as a backing, and her connections in the palace are not ordinary. Moreover, she is indeed stupid enough to not hide her malice towards all the princes. Concubine Xian herself also suspected herself. She walked around the room, feeling aggrieved. This must have been done by the Queen? Or concubine Zhuang? Concubine Chun? Which bitch is it that wants to kill the ninth prince for no reason? Isn't this putting the blame on me? Although she was indeed dissatisfied with the ninth prince for stealing her son's favor, it was definitely not her who did it. Wouldn't the Emperor think that she did it? If she really did it, it would be fine. But she didn't do it, and she got into trouble for nothing, which was really unlucky. Xiongcui Palace. Although she knew that she had erased the clues, She was still relieved to hear that she was not found out. She had instructed someone to give Yunguern a hint. And the target was indeed the 9th prince and Song Shuqing. Needless to say, dealing with Song Shuqing was of course because the emperor had a special feeling for her. At the beginning, the emperor was only with Song Shuqing for several months, and basically left the backyard empty. At that time, the emperor's feelings for Song Shuqing were so real that even now, concubine Zhuang didn't quite understand what the emperor was thinking. Was it really as indifferent as he showed? Or was it just to protect Song Shuqing from being hostile to the harem? She was more inclined to the latter. As for dealing with the 9th prince, because concubine Zhuang felt that the 9th prince was indeed a big threat. In fact, compared with ordinary princes, the 9th prince was a bigger threat. Concubine Zhuang didn't talk much, but she was thoughtful. Others thought that the 9th prince's biological mother was a palace maid, of low status, and without a family background. So there was no need to be afraid. But these people forgot that family background was not the most important thing if they wanted to ascend to the throne. The current emperor was the sole decision-maker, and as long as the emperor was willing, the 9th prince could certainly ascend to the throne. She could see that the emperor's father-son relationship with the 9th prince was not as strong as that of all the other princes combined. In addition to the emperor, there was also EP41. Concubine Zhuang sighed in her heart that the 9th prince was really a likable child. This likability was enough to break the balance in the palace. First the emperor, then EP41 and Fengji. EP41 obviously hated Wanpin so much, but she resented and loved the 9th prince, the child born by Wanpin. EP41 seemed to have cut off all feelings for the 9th prince because he chose Wanpin. But in fact, every time the 9th prince appeared, she couldn't help but look over. That expression made it impossible to say that she didn't have feelings for the 9th prince. It was just that the other people in the harem didn't notice this. If she were to say, although EP41 had adopted the 7th prince, she treated the 7th prince and the 9th prince differently. If the 9th prince really asked to return to EP41, EP41 would probably agree without hesitation. EP41 could no longer have children, and she didn't pay much attention to the 7th prince she adopted. The 9th prince and Fengji had such a relationship. The 9th prince showed his love for Fengji when he was just 1 month old. Every time Fengji entered the palace, he would basically see the 9th prince and teach him to read military books. If this continued, it would be strange if EP41 and Fengji were not the 9th prince's forces in the future. Family background and favor. The 9th prince had it all. And he was even unique in the harem. Even the legitimate son born by the queen is not as rich as the 9th prince. This is why concubine Zhuang wants to kill the 9th prince so much. She needs to get all the princes back to the same starting line, so that her second prince will have a greater chance of ascending to the throne. As for the crown prince, he is actually the biggest threat. Under normal circumstances, unless he makes a huge mistake, he will not be easily deposed. This can only be planned in the future. After all, no matter how eloquent she is, Yunguern is not a fool and will not do everything she wants. After several days of repeated high fever, the condition of the 12th prince finally stabilized. But at the same time, the imperial physician also said that it would be difficult for the 12th prince to fully recover, and he might be in such a sick state for a long time in the future. Even if you are not careful, it may be more serious, and you may lose your life. You will need to take good care of it in the future. Song Shuqing felt bitter and unbearable. She finally coaxed the crying child to sleep. Qianru advised, "Your Majesty, go to sleep for a while. You haven't had a good sleep for several days. Your eyes are blue." Song Shuqing's eyes were tired and her voice was hoarse. "If 12 is not well, how can I sleep?" She once got pregnant with a child, but was miscarried by someone. She finally had 12. She watched him grow up from a small ball, but she almost lost him again. Song Shuqing was extremely hateful. "And?" she asked softly, "6th prince?" That day, she was so distracted by her son's accident that she forgot about the 6th prince. She remembered that the 6th prince seemed to have been stabbed by Yunguern, and she didn't know how he was now. Qianru hesitated and said, "The 6th prince was stabbed in the heart and was dead when he was rescued. Concubine Ning didn't take good care of him and was demoted to a concubine by the emperor. The main reason was that the 6th prince was called out by concubine Ning. But when the accident happened, concubine Ning ran away with her own son. Later, she saw the 6th prince in trouble and remembered her adopted son. In this way, concubine Ning could not escape responsibility. Song Shuqing's heart trembled, and she closed her eyes. I implicated him, and Yun Guiran came for me. Qianru had told her the result of Yun Guiran's interrogation before. They were targeting the 9th prince and her. If she hadn't called the 6th prince over, Yinhuan wouldn't have taken the 6th prince, who was standing with the 12th prince, away as well. Especially if the 6th prince hadn't been taken into the water. Yun Guiran's stab after jumping into the water would have been aimed at the 12th prince. After Yun Guiran's confession, they no longer felt that it was the 9th prince who implicated them. Seeing this, Qianru comforted her. Your Majesty couldn't have thought that things would turn out like this. Everything was a coincidence. And the 6th prince didn't have his biological mother, so he wouldn't have lived long in this harem. It's just a matter of time. Having said that, Song Shuqing still felt sad when she thought of the 6th prince. She didn't put all the blame on herself. She hated the Black Hands who planned all this. When she was in the palace, these people didn't let her go. Now not only did they harm her little 12, but also made little 6 die tragically at a young age. Song Shuqing couldn't accept it. She wanted to return everything to the person who hurt people. However, it's been a few days, and you still haven't found out who did it. Qianru shook her head. The eunuch who ordered the work is dead, and there are no other clues. Song Shuqing asked, where are his family members? Has he done anything at any concubine's house? Generally speaking, those who instruct others to do such head-losing things will basically control the family members of the people in their own hands. Qianru still said, this eunuch was sent to the palace at a young age. He certainly doesn't know who his family members are. The people in the inner court only found a large amount of silver bills in his room. Silver bills. This means that this concubine has money. But this is useless at all. Those who can mobilize the power in the palace are all powerful concubines. These concubines have money in their homes. The queen, concubine Xian, concubine Zhuang, concubine Ning, and concubine Chun are all like this. The family background behind them may not be very good, but they are not bad. Song Shuqing felt that those who were so afraid of her were mostly people who had been in the backyard when she was in the palace. Song Shuqing felt that the person behind Yun Guiran planned all this for her. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to deal with the 9th prince? But this person also took the 9th prince into consideration. So who among these old people would not like the 9th prince? Empress Xian. Song Shuqing felt that the truth might not be so simple. But it didn't matter. So she would start with concubine Xian. When she was in the palace, she didn't find out who had miscarried her child. And now her little 12 is the same. Song Shuqing used to be reasonable, believing that people are good and bad, and good people should not be wronged. But now, when she was looking at her dying child, her mentality had completely changed. Why should she care so much and work hard to collect evidence before killing people? Did those who killed people do it because of the child in her belly, or because Xiao 12 did evil? No. So she didn't want to think about it. In this cold and cruel harem, no matter who she attacked, the other party's hands would not be innocent. Right? First, concubine Xian, and then the others. There will always be one who can avenge her child. The next day, Changchun Palace. The concubines all went to pay respects to the queen. Song Shuqing had not been there before because of her son's illness. Now that her son has recovered, she has regrouped and naturally came to pay her respects. Lu Hanwan arrived at her seat and sat there. When she saw Song Shuqing, her eyes flickered slightly. She was also worried about who wanted to harm her son. Although her son was not plotted against because she protected him well, Lu Hanwan could not tolerate such behavior and wanted to retaliate. The problem was that she didn't know who had done it. She had a shallow foundation in the palace, and her life with her son depended entirely on the emperor's favor. So Lu Hanwan did not dare to act rashly, fearing that she would not find the culprit and would be banished to the cold palace for harming others. That would be more trouble than gain. So she planned to start with Song Shuqing. She was not the only victim of this incident. There was also Shupin Song Shuqing. Moreover, Song Shuqing's 12th prince really had an accident. It was said that his body was also ruined, and he might not live long in the future. She saw that Song Shuqing attached great importance to the child, and would definitely not let go of the mastermind. So she stared at Song Shuqing, and might find some clues. There were also many people secretly observing Song Shuqing. After all, everyone knew the physical condition of the 12th prince. The 12th prince looked like he was useless. If he was not in good health, he would not be able to compete for the throne in the future. Ningping was the first to snort. It's been so long. Xu Bin finally came out to pay respects to the queen. After all, she is the apple of the emperor's eye. She can come to pay respects if she wants to. And she can't come if she doesn't want to. When she spoke, she was extremely resentful. Everyone could sense Ningpin's dissatisfaction with Xu Bin. Of course, Ningpin was Ningfei before. But now she is a concubine. If Xu Bin hadn't called the sixth prince away at that time, the sixth prince would not have been implicated, and Ningpin would not have been demoted. It is understandable that Ningpin was deeply resentful when she saw Xu Bin at this moment. Her words were also poking at Song Shuqing's heart. After all, everyone knew that Yin Guiran attacked Xu Bin and the 12th prince because Xu Bin was the emperor's sweetheart. Song Shuqing's heart was indeed hurt. And she retorted directly, if Ningpin really cared about the 6th prince, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Now she blames all the mistakes on others. Ningpin was demoted. Not just because the 6th prince had an accident. In the final analysis, it was because Ningpin didn't care about the 6th prince. After the 6th prince had an accident, she ran away with her people, and didn't even know that the 6th prince had an accident. Everything was realized after the fact. No wonder the emperor was angry. Otherwise, if it was just the 6th prince's accident, it wouldn't be like this. After all, no one could know in advance that an accident would happen. Ningpin didn't think there was anything wrong with her not caring about the 6th prince. He wasn't her own child. She also understood after the 6th prince had an accident that she should not escape punishment. But this did not affect her anger at Song Shuqing. If it weren't for Song Shuqing, who would remember the 6th prince, an ordinary prince, she was much more stable than concubine Xian. Song Shuqing's reply did not make her panic at all. She said directly, I didn't expect Xu Bin to be so kind before. The 6th prince has become the shield of the 12th prince. If it weren't for him, the 12th prince's life might not be saved. It's a pity that the 6th prince has been buried, and he hasn't been thanked in person. Song Shuqing still has people sent by the emperor around her. These basic etiquettes will not be wrong. There will be someone in Chengqiu Palace to handle the 6th prince's affairs. There will be no shortage of things to send. It's just that Song Shuqing herself didn't go. This kind of thing is not something that Song Shuqing can deal with by just saying a few unreasonable words. So she lowered her eyes and said, I am also very guilty about the 6th prince. Before, the 12th prince was critically ill, and I was so anxious that I couldn't rush over. From now on, I must copy scriptures every day to pray for the 12th prince. Ning concubine sneered. Xu concubine should know the difference between relatives and strangers now. You yourself didn't even go to the funeral of your lifesaver because of your own son. Why do you blame me for not caring about my adopted son? At this time, the queen in the inner room also came out. Everyone stopped arguing and eating melons, and stood up to greet the queen. The queen sat in her seat and raised her hand and said, Get up. Sit down. Seeing that Song Shuqing had also come, the queen asked Song Shuqing a few more questions, and comforted her casually. After all, the position of the queen, as the master of the harem, was to do these things and maintain the peace of the harem. While answering, Song Shuqing calmly looked at the faces of the queen, concubine Zhuang and others, observing their expressions, hoping to find some differences, although it has been decided to solve them one by one. Song Shuqing also wants to know who is the real culprit behind this time. The queen frowned slightly, and after the greetings were over, she asked Bai Ji, has it not been found out who did it yet? Bai Ji shook her head. The person behind the scenes is too well hidden, and no one usually sees how much contact the eunuch has with people from any palace. Now, the investigation of information depends entirely on manpower. People come and go in the palace, and it is too difficult to find out who this person has contact with. The queen nodded when she heard this. She did not expect that she was the only one who used others in the past. But now she has to help others take the blame. First it was Lu Hanwan, then Song Shuqing, and they all suspected her. She just couldn't find out who the murderer was, and she felt aggrieved. Others didn't know. But Zhao Yuan knew that it was concubine Zhuang who did it. It was written in the original plot that concubine Zhuang had been hiding in the harem, like a poisonous snake, who would not easily take action, but would take someone's life once she took action. She was very low-key in daily life, and did not fight or compete. But the only thing that Zhao Yuan couldn't figure out was why this person wanted to kill him, which made him suddenly think that the queen was behind the scenes. Seeing that his mother couldn't find the target, Zhao Yuan secretly lay on his mother's legs and said stealthily, Mom, it wasn't the queen who did it. Huh? Lu Hanan was puzzled. In her speculation, the queen and concubine Xian were the most suspicious. Zhao Yuan said seriously, I have asked the prince brother. And the prince brother asked the queen. And the queen said it was not her. Puff. Lu Hanwan laughed so hard that her body staggered. You asked the queen directly? How can you ask directly about this kind of thing? Even if you ask, people won't tell the truth. The prince, this kid, also accompanied Shuzhou in mischief. When Lu Hanwan thought about what expression would appear on the queen's face, which was always dignified and serious, she couldn't help laughing even more happily. Zhao Yuan nodded. Mother, I think it should be concubine Zhuang. This name was unexpected for Lu Hanwan. She sat up straight and asked, Why did Shuzhou say that? Zhao Yuan said. The look in her eyes. The look she gave Shuzhou was particularly scary, as if she wanted to eat the child. Zhao Yuan's neck shrank. Looking so scary. Lu Hanwan patted her son's back and asked softly, When did this happen? Zhao Yuan said. It was the day she fell into the water. That day, almost everyone in the harem went there. Concubine Zhuang was there. Of course. Lu Hanwan first comforted her son and confirmed that he was not psychologically traumatized by concubine Zhuang, and then fell into deep thought. Concubine Zhuang was not a person Lu Hanwan had a deep impression of. She was not favored by anyone, and was only pretty and charming. She was completely suppressed in the harem. She always retreated when she was ridiculed by concubine Xian and others. She looked easy to bully. Although her family background was not bad, it was not very good either. She was able to be conferred the title of concubine because of her seniority and the fact that she gave birth to a prince. Why would such a person attack Shuzhou? Lu Hanwan couldn't figure it out. But because of her son's words, she targeted concubine Zhuang. Lu Hanwan never took her son's words seriously because of his young age. When Shuzhou was younger, she cried and told him not to have another child. Lu Hanwan clearly realized that her son was keen on many things, regardless of whether it was concubine Zhuang who did it. It was true that the other party had ill intentions toward Xiaojiu. In this case, of course, it must be resolved in advance. However, this is not an easy task. It is much more difficult to deal with a concubine who is a concubine than a concubine. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and ordered Xiao Yun, send someone to ask whether the eunuch has any contact with the people in Zhongsui Palace. Xiao Yun nodded cautiously. If this was really done by concubine Zhuang, then concubine Zhuang was too well disguised. I will do it now. Seeing that his mother and Xiao Yun took his words as a child, and took them seriously, Zhao Yuan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, but couldn't help but jump for joy. His mother and Aunt Xiao Yun were really good. When they arrived at the prince's place, the prince also noticed his brother's good mood today. He picked up his brother and asked, Did anything good happen today? Zhao Yuan shook his head and nodded. It was not easy to lie to him under the prince's sight, so he told him about concubine Zhuang. As he spoke, he felt happy. In the TV series, concubine Zhuang always hid in the back and was taken seriously in the later period. Now that people have taken action against him, he should give back. Then let everyone start to pay attention to concubine Zhuang who likes to hide. This result sounds good. The prince frowned and listened. He originally thought that concubine 1 had made something delicious for Xiaojiu again, but he didn't expect to hear these. He said, She stared at Xiaojiu? Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Anyway, the look she gave me was particularly scary, and it made me feel uncomfortable. It happened several times. He had indeed seen concubine Zhuang many times. As for whether her look was scary at that time, it could only be said that this was a very subjective matter. He insisted that it was scary anyway. Who could say that it was not scary? I'm afraid that concubine Zhuang herself would not have thought that she could do this. The prince hugged his brother tightly and coaxed him. Don't be afraid, Shuzhou. She can only glare at you, and dare not really do anything. Brother Prince will protect you. As for the harem, the prince's power in this regard is weak. He is mainly in the front court, and the harem is the battlefield of the concubines. As he grows older, he should avoid suspicion. Otherwise, if the emperor knew that he, a prince, was spying on the harem all day, he might not be able to hold on to his position as the prince. It would be hard to hear if this was spread out. But on the other hand, the prince was not completely ignorant in the harem. The queen was standing behind him. The queen and concubine Xian were both taking the blame for concubine Zhuang. Even if they showed that they did not do it, no one below would believe them. Both sides were angry. The prince asked someone to tell the queen about it. After hearing the reason, the queen's face was full of. She stared at Xiao Fuzi, the prince's personal eunuch, for a long time, and confirmed that the news was really passed on by the prince. She said stiffly, "Okay, I know." After Xiao Fuzi left, she couldn't help but said to Baiji, Look, what has the prince become now? For the sake of the ninth prince, he can say anything. If someone's eyes are not right, she will start to investigate. Why don't you take a look at your brother? How old is he? A child doesn't know what is scary or not scary. Baiji smiled and said, Your Highness, the prince also cares about his younger brother. Isn't he so concerned about our 10th prince? It's a good thing for the elder brother to be so good. The queen is not satisfied with the prince's kindness to the 9th prince. But if it's between the prince and her own son, she has no objection. In fact, if it weren't for the 9th prince, she actually didn't have much requirements for the relationship between the crown prince and her own son. Fortunately, Baiji was there to say good things. After all, the queen raised the crown prince and knew his personality. So it was okay. Now everyone can barely maintain a balance. Thinking of concubine Zhuang mentioned by the crown prince, the queen pondered for a moment and said, Then go check concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang is definitely not as simple as she looks. It's just that I really couldn't understand what kind of grudge there was between concubine Zhuang and the 9th prince before. So I subconsciously ignored her. But now that the 9th prince said that concubine Zhuang's eyes were scary, it means that concubine Zhuang might really have a motive to attack the 9th prince. In this case, let's add concubine Zhuang to the list of suspects. So, concubine Zhuang soon got the news. It was said that because she often glared at the 9th prince, the 9th prince was scared. So many concubines in the harem believed that she was the one who did Yin Gairen's thing behind the scenes. Concubine Zhuang? When she was paying respects, concubine Zhuang was stared at with strange eyes. She felt like a thorn in her back, a fishbone stuck in her throat, and she felt like she was walking on ice. She had always faced all the concubines with a timid face. But now she suddenly saw that the queen's eyes looked at her with some inquiry. Concubine Zhuang's fists hardened. How could the 9th prince, that little bastard, cause so much trouble? Just because of a look. It has come to this point. The key and more terrifying thing is that she really did it. She couldn't help but try to recall. Did she really look at the 9th prince and reveal a scary expression? She thought it was possible. But when she thought about the possibility that she might be exposed because of these things, concubine Zhuang almost cried because of her stupidity. She tried her best to stay calm. She had erased the clues. Since entering the backyard, she rarely took action, and there would be no problem. Concubine Zhuang couldn't ignore such things. Although she was a concubine, if she couldn't stand up at all, there would be many people who dared to bully her in the future. Therefore, facing the eyes of many people who were watching the show, concubine Zhuang spoke to Lu Hanwan in a gentle tone with some uncontrollable anger, which was quite in line with her personality. Wapin, I don't think I have offended you. It's not good for you to ruin my reputation like this. Right? Although Lu Hanwan was only a concubine, she was no longer at the mercy of others. She was the concubine who accompanied the emperor through smallpox. And she was still favored until now. As long as she didn't go too far, the harem could let her run rampant. Moreover, the rules of the harem did not allow the superior to punish the inferior at will. She was also angry about the fact that concubine Zhuang was angry. She asked directly in a bad tone, What do you mean by ruining your reputation? I also want to ask concubine Zhuang. Why do you secretly glare at my little 9? The 2nd prince is so old. How can my little 9 be a nuisance to concubine Zhuang? She didn't understand why concubine Zhuang targeted her little 9. But she believed that her son would not be wrong. Epine also seemed to be staring at concubine Zhuang with the crowd. She actually didn't believe that concubine Zhuang glared at Xiaojiu. But she also wanted to know who was behind Xiaojiu. Concubine Zhuang was irritated by her unreasonable behavior. How old is the 9th prince? Why did I glare at him for no reason? Lu Hanlan raised her head and chest, and said confidently, Yes. Why did concubine Zhuang glare at Xiaojiu for no reason? Concubine Zhuang. So you would rather suspect that I really glared at the 9th prince for no reason than believe that the 9th prince was mistaken. Lu Hanwan's confident look made concubine Zhuang so angry that her liver hurt. She said, I didn't glare at the 9th prince. Lu Hanwan said, That's impossible. The two looked at each other. Neither of them was willing to back down. Meeting someone like Lu Hanwan who was really willing to believe a child. Concubine Zhuang felt that the other person had a problem with his brain. If you have the guts, tell me what motive I have to have such deep malice towards a child like the ninth prince. Concubine Zhuang was convinced that no one could tell. Because Yiping had already fallen out with the ninth prince. And they had basically had no contact in the past year. And she also raised the seventh prince. Who would have thought that Yiping was still thinking about the ninth prince in her heart? Even Feng Ji had not had contact with the ninth prince for a long time because of war and other matters. Concubine Zhuang swallowed her anger and said, "The ninth prince is cute and smart, and is liked by the emperor. It is common for me to look at him occasionally. I believe that the sisters in the harem are the same. But I definitely did not glare at the ninth prince. This is a good reason. There are many concubines in the harem who look at the little princes. Especially some concubines who have not given birth yet. That's impossible." Lu Hanwan looked at Concubine Zhuang and firmly denied it. "Madame Zhuang looks pretty. Under normal circumstances, your eyes will not scare children. Unless you really have bad intentions." Concubine Zhuang's face twisted. She knew that her appearance was considered inferior in the harem. But she still couldn't accept it when someone said that to her face. Fortunately, the queen came out and stopped the farce. Song Shuqing looked at them for a long time, but still insisted on her point of view, and still planned to start opening the box from Concubine Xian. She felt that Concubine Zhuang was unlikely. That night, Concubine Zhuang got the news that the emperor was coming to her. She muttered to herself, could it be that she and Concubine 1 had a quarrel today, and the emperor came to comfort her on purpose? After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Concubine 1 was unreasonable. It was dark, and the emperor walked into the Zhongsui palace. "Your servant has seen the emperor." Concubine Zhuang went forward to salute the emperor. "Get up," the emperor said. The emperor found a seat and sat down. The two talked incoherently. After a while, the emperor finally couldn't help asking, "Did you really glare at Xiujiu?" Concubine Zhuang's eyes widened. She thought the news released by Concubine 1 was ridiculous. But what was even more ridiculous was that the emperor would actually believe it. Concubine Zhuang covered her face with a handkerchief. About to cry. How could the emperor really believe such a rumor? I just thought the ninth prince was cute. And I couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I don't know how it would be spread like this. Although the emperor asked with a bit of joking. In fact, his eyes were fixed on Concubine Zhuang to see her reaction. Obviously, the emperor also had some doubts about whether Concubine Zhuang was behind Concubine Yun. The sixth prince was a good kid. But he died for no reason. The 12th prince's body was also disabled. And Xiao Jiao was almost killed. This series of events made the emperor very dissatisfied. Especially since the culprit has not been found. The emperor doesn't like such a cruel person hiding in the palace. But at this moment, Concubine Zhuang didn't think about whether she would be exposed. She was shocked that the emperor asked her such a question. After all, since the emperor asked this, he must have believed it in his heart. Concubine Zhuang felt wronged. Seeing this, the emperor had to say, "I was just talking casually. How can you be so angry?" Concubine Zhuang knew that she didn't have much status in the emperor's heart. So she stopped while she was ahead, and burst into tears and laughed. "I am just worried that the emperor misunderstood me. As long as the emperor doesn't misunderstand me, I will be satisfied with everything." "Yes." The emperor nodded. "But you should pay attention to your expression in the future. Although the second prince is already grown up. He will get married and have children in a few years. Don't scare your grandson when the time comes." Concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang's expression was almost tense. But the emperor had already stood up. "Okay. There are still some government affairs to be dealt with tonight. I will go back first." For the emperor, even if he didn't see any flaws in Concubine Zhuang's expression, he was quite consistent with Lu Hanwan in this regard. He believed that his son's words were not aimless. Xiao Jiao has always been very smart. Since he said that Concubine Zhuang looked at him with a scary look, it must be true. Otherwise, why didn't he say other concubines? Su Quan, who was guarding outside, saw the emperor coming out and hurriedly trotted to catch up. After leaving Zhongsui Palace, the emperor whispered to Su Quan, "Let someone keep an eye on Concubine Zhuang from now on." Behind him, inside Zhongsui Palace. Although Concubine Zhuang had always been very good at cultivating her qi, She couldn't help but smash a bunch of teacups and vases after the emperor left. After a long while, she showed a ferocious smile on her face. 9th Prince. Half a month later, the second prince fell off his horse while racing with others outside. But fortunately, he didn't get hurt. He just knocked his head and recovered after 2 incense sticks. At present, there is no problem. After hearing the result, Lu Hanwan looked slightly disappointed. He is lucky. Zhao Yuan, who was playing on the side, pretended not to hear anything. But he guessed that this should be done by his mother. The second prince is the child of concubine Zhuang. And this must be revenge on concubine Zhuang. In palace fighting dramas, basically most concubines like to put their strength on the prince. But this is normal. For the concubines in the harem, the most important thing in their hearts is the prince. Only when their sons are in trouble, these people know how painful it is. And the existence of the prince means that there is one more person in the fight for the throne. Mainly because of interests. On the contrary, there are not many people who go to the princesses to toss. Of course, it was also because concubine Zhuang wanted to attack him before. So of course she had to attack concubine Zhuang's son. It turned out that Lu Hanwan's trick was indeed effective. And it directly hit the most painful part of concubine Zhuang's heart. When she heard that her child was in trouble, concubine Zhuang was frightened. Even if the people behind her said that the second prince was fine and just needed to rest, she still ran over to take care of him in person out of worry. When they got there, the second prince was already fine. But he still felt a little uncomfortable in his head and was lying on the bed. Concubine Zhuang's tears came out. She reached out and gently touched her son's head. But as if she was afraid of hurting him, she quickly retracted her hand. What's wrong with you? How did you fall off the horse? Aren't you always the best at riding and shooting? Among the 3 older princes, the second prince was the only one who was in good health, and was also a prince who was good at both civil and military affairs. He was very good at martial arts and riding and shooting. He was far ahead of the crown prince and the third prince. In addition to the 3 princes, there were also the sons of various princes and some grandchildren of the dukes who followed the emperor in Chongwen Hall. Among these people, the second prince's martial arts was still not inferior. Of course, this was not the case in literature. The crown prince's knowledge was very good among his peers in Chongwen Hall, followed by the third prince, and then the second prince. Despite this, the second prince's knowledge could not be said to be bad. After hearing concubine Zhuang's concerns, the second prince also frowned in annoyance. Mother, there is something wrong with my horse. Someone must have attacked me from behind. The horse rushed out directly and couldn't stop. If he hadn't been lucky, today wouldn't have passed so easily. Concubine Zhuang's face suddenly darkened. It's not that she didn't think that her son's accident was related to the harem, but it happened suddenly, and she didn't have time to think about it. Did you ask someone to check? The second prince said. The scene was in chaos at the time. I was not dizzy, and I asked someone to check after I woke up. Concubine Zhuang said. So much time. Enough for people to erase all the traces. The second prince was not riding in the palace this time. He was riding with the young people he was close to in Chongwen Hall. They all went to the city to race horses. So he was not so cautious in some details. But even if the traces were erased, sometimes you can guess who did it. Concubine Zhuang raised a dangerous smile at the corner of her mouth. And then she was a little stunned. For so many years, concubine Zhuang has been cautious and has not offended too many people. The only serious incident was the incident with concubine Yun some time ago. Because the 9th prince said that her eyes were scary. Some people in the harem turned their attention to her. Concubine Xian also said in public that she absolutely did not instigate Yun Guiren. Of course, I don't know if anyone believes it. Concubine Zhuang also assured that it was not her at the time. So now that her son is in trouble, it must be related to this incident. Then concubine Zhuang thought about it. Lu Hanwan. It is indeed possible. Next is Song Shuqing. This is also possible. These 2 are the main victims of Yun Guiren's incident. Among them, Song Shuqing's ability and possibility are greater. After all, Song Shuqing's 12th prince really had an accident, and his health will not be good in the future, which may affect his lifespan. Even if the 9th prince said that she had a terrible look in her eyes, it was quite outrageous that she might be behind the scenes to instigate Yun Guiren to harm people. But if the emperor could believe it, Song Shuqing might believe it too. Concubine Zhuang thought. If it were her, if someone harmed her son, She would take action as long as there was suspicion, even if there was no solid evidence, in case she found the right person. So this way might be Song Shuqing's. At the same time, it is not impossible for the queen and concubine Xian to do it. After all, they must know whether the queen and concubine Xian did it themselves in the matter of concubine Yuan. So facing the doubts of the harem, the queen and concubine Xian must be very angry about the person who made them take the blame. If they suspect her, they may take advantage of the situation and take action against her son. After all, it is just the right time to take action at this time, which can muddy the waters. It can not only get rid of the second prince, avoid a stumbling block in the future fight for the throne, but also push the matter to Song Shuqing and Lu Hanwan. Even other people can do it. This is not just a harem fight, but also about the fight for the throne. Everyone is opposite to her. Thinking of so many suspects, concubine Zhuang was dumbfounded. For a moment, she empathized with Song Shuqing and Lu Hanwan, who thought everyone looked like the murderer and could not find the mastermind. In the Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan put on her makeup and hair. After the maid found out that the queen and some concubines had rushed to the prince's residence to visit the second prince, she stood up and said to her son happily, "Xiaojiu, stop playing. Your second brother fell off the horse. Let's go and visit him." After saying that, she remembered and ordered Xiaoyun, "Hurry up. Go to the warehouse to get something and send it over. Take a ginseng." Since he was injured, he needed to be nourished. This ginseng was given by the emperor before. Although it was not bad, it was not a rare treasure. It was just right to give it to the second prince now. As for herself, if she really needed ginseng in the future, she would still have the imperial hospital. Giving this thing was decent and saved money. Xiaoyan hurried to do it, and soon she packed the ginseng in a small box and brought it over. Zhao Yuan was led by his mother's hand and walked step by step to the prince's residence. Along the way, he met many concubines who also went to visit. It seemed that the 7th and 8th princes, who were about the same age as Zhao Yuan, also went there together. As soon as he arrived at the prince's residence, Zhao Yuan saw the prince. His eyes lit up, and he ran over quickly. "Brother Prince." The prince greeted Lu Hanwan, then took his brother's hand and walked in, smiling and saying softly, Your second brother is injured. We are here to visit. Please put away the bright expression on your face." Although the second prince is fine, the emperor would not blame Shujo even if he saw her smile. But what if? Besides, the emperor's heart is unpredictable. Now the father likes Shujo, so he will naturally tolerate her. What if he gets impatient with Shujo in the future and brings up what happened today, saying that Shujo was not concerned at all when he saw his brother injured, and was still smiling, and must be an unfilial and unkind person. This kind of thing is always said to be big and small. It all depends on the emperor's mood. Zhao Yuan heard the prince say this and realized that he shouldn't laugh at this moment. He quickly closed his mouth, and then thought about it, and couldn't help laughing again. The prince saw this and tapped his brother's head lightly with his fingers. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan laughed, and the expression on his face was finally under control. The prince is the crown prince, and his status is naturally extraordinary. After entering, concubine Zhuang didn't dare to ignore him and hurriedly talked to the prince. The prince cared for his brother for a few words and sent all the prepared things over. Now that the queen was there, he retreated to the queen's side. It was also because the prince now lived in the East Palace, not with the queen. So they gave 2 gifts separately. Zhao Yuan stood quietly beside the prince, watching the concubines talking to each other. Concubine Zhuang's eyes lingered on the most suspicious people, and she even tried to test them. But unfortunately, each of them pretended to be flawless. Finally, her eyes fell on Zhao Yuan again, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. Since she couldn't see anything from the adults, maybe she could find flaws in the children. 9th Prince. Concubine Zhuang's voice was very soft. She planned to use the child's mouth to poke the mastermind behind the scenes, at least to test Lu Hanwan's reaction. She didn't believe that if Lu Hanwan really did it, Lu Hanwan would be able to remain silent after being backstabbed by her own son. As long as she could find a little flaw, she could be sure whether it was Lu Hanwan who did it. Her plan was good, but her co-actor did not cooperate. As soon as she opened her mouth, Zhao Yuan turned around and threw himself into the prince's arms. His crisp little voice was particularly clear in the quiet room. "Brother Prince, there is a big tiger. So scary. In fact, he wanted to say the big bad wolf. After all, he had read the story of Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf grandmother. But no one here knew it, so he had to change his words. The prince hugged his brother and looked at concubine Zhuang. The other concubines also looked at concubine Zhuang. The smile on concubine Zhuang's face froze, while the other concubines couldn't help laughing out loud. Once one laugh appeared, the rest could not be suppressed, and soon they laughed one after another into a large area. Even Lu Hanwan couldn't help but curl her lips. You want to bully my Shizhou? Lu Hanwan certainly guessed what concubine Zhuang wanted to do, but before she could figure out how to stop her, she saw concubine Zhuang being pouted back by Shizhou. The emperor came in from outside and asked curiously, "What did you say that made you so happy?" Although it was the second prince who had an accident, the emperor had already known from the imperial physician that his son was not in big trouble. Besides, there were so many concubines laughing in this room. If nothing had happened, they shouldn't have laughed out loud. This further proves that the second prince is not in a bad situation. If the second prince is really in a bad situation, at least on the surface, no one can laugh. Hearing the emperor's voice, Zhao Yuan felt like rushing over and complaining aggrievedly. "Father, there is a big tiger." He grabbed the emperor's clothes with one hand and pointed at concubine Zhuang with the other little hand. "She is bad." The emperor glanced at concubine Zhuang and reached out to hold his son in his arms. The prince, who was not far away, looked at his brother in his father's arms and felt that his arms were empty. For the first time, he felt that his father was so annoying. Between the prince brother and the father, couldn't the prince brother be more important? The prince lowered his eyes and thought about things silently. The queen answered the emperor's question in a few words. After hearing this, the emperor roughly understood that concubine Zhuang probably asked something from Shizhou. Although he did this many times, concubine Zhuang used Xiaojiu in this way, which made the emperor feel uncomfortable, and his expression became gloomy. Seeing this, concubine Zhuang quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief and cried, "Your Majesty." The second prince said that his horse had a problem at that time, and he went crazy and couldn't stop at all. Someone must want to harm him. Please help him. Thinking of his second son being injured, the emperor shifted his attention. "I have sent someone to check. How is the second son?" He walked to the inner room to see his second son. Having said that, the emperor actually felt that if the people behind were careful, it would be difficult to find out who was behind. After all, so much time had passed. Of course, on the other hand, he himself did not want to find out, because the emperor felt that it was most likely done by Song Shuqing. If the second prince really had a big accident, he would definitely not cover up for Song Shuqing. But now the second prince is fine. On the contrary, Song Shuqing's little 12, because of the conspiracy of the people behind him. I don't know whether he can keep his health and live to get married and have children. It's normal for Song Shuqing to want revenge. However, it is still unclear whether it was concubine Zhuang who helped Yun Guiren behind the scenes. If it was not concubine Zhuang, then the second prince and his mother would have suffered an unprovoked disaster. When he arrived at the inner room, the emperor put away these thoughts and asked the second prince how he felt at the moment, etc. After asking and confirming that there was no problem, the emperor left. As soon as he left, the concubines had a few words and then left. In Changzhou Palace, Qianru talked to Song Shuqing with some worry and dissatisfaction. "My queen, I don't know who harmed the second prince. Now there are so many concubines. Everyone must suspect that we did it. Then do we still want to continue with concubine Xian?" They knew that Song Shuqing had been targeting concubine Xian from the beginning. She thought it was more likely that concubine Xian had instructed Yun Guiren. Of course, she would only attack concubine Xian first. Song Shuqing would not let the others go sooner or later. But now concubine Zhuang had happened. If the murderer could not be found, and they attacked concubine Xian at this time, the two things combined, even a fool would know that they were avenging the 12th prince. They were too suspicious. "Continue?" Song Shuqing said lightly. "Why not continue? There are not many people who can really think that concubine Zhuang has a problem based on the 9th prince's scary eyes. This matter will not fall on us." She thought the reason for suspecting concubine Zhuang was quite absurd. Compared to concubine Zhuang, she believed that concubine Xian or the queen did it. So the accident of the second prince did not make Song Shuqing feel relieved. She just wanted to make the murderer suffer as soon as possible. so as to relieve her hatred. So concubine Xian had to take action. The weather was getting colder, and as the temperature dropped, concubine Xian also fell ill. After the second prince's incident, concubine Xian protected the third prince tightly, fearing that the person behind the scenes would harm her son. As a result, the third prince did not have any problems. But as she recovered from the cold, she felt her throat hurt more and more. The imperial physician initially thought that her sore throat was due to a cold. But after the inflammation subsided, concubine Xian had a hoarse voice, and people realized that concubine Xian's voice was broken. This matter quickly spread throughout the palace. Lu Hanwan was stunned after hearing the news. Concubine Xian loves to talk and act like a spoiled child. The person behind this is too cruel. What will concubine Xian do in the future? Although concubine Xian's life was not taken. For the women in the harem, appearance is also the foundation of life. The voice does not have to be beautiful, but at least it cannot be damaged. Not to mention the women in the harem. Even ordinary women care about these things. Without thinking too much, Lu Hanwan aimed at Song Shuqing. She smiled and shook her head. I don't know if this Shupin is too soft or too cruel. How can this be too cruel? Xiao Yun was puzzled for a moment, since concubine Xian might be the real murderer who hurt the 12th prince. Then Shupin did not kill concubine Xian's third prince, but did such a small move, which really has no killing power. Lu Hanwan said, for concubine Xian, it is a torture to speak like this every day. What's more, Shupin may want to cut the flesh with a slow knife and torture concubine Xian slowly. After all, sometimes, living is more uncomfortable than dying. Death is all over, knowing nothing, and living in pain will be more miserable. But Lu Hanwan didn't quite agree with this. Concubine Xian and her son were not people without the ability to fight back. What if they were forced into a corner and did something else? Song Shuqing herself could ignore life and death. But Song Shuqing's son, the 12th prince, was still alive. If the 12th prince died at that time, it would be another indelible pain for Song Shuqing. Of course, it is not ruled out that Song Shuqing is kind by nature, and she is unwilling to really kill concubine Xian without knowing the mastermind behind the scenes. As the emperor's true sweetheart in the eyes of many concubines, Song Shuqing, Lu Hanwan has certainly studied her. In her opinion, people like Song Shuqing, although a little noble, or fake noble, have indeed never hurt anyone, and even seem to have a sense of justice before entering the backyard. Xiao Yun was more inclined to believe that Shupin's revenge was not over yet. She smiled unconsciously. Shupin's method is really good, killing people and destroying their hearts. Seeing Xian Fei, who was suspected of wanting to harm the little prince, like this, Xiao Yun felt very comfortable. Lu Hanwan was the same. If Song Shuqing didn't do it, she would do it. Now that Song Shuqing was in the front, she didn't mind if she didn't do it herself. No regrets at all. She didn't have a good family background to support her. She had to be cautious and stay alive to accompany Xiaozhou to grow up. Now seeing the enemy being tortured by others and suffering in front of her, that feeling was so refreshing. With so many suspects to choose from, she was looking forward to Song Shuqing's next performance. It would be best to deal with concubine Zhuang as well. She felt that concubine Zhuang suspected her more, but she didn't seem to have much power. Her second brother, who was good at martial arts, also had an alibi that day, which made concubine Zhuang unsure. People from all the palaces in the harem were watching the excitement. But concubine Xian herself didn't think there was anything exciting. After she found that her voice really couldn't be restored, she was instantly furious and in pain. After smashing a room full of things, she looked at the mess on the ground and gritted her teeth and said, Shupin. It must be Shupin. She knew that she had a history of taking the blame for Yun Gairen's incident some time ago. And until now, the blame has not been completely removed from her. Let's go to Chongqiu Palace. Concubine Xian slammed the table and went to Chongqiu Palace in a rage. Soon, the news was passed back by the spies of each palace. Lu Hanwan stood up. Xiaoan, let's go and watch the fun. Living in the palace for a long time, there is not much entertainment. Lu Hanwan was forced to be full of interest in the excitement of the comings and goings in these palaces. Of course, it may be that watching the excitement is something engraved in everyone's bones. Anyway, Lu Hanwan is very happy to have melons to eat now. She led a group of people to Song Shuqing's Chongqiu Palace in a hurry. The other concubines were basically the same. Zhao Yuan was not in Chaoxia Palace at the moment. He went to the East Palace. Although the prince was studying in Chongwen Hall, the room arranged by the East Palace for Zhao Yuan was really comfortable. And there was also a library to read. At noon, the prince said that he would come back to eat pot with his brother. So Zhao Yuan went there early. At this time, the prince had not yet returned from school. But Wei, the nurse who served Zhao Yuan, was still well informed. The news about concubine Xian immediately reached Zhao Yuan's ears. Zhao Yuan could no longer sit still when he heard the news. After hearing this, he immediately realized that Song Shuqing must have done this. In the process of Song Shuqing's blackening and killing people, there is an important person who cannot be ignored. That is the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing. Although this person is unknown now, he left a lot of medicines for Song Shuqing, because he knew that the person Song Shuqing married had many people in the backyard. He also specially studied a lot of poisons for this purpose. For example, this time when concubine Xian was in trouble, although everyone thought that Song Shuqing was poisoning her. In fact, the imperial physician could not find any traces of poison on concubine Xian. At most, concubine Xian has a physical problem, and one of the ingredients in the medicine she prescribed conflicts with her. In short, it is definitely not found on Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing has a lot of secret poisons like this, and Luo Huaqing's level is naturally much higher than that of the imperial doctors in the palace. The people in the imperial hospital cannot see his poison. After taking many things, the symptoms are the same as ordinary symptoms. For example, the poison Song Shuqing gave this time. The imperial doctor obviously often went to see concubine Xian, but he never noticed that concubine Xian had any special problems with her body. Relying on these things, Song Shuqing can run rampant in the harem. Unfortunately, the people in the palace didn't know the relationship between Luo Huaqing and Song Shuqing, but the emperor did. Therefore, after Song Shuqing had just made a few moves, the emperor urgently stopped. The two quarreled, and neither could convince the other. There is no doubt that the emperor's behavior made the sadomasochistic love even deeper. The relationship between the two was wasted like this. Later, when the emperor was poisoned and no one could cure it, Luo Huaqing made a special trip to vent Song Shuqing's anger and let the emperor bow to him. But that was a long time ago. At this moment, Zhao Yuan excitedly called the nurse and other palace people together. Look for mother. Well, his mother went to Chaoxia Palace, and it was not impossible for him to go to find his mother and watch the fun. Before leaving, he said to the guards of the Eastern Palace, "Tell the prince to wait for Shuzhou to come back and eat the hot pot." Even watching the excitement, he could not forget the delicious food prepared by the prince for him. Wei Nani followed behind him and laughed unconsciously. Soon, Zhao Yuan arrived at Chaoxia Palace. At this moment, Chaoxia Palace was full of people. Zhao Yuan saw his mother's figure among them and ran over. Lu Hanwan saw her son and hugged him in her arms. In the palace, Song Shuqing had a cold face. I don't know what concubine Xian is talking about. How can I be the one who broke your voice? As soon as concubine Xian opened her mouth, she had a broken voice. You dare to say it's not you? Who else can it be besides you? I have already said that the person who instigated Yun Guiran behind the scenes was not me. And it was not me who was able to do the 12th prince. What are you looking for me for? Concubine Xian felt so wronged. Although she also wanted to kill the 9th prince and the 12th prince, she hadn't found the opportunity to do it yet. Why should she be blamed for the consequences when others succeeded? Song Shuqing frowned, looking impatient. Concubine Xian, don't make up stories. What evidence do you have to prove that I did it to you? If it was really me, then I should have done it to the 3rd prince. Concubine Xian paused for a moment. It seemed that this was the case. The 12th prince's body was so bad. Would a normal person poison the murderer's throat without any serious consequences? Lu Hanwan's heart skipped a beat when she saw concubine Xian looking over. She spread her hands helplessly. Madam Xian, don't you think it was me? My little 9 is fine. Concubine Xian was still suspicious. It is precisely because your little Gio didn't get into trouble that you deliberately taught me a lesson. After all, she was born in a noble family. If she and her son really lost their lives, concubine 1 would not be able to bear the consequences. So it is not impossible. The spear had shifted to her head. Lu Hanwan said unhappily. The real culprit behind this has not been found. I have a mediocre family background. How dare I casually attack concubine Xian? Could it be that concubine Xian is really the mastermind behind the scenes who ordered Yun Guiran? Of course it's not me, concubine Xian said immediately. That's right, Lu Hanwen said. If the real culprit is not concubine Xian, concubine Xian will naturally not be found out of any flaws. So why do I have to attack concubine Xian? There are really many suspects. Do I have the courage to retaliate one by one? If it is found out, and I am gone, what should Shizhou do in the future? I still want to live well with Shizhou. When concubine Xian heard this, she thought it was right. Concubine 1 had no confidence to fail. Now she was living a good life. Why did she have to do it for someone who might not be the murderer? Thinking of the accident of the second prince some time ago, concubine Xian's suspicious eyes turned to Song Shuqing again. Song Shuqing knew that she did it, and it was not right to keep shirking the responsibility with concubine 1. She said directly, "We don't know what happened. Why not let the imperial physician check where the poison came from? It is always a clue. It is useless for concubine Xian to say anything about something she didn't do." Concubine Xian snorted. Wait. The queen also arrived at this time, and began to take charge of the situation and asked people to invite the imperial physician. Not long after, the emperor also arrived. The queen called several imperial physicians, including the director of the imperial hospital, to come and treat concubine Xian. Then the imperial physicians exchanged glances and discussed in a low voice. Seeing this, the emperor asked, "Okay, what's the matter with concubine Xian?" The director of the hospital had the highest status among the imperial physicians, so he saluted and reported, "Your Majesty, concubine Xian has no signs of poisoning." "You are so presumptuous." Concubine Xian was immediately angry. "Listen to my voice. Is this called no signs of poisoning?" When she heard the unpleasant voice coming out of her mouth, concubine Xian was immediately angry and cried. She ran over and held the emperor's sleeve to act coquettishly. "Your Majesty." The emperor shuddered, but fortunately he did not move away. Concubine Xian cried so hard that her heart was broken. "You must make a decision for me." The emperor coughed dryly and asked the imperial physician, "What's wrong with concubine Xian's throat?" On the way here, Yuanzheng had already seen concubine Xian's previous pulse cases and knew her general condition. Previously, several imperial physicians gathered together to discuss her condition. After all, concubine Xian did not seem to be poisoned, but it was obviously not good to find the cause. Yuanzheng thought about it for a few times and said carefully, "Concubine Xian has a cold and fever, and her throat is swollen and sore. These are all frequent occurrences. I heard that during this period, the queen often felt that food was tasteless and deliberately found some spicy things to eat, which was more irritating to the throat. Maybe the queen has a special constitution, which led to her current condition. How is this possible?" Concubine Xian collapsed and screamed. She pulled the emperor. "Your Majesty, this is impossible. How could no one do it behind her? It's just eating spicy food. It's impossible to ruin her throat like this." The imperial physician also thought it was not necessary, but it was hard to see that concubine Xian's throat was poisoned. Anyway, they couldn't see it. The rest of the people, including the emperor, were incredulous. Obviously, no one thought that concubine Xian's current state was natural. Everyone thought that there must be someone behind the scenes, and it was not them who did it. Faced with such a situation, everyone certainly hoped to find out the truth. After all, if one person was pulled down, everyone would have one less opponent. Not to mention, the murderer behind concubine Xian is most likely a heavyweight like Shupin and Wanpin. The emperor summoned other doctors from the imperial hospital who were good at this to see concubine Xian. After seeing her, the doctor said, "Concubine Xian's throat must have been stimulated, but it doesn't look like she was poisoned." After more than a dozen doctors examined her, no trace of poisoning was found. So concubine Xian had to bear the consequences herself. Song Shuqing also escaped suspicion. Concubine Xian burst into tears and still couldn't accept this reality. But the result had been determined, and she couldn't stick to Song Shuqing anymore. After all, Song Shuqing was not a low-ranking concubine who could be bullied. Of course, it is unknown whether concubine Xian accepted this answer in her heart. After watching the excitement, Zhao Yuan was led out by his mother with satisfaction. As he walked, he suddenly remembered, "Mom, I promised the prince that I would go to eat hot pot with him. Don't forget it. Otherwise, the prince will nag him for a long time when he sees him later." Lu Hanwan let go with a smile and said unhappily, "Okay. Okay. You go. You are always talking about the prince all day long. And you don't even want mother." "Mother." Zhao Yuan hugged Lu Hanwan's legs and raised his head to reason with his mother. Xiujiu also likes mother very much. Mother is the most important. Then Xiujiu will accompany mother tomorrow. Okay? I promised the prince today, and I can't break the promise. You little kid. What do you know about breaking an appointment? Lu Hanwan poked her son with her index finger. And stopped teasing him. She smiled and said, "Mom is not angry. You and the prince have fun." She looked at Wei Nani again. "You take good care of the little prince. Don't let him stay alone in a space." Since the incident with Yin Guiran, knowing that someone wanted to harm her son, Lu Hanwan took better care of him. Or, since taking her son back, Lu Hanwan's vigilance has never dropped. But she couldn't keep Xiujiu in Chaoxiao Palace to prevent someone from harming her son. How long would she have to keep him there? Children love to play by nature. And she couldn't stop them. But when Zhao Yuan was out, more and more people followed him. Zhao Yuan said goodbye to his mother and went to the East Palace. Lu Hanwan took Xiao Yun back to Chaoxiao Palace. The road was empty, and the palace servants following behind them consciously kept a distance. Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yun were chatting, and Xiao Yun asked with some doubts, "Master, do you think that concubine Shu was behind concubine Xian's throat today?" The director of the imperial hospital had checked it. This was the emperor's man, and it was impossible for the concubines to bribe him to lie. Not to mention that so many imperial doctors had examined concubine Xian's condition one by one. No traces of poisoning were found. Song Shuqing's acting skills were also very good. At least Xiao Yun didn't see any flaws on the other party at the time. And she looked very innocent. Of course, her master's acting skills were also good. And nothing could be seen. When they first heard that concubine Xian was in trouble, they all thought that it was concubine Shu who did it. But now it's a little different. Lu Hanwan's eyes flickered slightly. And she whispered, "There are too many coincidences in this palace. So it's not a coincidence. How come concubine Xian didn't get into trouble before? But after the incident with the 12th prince, it just happened that she got into trouble when everyone expected her to be retaliated." She never believed in these coincidences. But it's really extraordinary that Shu Bin has such a medicine that even the imperial physician can't tell. I don't know what Song Shuqing's background is. She felt that she had to ask her second brother to check Song Shuqing's past experience. The revenge has not been completed yet. Song Shuqing is likely to take action again. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Today, because of Shu Bin's words, concubine Xian almost really suspected her. If she puts the blame on herself in the future, it will be bad. After all, in the incident of Yin Guiran, even if Xiujiu was not hurt, there are two victims in name. In addition to Song Shuqing, it's her. She directed the suspicion of attacking concubine Zhuang to others, especially Song Shuqing, who was the most suspicious. And Song Shuqing could also report back later. The harem is full of intrigues and deceptions, and there is nothing to blame. Zhao Yuan returned to the East Palace and ate hot pot with the prince. He also shared the gossip with the prince. However, the prince was not very interested in these things. After all, the harem could not reach into his East Palace. If you dare to spy on the East Palace, the consequences will be quite serious. He only reminded that no matter where you go to play, you must bring enough people with you. You can't go alone. Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded. My mother said so too. After dinner, the two brothers took a walk to digest the food, and then came back to take a nap. When Zhao Yuan woke up, the prince had already gone to Chongwen Hall for class. He put on his clothes, shoes and socks, and went back to Chaoxiao Palace. That night, the emperor went to Chongqiu Palace. Others thought that the emperor went to comfort Song Shuqing because she was slandered during the day. Many people felt sour in their hearts. The emperor treated Song Shuqing too well. But in fact, the atmosphere in Chongqiu Palace was not what everyone imagined. At this time, the emperor and Song Shuqing were sitting at the table. The atmosphere was stiff. The maids who were originally serving in the room were not in it at this time. And they were not like this a moment ago. All because the emperor asked, "Has Shuqing found evidence that concubine Xian murdered 12? But the emperor already knew the answer when Song Shuqing avoided answering. He felt complicated for a while, and couldn't tell what he felt. In the emperor's mind, Song Shuqing had always been the person with a strong sense of justice. Kind to the point of being silly, and often stood up for others. This deep palace would eventually change everyone. He closed his eyes for a long time and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Song Shuqing didn't answer. The emperor said, "The most suspicious people at the time were the queen, concubine Xian, and concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang's second prince fell off his horse, and concubine Xian ruined her voice. The only one left is the queen. The second prince was not injured. He was lucky. But concubine Xian was targeted from the beginning. You didn't do anything to the third prince. Why?" Next. The third prince or the queen? Song Shuqing had been tilting her head and didn't answer. But now she couldn't help but turn back, tears in her eyes. Is it meaningful to ask these questions? My little 12 has become like that. He just went out and blew a cold wind 2 days ago. And he has been sick for several days since he came back. His body can't get better. And his life has been ruined. When I was in the palace, I had already miscarried a child. And now it's little 12 again. Why won't they let me go? You asked me what I'm going to do next. But I don't know. I only know that I haven't had a good sleep since Xiao 12 was carried into the water. I couldn't find the murderer of that child. And I can't find this one either. How can they do my child, and I can't take revenge? The emperor said, but there are no rules in the world. If I find any clues, I will naturally not let them go. Can you say that concubine Zhuang, concubine Xian, and the queen have all done something to you? In the palace, everyone is fighting for the emperor's favor, not the power behind it. At the same time, they also bear the heavy responsibility of the family. The emperor has always been very clear that the harem cannot be completely clean. And not all the beauties in the palace like him. Even if they like him more as the emperor. Not just him personally. But the emperor doesn't mind this. Many times, being confused is a good thing. But he is the emperor after all, holding great power. And he has a preference for the people he likes. He gritted his teeth and said to Song Shuqing, "Do you know what will happen to you and your family if you are caught doing these things? Didn't you say you want evidence? Now, besides you, who else knows that I was the one who did it to concubine Xian?" Song Shuqing looked at the emperor stubbornly. "Or are you going to tell others?" The emperor looked at her steadily. "Shuqing, don't treat others as fools. Even if you don't care about others, you should think about the fact that you still have Xiao 12. Now everyone suspects that you did it. Some things are not unpredictable without evidence." On the contrary, Song Shuqing was indeed a target back then, feared by everyone in the backyard. Everyone took action. And the emperor was not prepared to deal with everyone for Song Shuqing. So he felt sorry for Song Shuqing in his heart. This is also one of the reasons why he has always been tolerant of her. The emperor softened his tone. He did not want to see Song Shuqing go to a dead end. "I have sent someone to find Luo Huaqing. He has good medical skills. After finding him, he will definitely be able to take care of Xiao 12's body. Speaking of which, this person is also on good terms with Song Shuqing. They had some intersections at the beginning. But he liked to see patients incognito, and did not like to stay in one place. He was determined to go to various places. Now not only can the emperor not find people, but even Song Shuqing did not leave a way to contact her. As a result, no one could find her. For several years, no one had heard any movement. Song Shuqing's eyes did not change at all. It can be seen that she was a wall to the end. The emperor took a deep breath, knowing that he could not persuade her. So he had to give up. He stood up and walked to the door, thinking that if he left like this, he didn't know what to say in the palace tomorrow. After all, Song Shuqing and concubine Xian had just argued today. Even if the imperial physician did not find any traces of poisoning at that time, everyone in the palace knew that it was definitely done by Song Shuqing. At least most of it might be Song Shuqing. After all, except for her, who was seriously injured. Who would harm concubine Xian after harming concubine Zhuang? Lu Hanlan probably doesn't have that ability. Behind him, Song Shuqing said, "I was the only one who did the Xuanfei incident. I don't know about the second prince's incident." The emperor paused and left. After walking around the Chengqiu palace, the emperor finally slept in the side room next door. Song Shuqing knew that she was very conspicuous now. 2 suspects who instigated Yun Guiran had been in trouble. Now everyone was waiting for the queen. After all, only the queen was left. Song Shuqing was not stupid. She knew that it would be difficult to succeed if she took action now. And the emperor was right. She was not alone. Even if she wanted to avenge her child, she had to plan slowly. thinking of her parents and family. She bit her lip, knowing that she was a little too hasty in doing this. It was true that concubine Xian suffered a loss, but she was from a noble family, and could do something to her family. No, she had to find a way to get this out. After all, it might not be her who did it. Soon, rumors spread in the harem. However, these did not affect Zhao Yuan at all. Compared with these, there was a more important thing that concerned Zhao Yuan. Feng Ji, who destroyed the Southern Liang, was coming back. The victory of the Southern Liang had actually been fought for quite some time. But the ending and the journey on the road also took a lot of time, which led to Feng Ji coming back now. The army returned victorious, and the emperor was ready to lead all the ministers to the palace gate to welcome them personally. The crown prince, the second and third princes were all going, and Zhao Yuan also went with the crown prince. Everyone was waiting at the palace gate. As the team in black armor appeared, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened instantly. The majestic and solemn army was full of a sharp murderous aura, which was formed by years of fighting in the sea of blood. It looked quite shocking. One of them took the lead and reined in his horse before he came to the front. Quickly coming to the emperor, Feng Ji half knelt to salute, and couldn't help but smile on his face. I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission. Before he finished speaking, Feng Ji hadn't knelt down, and was lifted up by the emperor. The emperor couldn't help but smile. From the moment he saw Feng Ji, he was about to smile. Be safe. Be safe. I'm glad you're back. You fought beautifully in this battle. You are a great contributor to Tianqi. He patted Feng Ji's shoulder and said all kinds of nice things. Feng Ji was so happy to see the emperor at the beginning that he blushed when he was praised. In such an occasion, Zhao Yuan and other children naturally had nothing to do. They just watched from the side and followed the big team back to the palace. But when they arrived at the palace, Feng Ji had the opportunity to talk to Zhao Yuan. He picked Zhao Yuan up and asked with a smile, "Does Xu still remember his uncle?" The emperor said, "It has only been a short time. He must have remembered it." Uncle Zhao Yuan shouted and hugged Feng Ji. Feng Ji said, "Uncle brought you a gift. I will give it to you later." The two talked for a while, but not for long. The emperor urged Feng Ji to go back and rest. "You have been on the road for so long. Go back and take a good bath and rest. Wait until tomorrow night. I will hold a celebration banquet for you." This celebration banquet is of course not just for Feng Ji. The generals in this battle will be rewarded according to their merits. But there is no doubt that Feng Ji must be the most dazzling and glorious one among them. The next night, it was indeed the case. Feng Ji was promoted to the rank of Shenwu General. At the celebration banquet, Zhao Yuan also attracted a lot of attention. Feng Ji was a loyal minister, and a lone minister, who didn't make friends with others. He was also straightforward, and couldn't stand those dirty things. He once scolded people away. Therefore, his relationship with the civil officials was not good. Although many people toasted him during the banquet, it was okay. On the contrary, Zhao Yuan, the little guy who appeared, sat next to Feng Ji, and was fed by him from time to time. Not far away, Lu Hanwan looked at this side, and then looked at the concubines around. Her eyes lowered, hiding a lot of complicated thoughts. When the banquet was over, Zhao Yuan went back with his mother. The crowd around him gradually dissipated, and the shadow of Chaoxiao Palace was in front of him. After returning to Chaoxiao Palace, Lu Hanwan asked Zhao Yuan with a smile, "Is Shizhou full? Do you want some more bird's nest soup?" Zhao Yuan touched his bulging belly and shook his head. "I'm full." Lu Hanwan smiled and joked. Xiaojiu likes General Feng Ji so much. When she was young, she liked to stick to General Feng, and she still likes him now. Zhao Yuan nodded with interest. Uncle is very good. He called him uncle because Feng Ji took the initiative to call him uncle after he was brought back by his mother. In addition, he and Feng Ji had a lot of contact in the future. Neither the emperor nor Lu Hanwan had any objections to the name. So Zhao Yuan didn't feel the need to avoid his mother when he called him this directly in front of his mother. General Feng is really good, Lu Hanwan said. Then he led the topic to another place.